Now it's 8:30 and time for Saturday Night Theatre. The play this evening is Scoop, a dramatisation of Evelyn Waugh's famous novel about pre-war journalism. John Rowe plays William Boot in Scoop by Evelyn Waugh, dramatised for radio by Lance Seaverking.
My dear Julia, is this the tiny little car you were telling me about?
Yes. What I like about them is that you can do things with them that you couldn't do with a real one, like going up onto the pavement when the traffic gets stuck. What is it you want advice about, John? You look desperate.
I want to get away from London.
So it's come to that. All on account of your American girl?
Well, mostly.
I warned you before you began. Is she being frightful?
My lips are sealed. But I've got to get away or else go crazy.
Where are you going?
That's just what I wanted to talk to you about.
Oh, look at that placard. Ishmaelite crisis. Some sort of a war starting up there, isn't there?
Ishmaelia seems to be the place. I was wondering if Algy would send me there as a spy.
Not a chance.
No?
Foregoners. Algy's been sacking 10 spies a day for weeks. It's a grossly overcrowded profession. Why don't you go as a war correspondent?
Could you fix it? Well, after all, Julia Stitch, you're not a cabinet minister's wife for nothing.
I don't see why not. After all, you've been to Patagonia. I should think they'd jump at you. You sure you really want to go?
Quite sure.
Well, I'll see what I can do. I'm meeting that ghastly Lord Copper at lunch today at Margot Metrolands. I'll try and bring the subject up. Won't be difficult. He'll be a bit out of his depth in Margot's house.
You're marvellous, Julia. I love you.
Oh, dear. But tell me, Lord Copper, what do you really think of the Prime Minister?
As I was saying to Lady Metroland just now, Mrs. Stitch, he's a man who's brought the art of ambiguity to such a point that his colleagues of the cabinet never have the slightest idea what he means, undoubted he has either.
I expect he's all you say, but he's a man of far more taste than you'd suppose. He always sleeps with a boot by his bed.
A boot?
One of John Boot's books.
Dear John Boot, so clever and amusing. I wish I could get him to come and see me more often.
Such a divine style.
Boot, eh? John?
So witty and daring.
No wonder the Prime Minister reads him.
Tell us, Lord Copper, what is going on in Ishmaelia?
Ishmaelia, Mrs. Stitch. In my opinion, civil war is quite inevitable.
Such a pity, isn't it, that so few of the famous war correspondents are still about?
Isn't there one called Sir Something Hitchcock?
Oh, that fellow. I dispensed with his services a few months ago.
Who will you be sending to Ishmaelia?
I'm in consultation with my editors on the subject. We think it a very promising little war. We propose to give it the fullest publicity.
Will they?
The workings of a great newspaper are of a complexity which the public seldom appreciates. The citizen little realizes the vast machinery put into motion for his morning penny.
Oh, God.
We shall have our naval, military, and air experts, our squad of photographers, our color reporters covering the war from every angle on every front.
Yes, I suppose you will. If I were you, I should send someone like Boot. I don't suppose you could persuade him to go, but someone like him.
It has been my experience, dear Mrs. Stitch, that the Daily Beast can command the talent of the world.
Well, of course, if you could get him, Boot is your man. He's a brilliant writer. He's travelled everywhere and knows the whole Ishmaelite situation inside out.
Boot would be divine, absolutely divine.
So clever, so daring, so witty.
Yes, you see, Nora. Well, I think he's a...
Hello? Who's there?
It's me.
Oh, Julia.
It's okay, John. I think it's fixed. Don't take a penny less than £50 a week.
God bless you, Julia. You've saved my life.
It's just the stitch service.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Definitely, Lord Copper.
Then there's this civil war in Ishmaelia. I propose to feature it, Salter. Who did you think of sending?
Well, Lord Copper, the choice seems between sending a staff reporter who will get the news but whose name the public doesn't know, or to get someone from outside with a name as a military expert. You see, since we lost Hitchcock, we might share one of the Americans.
No. I tell you who I want. Boot.
A Boot?
Yes, Boot. He's a young man whose work I'm very much interested in. He has the most remarkable style, and he's been in Patagonia, and the Prime Minister keeps his books by his bed. Do you read him?
Up to a point, Lord Copper.
Well, get on to him tomorrow. Have him up to see you. Be cordial. Take him out to dinner. Get him at any price. Well, at any reasonable price.
Definitely, Lord Copper.
Right.
That's a terrible paper this morning. Oh, yes.
Yes, it's awful, isn't it?
And look at the sports page.
But what can you expect? Didn't the chief insist on your getting him at any price?
A trick cyclist to edit the sports page.
What did you have to give him?
No, don't. 5 years contract at £5,000 a year.
Oh,
Tell me, Sultan, do you like being foreign editor?
it's making me feel my age. I used to enjoy editing the woman's page. This is a dog's life. Who's Boot?
I know the name.
The chief wants to send him to Ishmaelia. He's the Prime Minister's favourite writer.
Not the chap I was thinking of.
Well, I've got to find him. Boot. 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 Why, Boot! Here he is on the back page. Why didn't the chief say he was a staff man?
Where? Eh? Oh, there. Lush Places, edited by William Boot Countryman. Oh, I'd forgotten him.
Do you suppose that's the right one?
Oh, sure of it. The Prime Minister's nuts on rural England.
He's supposed to have a particularly high-class style. Let's have a look at what he's got today. Feather-footed through the plushy fen passes the questing vole. Would that be it?
Oh, yes, that must be good style. At least it doesn't sound like anything else to me. Yes, I know the name well now you mention it. I've never seen the chap. I don't suppose he's ever been to London. He sends his stuff in by post, all written out in pen and ink.
Oh,
We took him on when the chap that used to do Lush Places died. Vicar of some village. This chap Boot lives in the same village.
I've got to ask him to dinner.
Give him cider.
Is that what countrymen like?
Yes, cider and tinned salmon is the staple diet of the agricultural classes.
I'll send him a telegram. Funny the chief wanting to send him to Ishmael.
Change and decay in all around I see. Tum,
Good morning, Uncle Theodore.
Good morning, my dear Priscilla.
You always sing that, but it's not true, you know.
Hey? What?
Change and decay. There's plenty of decay all round, absolutely nothing in the way of change.
Something in that. But I rather like it, you know. Change and decay. Plenty of decay, all right. What's the matter with William?
Oh, dear, it's all my fault. I found his manuscript for last week's Lush Places lying on the billiards table, and I'm afraid I altered it.
Did you, be Jove? I never look at the stuff he writes. It's too highfalutin for me.
I couldn't resist it. It was all about badgers, and I went right through it, and wherever it said badger, I altered it to the great crested grebe, and William must have posted it without looking.
Good Lord. Must have made it into nonsense.
Oh, poor William. He's had a lot of frightfully rude letters, and he does take such a lot of trouble.
Morning, William.
Here's another letter. I've already had over 40.
Oh, William, I am sorry. It was beastly of me.
This one's from a woman asking me how I can condone the practice of baiting these rare and beautiful birds with terriers and deliberately destroying their earthly homes.
Oh, dear.
I shall be dismissed by the editor. And it'll be all your fault, Priscilla. Have the papers come?
I don't think so. Oh, yes. There's Bentinck going across the hall with them.
Bentinck! Bentinck! Here! Wait a minute! Oh, I know they'll have got someone else to do my column.
Ah! Is it all right?
Yes, oh, thank goodness. They haven't got someone else after all.
Let's see.
Here.
Where is it?
So down there, between the bedtime pets and cooking hints.
Feather-footed through the plushy fen passes the questing foal.
I forgot this telegram, Mr. William. It came about half an hour ago.
Telegram? Oh.
Nothing serious, I hope.
Yes, I've been called to London.
Have you, my boy? That's interesting. I was thinking of running up to town for a night myself.
What does it say?
Oh, there you are.
Request your immediate presence here. Urgent. Lord Copper's personal desire. Salter Beast. What does it mean? What is Salter Beast?
Well, I don't know. A beast is the beast, the name of the paper.
Oh, yes, of course. And who is Lord Copper? Do you know him?
No, the paper belongs to him. Why should I go to London? I hate London. Won't be any good explaining to Lord Copper. He'd never believe it.
Oh, I don't know. He might. Worth trying.
You go and bluff it out, William. I expect Lord Copper is only some kind of bounced-up London fella. Probably doesn't know the difference between a badger and a great crested grebe.
That's right, William.
And you get a guinea a time, don't you?
Oh, well, I suppose I shall have to.
You seen that chap Boots yet?
No, I'm expecting him in a minute. They've just rung from the hall. How would you start if you were me? What would you talk to him about, you know, to start off with?
Mangled wordles are a safe topic, only you mustn't call them that. Farmers are very touchy about them. Call them roots.
Oh, Lord.
Well, I'll be seeing you.
Glass of Zoida. Foxes. Plenty of foxes. Come in. Ah, Boot. How are you? Don't think I've had the pleasure before.
Are you Mr. Salter?
That's right. Do come in.
You sent me this telegram?
Yes. Do sit down.
Oh, thanks.
Well, Boot. How are you? Know your work well, of course. Sit down. Sit. Have a cigarette. Or do you prefer your churchwarden?
No, I'll have a cigarette, thanks.
How,
What?
How are your boots, Root?
I beg your pardon?
I mean, Brute. How's hunting? Foxes pretty plentiful, eh?
Well, we stop in the summer, you know.
Oh, do you? Everyone away, I suppose.
I expect you want to talk about the great crested grebe.
Good God, no. At least not unless you do.
Oh, no, not at all. I thought you might want to.
Not at all.
Oh, that's all right, then.
Yes, that's all right. I say, how about some Zoida?
Zoida?
Yes, I expect you feel like a drop of Zoida about this time, don't you?
Well, to tell the truth, I don't often drink cider.
Whiskey, then?
Oh, please.
Ah, there we are. Make much parsnip wine down your way?
Oh, not much. You're pretty busy, I expect.
Oh, yes, very.
Tell me, I've often wondered, do you have a machine of your own or send out to the printers?
We have machines of our own.
Do you? They must work jolly fast.
Yes.
I mean, you have to get it written and printed and corrected and everything all on the same day, otherwise the news would become stale. People would have heard it on the wireless, I mean.
Yes.
Do you do much of the printing yourself?
No, you see, I'm the foreign editor.
Never been abroad myself.
Ah. Would you like to go to Ismailia?
No.
Not at all?
Not at all. Well, for one thing, I couldn't afford the fare.
Oh, we would pay the fare.
Oh, really? I call that a bit thick.
What?
I admit I slipped up on the Great Crested Grebe, slipped up badly. As it happened, it was not my fault.
Oh, that's
I
not
came
what
here
I...
prepared to explain, apologise, and if need be, make reparation. I mean, you refused to listen to me. Good God, no, you said when I offered to explain.
Yes, but...
And now you calmly propose to ship me out of the country because of a trifling and, in my opinion, justifiable error.
No,
Who does
no,
Lord Copper
no.
think he is? The mind boggles at the vanity of the man. If he chooses to forget my 18 months devoted and unremitting labour in his service since the vicar died, he is, I admit, entitled to dismiss me. But
Boot, old man, you've got this all wrong. With the possible exception of the Prime Minister, you have no more ardent admirer than Lord Copper. He wants you to work for him in Ismailia.
Oh. Would he pay my fare back?
Yes, of course.
Oh. Well, that's rather different. Even so, it seems a silly sort of scheme. I mean, how would it look in lush places when I start writing about sandstorms and lions, or whatever they have in Ismailia? Not lush, I mean.
Oh, no, it's not at all like that, Boot. I'll explain to you all about it at dinner. You'll meet a lot of interesting people when you go to Ismailia.
Well, mightn't it be rather dangerous?
Nothing to what you're used to in the country. You'll be surprised to find how far the war correspondents keep from the fighting. Don't think you need worry about risk.
And you'd go on paying my wages?
Certainly.
And my fare there and back, and my expenses?
Yes?
No.
No?
No, it's very kind of you, but I think I'd sooner not go. I don't like the idea at all. I must be going to Paddington soon to catch my train.
Listen, I don't think you have fully understood the situation. Lord Copper is particularly interested in your work, and to be frank, he insists on your going. We are willing to pay a very fair salary. £50 a month was the sum suggested.
£50 a month?
A week!
Gosh.
And think what you can make on your expenses. I happened to see Hitchcock's expense sheet when he was working for us in Shanghai. He charged £300 for camels alone.
Well, I don't think I should know what to do with a camel.
Take a single example. Supposing you want to have dinner. You go to a restaurant and do yourself proud, best of everything. Bill perhaps maybe £2? Well, you put down £5 for entertainment on your expenses. You had a slap-up dinner, you're £3 to the good and everyone's satisfied.
But you see, I don't like restaurants. No one pays for dinner at home anyway. The servants just bring it in. Look, I'm afraid I really must be going. You see, I have a day return ticket. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll consult my family and let you know in a week or two.
Lord Copper wants you to leave tomorrow.
Oh, I couldn't do that anyway, you know. I mean, I haven't packed or anything. I dare say I should need some new clothes. Oh, no, I mean, that's out of the question.
We might offer a larger salary.
Oh, no, thank you. It isn't that. It's just that I don't want to go.
Oh. Is there nothing you want?
Do you know, I don't believe there is. Except to keep my job in lush places and go on living at home.
Oh, but Lord Copper expects his staff to work wherever the best interests of the paper call them. I don't think he would employ anyone whose loyalty he was doubtful of in any capacity.
You mean if I don't go to Ismailia, I get the sack?
Yes. In so many words, that is exactly what what Lord Copper means. Lord Copper will see you tomorrow. Let's go and have dinner.
This is a great pleasure, Mr. Boot. I have wanted to meet you for a long time. It's not often that the Prime Minister and I agree, but we see eye to eye about your style. A very nice little style indeed. You may sit down too, Zolder.
Oh.
Is Mr. Boot all set for this trip?
Up to a point, Lord Copper.
Excellent. Now, Mr. Boot, there are two invaluable rules for a special correspondent. Travel light and be prepared. Have nothing which in a case of emergency you cannot carry in your own hands. But remember that the unexpected always happens. Little things we take for granted at home, like a coil of rope or a sheet of tin, may save your life in the wilds. I should take some cleft sticks with you. I remember Hitchcock, Sir Joseph Hitchcock, a man who used to work for me, saying that in Africa he always sent his dispatches in a cleft stick. It struck me as a very useful tip. Take plenty of cleft sticks, Mr. Boot.
Yes, Lord Copper.
With regard to policy, I expect you already have your own views. I never hamper my correspondence in any way. What the British public wants first, last, and all the time is news. Remember that the patriots are in the right and are going to win. The beast stands by them foursquare, but they must win quickly. The British public has no interest in a war which drags on indecisively. A few sharp victories, some conspicuous acts of personal bravery on the patriot side, and a colorful entry into the capital. That is the beast policy for the war.
I see.
You'll get there in about 3 weeks. I should spend a day or two looking around and getting the background, then a good full-length dispatch which we can feature with your name. That's everything, I think, Salter?
Definitely, Lord Copper.
Goodbye, Mr. Boot, and the best of luck. We shall expect the first victory about the middle of July.
I don't suppose that after what Lord Copper has said, there's anything more you want to know?
Well, there is one thing. You see, I don't read the papers very much. Can you tell me who's fighting who in Ishmaelia?
I think it's the patriots and the traitors.
Yes, but which is which?
Oh, I don't know that. That's policy, you see. It's nothing to do with me. You should have asked Lord Copper.
Well, I gather it's between the Reds and the Blacks.
Yes, but it's not quite as easy as that. You see, they're all Negroes, and the fascists won't be called black because of their racial pride, so they are called white after the White Russians. And the Bolshevists want to be called black because of their racial pride. So when you say black, you mean red, and when you mean red, you say white. And when the party who call themselves blacks say traitors, they mean what we call blacks, but what we mean when we say traitors. I really couldn't tell you, but from your point of view, it will be quite simple. Copper only wants patriot victories, and both sides will claim all the victories. But of course it's really a war between Russia and Germany and Italy and Japan, who are all against one another on the patriot side. I hope I make myself plain.
Up to a point.
Well, I see it's nearly 1 o'clock. If you're going to catch the afternoon aeroplane, you ought to be getting on your list.
Yes. Where shall I get it?
I think didn't the foreign contacts advisor telephone and make an appointment for you at the stores?
Oh, yes. He gave me a bit of paper with a note on it. I've got it somewhere.
Well, off you go. Goodbye.
One tent with folding chairs and table, one folding bed.
Right.
One collapsible canoe, one jointed flagstaff and Union Jack.
Check.
One hand pump and sterilizing plant.
Camp operating table and set of surgical instruments.
Check.
One portable humidor, Christmas hamper complete with Santa Claus costume.
One tripod mistletoe stand, 2 canes for whacking snakes.
There ought to be a coil of rope there somewhere and a sheet of tin. Have you seen them? They made a great point of those at the office.
Did they really, Mr. Boot? Well, there they are. And that's very nearly everything.
Case of 3 months' rations and that bundle of sticks on the top there.
Well, the baggage will cost you £103 supplement on your ticket.
Not me. Some of Lord Copper's travellers' checks.
Right, Mr. Boot.
And will you distribute this among the chaps who loaded it up?
Oh, kind. Thank you very much, Mr. Boot.
Mr. Boot, yours is the only plane available. We've had a request from a very high quarter for you to accommodate 2 extra passengers. We'd be infinitely obliged if you could allow them to travel in your plane as far as Le Bourget.
Yes, certainly, with pleasure.
moment they recognize an Englishman, they think they can make a monkey of him. That one was Swiss. They're the worst. Try to make me buy mineral water. Water in these carafes is excellent. May I give you some?
Well, no thanks. I prefer wine.
You're interested in claret? I have a little vineyard in Bordeaux. A little hobby of mine.
Oh, I see.
You're surprised at my dressing?
Not at all.
Oh, but it is surprising. I make a point of never addressing my fellow travelers. Indeed, I usually prefer to dine in the coupe. But this is not our first meeting.
Really?
You were kind enough to give me a place in your aeroplane this afternoon. It was a service I greatly appreciate.
Oh, not at all, not at all. I'm very glad to have been any help.
It was the act of an Englishman, a fellow Englishman. I hope that one day I shall have the opportunity of requiting it.
Oh, please don't give the matter another thought.
I never do. You're on your way to the Côte d'Azur?
No, only as far as Marseille.
I rejoice in the Côte d'Azur. You're surely not making your long stay in Marseille.
No, I sail tomorrow for East Africa, for Ishmaelia.
Forgive me, I think I must have misheard you. Where are you going?
Ishmaelia. You know, the place where they say there's a war.
Yes, the name is in some way familiar. I must have seen it in the newspapers. Cuthbert!
Sir?
Did you give my sheets to the conductor?
Yes, sir.
See that he has them made up properly, then you may go to bed. You know the time in the morning?
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Good night, sir.
Good night, Cuthbert. A very courageous man, that. He never left my side, so I recommended him for the VC. He never leaves me now. And he is adequately armed.
Oh, really? It's jolly pretty country round here. I've never been in France before.
Oh?
As a matter of fact, I've never flown before.
Oh.
I enjoyed it enormously. I'd always wanted to have a flight.
I observe, monsieur, you are studying the map of Ishmaelia.
Yes. I mean, oui.
It is not rich at all. If it were rich, it would already belong to England. Where do you wish to take it?
But I don't wish to.
Mais alors, there is no oil, there is no tin, no gold, no iron, positively none. What do you want with it?
Well, I'm going as a journalist, but I have no interest in commerce. I'm going to report the war.
War is all commerce.
Anyone mind if I park myself here?
Oh, how do you too? Bientôt.
Oh, cool. Not dressed for this climate, left in a hurry. Not much of a sailor, been laying up in my cabin till now. This old tub does roll, doesn't it? Oi, you! Alphonse! Comprenez a pint of bitter? You're boot of the beast, aren't you? I think I might run into you. I'm Corker of the UN.
Oh.
Are you fond of La Belle France?
Well, I can't say I've ever been there except to catch this ship.
That's a funny thing, neither have I. But tell me, honestly, had you ever heard of Ishmaelia before you were sent on this story?
Only very vaguely.
Oh, nor had I. You know, when I first started in journalism, I used to think that foreign correspondents spent their lives studying international conditions. Bravo, look at us. On Monday afternoon, I was in East Sheen, breaking the news to a widow of her husband's death leap with a champion girl cyclist.
Really?
Wrong widow, as it turned out.
No.
Yes. And the next day, the chief has me in and he says, Corker, you're off to Ishmaelia. Out of town job, I asked. East Africa, he says, just like that. Well, what's the story, I asked. Well, he says, a lot of niggers are having a war. Now, I don't see anything in it myself, but the other agencies are sending feature men. So off I rushed at 2 hours' notice. Well, personally, I can't see that foreign stories are ever news. And not real news of the kind UN covers.
Well, forgive me, I'm afraid I know very little about journalism. What is UN?
No kidding.
No kidding.
You ever heard of Universal News?
I'm afraid not.
Well, I don't say we're the biggest news agency in the country, but we're certainly the hottest.
Yes, but what is a news agency?
Oh, you're having me on?
No.
Well, there are agencies all over the world that never stop sending in news to all the papers. You must have heard of Reuters.
Then why does the beast want to send me? If we all send the same thing, it seems a waste.
There'd soon be a row if we did.
But isn't it very confusing if we all send different news?
It gives them a choice. All got different policies, you know. Working for a news agency like I do is cutthroat competition. That's where I envy you working for a paper. You only have to worry about getting your story in time for the first edition. We have to race each other all day long.
But the papers can't use your reports any earlier than ours.
No, but they use the one that comes in first. Now, look at it this way. News is what a chap who doesn't care much about anything wants to read. Now, it's only news until he's read it. After that, it's dead. And, of course, there's colour. A colour is just a lot of bullseye about nothing. It's easy to write and easy to read, but it costs too much in cabling, so we have to go slow on that. See?
I think so. Oh, hello, Corker. I wonder whether you could help me.
What is it?
Well, it's this radiogram which has just come from me on the wireless. It says, opposition splashing frontward speedliest, stop Aden, reported prepared war-wise flash facts beast. Look. No, I can't understand it.
No?
Well, the only thing that makes any sense is stop Aden.
Oh, yeah.
What do you think I'd better do?
Well, just what they tell him, old boy.
You mean stop at Aden? Get off at Aden?
If that's what it's saying.
Oh, I see.
Boots! I say, Boots!
Yes, I'm up here.
Got something about you.
Oh, what do you mean?
Oh, just got this radio. Take a deco.
Cooperating beast, avoid duplication, boot unnatural? What does that mean?
Well, it means our bosses have been getting together in London. The beast is taking our special service on this Ismailian story, so you and I can work together after all.
What's unnatural?
Now, that's our telegraphic name. Oh, by the way, have you still got that cable you had last night?
Yes, here it is.
Shall I tell you what it says? Opposition splashing. Now, that means that the rival papers are giving a lot of space to this story. Frontward speedliest means go to the front as fast as you can. Stop means full stop. Aden is reported here to be prepared on a wartime footing. And flash facts means send them the details of this preparation at once.
Good heavens, thank you. What an extraordinary thing. When we got to Aden, I should have stopped there. Why didn't you tell me this last night?
Oh, boy, have some sense. Last night we were competing. It was a great chance leaving you behind. And then the beast would have had to take our stuff. Lava should have bust me pants.
You don't say.
Yeah. Oh, and while you're working with me, don't go showing service messages to anyone else. See?
Yes. All right.
Well, goodbye, Margot, dear. I'm rather tired. I think I shall go home. Good heavens, it can't be. Why, that's John Boot over there.
Julia!
John, how very peculiar to see you. I thought you were at the war.
I know, but you see...
I'm just off, my dear. Tell me in 3 words what happened. The last thing I heard from Lord Copper, he telephoned to say you'd left.
Not a word from him. Well, it's been very awkward.
The American girl?
Yes, exactly. We said goodbye a fortnight ago. She gave me a lucky pig to wear round my neck. It was made of bog oak from Tipperary. We were both very genuinely affected. Since then, I haven't dared go out or answer the telephone. I only came to the dance here because I knew she wouldn't be coming.
Poor John. I wonder what went wrong. I like the bit about the pig very much.
Isn't this flaming train ever going on again? It's worse than yesterday. Yeah. Stopping like this in the middle of nowhere for hours and hours.
Oh, it's the sand. There's sand in everything. It's blowing up, doesn't it?
Oh, that's nothing to what it was last year. This train up from the coast is completely unpredictable. Sometimes it stops for days. Of course, the only place on the line that is a place, properly speaking, is the terminus, Jacksonburg.
You mean these sort of halts where we've stopped to eat aren't really places?
Oh, no. Just sort of rest houses, not a village within a couple of 100 miles with most of them.
You'd have thought going across a fiery desert like this, they might have got some ice.
Oh, you don't know the Ishmaelian. Last night, no mosquito nets. Tonight, if we reach the mountains, it'll be cold, and there'll be no blankets.
Except for that chap in the bright uniform. He seems to get the best of everything every time we stop.
I think you two were asleep when they told us the best bit of news.
Oh, what was that?
The luggage van, in some mysterious way, became detached from the rest of the train.
Oh, no. It's got all my equipment in it. How often are there trains between the coast and Jacksonburg?
Once a week.
Look here, Shumble, old man. You've been to this Persian country before. What sort of place is Jacksonburg?
Oh, a sort of collection of Victorian villas and tumble-down shacks with corrugated iron roofs.
Is there anywhere to stay?
Well, most people stay at the Hotel Liberty, but I imagine we shall find that jam-packed. There are one or two others, but I forget their names. They're all filthy.
Say, could you tell us something about Ishmaelia?
Yes, do, old man. I didn't have time to get a book or anything.
Well, as we may be here for hours, before they can start the engine again, I will give you a brief outline of the history of Ishmaelia. About 50 years ago, various Europeans came to Ishmaelia with cuckoo clocks, phonographs, draft treaties, and flags. They came as missionaries, ambassadors, tradesmen, prospectors, or natural scientists. None returned.
Really?
None?
None. They were eaten, every one of them. Some raw, others stewed or seasoned according to local usage and the calendar.
The calendar?
Well, you see, the better sort of Ishmaelites have been Christians for many centuries, and they will not publicly eat human flesh, uncooked, in Lent, without special and costly dispensation from their bishop.
They're all black, aren't they? I mean, a lot of them.
Yes, some of the tribes are blacker than others, and one lot looks sort of dark blue.
And what sort of government is there? Is there a king and all that sort of thing?
Oh, no king. It's a republic of a kind. Various European powers agreed to guarantee its immunity for two excellent reasons. One, the primitive expeditions were useless and expensive. And two, there's absolutely nothing worth having in the length and breadth of the territory.
That I can well believe.
That sounded like the engine.
It was.
How many different tribes are there?
About 20, I think. They all have different languages and absolutely no sort of connection with each other. So this conference, set in The Hague, I believe, made up a constitution for them with all the parliamentary stuff and voting and religious liberty, habeas corpus, free trade and joint stock banking and numerous other agreeable features.
That's beautiful, beautiful. And who runs all this?
A pious old darky called Mr. Samuel Smiles Jackson from Alabama was put in as the first president, and his son, Pankhurst Jackson, succeeded him, followed by his son, Rathbone Jackson, and all the chief posts of state are held by uncles and brothers.
All named Jackson?
Yes.
Oh, I suppose that's why the capital's called Jacksonburg. And do they have elections?
Of a kind. The result is always the same. The Jacksons are really very popular.
What wouldn't I give for a pint of ice lager?
Hello, there's Whelper.
What? Old Whelper of the Globe? Yes, so it is.
Hello, Shumble, old cock. Thought you'd be on this train.
Hello.
And young Corker.
Hello, Whelper.
Your name's posted for collect facilities at the radio station. What sort of trip?
Lousy. How are things here?
Lousy. Who's that with you?
Oh, it's Boot of the Beast.
Ah, pleased to meet you, Boot.
Hello.
Who's here already? All the old bunch, and there's a highbrow yid from Tuppence, but we don't count him.
No competition there.
Yeah, the Tuppence isn't what you'd really call a newspaper, is it? Still, there's enough to make things busy, and more coming. They seem to have gone crazy about this story at home. Jakes is urgenting 800 words a day.
Jakes here? Well, there must be something in it. Well, where do we stay? Hotel Liberty any good?
Not a chance, I should say. The last 2 rooms were taken by 9 Frenchies and 5 Germans last week, and the top floor is stiff with Yanks. I have a room about 4 inches square, and you're all welcome to lie on the floor tonight.
Oh, thank you very much.
Wait till you see it before you thank me, and you'll have to get something else tomorrow. Come on, you boys. Bring that stuff up after us.
I gather Hitchcock's here.
Oh, yes, he's here somewhere, but he's gone off. He's onto something. I tried his door, it was locked. Ah, here we are. You can pile that stuff in the corner. Why, look who's here.
My good friends, you are all good friends of the good Welper.
This, brothers, is Erik Olafsson, the Swedish resident correspondent to Scandinavian papers.
Yes.
The Swedish vice consul.
Also head surgeon of Swedish Mission Hospital.
And proprietor of the Tea, Bible and Chemist shop, which is the centre of European life in Jacksonburg.
Most pleased, most proud. Your name, sirs, please.
I'm Shumble.
So, Shumble, so, good.
I'm Corker.
Oh, good, Corker, so.
My name's Boot. I'm Boot of the Beast.
Boot, Beast, Boot, very good. I come, my dear Welper, as you asked me.
Yeah, that's right, Els. And, have a drink. Wait till I get some glasses.
For me, coffee, please.
Yes, I forgot. You're on the wagon, old man.
We Swedes must not be intemperate. If we take alcohol much, we are terrible.
We wouldn't want you to be terrible, would we, boys?
No, wouldn't want that.
Well, park yourselves round somewhere. Sit on your bags. I'll find the glasses.
Mr. Pig thinks Sir Hitchcock have found fascist headquarters.
Wouldn't put it past him. Whenever that man disappears, you can be sure that a big story is going to break.
Did you say fascist headquarters?
Yes. There's a chap called Mr. Smile Soom. He's only 1/4 Jackson, but he's as black as your hat like the rest of them. 3/4 pure Ishmaelite.
Oh. Well, is he the other side from the Patriots? So is he the leader of the rebels?
I wouldn't give much for his chances if Dr. Benito really gets going.
Who's he?
Dr. Benito, my dear Boot, is the director of the press bureau. From our point of view, the most important man in Ishmaelia. You and young Corker here will have to go down there tomorrow to get your permits.
What sort of bloke is this Benito?
Creepy. Positively creepy. You know, got a posh, high white collar, jewels and all that. You've got to keep your wits about you with him.
I've been told to go to the front.
That's what we all want to do. But in the first place, there isn't any front, and in the second place, we couldn't get to it if there was.
Why?
You can't move outside the town without a permit, and you can't get a permit.
But I thought you said... Well, isn't that what you get from this chap Benito at the press bureau?
No, that's only a sort of registration so that you can stay here.
Well, then what are you sending?
Colour stuff. Preparations in threatened capitals.
Soldiers of fortune, mystery men, foreign influences, volunteers, and...
That's it. There isn't any hard news.
Yeah, but this fascist headquarters, what about that?
That is up country, somewhere in the mountains, no one knows.
They're going to attack when the rain stops in about 10 days.
Aha!
You can't get a word out of the government. They won't admit there is a crisis.
What? Not with Jakes and Hitchcock here?
They probably don't read the papers much.
What's the president like, anyway?
Oh, just a silly old coon with a benevolent smile and a lot of curly white hair.
You know, I have to telegraph to my newspapers in Scandinavia. Will you not please tell me what your news is? I tell you when mine I have.
I don't know anything, Eric.
I thought you'd tell me you talked with Jake's boy.
Paliagog? I did. But he knew nothing except that Monsieur Giraud was on the train.
Who's Giraud?
He's that railway official in bright uniform. He's a Swiss, I think.
He went down to the coast last week to see his wife off to Europe.
That's right. That was the panic-stricken refugees story.
How are the French chaps doing?
Oh, they spend their time holding indignation meetings.
They always do. Everywhere.
The rain in this country is terrible. Terrible. It's ruining my murder bicycle. I must go.
Is that my toothbrush you're using?
Hope not. Have you got a white handle?
Yes.
Oh, then I am. Silly mistake to make. Mine's green. But as I was saying, we've got to make friends in this town. Get ourselves a good black boy from the mission, like all the other chaps do.
Yes, that's what I gather. Apparently these boys can turn their hand to anything.
Oh, yeah, I should say. They have to report their master's doings morning and evening to the secret police, and steal copies of their master's cables for Jakes and Hitchcock and anyone else with a nice big expense account.
Well, couldn't we get one of those taxis or whatever they are out there and go somewhere?
Bright idea. Come on.
Let's go to the station and ask about the luggage.
Yeah. Station. Understand? Station. Puff, puff.
All right. Yes, very quick.
This is the fourth wrong place he's brought us to. The station isn't anywhere near here.
Kidnapped. That's what's happened to us. What a story. Hey, this isn't a station, you baboon.
Yes, all right.
Hey, look, it's the British consulate. We may as well go in.
True, we may as well. Come on.
Come in here, won't you? Let me have a look at your passports, please.
Passports? Oh, yes, there's mine.
Mm-hmm. You've come to register, I suppose. There's a stamp as well. Let me see. Cecil Corker.
And, here's my passport.
By God! You're old Dobbin! Moke! What the hell are you doing here?
I'm supposed to be a journalist.
God, how funny. Hey, come to dinner.
Yes.
Tonight?
Yes.
Grand! That'll cost you 14 shekels.
Oh, right.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye, Moke.
He might have asked me too. Just the kind of contact I could do with. Known him long?
We were at school together.
One of them posh colleges, I suppose, like Eton.
No, Harrow, actually. Let's go to the station now.
Yeah. Station! Puff, puff! Go to the station, you black bum!
Yes, mister, yes. All right.
What a hope! What did I tell you?
Well, I'm blowed back at the hotel. Hey, what's that old man want? Seems to be trying to attract our attention.
Oh, I've seen him before. He's a messenger from the wireless office. Look, he's got a handful of telegrams. Now, none of these sheps can read, and this one's dumb as well.
Then how do they manage?
Hey, you! Oi, come here! Well, they just walk them around until they're clean.
Oh. Well, let's see if there's one for either of us.
Yeah, I'll take charge of all these, and there's something for yourself, Sambo. Yeah. Right, one for you, one for me, and one for everyone in the bunch. Now, let's have a look at the others.
Oh, surely.
Now, it's all in a good cause, old boy. Oh, here's Jakes's. London Echo reports Russian envoy organiser arrived Saturday, disguised railway official stop. Moscow denies stop, deny or confirm with details.
Good Lord. Who's Echo?
Oh, that's Hitchcock, laddie. Now, let's see his. Here we are. Yeah. World scoop, congratulations, continue. Echo. Now do you see?
Oh, I think so. It's that nasty bit of work with the beard and the bright uniform on the train. But he is a railway employee.
Yeah, of course he is, but what good does that do us? Now, we've got to find a red agent or Boyle.
Or explain the mistake.
It'd be too easy if every time a chap got a scoop, the rest of the bunch denied it. Very pretty idea. I wish I'd thought of it myself.
Isn't that Jakes over there?
Oh, yes. I better go over and get him in.
What did he say?
He's going to kill the story and put it round among the boys.
Oh, I see. Then I'd better get down to that cable office.
Have some more port.
Oh, thanks, Moke.
So, what message did you send?
Well, I've got a copy of it here somewhere. Yeah. There you are.
Mm-hmm. All rot about Bolshevik. He's only ticket collector. Ass called Hitchcock thought his beard false. But it's perfectly all right, really. We'll cable again if there's any news. Very wet here. Yours, William Boot. It's a nice chatty cable.
It's the first one I've ever sent. I say, do you know this country well? How long have you been here?
Oh, long enough. 2 years.
Well, there was a French chap on the ship I came in who kept saying that there's no oil and no minerals in Ishmaelia, and what did I want there anyway?
Well, no one knows if it's got any minerals because the country's never been surveyed at all. The map's a complete joke. Look, there's a map on the wall over there. Now, you see that place, Laku? It's marked as a town of 5,000 inhabitants, 50 miles north of Jacksonburg. Well, there's never been such a place. Laku's the Ishmaelite for I don't know. When the Boundary Commission was trying to get through to the Sudan in 1898, they asked one of their boys the name of the hill, and he said Laku. So they've copied it from map to map ever since.
How silly.
President Jackson likes the country to look important, so he had Laku marked good and large.
Oh.
You know, you can't think how all you newspaper chaps coming here added to my work. The FO's worrying the life out of the minister.
But isn't there going to be a war?
Wish we knew. There is something rather odd going on. That's why I was interested in that cable you sent.
Well, I'd be awfully glad if you could tell me anything.
Well, from what the minister said to me today, I rather think he'd welcome a little publicity on the subject. There is a Russian here, name of Smerdyakov, a Jew, straight from Moscow.
Oh, then it is true.
He didn't come disguised as a ticket collector, of course. He's been here some time. In fact, he came out by the same train as Hitchcock. But he's lying low, living with Benito, the Ishmaelite Minister of Propaganda. Very nasty, smooth piece of work. We don't quite know what he's up to. Whatever it is, it doesn't suit HMG's book.
I say, that's marvellous. Thanks awfully, Moke.
Well, if you want a really interesting story, I should look into him.
Now, that's something like a story, isn't it?
Oh, I might have known.
But don't you see, this really is news. And we've got the legation behind us.
That story's dead.
But Hitchcock had it all wrong. Now we've got the truth. It may make a serious difference in Europe.
Now, go to bed. There's a good chap. No one's going to print your story now. Russian agents are off the menu, old boy. I grant you it's a pity. The false beard was a very pretty touch. Well, do turn out the light.
Mr. Jackson, see journalist go boil himself.
Well. What did I tell you? No respect for the press, savages.
My telegram says, presume your step-taking ensures service event general outbreak.
Yeah, it's no good answering. They won't send till tomorrow morning. There's no point in answering anyway. Look at mine.
Huh?
Yeah, look, just take a look at this, old boy.
Cable fullier oftener promptlier stop. Your service badly beaten all round. Lacking human interest, colour, drama, personality, humour, information, romance, vitality.
Yeah, can't say that's not frank, can you? God rot them.
Good morning, dear colleagues.
Oh, no.
You are comfortable here at Liberty Hotel, yes, no?
No.
I suppose not. Too many people, too many colleagues.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, Olafson, who's that bird who came into your shop yesterday?
Bird? I no see a bird.
A woman.
Oh.
Yeah, a white woman.
Oh, yeah.
A girl. Very wet, red Macintosh, dirty boots, golden hair, rather pretty. Bit of a garbo type. Who was she?
Oh, she is a German young lady. She had a husband, but I think she is alone now. I do not think she knows where he went. Perhaps he will not come back.
Oh, I see. What, abandoned blonde bewales kind of angle.
She lives at the German pension with Frau Dressler. She came to my shop for some medicine.
Yeah, looked as though she needed it. Well, we're off to the station to see if that luggage has turned up.
There is a special train this evening. 20 more journalists are arriving.
Oh, good.
Oh, for me it is a pleasure to meet so many distinguished confrères. It is a great honor to work with them.
Perhaps that van will turn up. But where you're going to put all that clobber you brought's a bit of a problem.
Well, I'll tell you what, Corker, it's too damned uncomfortable here. I'm going to move.
Oh.
I shall go to that German pension if Frau What's-her-name can have me.
Bad policy, old boy. You'll lose touch. Bad policy.
I really must. I mean, that room smells awful.
Well, if you must go.
Bitte, please, may I have mein Dings?
Oh, yes, of course. Please, let me help.
Dankeschön. This was my room.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Frau Dressler moved you.
It is no matter. I have not for weeks my rent paid.
Oh, dear.
Mine things are not many. Some clothes I take.
Ah. Good Lord! What's in this leather bag? I can hardly lift it.
It is stones. Look. The specimen of my husband. They are important. He wants me to be very careful of them. He digs them up. They have much value.
Oh, well. Where to?
I have a little room by the kitchen. Up a ladder.
Would you like to leave them here?
Oh, how kind. That is what I hoped. But I thought not much hope. They said you were a journalist.
And so I am.
Ach.
Did you want to move?
Mach nicht. I do not want a big room now I'm alone.
Well, which is your other stuff?
Only this old valise. It is all I have. Not like you. You have so many boxes and packing cases, bundles.
It does look a lot, doesn't it?
What are these sticks cut in the middle?
Oh, they're for sending messages.
You're teasing me.
No.
Oh, dear. It is so long since I have laughed, and now it hurts me.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Never mind. What is this?
Oh, a canoe.
Now I know that you are teasing me.
No, honestly, it is. It's a canoe. Look, I'll show you. Wait till I get the lid open. There. Look. I suppose you fit this canvas over these hoops.
It is a tent.
No, a canoe, look.
It is a canoe. Now I will believe everything you tell me. Look, these are little seats. Oh, get in, quick. We must get in.
There's not much room.
But it's beautiful and so new. Oh, I have not seen something so new since I came to this country. Can you swim?
Yes.
So can I. I swim very well. So it will not matter if we are overput, upset. Tip up. Give me one of the message sticks and I will row you.
Right. Go.
Do I intrude?
Oh, dear.
We were just trying the canoe.
Yeah, so I see. Whimsical. How about trying the mistletoe?
This is Mr. Corker, a fellow journalist.
Yeah. I see he is. I must be going away. Auf Wiedersehen.
Oh. Yeah. Not bad, old boy, not bad at all. I will say you're a quick worker.
Oh, rot.
Yeah, I'm sorry to barge in on the tender scene, but there's trouble afoot. Hitchcock's done it again. His story's broken. He's at the fascist headquarters scooping the world.
Where?
A town called Laku.
But he can't be. Bannister told me there's no such place.
Well, there is now, old boy. At this very moment, it's bang across the front page of the Daily Brute, and it's where we're all going, or know the reason why. So, you better come along with me. Toot sweet. And the tooter, the sweeter.
Order! Resolution! Like government.
Please to speak German.
Per piacere, italiano! Si discorrituta domanda con levità spiacevole!
Translate! Tutta la questione più indesirata!
Did you call me a scab?
I did not, but I will.
You will?
Sure, you're a scab. Now what?
Now say that outside and say what you'll get down.
Dr. Benito has consented to meet us here in a few minutes.
Gentlemen, I will speak first in English. And after that in French. I have a communication to make on the part of the President. If a journalist has left Jackson board for the interior, it is without the government's consent or knowledge. However, the President has decided to relax the restrictions he has hitherto made. Those wishing to do so may travel to the interior. They must, however, first apply formally to my bureau, where the necessary passes will be issued and steps taken for their protection. That is all, gentlemen. Monsieur le Président m'accommande à dire qu'il réserve absolument le droit.
A triumph for the power of the press, old boy. They caved in at once. Well, you sound a bit doubtful, old boy.
Yes.
Well, we better get our messages off.
What are you saying?
Permission granted Laku Ward. What's yours?
They've given us permission to go to Laco and everyone is going, but there's no such place. Am I to go too? Sorry to be a bore. Boot.
Oh, very nice. What do I call snappy? Oh, good Lord, look out there. It's those movie sound news lot. They got hold of a lorry already. That's quick work.
What's your name?
William.
Mine is Carchin. What do you think is the value of my husband's specimens?
Oh, I'm afraid I've no idea.
10 English pounds?
I dare say.
More? 20?
Well, possibly.
Then I will sell them to you. It is because I like you. Will you give me 20 pounds for them?
Well, you know, I've got a great deal of luggage already.
Oh, you have made me so glad. Please, you will give me the money now?
You in there, Boo? Oh, there you are. This has just come.
Oh, thanks, Corker. Unproceed Laco Ward, stop agencies covering Patriotic Front.
What does it mean?
I'm to stay in Jacksonburg.
Oh, I am pleased.
Well, that lets you out, old boy. The whole place is in an uproar. Anything on wheels has been hired, and so have all the able-bodied men and boys. There's not a tin of anything left in the bazaar.
Oh, have you got hold of something?
Yes, I'm sharing a lorry with Shumble and Pig and Welper. Well, take care of yourself, laddie. Bye-bye, Boot. See you again one day.
Bye, Corker.
Goodbye, Garbo.
Have a drink, Mr. Olafson. Have some absinthe.
Do, Mr. Olafsen. It is delicious.
Thank you. Some grenadine, not alcohol. That is dangerous. It was so when I killed my grandfather.
Killed your grandfather?
Oh, that is why I came to live in Jacksonburg. When I was young, I was often drunk. Now it is only 1 or 2 times in the year.
Oh.
But always I do something I'm very sorry for. I'm sad now. It is so quiet in Jacksonburg with all the newspaper colleagues gone off to the mountains.
Catchin and I like it better now. It's so peaceful.
It is very long since I was drunk. But I feel it will be soon again. Perhaps when I get back...
Where are you going?
Oh, I have to go down the line to organize a hospital. Dr. Benito says there is an outbreak of plague.
Really?
I do not believe it, but I must go and see.
What shall we do today, William? Shall we open all your boxes and crates?
Oh, if you like. That'd be rather fun, wouldn't it? Do you know, I've never seen some of the stuff.
Listen to this. Oh, just listen to this. Please don't worry, quite safe and well. In fact, rather enjoying things. Weather improving. Will cable again if there is any news. Yours, Boot.
Weather improving? He's been in Jacksonburg for 10 days and all he can tell us is the weather's improving.
I have got to have a first leader on the Ishmaelite question. And what have I got to go on? What are special correspondents for?
How many times have we cabled Boot?
Daily for the first 3 days, then twice a day. I thought he'd been murdered, but the British legation at Jacksonburg said he was still alive. We cabled 3 times yesterday, and in the last message we actually mentioned Lord Copper's name.
I never really felt that Boot was really suited to the job, but he's all we've got. Perhaps we'd better sack him. What do you think?
Well, up to a point.
What are all those letters?
Oh, there are a lot of cables that were waiting for me at the Liberty Hotel. They didn't send them on.
What are they all about?
They don't seem very pleased with me in London.
Let me look. Lord Copper himself gravely dissatisfied. Lord Copper personally requires victories. What is Lord Copper?
You may well ask. There's a better one than that. Pass them over. On receipt of this, cable Victory. Continue cabling victories until further notice.
Poor William. I will get you some news. Mr. Jeggs the American paid $50 a week. Will you pay me like that?
Yes. Do you really think you can get me some news, Catchin?
But of course. The man who used to cut my hair shaves the Minister of the Interior, Mr. Roosevelt Washington Jackson. He would know a great deal.
All right. See what you can do.
Oh, William, am I not a secretary? Here is another cable for you.
Oh, let's have a look.
Have you written all the news the barber told me?
Yes. Yeah, it'll be the very first news I've sent. Listen. Nothing much has happened except to the president, who's been imprisoned in his own palace by revolutionary junta headed by a superior black called Benito and Russian Jew who Bannister says is up to no good. They say he's drunk when his children try to see him, but governess says most unusual. Lovely spring weather, bubonic plague raging.
Lovely, lovely. Now, what is in the new cable?
Oh. It says, your contract terminated, accept stipulated month's notice and acknowledge. Well, that's that.
I do not understand.
Sack. Received. Safely. Thought I might as well send this all the same.
What is sack?
It means, dear Catchin, that I shall have to go back to England.
Oh. What shall I do?
Come with me.
I cannot. My husband may return.
Mr. Boot, please come down with me. One of my assistants is waiting in a car to take you on a little tour in the mountains.
I told you I could not go.
I hope you will change your mind.
Well, I shan't.
Oh, by the way, Miss Catchin asked me to collect some luggage for her.
What do you mean? Where is she?
We have arrested her.
What?
A temporary measure, Mr. Boot. She is well looked after. Now, please give me her parcel of geological specimens that she left in your room.
They are my property.
So I understand. You paid $100 American for them. Here is the money.
What the devil?
They are the property of the government, and we very much wish to examine these specimens.
Well, you can want.
They were collected by a foreigner without the formality of a prospecting license.
Get out.
Your friend, Miss Catchin, will be very sorry.
Get out.
Very well. You will hear of this matter again.
Get out!
Yes, they want to get you out of the way. They don't want any journalists in Jacksonburg when the fun starts. Do you know, they even told that Swede Olofsson there was cholera down the line.
Bubonic plague?
Some lie, anyway. I'm in communication with our agent down there by telephone. Everyone's as fit as a flea.
Good Lord.
Now, where are these stones you want me to look after?
Oh.
Let's have a look, eh?
Yes, here we are.
Yes. Just as I expected. Gold ore.
Really?
Well, the mountains of the west are stiff with it. There are two countries after the mineral concession. Germany and Russia. We learned only a day or two ago that the Russians had bought Benito and the young Ishmaelite party. I'm sorry. The Jacksons were a pack of rogues, but they suited the country and they suited HMG. We stand to lose quite a lot if they start a Soviet state here. Well, now you stop being a journalist, I can tell you these things.
Well, as a matter of fact, I've just become a journalist again. This cable came this afternoon. Look.
Congratulations, story contract unterminated. Up follow fullest speedliest.
Oh, I see. Do you mind if I cable this to the beast?
Well, don't let on you got it from me.
Oh, of course not.
You know, as a matter of fact, a newspaper campaign at the moment might just do the trick.
And there's another thing. Can you help me get a girlfriend out of Jug?
Oh, you can buy her out for a $5 if you go the right way about it.
Oh, good. Well, I must get this cable off tonight.
Oh, that'll cost you a really big bribe. To get it through without Benito seeing it.
Oh, I've got plenty of money left. Goodbye, Moke. Thanks awfully.
Bye.
"2,000 words from Boot."
Is it any good?
And look at it.
Russian plot, coup d'etat. Overthrow constitutional government. Red dictatorship. Imprison blonde, vital British interests. Jeopardize. But that's news! Stop the machines at Manchester and Glasgow. Clear the line to Belfast and Paris and scrap the whole front page. Kill the ex-beauty queens, pop a funeral and get in a photograph of Boot.
I don't suppose we've got a photograph of Boot in the office.
Well, ring up his relatives and find his best girl.
They took one for his passport. Extremely poor likeness.
I don't care if it looks like a baboon.
Just how it does look.
Give it 2 columns depth. This is the first front page foreign news we've had for a month.
Very extraordinary. What made Lord Copper spot Boot? Huh? It's a sixth sense. Real genius.
William! William!
Darling! Darling!
Darling! Have you got any money with you?
Yes.
A lot?
Yes.
I promised the driver $100 American. Was it too much?
Well,
he is a Postmaster General's chauffeur. They have arrested the Postmaster General. He was a Jackson. All the Jacksons are being arrested.
I know.
And William, are you glad? My husband has come back for me.
Glad? What do you mean, darling? Of course I'm not glad. Where is he? When did he come?
He's in the motor car. He's very tired, very hungry, and very dirty.
Oh, Katrin, oh, darling.
And William, you will help us to get away, because he's in the German company and Benito is in the Russian company. They will kill him.
Oh.
Quick, quick, William. You get the money. Oh, and will you give me the tinned Christmas dinner for 4 children? And the canoe? Our boat, you know. Oh, William, give me the canoe. We must sail down the river. We cannot go on the railway. Oh, William, William, dear William, please.
Oh, yes, Katrin, yes, all right. Come and help me carry them down.
Look, the airplane has dropped something.
It's a parachute. Look, it's opening.
It's a man coming down. But come, William, come quickly. We must not wait.
Oh, hello! Was that you on the parachute?
Why, it is my benefactor, the journalist. How agreeable to meet a fellow Britisher in this remote spot. Where are your colleagues? I anticipated being vexed by them.
Well, they all went off days ago into the mountains to look for the fascist headquarters.
This is excellent. You will be the sole spectator at the last act of our little drama.
It won't be much help. They've shut the wireless bureau.
No matter. My man Cuthbert has fixed up a little private wireless transmitter.
Oh, that'll be wonderful. Thank you so much. Have you been here before?
I have a little pied-à-terre here. Will you not share the adventure of lunching with me?
Thank you.
God bless my soul, there's another of those police vans.
Yes, full of chaps with machine guns. And that old Negro in the middle was Mr. Earl Russell Jackson.
I ought to have come yesterday. It would have saved a great deal of reorganization.
Oh?
I trust that the little mystery of the situation is now perfectly clear to you?
Well, no, not exactly.
Well, it's all very simple. There has been competition for the mineral rights of Ishmaelir, which I might say as their owner have been preposterously overvalued. In particular, the German and Russian governments were willing to pay extravagantly, but in kind. I was fortunately placed in being able to offer President Jackson gold for his gold concession. And my rivals found themselves faced by the alternative of upsetting the Jackson regime. The Germans chose a native of low character named Smiles as protective dictator. The Russians, more astutely, purchased the young Ishmaelite party headed by Dr. Benito. And they are, as you see, momentarily in the ascendant.
Thank you very much indeed. I'm sure Mr. Salter and Lord Copper will be very grateful.
Fördermels! Gottlos! Brottsvig!
He's a Swede called Olofsson. I think he's drunk.
This may be exactly what I require. Does he become more or less pugnacious with drink?
More, I believe.
He looks enormously strong. Pray, introduce me.
Hello, Mr. Olofsson.
Ah, Boot, my friend.
How do you do, Mr. Olofsson? I have a great admiration for Sweden.
I have been made a fool by a lot of blacks. Hundreds of miles I have ridden on my motorbike to an epidemic, and I was laughed at. But I am going to tell the president. He is a good old man, and he will punish them.
Do you like vodka, Mr. Olofsson?
I like vodka very much. Have you some?
Yes, plenty. Very strong vodka. I shall be honored if you will join me.
Very strong. That is what I need. I'm feeling like when I killed my grandfather.
Come then. It is not far, and then we will go and see the president. 2 whole bottles of vodka. Well, that man is like a rhinoceros. He is terrifying. I thought it was better that he went alone. From here, we shall be able to see without being seen.
Why, that's Dr. Benito speechifying on the balcony, isn't it?
Yes. The palace looks more Victorian than ever lit up like this. These Ishmaelites are very fond of oratory. Just the human voice, no matter what the subject.
What's he saying?
He's proclaimed the abolition of Sunday, and he's calling for volunteers for a 10-day, 10-hour week.
Hey, look there! In that ground floor window lit up. It's Olofsson. He's pulling the curtains down.
Wonderful!
Look at those enormous vases he's knocked off the chimney piece.
Benito thinks that applause was for him. This is splendid. Oh, look at your Swedish Samson. Can you see? He's brandishing a chair over his head.
Where's he gone?
I should think up the stairs.
Oh, yes. There he comes, in behind the man on the balcony.
They've seen him. Oh, I'm glad I'm not on that balcony. Oh, this is magnificent. Oh, they've taken fright. They're going to jump off the balcony. Oh, there goes one. Right down onto the crowd underneath.
And now, 3 more. Oh, goodness, they'll break their necks.
Oh, look, he's swinging the chair. 1, 2, 3. Smash right onto Benito's head.
I'd like to have done that myself. What was that he said?
He says he's looking for his friend, President Jackson. I think we may be satisfied that the counter-revolution has triumphed. I see you have begun to write your message.
Yes.
Cuthbert will look after you. Give him anything you want sent to your paper. May I see?
Yeah, of course.
Press collect urgent. Man called Baldwin has bought the country. No, if you would not resent my cooperation, I think I can compose a dispatch more likely to please my good friend Copper.
Oh, thank you.
Let me see. Yes. There you are. Oh. It will make about 5 full columns. I'm afraid we're too late for tomorrow's paper, but there is no competition to fear.
I say, thanks awfully. I mean, thanks very much indeed. Let's see what you've written. Mystery financier recalled exploits Rhodes Lawrence today, securing vast East African concession, British interests in teeth, armed opposition, Bolshevists, spies. Oh, it's wonderful. Why, you've done 3 whole pages. Oh, I wish I could type as fast as that.
Ah, Salter. Come in.
You sent for me, Lord Copper?
Yes. A relation of Lady Copper's has made an inquiry about cows.
Cows, Lord Copper?
Don't we keep a man to write about the country?
Oh, that was Boot, Lord Copper.
Well, have him come and see me.
We sent him to Africa.
Well, have him back. What's he doing there? Who sent him?
It was Boot who brought off the great story about Ishmael when we scooped Hitchcock.
Ah, yes. Smart fellow, Boot. He was the right man for the job.
It was you who discovered him, Lord Copper?
Of course. Naturally. Had my eye on him for some time. I have a very good mind to give him a knighthood.
It will mean an increase of salary, eh?
He shall have it. And he shall have a banquet. Send my social secretary to me. I'll make the arrangements at once.
I'm so glad you managed to come down this weekend, Julia.
Oh, I adore your house parties, Margot. Algy was very disappointed, but the Cabinet has a special meeting, so he couldn't manage it.
Oh, what a pity. But I see a friend of yours has just arrived, John Boot.
How do, Lady Metroland? How lovely to be down here again.
Hello, Mr. Boot. How nice to see you again. I'll be back in a minute.
Hello, Julia.
Hello, John. Still in England?
What do you think? They're making me a knight.
Who are?
The King and the Prime Minister. You know, a real knight. Sir John Boot, I mean.
Well.
It is your doing, isn't it, Julia?
Well, I hardly know what to say, John. Are you pleased about it?
It's hard to say yet. I'm taken by surprise, but I think I am. In fact, I know I am. Come to think of it, I'm very pleased indeed.
Good. I'm very pleased, too. I suppose I did have something to do with it.
Darling Julia, it was angelic of you. But why?
Just the stitch service. I felt you'd been disappointed about that job on the newspaper.
I was.
And I've been very worried about you and that American girl.
Collie, I simply must get away.
Hello, William. Train late?
I don't think so.
Oh. We got your telegram.
Yes?
Had a good time?
Oh, fairly.
All that stuff about you in the paper this morning was a bit, what shall I say?
Nothing, I hope.
Did you really write all that?
No, of course not.
Well, I did rather wonder. Did they want you to go anywhere else?
Well, I don't know. I wouldn't go anyway. Another paper, you know, the Daily Brute, offered me a 5-year contract.
Oh? How much?
5,000 a year.
No. Are you taking it?
Not me. What would I do with all that?
I know what I could.
And they want me to go up to London to a banquet.
Yes?
I'll write and refuse.
A banquet. It's years and years since I was at a banquet. I wish I could go instead of you.
Well, I've heard from Boot.
Any good?
No, I never knew such a chap. He thanks Lord Copper for the invitation, but says he's too busy at home to come to a banquet.
I wish I dared say things like that.
Oh, dear, it couldn't be worse.
It could, Salter. In fact, it is much worse.
Eh?
There are 2 Boots. What? Our one is called William. It's his cousin John Boot who's being knighted.
No.
Yes, and I've been on to number 10, but it's too late.
But Lord Copper
Lord Copper must never know.
Yes, but...
There's only one comfort. We haven't committed ourselves to which Boot we're welcoming on Thursday, or where he's come from.
Ah, that's true. It just says to welcome the return of Boot of the Beast. Ah.
We've got to sign up this new Boot and any other Boot that may be going, and one of them has got to be welcomed home on Thursday.
Yes.
There is only one thing for it, Salter. You must go down to the country to see Boot. I'll settle with the others.
To the country?
Yes, tonight.
Do you think it's really necessary?
Either that or we must tell Lord Copper the truth.
Oh, anything rather than that. I mean, it was the beast that gave you your chance. You won't forget that, will you?
Of course not, no.
I've got a contract here, ready drawn, duplicate copies, a life contract for 2,000 a year. Will you sign?
Yes.
Good. Now, about the banquet. Your speech is being written for you. Quite short, quite simple. Just 5 minutes or so in praise of Lord Copper.
No, I'm not coming.
The banquet will be widely reported. There may even be a film made of it.
No.
Really, but I can't understand you at all.
Well, I should feel an ass.
It's only for one evening.
I've felt an ass for weeks. Ever since I went to London, I've been treated like an ass.
Yes, that's what we're paid for.
Well, it's one thing being an ass in Africa, but if I go to this banquet, they may learn about it down here at home and in the village.
No doubt they would. No doubt they are estimable people. But surely, my dear Boot, you'll admit that Lord Copper is a little more important.
No, not down here.
Ah, Salter. Have you got Boot?
He signed all right, but he won't come to the banquet. What about yours, the one there tonight?
I signed him up, but had to send him off to the Antarctic.
Oh?
He said he had to go abroad at once. Some woman is pursuing him.
What are we going to do? You know how much Lord Copper enjoys making a speech.
Hello, yes. What's that? No, really? Well, I don't know anything about him. Who is he? What's his name? No. That's splendid. Bring him up here at once. Saved! Salter, my dear chap, we're saved.
How? What do you mean?
That was Gibbons. Apparently he's got an old man sitting in his office who's been sitting there telling him dirty stories for hours. Wants to be taken on in features.
Yes, well?
His name is Theodore Boot.
Oh.
We'll sign him up, and he shall be welcomed at the banquet.
I shall always believe in miracles.
Uncle Theodore seems to be having a wonderful time in London. Is that Lush Places you're writing, William?
Yes.
I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Oh, it doesn't matter. Hasn't got to be finished before Tuesday.
May I see?
Well...
You needn't be afraid. I was really awfully sorry for what I did that time.
Oh, all right.
Read it to me.
Oh, well... The wagons lumber in the lane under their golden glory of harvested sheaves. Maternal rodents pilot their furry brood through the stubble.
Beautiful. Do go on.
You've been listening to Scoop by Evelyn Waugh, dramatised for radio by Lance Severking. John Rowe played William Boot. Corker was Nigel Anthony and Catchin Catherine Barker. Peter John played John Boot and the mysterious millionaire Mr. Baldwin. Geoffrey Banks was Salter, Peter Wheeler was Eric Olafson, Rosalind Knight Julia Stitch, and Ronald Herdman Lord Copper. David Marlowe was the managing editor of The Beast, James Tomlinson Theodore Boot, and Sally Gibson his niece Priscilla. Christopher Godwin played Bannister, Paul Webster Shumble, and Russell Dixon Whelper. The play was produced and directed in Manchester by Tony Cliff.
Saturday Night Theatre.
Hello, hello, stop your little games.
The Brighton Trade by T.D. Webster.
It isn't the girl I saw you with at Brighton. Ho, ho, ho's your lady friend?
Mr. Fenton? Mr. Fenton?
Hmm? Oh. Oh. Oh, I'm sorry. I must have dropped off. I know you, don't I? Jimmy.
Yeah, Marsden. Jimmy Marsden.
Jimmy Marsden.
You nicked me in 68.
That's right. What was it? Breaking and entering?
Yeah. And you had me in on the Melford break-in.
I had everybody in on the Melford break-in.
You had me in a time or two, but just nicked me the once.
Yes.
Well, you just looked in to have a chat about old times, have you, Jimmy? No, it's business. I'd heard you'd left the force and set up on your own. It took some finding. Right, now you found me. What is it? Well, it's a bit awkward, really. Jimmy, if it's anything to do with your old line of business, I don't want to know. You go down to the Nick and tell them. No, it's nothing like that. I'm straight now. I have been since I came out 4 years back. I've got my own business. Do-it-yourself shop in Martin Street. Now, what I've come about is personal. That's why I said it was a bit awkward. What is it? Your wife? How do you know that? I'm psychic. I don't know, really. That's the trouble. I mean, it could be nothing. Right, let's hear it. Wife's name? Lynn. Lynn. What happened to, Molly? Maggie. Maggie? Yeah. She divorced me in '69 while I was inside. I married Lynn just under 2 years ago. What do you think she's up to? Well, the usual, I suppose. Like I said, it could be nothing. But there's something wrong. All right, let's hear it. Well, the other week I took a car into the garage. She's got her own car. I bought it for her as a wedding present. I was taking it in for a service. Now, exactly 12,000 miles on the clock, right? Right. I look at the clock a week later, there's another 300 miles on. You always check on her mileage, do you, Jimmy? No, I just happened to notice, that's all. I mean, I had to watch Maggie like a bloody hawk, but not Lynn. And it keeps nagging away at me, 300 miles. Now, look, there's no way she can have clocked that much. According to her, she hadn't been out of town. You asked her about the mileage? Well, not directly. But the only person she drives any distance to see is her sister in Croydon, and she ain't been there for ages. Does she work? Well, helps me out in the shop occasionally, that's all. I mean, she just uses the car for nipping to see friends and shopping. Normally, she's pushed the clock up 100 miles a week. Could she go out during the day without your knowing? Yeah, no trouble. I'm at the shop. What about evenings? Well, I'm out working 1 or 2 nights a week. Working? Doing what? Odd jobs. I put in fitted wardrobe, stuff like that. Look, I'm a skilled tradesman, Mr. Fenton. Learned it in the Nick. You're a credit to the system, Jimmy. Well, it isn't me you should be asking about. No, sorry. Force of habit. So, let's see. Any particular friends you might have gone out for the day with? You know, gone shopping to London, perhaps? Well, there's Sylvia. I mean, they go out together sometimes for a drink, but Lynn would have said. A few extra miles on the clock. Not much to go on. Well, it isn't only that. She's been very edgy lately, as if there's something on her mind. You see, normally we get on great. No rows, nothing like that. Well, if you get on so well, can't you just ask her where she's been? No, I couldn't do that. You see, like I say, we get on great. Now, asking her could mess things up. That's why I came to you. It sounds as if you want me to prove there's nothing in it, Jimmy. I suppose that's it, yeah. But what if there is something? Well, I know where I am then, don't I? I mean, at least I could try and sort something out. Try and see what's gone wrong. Did you ever meet Maggie? Yeah, once or twice. Right bloody cow she was. Fancy anything in trousers. And not only when I was inside as well. I mean, it was a right bleeding mess. But like I said, with Lynn, it's different. If there is something wrong, I want to put things right. We'll have a go, anyway. You got no children, Jimmy? No. Bit late in life to start a family. Right. What do you want me to do? Find out what she's up to. Yeah, I gathered that. Do you want me to watch her all the time you're out? It's going to run expensive if you do, you know. 12 quid a day, plus expenses. Well, I don't know. What do you think? Well, the next time you know or suspect she's going out on her own, you give me a ring, and I'll try to see what she's up to, if anything. She mentioned something about going to see her sister on Thursday night, but I'm working. Well, you can check that out yourself by giving her sister a ring. She isn't on the phone. Now, look, do you want this job? I'm easy. Yeah, you can't say business is brisk, can you? I can say what I bloody well like. You try somewhere else if you don't like it here. No, I want you to do it. You know what you're about. Thanks. Right, you better give me some details. What's the car? A white Mini. I wrote the registration down somewhere. Oh, here it is. And I brought a photo of Lynn. Same again, please. How about yourself?
Thank you, sir. I'll have a half later, if that's all right. Ice?
No, just water, please. Whoa, that's it. Thank you.
Sure.
You don't happen to know the chap in the corner, do you?
The one with the lady, sir?
Yes. See, the thing is this. He's the spit image of someone I knew in the RAF. Ian Booth. I believe he lived out this way. Why, I could be wrong, of course. I don't want to go across and make a fool of myself, especially if he's with a lady.
He comes in here quite often. I'm pretty certain his name isn't Ian. Hang on, I'll see if Doris knows.
Oh, yes, thanks very much.
Doris? No, it isn't your man, sir.
Huh?
His name's Vincent Crane. He has a hairdressing business somewhere in town.
I could have sworn it was Ian. Still, they say everyone has a double, don't they? Now, what have you got in the way of sandwiches? Brighton? That's right. They met in a pub on the Lewis Road. He's got a hairdressing shop near the railway station and lives in the flat above. Vincent Crane. You never come across him? Not likely to, am I? Well, as often as not, it's somebody known to the husband. Usually a friend.
Well, I don't know anybody in Brighton. Explains the mileage, though, doesn't it? Just about works out. Young, is he?
Oh, late or mid-30s. Tall, light-haired, flashy dresser, single.
Good looking?
Not particularly.
I mean, Lynn's all right, but she's no beauty.
There is one thing.
What's that?
It could be nearing an end. They both seem very offhand. Never saw either of them smile.
Why would Lynn drive down there if they're packing it in?
Well, perhaps she's keener than he is.
Did she look keen?
Well, neither of them looked very excited. And she didn't go back to his place.
She's lied to me, though, hasn't she? I mean, for all I know, she could have been seeing him for months.
Of course, it may not be sex. There may be another reason she's seeing him.
Like what?
He could be just a friend.
Oh, come off it. Why hasn't she told me, then? She says nothing to me. She lies, in fact, and then goes to see him on the sly. Now, what does it look like?
Well, for all you know, he could be some relation she doesn't want you to know about.
You think I can afford to be fussy about her relations? Oh, Mr. Fenton, you and me, we've both kicked about a bit. We know what it is.
Well, what are you going to do?
I don't know. I mean, I've never looked at another bird. Not once. And I've had chances.
Look, Jimmy, why don't you let it ride for a while, If there's anything between Lynn and this man, it could well be over.
But I know now, don't I?
Well, that doesn't mean to say you've got to do something. Just don't go knocking her about.
That's not my style, never was. You should know that. Though I wouldn't mind getting him alone in the back alley.
Jimmy, just take it easy.
I've never had any luck with women. Been let down all along the bleeding line. This time I thought I'd got it all settled. Going straight, nice house, steady business. Although sometimes, just once or twice, I got the feeling Lynn was, I don't know, a bit disappointed.
Disappointed? How?
Well, when I first met her, I made a bit of a show. Spent money. Took her out, you know. I suppose she expected it to be like that all the time. Perhaps she didn't realise the money and the time I had to spend on the business. I feel bloody sickened, I do straight.
Jimmy, do you want my advice?
Yes.
Well, do nothing, say nothing. Just sit back, see how it goes.
Easier said than done. But I'll try.
Yeah. You can always give me a ring if you want to take it any further.
Slow down. What is it? There, amongst the trees. The white Mini. It was there when we came past yesterday evening at 9.
An all-night job.
Not in a Mini this time of year. Pull in. I'll have a walk over. Where's the torch?
Here. You're getting voyeuristic tendencies, you know that.
Must have called it off you. Everything all right, madam? Madam? Excuse me. Bloody hell.
What's wrong?
There's a woman in there. Looks to me as if she's dead. Cold as ice. Get onto HQ. Ambulance and a doctor. I'll get back over there, although I think she's gone.
Get the car registration.
Right.
Whiskey 5 calling Mike 1. Whiskey 5 calling Mike 1.
Police Constable Buckley, sir. She's over there in the white Mini.
Did you find the body?
No, sir. PC Cartwright. He's over there with the doctor.
The doctor's already here?
Yes, sir. He's been here about 5 minutes. He lives locally.
Why the hell did you let him take his car up there? You realise he may have obliterated other car tracks?
We wanted him over there quickly, sir.
Good morning. Holbrook. And Chief Inspector Wilmot. Any ideas, Doctor?
Strangled.
Manual?
It doesn't look like it. A scarf or a tie, something like that.
Here, have the torch.
Thanks. Any signs of a sexual assault?
No, it doesn't look like it.
Any views on time of death?
Difficult. Rigor mortis well underway. I'd say she's been dead 4 hours at least. That's very approximate. The pathologist should be able to place it when you get her back. Right. I'm off to my bed. Unless you want me for anything else.
Not just now. I'll be in touch.
Oh, the ambulance came. Then they had an emergency call. I told them to go. I thought you wouldn't want the body moving yet.
No. We shan't be moving her for some time yet. Thank you, Doctor.
Good morning.
Good morning. Cartwright.
Sir?
How was she sitting?
More or less as she is now, sir. Except her head was slumped forward on the wheel.
What time did you find her?
01:17, sir. We'd noticed the car parked here about 4 hours earlier.
Any other cars parked here?
We didn't see any, sir.
Any identification?
Yes, sir. Her handbag is in the car. Mrs. Lynn Marsden, 7 Larch Avenue, Copley Heath. And the car is hers. There's a logbook in the glove compartment.
Marsden?
It's Jimmy Marsden's wife, sir. He's known to us. Edgar Fenton nicked him some years back. He's got a shop on Martin Street.
A short, stoutish build. Moustache?
That's him, sir.
We'd better have him in. Get on the radio and tell somebody to fetch him.
To the station, sir?
Yes. No, wait. Tell them to bring him here. He may as well identify her first. And when you've spoken to HQ, stay over by the road and keep the others from driving over here.
Right, sir.
Mr. Marsden?
Yes. Look, what's happening?
My name is Wilmot, Chief Inspector Wilmot.
And what's going on, Inspector? He'll tell me nothing.
Is that your wife's car, Mr. Marsden?
Well, it looks like it, yeah. Yes, it is. Somebody nicked it.
Stay here, please.
Look, what is it? What's wrong?
We found the body of a woman in the car, Mr. Marsden. The handbag beside the body contains your wife's personal belongings.
Oh, Christ.
We need to know who it is, Mr. Marsden.
Oh, bloody hell.
It may not be your wife, but we have to know as soon as possible. I can't insist that you identify the body here and now, but it has to be done, sooner or later.
Who else could it be?
We can't assume anything until you've seen the body, Mr. Marsden. It would just take a few seconds, and you have to be sure, don't you?
Yes.
Come on, then. I shall open the door, and we'll shine a torch inside. You say yes or no, right? Say when you're ready.
Okay. Yes. That's Lynn. Look, can't this wait till morning?
It is morning, Jimmy.
I'm in no fit state to answer any questions. Not after seeing her like that.
Look, questions have to be asked. You want to put yourself in the clear, don't you?
I've said most of it once.
Only in bits and pieces, and you were upset. Look, I'll get through it as quickly as I can, but we've got to get something down. No more than 5 minutes, right?
All right.
Good. Now, when did you last see your wife?
About 7 last night, just before I went out.
She was at home?
Yes.
Did she say she might be going out?
No, nothing.
You assumed she was staying in then?
Yes.
And you went out. But where to?
I delivered a wardrobe unit and stayed to fit it.
Name and address?
Watson, 47 London Road. I got there about 7:15 and stayed till about 9.
And after that?
I went straight to the White Hart. I was there till closing time. You can ask Ken, the landlord.
And after the pub closed, you went straight home?
Yes. Got in about 11:10.
And your wife wasn't in?
No.
Well, where do you think she was?
Well, I thought she'd nipped out to see a friend. Her car had gone.
You weren't worried?
Oh, no, it wasn't all that late. I thought I'd have something to eat and then ring round her friends if she wasn't back.
Did you ring anyone?
No. I had something to eat and then sat in the chair watching telly. I must have dropped off. The next thing I knew, your bloke was ringing the bell.
You often fall asleep like that?
Well, I've done it before. I'd had a long day, a few drinks.
You've no idea where your wife went or who she might have seen?
No.
You never suspected her of seeing another man?
No, I haven't.
Yeah, well, it had to be asked, Jimmy.
Right. Look, can I go now?
Yeah, soon. Look, make yourself comfortable. I'll send you a cup of coffee in, eh?
Nobody has any doubts at all?
No, sir. Mr. Watson was actually in the room with Marsden most of the time he was working there. And the landlord at the White Hart confirms Marsden was there until 11 at least.
What about Marsden's neighbours?
Nobody saw or heard anything, sir.
We'll start on the rest of the road tomorrow. Somebody must have seen her going out, or him coming back.
It's a busy road, sir. A lot of traffic.
That'll do for now, Buckley. You'd better not go out again yet. I may want you to drive Marsden home.
Right, sir.
You've spoken to Marsden, Sergeant. What do you think?
Well, he looks genuinely shattered to me. And if the time of death is anywhere near accurate, he's got to be in the clear, even allowing for a wide margin of error.
Oh, it's certain she died before 10. Probably earlier. I've been looking through Marsden's record. There's no violence of any kind.
I think he's been going straight ever since he came out the last time.
Yeah. He must have had a fair amount of cash to come out to. He set up the business.
Probably for keeping his mouth shut on the Melford job, or his share that someone kept for him.
What about associates? Anybody with violence?
No. And as far as we know, no contact for years. He says he came down here to get away from his cronies in the East End.
I don't like the bit about falling asleep in the chair.
Oh, I don't know, sir. Do it myself, often.
Even when your wife is missing? We shall have to get round her friends tomorrow. It's got to be another man. Marsden said nothing about someone else.
Well, if there is, I don't think he knows, sir.
Well, let's hope that somebody does. And I was hoping to wrap this one up before breakfast.
You are a stupid bloody idiot. You know that?
Look, Mr. Fenton, I had nothing to do with it. I swear it.
Then why didn't you tell him about the bloke Lynn met in Brighton?
I was confused and tired. And if they know about him, what does it look like for me? The motive's there, isn't it?
Did nobody say anything about the time of death?
Not to me, they haven't. Look, after 11, I can't account for my movements.
But the other bloke, Vincent Crane, he could be involved, don't you see that?
And so could I. I've got form. He probably hasn't. They were leaning on me heavily enough last night. What are they going to be like now if you tell them?
What do you mean, if? I've got to tell them. Or you have.
Look, only us two know about Crane. Now, if we both kept quiet...
Oh, talk sense.
You've finished with the CID now. And from what I hear, you don't owe them any favours.
You mind your own damn business. You just keep talking the way you are, and I should start thinking you know a lot more than you're saying.
I've told you I know nothing.
You really think I'm going to stick my neck out for you? Come on. You can drive me there.
Oh, Christ.
Look, Jimmy, you can wait in the car while I go in and explain. Do you want to ring a lawyer?
I've done nothing.
Well, then you're all right, aren't you? Come on.
Hello, Edgar.
Morning, Jack. Hey, you all right?
Oh, fine, thanks. You're looking well.
Clean living, regular hours. Who's looking after the Lynn Marsden murder?
How do you know about that?
I've got my methods, Jack. Who is it?
Wilmot.
Wilmot. That's all I need. Where's Malcolm? This is just up his street.
Oh, he's away on a course.
Well, right, I suppose I better see Wilmot. That'll just about make my day.
And his as well, I should think. Hang on. Edgar Fenton to see you, sir. The Marsden case. Yes. Right, sir. He'll see you straight away, Edgar.
Right.
Roommate.
Yeah, I know the way. See you, Jack.
Yeah.
He seems to know his way about.
He was a detective sergeant with the CID before your time.
Fenton, is it?
That's right.
Doesn't think much of our leader, does he?
There are times when you say too much for your own good.
It's common knowledge.
What is?
Fenton had a bust-up with Wilmot over questioning a suspect and got pushed into resigning.
Edgar packed in of his own free will. He'd done 25 years
And there
in
was
the force.
some talk about him getting carpeted for having it off with a WPC.
If you keep your ears open outside the nick as much as you seem to have done inside, you might, I say might, make half as good a copper as Edgar.
Oh, I heard he was pretty good.
Too fond of going his own way. And he trod on too many toes to get far.
He's living in a room at the back of his office in Commercial Street.
How do you know that?
Mike looked in there the other night. He saw a light on. Fenton was lying in bed watching telly.
Oh, sounds as if Edgar's got his troubles. Mind you, that's nothing new.
Probably 34, 35, perhaps older. 5'10" or 11, slimish build, clear complexion, light hair, longish but well groomed.
You're sure about the name?
Yeah, Vincent Crane. That's what the barman said. He is in the phone book.
If Marsden had told us this last night, we could have got straight on to Crane.
Well, he was in a cold sweat. It's understandable, don't you think? You'll find Crane easily enough.
Yes, I suppose so.
There's something else that might be relevant.
Yes?
I got the impression that Lynn Marsden and Crane weren't on the best of terms.
Were they arguing?
No, but they were serious, businesslike.
You think the affair was coming to an end?
Well, they weren't in the first flush of enthusiasm.
You've had quite a lot of contact with Marsden. Do you think he's likely to have taken things into his own hands?
I doubt it. It's not his style. It's almost a week since I told him about Lynn and Crane. He's had time to plan things better than this. And surely he must have been cleared by the time of death.
That isn't established yet.
And you let him go last night?
There's nothing to rule out an accomplice.
Jimmy doesn't have the contacts or the money to get anyone seen off. He was a small-time villain, not the mafia.
We'd better have him in.
He's outside in the car.
Well, you might have said that sooner.
I promised I'd come in and explain first. If I hadn't, he'd have probably cleared off. Now, just you go steady with him. The bloke has lost his wife, you know.
I do know that. Sergeant Thomas, Jimmy Marsden is waiting in a car in the car park. Fetch him in, will you? Well, thank you for coming forward, Edgar. I do appreciate it.
Yeah, well, I could hardly have kept quiet.
No. How's business?
Oh, very steady.
Chiefly divorce?
Chiefly.
Enjoying being on your own?
Well, it's nice to be my own boss.
Yes. How's the family?
Oh, well, Ruth's just started teaching in Birmingham, and Neil's in the Far East in oil.
Good. And I hear your wife has gone back to her career. What is it, nursing?
Health visitor.
Oh. It's good for a woman to have her work to go back to when the children have gone.
Yes. Do you think you could fix me a lift back to the office? I came in Marsden's car.
Yes, of course.
Right.
See Sergeant Elliot on your way out. Now, we must have a drink together one evening.
Yeah. Yes, right. Cheers.
Hi, Freddie. Oh, hello, Edgar. I've left Marsden downstairs, sir.
He can stew for a few minutes. I want you to clear yourself with Brighton, and then go down there and bring this man in. It's Lynn Marsden's boyfriend.
Very nice. Edgar come up with us, sir?
Yeah. He was carrying out an inquiry for Marsden.
Well, Marsden said nothing about that last night.
No. But he's going to say plenty this morning. Fetch him in. Oh, and get onto records and see if anything's known about Crane.
Do I tell Crane anything?
As little as possible. He may have heard something on the local radio.
I thought we were going to have to do a lot of our graft on this one, sir. It's handy, Edgar, coming forward like that, eh?
Yes. Although we would have got onto Crane anyway. It's a pity about Edgar. A good man, but he just lacked that little something. Ability to cooperate, I suppose. Still, he's off our backs now. Very neat and tidy. Anything in there?
Suitcases on top of the wardrobe, sir. A razor and toothbrush still in the bathroom.
Nothing in his desk diary about being away today. He'd booked 1, 2, 3 hairdressing appointments for this afternoon. You did radio to meet Sergeant Thomas, eh?
Yes, sir.
There's plenty of bills. Strange, no personal letters. Or photos. Come in.
Sorry if we kept you waiting, sir.
Well?
Crane was seen going out in his car last night about 7. No one knows why or where.
And what about the car?
A garage is across the road. We're in there. A red Capri, our registration, black roof. No one saw him come back.
Have you located any friends or relations?
Well, not friends. Plenty of acquaintances at the pub up the road.
And what do they say about him?
Well, they weren't very forthcoming. The landlord said Crane was pleasant enough. Seemed intelligent. No steady girlfriends that he knew of. Highly strung, he thought.
Highly strung?
Well, he said Crane tended to get very intense sometimes. Emotional. Over quite trivial things.
What about family?
Well, he spoke once or twice of a sister in Luton. Never went there, as far as anyone knows.
I'd better put out a call for the car. I shall need more men, too. Get Gray and Foster off that supermarket break-in and tell them to come down here.
Right.
They can call at the station. Those photographs of Lynn Marsden should be ready by now. They can bring them down. Oh, and ask for the fingerprint people.
Right, sir.
We'd better start having a closer look at this place. Her fingerprints may be here.
Hang on. Oh. Hello, Joan.
Hello, Edgar. I was passing, so I thought I'd call in with your other shoes.
Oh.
I found them under the bed, in the spare bedroom. You only took one pair.
Did I? Yeah, well, half my stuff's still in the car.
Didn't realise you were living here till I bumped into Jack Elliott yesterday.
Oh, it's only temporary, until I find somewhere. Well, how are you keeping?
Fine, thanks.
House okay?
Yes. Oh, the radiator in the hall's gone funny again.
Well, it's probably an airlock. I'll try and call in to fix it.
How's business?
Oh, steady. Sit down. Here, I'll clear the way. There we are. I've just made some tea. You don't mind if I carry on with my lunch?
No, you better eat it before it goes cold.
There's another cup somewhere. Ah, here we are. Here. Help yourself to milk.
Thanks.
You fancy a chip?
No, thanks. Haven't you got any plates?
Somewhere. I prefer them out of the paper, though. Chips are a price, aren't they? My cost of living has shot up.
I had a letter from Ruth this morning.
What'd she have to say?
She's finding the children a handful, reading between the lines.
Yeah. Well, Brum's a rough old place to start teaching. She'll soon get them sorted.
She mentions bringing Mark home for Christmas.
Mark? Oh, he's the latest, is he?
She's been going with him for 2 years. I think they're living together.
Oh, it's the latest thing, I understand. For the young and unmarried, that is. Have you written and told her about us?
No. Wasn't sure what to do. I suppose she'll have to know the truth.
And what's that?
It was your idea to move out, Edgar.
Well, as I understood it, it was change jobs or get out.
I didn't say that.
No?
No, I didn't. I said I wanted a normal life. It's what I expected after you finished in the police.
Well, I can't always pick the hours I work in this job.
You could have picked a different job.
Such as?
Well, half a dozen possibilities. You said so yourself.
This is the only thing I'm any good at.
Snooping into other people's lives. Does it matter who sleeps with whom?
I thought you thought it did.
I suppose I asked for that.
Well, we private eyes are very slick on the wisecrack. I know me Raymond Chandler. Oh, I sit here waiting for this luscious blonde to come in and wrap herself round me.
You're going to wait a long time in Copley Heath. I shall have to be going. You'll let me know what you're going to do about telling Ruth.
What I'm going to do?
All right, we're going to do.
Yeah, well, I'll think about it. There's plenty of time.
5 weeks. I hope you realise that if you live on fish and chips, you'll get your stomach trouble again.
Where on the map is the laundrette?
Just here, sir. The garage is there, Crane's flat here. The attendant at the laundrette says she often sees him at night when he comes back in the car.
But not on the 23rd?
No, sir. Possible sighting of his car here, moving northward sometime after 7.
Well, Lennox Wood is here. Well, that's the right direction. So he went out in the car about 7. Every indication that he intended to return, but no one knows where he is. Well, assuming that he attacked and killed Lynn Marsden, why didn't he come back to the flat and pack a few things before he cleared off?
Well, I mean, he probably drove off in a blind panic. Seems he's the type to act on impulse. Plenty of evidence. He always carried a wallet full of fivers around with him.
You saw his sister yourself?
Yes, sir. No contact for years and no love lost, I should say. She didn't even know he was living in Brighton. No other immediate relations.
Oh, somebody must have some idea where he's gone.
Yeah, excuse me, sir. Sergeant Thomas? Yeah? Where? Map reference? Right. You sure? Good. Now, hang on a moment. It's Cartwright, sir. He's found Crane's car. Lumley Point. There, just off the A259.
You saw his photo in the Standard? His photograph, Crane's.
Yeah, I saw it.
Makes me look a right Burke. I mean, it more or less says they were having it
Jimmy, Crane's cleared off. The police are looking for him. That lets you off the hook, right? You're never satisfied.
The papers will make a right meal of it when the coppers find him. It's bad enough now. The number of people I've had round the shop, just to look. Morbid bleeders.
You don't have to tell me, Jimmy. On Sunday, they'd all be driving out to Lennox Wood to have a look where it happened. Puts one off one's fellow man. Well, now, if you'll excuse me, I've got a rather crucial darts match to warm up for.
And what did the Coast Guard say?
If he went in somewhere around Lumley Point, it's quite feasible he would wash up where he did. You see the body, sir?
Yes, barely recognisable. It's been in the sea for some time. But they're quite sure it's Crane. The pathologist is sending somebody over with a report as soon as it's finished.
Well, the tide was in below Lumley Point just after 11, but it took a hell of a nerve to jump.
No, he wouldn't be the first.
Any marks of violence?
Only where the tide had knocked him against the rocks. Nothing else as far as the initial examination showed. So let's see what we've got. Crane meets Lynn Marsden at Lennox Wood around 7:30.
Yeah.
He parks his car close to hers. There's little doubt that those other tyre tracks are his. He goes across to her car and sits in the passenger seat. They talk and then start arguing. It gets heated, turns violent. She turns to try and get out, but he grabs at her, probably catches hold of the scarf she was wearing. She struggles, he pulls and keeps pulling. Is the scarf strong enough?
Yes, sir, according to forensic.
So? He sees she's dead. He rushes back to his own car and drives off, not caring where he was going. He finishes up at Lumley Point and decides to go in. Or does it straight off the top, still in a blind panic.
There's something in the statement Buckley took from the landlord of Crane's pub. Where is it? Oh, here. Vincent once told me he had attempted suicide some years previously by trying to gas himself.
We've not come up with anything further on that.
No, but several people have said he was an emotional type, unstable, someone said, although nothing to show he could turn violent.
It's in all of us, Sergeant, given the right or wrong provocation.
Yeah, well, I wonder what she said.
Oh, probably something quite trivial. To us, that is. Go and see if you can find me a shorthand typist, will you?
Yes, sir.
We may as well make a start.
It's a bit late in the day for gardening.
Oh, hello. I've been meaning to prune these for ages. Hope it's not too late.
You're going at it a bit brutal, aren't you?
The man on the telly cut them further back than this. What are you doing out this way?
Well, it is my home, technically speaking.
A social call, is it?
No, not really. No, I've just been working in Macaulay Close, so I thought I'd call round.
Macaulay Close?
Yeah, a bloke who works on nights is convinced his wife is giving the insurance man a bit more than the weekly payments.
And is she?
Well, if she is, she's after the world record. He was only in there just over a minute. How's that radiator?
Seems to have sorted itself out, Touchwood. I see your friend Inspector Wilmot's in the news again.
Yes, that'll make his day. Photograph in the paper. Another case off the books.
Now, don't get bitter.
Bitter? I wish I'd been born with a tenth of his luck, that's all. When I put him on to, what's his name, Crane, I thought at least he's going to have to do some work on this one.
I didn't know you were involved.
I'm not. I passed on some information, that's all.
About the man who committed suicide?
About the man they found dead.
Didn't he kill himself?
Very probably. Well, it makes no odds now. Wilmot's written it off.
Just like old times, hearing you go on about Wilmot.
I'm not going on. I'm just saying he's lucky, that's all. And when he's not lucky, he's careful. If I'd hedged my bets as carefully as he has, I'd be top man by now.
You've never really left the force, have you, Edgar?
Friday morning was the first time I've set foot in the place since I left.
I didn't mean that. I meant in spirit.
Oh, that. Speaking of spirits, if we walk very slowly, we'll arrive at the George bang on opening time.
I'm sorry. I promised to babysit for the Jacksons in 10 minutes.
Oh. Some other time, then?
Yes. Have you decided about Ruth?
Ruth?
I told you in your office. She's coming for Christmas.
Oh, that. Well, I haven't had time to think about it. It's a quid you'll never see a bloom on that again.
Ah, Edgar. I was hoping I might catch you.
Hello. You have a drink?
No. My shout. I insist. I owe you a drink for your help on the Marsden case. What are you drinking?
Scotch, please.
A large one?
Why not?
Large Scotch and a half a bitter, please.
I thought you usually drank at the Swan.
Yes, usually. But I was just passing, and it's some time since I called here. I like to show my face. Water?
I'll see to it, thanks. Well, cheers.
Cheers.
I hear you wrapped the Marsden case up very nicely.
Oh, it resolved itself, more or less.
Why did Crane kill her? Some sort of lover's tiff?
Yes, we think so. It was never clearly established, except for your statement that they didn't seem to be on good terms. We did find that they'd known each other for some time, so perhaps it was an old disagreement.
How long had they known each other?
2 years at least. They both worked at a private nursing home near Eastbourne, a place called Heathfields, tin pot sort of place. Lynn Marsden was a nurse-cum-receptionist. Crane called himself a male nurse.
Oh. This was before Lynn met Jimmy?
Yes. She left just before she met him. Presumably she resumed contact with Crane shortly afterwards. Or they may have kept in touch.
I see.
You look worried, Edgar.
You don't think it's all too plausible?
In what way?
Well, everything seems to fall too nicely into place.
You never did like the straightforward ones, Edgar.
I never seemed to get any.
I think you did, but you insisted on looking for difficulties. Well, you know what we had on Crane. Opportunity, means, motive, a mass of forensic evidence, plus the fact that he ran. Well, if he hadn't taken his own life, we would have caught him and got a conviction. No trouble.
Assuming that he didn't have an alibi.
If he had an alibi, why did he run? I mean, who else was there? Marsden was covered for both deaths. Every case is full of complications, Edgar. Things are sometimes precisely what they seem. I hope you'll forgive my saying this, but you never progressed as far as you should have in the force because you sometimes failed to look at things simply and logically.
Like the Grinley case.
Yes, if you like. Take it easy, Edgar. Leave the worrying to us. We get paid for it.
Right, I'll do that. Another drink?
No, thank you, no. I must be going. Oh, Arthur Steele asked me to recommend someone for a little job he wants doing. I gave him your number. The usual thing.
The Brighton trade?
No. Yeah. That's very good. It's usually Brighton, is it?
Usually. It's astonishing how many of them choose there. No imagination. Are you sure you won't have a drink?
No, thank you, Edgar. I'm in court this afternoon.
I'd appreciate it if you'd hang on a minute, Mr. Fenton. I'd like a word. I've just got to have a quick chat with Lynn's mother before she goes.
Well,
I'm not having anybody back at the house. We could talk there. Blast.
Mr. Fenton?
Yes?
Oh, I don't think we've met, but your wife comes into my shop occasionally. Sylvia's on the high street.
Oh, yes?
This is a sad business, isn't it?
Yeah.
Ordinary funeral's bad enough, but this... Did you know Lynn well?
No, I never met her. Oh, Jimmy Marsden asked me to come along. He's no one here from his own family. I think he wanted moral support.
Oh, he's taken it very well, considering. But I wouldn't be surprised if he cracked up later.
Yes, perhaps so.
He'll miss her. So shall I. I like Lynn, always full of life.
Old friends, were you?
No, not really. Only the past 18 months or so. But we were quite close.
Did you know about Vincent Crane?
Not a thing. Till I saw the papers, that is. I wouldn't have thought it of her. She liked a good time, but I wouldn't have thought that. It explains one thing, though.
Huh? What's that?
Well, Lynn was never short of money. I remember the first time we went out together, it was taxis up to the West End, best seats at the black and white minstrels, and she insisted on paying. I think it was her birthday. Of course, after that, I insisted on paying my way, but...
You think the money came from Crane?
I don't think it came from Jimmy. He's doing quite well, but I don't think he could have kept her going on that scale. She spent quite a lot on clothes. I don't think Jimmy knows how much she did spend.
Did the police question you about Lynn?
Well, they sent a young fella round to the shop. They were only interested in finding out about the man. I said nothing about the money. Well, their business, is it? Makes no difference now she's dead, does it? You know, I still can't believe it.
Same again?
No, thanks, Jimmy. No, I ought to be going.
I appreciate you coming back. I dreaded coming back alone to an empty house.
Look, Jimmy, Why not go back into town tonight, eh? Have a few drinks with your mates. I'll drop you off.
Yeah, I might do that.
Yes, well, I shall have to go.
But hang on. Listen, there's something I want to tell you.
Yes?
Well, I was looking through Lynn's dressing table and I found this. In a box she keeps her makeup things in. Well, go on. Look at it.
You didn't know about this?
I hadn't a clue.
Well, plenty of women keep a savings account of their own on the sly, Jimmy. Perhaps it dates them before you were married.
No, it doesn't. Look. She opened it not long after we were married. And look at the amount. Over 1,000 quid. Regular deposits as much as 60 quid at a time. Well, where did it come from?
The business?
She was milking the takings, you mean? No chance. Lynn wasn't like that anyway.
Jimmy, just after the funeral, I was talking to Lynn's friend, Sylvia. She said Lynn always seemed to have plenty to spend.
Well, I didn't stint her.
Yeah, but, did you know that Lynn and Sylvia used to go to West End shows? Meals, taxis, you know, the lot. According to Sylvia, she spent a small fortune at the local shops, dresses and so on.
Well, I knew they went out, but Lynn never said nothing about the West End. I thought they went out locally. I mean, Lynn, God rest her soul, was no beauty. It can't be some bloke paying for you-know-what, can it?
What about Crane?
He can't have been paying her for it.
No, I didn't mean that.
Well, what then?
Blackmail?
He was only a bloody barber. How could he shell out like that?
Well, perhaps he was on some sort of fiddle and Lynn was keeping the money for him. They may have been saving to clear off together. Perhaps that's why they were disagreeing.
I don't think it was like that at all. I'll tell you something now, Mr. Fenton, and I know it sounds ridiculous, but I don't think they were lovers. I've thought a lot about it, and I don't think they were.
Yeah. Perhaps you're right.
Makes no odds now, does it? She dead. And him. Whatever they were up to didn't do them much good, did it?
No.
What do I do with the book?
Well, legally it's yours, I suppose. Or it will be when everything's sorted out.
Well, that's what I thought. And I could do with the money.
I thought the shop was doing well.
Well, it is. Very steady, but who couldn't use £1,000? The business is fine as long as I put the hours in, and I haven't felt like it lately. What would you do with this, Mr. Fenton?
Me? I'd put it in a drawer and forget about it for a while.
It couldn't be withholding evidence or something like that, could it?
Jimmy, the case is closed. And it may have nothing to do with that anyway. But you take it to the police if it bothers you.
Oh, I don't want them stirring things up again. What if you looked into it for me?
Jimmy, just put it away. Forget about it.
I need to know. I mean, it could be all straight and above board, couldn't it?
Yeah, I suppose so, but... Well, how do you think I could find out?
I'll pay. Like last time.
Jimmy, it'd be wasting your money.
I've got to clear her name, don't you see, Mr. Fenton?
Yeah, but finding out about the money wouldn't do that. And you and I are the only ones who know anyway.
I have to clear her name for myself.
You want me to find out that she wasn't unfaithful?
I have to know.
Jimmy, it's all over.
I've got to know.
All right. All right. I'll do what I can.
Mind if I sit down?
No, help yourself.
You were asking at the bar about Vincent. Vincent Crane.
Yeah. Did you know him?
Are you the law?
No.
Insurance, something like that?
No, nothing like that. Here, let me get you a drink.
I'm all right just now, thanks. What are you then, reporter?
Yes, that's it.
The papers have already covered the story.
Well, they reported the facts. I want to go a bit deeper.
Oh, I see. Are you paying?
Could be. It depends.
What was in the papers didn't make much sense to me.
In what way?
Vincent never had an affair with that woman.
No?
No.
You mean she wasn't his type?
You could say that.
But they used to meet. Why was that? Business?
It wasn't the other, I know that.
Did he ever mention her?
Never. Not once. First I knew about it was when I saw the papers. Vincent had horror of violence. He couldn't have done a thing like that. He wasn't above the odd little fiddle, but he couldn't have done that. And I'll tell you something else.
Yeah?
He never killed himself either.
Why do you say that?
I knew him. He couldn't have done it, any of it.
Well, if he didn't commit suicide, what happened?
I don't know. I only know he could not have jumped into the sea like that, or strangled that woman.
Have you, told the police?
I was away when they came round asking. And anyway, as a general principle, I tell them nothing. I know Vincent was a good friend, but what I say isn't going to alter the fact that he's dead, is it? And the police are only interested in what you know, aren't they? Not in what you feel.
Would you like that drink now?
Yes, please. Vodka and lime.
6681. This is a friend of Lynn's.
I'm sorry, I think you must have the wrong number.
No, I don't think so. I've got it here, you see, in her own writing. Lynn Marsden.
Marsden. I know no one by that name, I'm sorry, but you've obviously...
What, Lynn Foster, then?
Eh?
What? Oh, hello, Mr. Fenton.
Looking forward to your holiday?
Oh, yeah, just see me right a few days in the sun.
It's more than a few days, isn't it?
Oh, I shall see how it goes. Here on business, are you? Somebody taking his secretary to Paris?
I came to see you, Jimmy. Shall we go and have a cup of tea?
I meant to give you a ring. Completely slipped my mind. I've found out about the money myself. Dead obvious, only I didn't stop to think about it.
Where did the money come from?
Family. Come from a sister. Lynn was looking after it for her. She's got a hairdressing business.
And why was Lynn looking after her sister's money?
Oh, I don't know. Probably some sort of tax fiddle. Doesn't do to ask too closely, does it? So I sent you on a wild goose chase.
I wouldn't say that.
Oh. Well, I must owe you something. Same as last time.
A £5 will cover it.
Right, 5 it is. Sorry I forgot.
Yes. You've got a lot on your mind.
Well, yes, that's why I decided to get away from things for a bit. Well, I'd better get moving.
I said I want to talk to you, Jimmy. Now sit down.
Look, I'm sorry about not paying you. I'll tell you what. Here's another 5.
You keep it.
You can't stop me going. You're not the law now.
One phone call to Wilmot, and you'll be back in the nick. There's plenty of time for him to check on Lynn's money, keeping it for her sister. Jimmy, why are you running?
I'm not running. I'm just having a few days' holiday.
Your ticket is valid for 6 months. Who are you running from? Me?
Why should I run from you?
Because I know Crane didn't kill himself. And if he didn't, who did?
How should I know?
Wilmot will lean very hard on you, Jimmy. You've messed the police about, and you've messed me about.
Look, I had nothing to do with any of it. Just leave it alone, Mr. Fenton.
I believe you. I don't think you had anything to do with any of it at first. But you have now.
I know nothing.
You know enough to make you run. Now, were you involved in either of the killings?
No.
Right. Tell me what you know, and you can catch your plane. Whatever you tell me, it's only my word against yours. I'm not the law now.
Then why push it?
Because I want the truth.
And what good will that do you?
No good at all, Jimmy, no good at all. But I still want to know. Right. I'll give you my version. Crane and Lynn were blackmailing somebody. He paid them regularly. So either there was some disagreement about the money and Crane killed Lynn, then himself, or whoever they were blackmailing got rid of them both and made it look right for the police. Now, which is it, Jimmy?
Well, I don't know, do I?
Well, what do you know?
You meant what you said about keeping me out of it?
I said you could catch your plane. I can't vouch for what will happen after that. It depends on what you tell me.
Bloody marvellous, that is.
Jimmy, you stand a better chance with me than with the law. Would you rather tell Wilmot?
You'll let me go?
If you're not involved in the murders, yes.
Well, after I found that bank book, I searched right through the house. I thought there might be some cash somewhere, and I found this diary hidden behind the back of Lynn's dressing table. I read through it. There didn't seem to be much, the usual stuff. Birthdays, hairdressing appointments and so on. And then I noticed these figures. About monthly intervals. I checked with the bank book and all the dates are a few days before she banks the money.
What about the amounts?
Well, they tallied more or less with what was in the bank book.
All right, so Lynn was receiving regular payments from someone. I've already worked that out.
But that isn't all. I took a closer look at the diary. Then I went through the telephone numbers written in the back. There weren't many, most of them I knew. There was one, BC, which I reckon was Crane's. Then there was one I couldn't place. DRG and a London telephone number. I've got the diary here.
Let's have a look. Did she always write everything in capital letters?
Yes, yes. Look, all the way through. She even wrote postcards and notes in capitals.
Now, where's she written the amounts?
Here. And here. Now, look at this one. There's a G after the number. And this one, see?
Yes. You think this DRG could be the one she was blackmailing?
I know it is.
How?
I rang the number.
You bloody fool.
But I'd had a drink or two and I thought it can't do any harm.
You thought that if he could afford to keep Lynn quiet, he could afford to pay you, right?
I hadn't thought it out. I did it off the cuff without thinking, and like I said, I'd had a drink. I expected it to turn out to be some friend of Lynn's I didn't know.
So, you telephoned the number in the diary?
Yes. A man answered, well-spoken, just gave the number, not his name.
What did you say?
I said I was a friend of Lynn's and I wanted to talk about money. A final payment. But like I said, I'd had a drink.
How much did you ask for?
Nothing. I suddenly thought, what if he did it? The bloke at the other end of the phone and me talking to him. I felt sick. And he says, how much do you want? How much? Almost in tears he was, and I hung up. I was bloody shaking. I haven't stopped since. I mean, he could get onto me dead easy. Wouldn't take much working out, would it?
No. And if he's the one who set up Lynn's death, he's not working single-handed. Otherwise, he couldn't have got rid of Crane. Why haven't you been to the police with this, Jimmy?
Admit to withholding evidence and attempted blackmail?
It's only your word against his.
And who would they believe?
Jimmy, there's something else, isn't there? Now, what is it?
The night Lynn was killed. I came home from the pub, like I said, but I didn't stay in. When I saw she wasn't home, I went straight out again.
Where to?
Crane's flat. I thought Lynn would be there. I was going to give him a thumping, but he wasn't there. Neither was she. I came back home. I got back just a few minutes before the coppers called.
Jimmy, you're in the clear. Now, if you go and tell
Mr. Fenton, all I want is to be out of it, right? Look, you keep the diary. Do what you like with it. Can't you tell them I gave it to you and you worked out about the money?
You'd be better off going to the police.
Just give me time to get over the other side. That's all I ask, all right? If it all gets settled, nothing happens, I mean, I'll see you all right when I get back.
Clear off before I change my mind. I asked old Frank to call me back at this number. I hope you don't mind.
It is your house. Will he be able to find out about the telephone number?
Oh, yes.
How does he do it?
He used to work for the GPO. Give him a London telephone number. He'll come up with something.
Surely he's not supposed to do that.
No, but he owes me a favour.
The world's full of people who owe you a favour, Edgar.
True. But they don't all remember. Yes? Speaking. Oh, hello again, Frank. Any joy? Good. Right, ready? Yeah. That's Gerard, Gerrard. What? A doctor? Yes. 6A, Albion House, Knightsbridge. Well, that's very good of you, Frank. Yeah. Yes, I'll be in touch. Cheers. Thanks again. Dr. David Gerrard. I should have thought of the doctor bit. The DR in DRG stands for doctor.
What are you going to do?
Go down to Eastbourne, nose around Heathfields. It's odds on that this Dr. Gerrard worked there. Or still works there.
Why do you think that?
Well, it seems a logical tie-up. Vincent Crane and Lynn met at Heathfields. They began receiving payments just after they left there. This man's a doctor, and his phone number is in Lynn's diary.
But I don't see why you're going there.
To nose around.
But why? Isn't it time to tell Inspector Wilmot, Edgar? You've found enough to make him reopen the case.
When I go to Wilmot, I want to be able to tell him everything.
So that you can crow?
Oh, why not? He's preached at me often enough. Perhaps after this one, he'll start to think more about the truth and less about his bloody crime figures.
But why bother anyway? Oh, nothing's changed, has it, Edgar? I thought since we started seeing each other again, things were getting better. But it's worse than when you were in the police. At least then you could say it was the job you were paid to do. But it isn't now. You don't have to prove yourself to Wilmot or the station or me or anybody. It doesn't matter.
It matters to me. Oh, would you like to come down to Eastbourne with me? It won't take long. We could go for a meal afterwards.
I'm sorry, I can't. I've got to visit a family. They're never in during the day, so...
Oh. Right, well, I better get going.
We still haven't decided anything about Ruth. She wrote again asking about Christmas.
Well, I'll call back here when I get back from Eastbourne and we'll talk about it. If you'll be in.
Yes, I'll be in.
Mr. Cooper?
Yes?
Well, I've taken the liberty of bringing you a drink. I hope you don't mind.
Oh, I'm sorry. I've a shocking memory for faces these days.
We haven't met, Mr. Cooper. The landlord pointed you out. I understand you work at Heathfield's.
That's right. Caretaker. Well, odd job, man. Whatever you like to call it. What is it you want, Mr.
Fenton? Just a little information, Mr. Cooper.
Information?
Oh, nothing underhand, Mr. Cooper. Now, perhaps I should explain. I'm a writer.
A writer?
Well, perhaps journalists would be more accurate.
And how can I help you, Mr. Fenton?
Well, I'm writing what we call an in-depth piece on two people who worked at Heathfield's. Now, you must have known them. Lynn Marsden, Foster as she was then, and Vincent Crane.
Ah, the two who died.
Yes. Do you remember them?
Yes, very well.
Good. Is the drink okay?
Oh, yes, fine, thanks. Your health.
Cheers.
A writer, you say?
Yes, I specialise in crime writing, real-life drama, you know, that sort of thing. Now, before I start writing a word, I like to go into the thing thoroughly. Pick up every bit of background knowledge I can. I don't use it all, but it helps if I can absorb as much as possible before I start.
Oh, I see. I thought you might be the police.
Have they been here?
Yes. When they were looking for Crane.
Ah. What exactly was Crane's job at Heathfield's?
Oh, a male nurse, he called himself. Walked about in a little white coat, hoping people would mistake him for a doctor. He didn't half fancy himself.
And what did Lynn Marsden do?
She was a nurse, but she acted as a sort of receptionist as well.
Did they both live in?
Yes. And I'll tell you something.
Yeah?
If there was anything between them, they kept it very dark. And Heathfield's isn't the best place to keep a secret.
How many on the staff?
Oh, I don't know exactly. 7... no, 8 nurses. And the domestic staff. 2 doctors.
Are they the same doctors who were at Heathfield's in Lynn Marsden's time?
No. Old Ferguson died last March.
Oh.
The other, Gerard, left, almost 2 years ago.
Gerard? Unusual name.
Unusual bloke.
In what way?
Hey, look. You're not going to say you got all this stuff from me, are you?
Oh, you won't be quoted, Mr. Cooper. I can assure you of that.
Well, it's just that I've got to be careful, see? Doctors don't like staff who talk behind their backs.
It's not only doctors. No, don't you worry. Now, I respect my sources. Respect and protect, Mr. Cooper. Now then, you said this Dr. Gerard was an unusual bloke. What way?
Well, you know, burnt the candle at both ends. With a vengeance. Up to London every end and turn. Ooh, I've seen him back at 3 in the morning and treating a patient at 9.
Where did he go in London?
Some club, I think.
I once heard him talking to Ferguson about it.
Can you remember the name of the club?
No. No, I think I only heard it once. It was a gambling club, I know that. Oh, he was a real man for a flutter, was Dr. Gerard. Anything. Mind you, he was good at his job. Ran the place single-handed.
What about the other doctor?
Ferguson?
Yeah.
Oh, a sick man himself. And too fond of the bottle. Very near 70.
Where did Gerard live when he was down here?
He had a flat in the annex.
Any family?
Well, I think he was divorced. He's got a daughter at school near Tunbridge.
And did he have much contact with Crane and Lynn Marsden?
Well, it isn't a very big place. He was bound to see a lot of them.
But nothing special?
No. Oh, wait a minute. There was that business of the patient in the annex.
What was that?
Well, I can't recall that much about it. Except one night, there's nobody in the annex. They never use it much. And the next morning, there's somebody in there. Just appeared overnight. Not even the sister knew who it was. Dr. Gerard looked after the case personally. And Lynn Foster was over there most of the time.
What about Crane?
We shared the duty with her, I think. They were both on night call when whoever it was brought in.
Did you ever find out who it was?
No. He was here about a week. Then he went, just like he came, in the night. Nobody knew what to make of it.
Well, there must have been talk.
Well, I heard it was some VIP who got in a car accident and he was brought here to avoid the breathalyzer. Bit far-fetched, I thought.
Well, Lynn Marsden must have had some idea if she helped to treat him.
She said not. His face was bandaged, you see. The doctor changed the dressings himself.
You mean the man's head was injured?
Yeah. Well, there were other injuries as well, I think. I can remember going down to the annex one morning to see to the boiler, and he was gone. The place was locked, and his room was empty.
Didn't Crane and Lynn ever talk about it?
Not to me. Well, I think they were as puzzled as everybody else.
Here, let me get you a refill. Same again.
Oh, thank you.
6681.
Dr. Gerard?
Speaking.
My name is Fenton, Doctor. I'd like to see you.
I'm sorry, Mr. Fenton, but I can't possibly see anyone tonight. If it's urgent, I suggest you contact 57896.
It's a personal matter, Doctor.
Personal? Concerning you or me?
You. I don't think we should discuss it over the phone. I'd like to see you this evening.
What is it you want to discuss, Mr. Fenton?
I think you might be able to guess that, Doctor. And don't ring off, please. If you do, I shall only have to ring the police.
You want to see me now?
Yes. I'm only a few minutes away.
I should like to know more, Mr. Fenton.
I've just driven up from Heathfields, Doctor. 10 o'clock?
Yes, if you wish.
Shall I come to your flat?
No, I'm in the middle of a dinner party. There are too many people about.
Well, where shall I see you?
There's a residence car park beneath this building. I'll see you there.
Where's the entrance?
Just off Queen Street.
Right. 10 minutes.
Where are you speaking from?
London, Knightsbridge.
Knightsbridge? I thought you were at Eastbourne.
I've just come from there. Our Dr. Gerard was at Heathfields at the same time as Lynn Marsden.
And now you're going to try and see him?
Yes.
What if he won't see you?
He will. I've already phoned him.
Edgar, I think you should tell Wilmot.
All in good time.
Oh, you love it, don't you? Grubbing about, wheedling bits of information out of people, putting it all together. It's like some stupid game.
Let's not go over that again. Look, I rang to say that I don't think I'll be able to get over tonight and have that talk about Ruth. What about tomorrow?
What about tomorrow? Oh, idiot. Stupid, stubborn idiot. Oh.
Mr. Fenton?
Yes?
David Gerrard.
A car park isn't the best place to talk, Doctor.
I'm sorry, but the flat's full of people. It would be impossible to talk there.
Your flat is above here?
The second floor. Look, perhaps it would be easier if we sat in my car. It's over there.
All right.
A personal matter, I think you said, Mr. Fenton.
Personal and professional.
I don't follow.
It involves both your professional and private life.
I see. Who are you, Mr. Fenton?
I'm an inquiry agent. Ex-CID.
And you're on some sort of inquiry involving me?
Not directly. A few weeks ago, I was engaged to make inquiries concerning a woman called Lynn Marsden. She was a nurse at Heathfields when you were there. You knew her as Lynn Foster. Small, auburn hair, mid-30s?
Yes, I think I can recall her vaguely.
Yes, she was friendly with a man called Vincent Crane. He was at Heathfields, too. Perhaps you remember him.
Yes, I remember Crane.
Did you know that they're both dead?
No. Well, I left Heathfield some time ago, Mr. Fenton.
Lynn Marsden was murdered. Crane committed suicide. The police assumed that he killed her and then himself. It was in all the papers.
Well, I may have read something about it. But, of course, I wouldn't place the name. As you say, I knew her as Lynn Foster. And naturally, I'm sorry to hear about their deaths, Mr. Fenton, but I don't really see why you're here. Well, I knew them slightly, in a professional capacity, nothing more.
Well, I don't think Crane killed Lynn Marsden. Or himself.
Well, I don't see how that concerns me.
Well, I think it does. They were blackmailing you. It would be very easy for the police to check on the payments, Doctor. No doubt you paid them in cash, and it had to come from somewhere. And there's a man you treated and hid at Heathfields. And that could be aiding and abetting.
Why don't you say how much you want, Mr. Fenton?
Oh, you think it's blackmail. You go and ring the police.
Then what do you want?
I want to know what happened.
Why?
Now, that's a long story, and it doesn't concern you.
No? And what happens if I do tell you?
Well, I'll give you time to go to the police yourself, make a voluntary statement.
Well, what sort of a choice is that?
It'll give you a chance to see a lawyer, get your story straight. You'll probably get bail if he plays it right. Now, if I tell the police, they'll fetch you in and throw the book at you.
That still sounds like blackmail.
And what I know sounds like accessory to murder. Now, who was the man you treated at Heathfields? Mike Francis.
How do you know that?
I don't. It's a sensible guess, that's all. He was wounded in an East End shooting at about the right time. He had connections with various gambling clubs, as you did, and he vanished with 2 possible murder charges down to him.
I was a compulsive gambler. Did you know that, Mr. Fenton?
It seemed likely.
I used to gamble at a club in Soho run by a man called Devereux. I got into debt to the tune of 5,000. I don't know why they let it run as high as that, unless they thought it might be handy to have a doctor in debt to them. Well, one night at Heathfields, I received a phone call from Devereux. He said he was in the vicinity and had a friend with him who was ill. He asked if he could bring him to see me, and I said yes. They turned up in about 5 minutes. I saw immediately that the man had been shot. He'd lost a lot of blood and was in a bad way, so I suggested that he should be taken to hospital at once. Devereux said he wanted him to stay at Heathfields.
Did he threaten you?
No. He offered to cancel my gambling debts in return for looking after Francis until he was well enough to move. Well, I said no. And then he said he knew where my daughter was at school. And if I didn't do as he asked, something would happen to her. He had a man waiting for instructions. He'd only to pick up the telephone.
What did you do?
Well, what could I do? Well, this wasn't a calm, rational discussion, Mr. Fenton. The man was there, bleeding and unconscious. And I was terrified for my daughter's safety. Well, we took him to the surgery, and I removed 2 bullets from his shoulder. It wasn't as bad as I thought. But it was obvious that he couldn't be moved. So we put him in the annex.
Yeah. Was that when Lynn Marsden saw him?
Well, she wasn't there when they arrived. She must have got a glimpse of him later. The next day, I bandaged his face so that he couldn't be recognized.
What about Devereux? Did he stay?
No, but he repeated his threat. He said if the police came anywhere near Heathfields, I would never see my daughter again.
What about the other doctor?
Ferguson? Oh, he was a sick man. Well, virtually an alcoholic. He had no idea what was happening most of the time.
How long did Francis stay?
5 days. Each day I told myself I'd ring the police, but I never did. And by that time, Deborah had offered me £1,000 for every day that Francis stayed. Well, he must have been as strong as a horse. By the 5th day, he was on his feet, and Deborah collected him. Well, I thought that was the end of it.
What about their end of the bargain?
Oh, they kept that. I never heard anything more about my debts. And shortly afterwards, £5,000 in used notes turned up in a plastic shopping bag in the back of my car. Well, I didn't know what to do with it. I could hardly turn it into the police. So eventually I used it to buy myself into my present partnership.
Yeah. When did Crane and Lynn Marsden start asking for money?
Some time afterwards. Well, at the time Francis was at Heathfields, they didn't recognise him. And there was no reason to suspect who he was, even if they'd read about the shootings. Though there was some story going round that he was a friend of mine who was avoiding the police after having a minor pile-up.
So what put them on to Francis?
Well, some months after I moved here, I had a phone call from Crane. He said enough to make me worried. I agreed to meet him. He knew about Francis and the shooting. Well, I didn't see it, but in one of the colour supplements there'd been an article called The Man Who Vanished, or something like that. It was about Francis. It said he'd probably died of wounds and his body had been dumped at sea. Well, there were several photographs of Francis. Lynn recognised him and contacted Crane. Well, I think the blackmail was his idea, although he didn't call it blackmail. He said they wanted their share for looking after Francis. They wanted $3,000 between them. Well, I couldn't raise that much in cash, so he agreed to take it in monthly instalments.
And the payments became too much,
Oh, no. No, things went quite smoothly. And then Crane came to see me. He said Lynn had become very nervous about the whole business and was talking about going to the police. He suggested that if I paid them off in one final instalment, she'd probably be all right. Well, perhaps he was just trying it on. I never found out.
He was probably telling the truth. That's about the time that Jimmy Marsden became suspicious when Lynn went down to Brighton to see Crane.
I didn't know what to do. According to Crane, she was likely to go to the police at any time. So I rang Devereux at his club. I told him what had happened and asked him to lend me the money.
What did he say to that?
Very little. He told me to arrange to meet Crane and Lynn in Lennox Woods, but not to go myself. He would attend to it.
Yeah, he did that all right.
Well, I was in Bristol when I read about it. And then Crane's body was found. I tried to convince myself that it had happened the way the papers said. I thought Devereux would pay them off. Or merely frighten them.
You thought that?
Well, what could I do?
What you going to do now? Go to the police.
You see yourself as an avenging angel of justice, do you, Mr. Fenton? Or is it merely a taste for persecution?
But no, Doctor. I'm just a nosy ex-copper. 2 people have died because you didn't have the sense or the guts to see beyond your own nose.
Do you think I don't know that? Look, Mr. Fenton, I can pay you. An annual retainer as a security consultant, all perfectly legal.
I don't want money.
Agree to take it. Please. I don't want any more...
Any more what? Killing? Have you told Devereux you were meeting me here?
Well, I thought you were the man who rang the other night.
After I rang you tonight, you told Devereux you were meeting me here?
Yes. Well, I thought it might be one of his own men who knew...
You thought? Do you know the kind of people you're dealing with, Doctor? Now, the door to the lift is the nearest. Is there a staircase?
Yes, but...
When we get out of the car, we'll go over to the door. Now, behave naturally. Don't walk quickly. We've got to get out of the car park. What did Devereux say when you told him you were meeting me?
Well, very little. He asked me to let him know what happened. Well, his men may not be here.
Perhaps not. I wouldn't bank on it, though. Who's that? One of your neighbours?
No, I don't know the car.
I thought this was a private car park. Residents only.
It is, but it could be a visitor.
Oh, yes, it's a visitor, all right. Now, lock your door.
But
Lock your door and start the engine. There are 3 of them. They're getting out.
Are you sure that...
when I say so, reverse like hell, straight at them. You get it?
But I don't even know it.
Use your eyes. The one on the left's got a shotgun. Start your engine. Now, go.
Right.
Now, straight up the ramp. Come on, man. Keep your head down, Gerard. Straight through the barrier. Look out!
Wilmot.
Sergeant Thomas here, sir.
Sergeant, it is 1:48 a.m. and I'm on leave.
I'm sorry, sir, but it is important.
Yes, it better be. Well?
There's been a call from the Met, sir. Serious crime squad.
And?
I believe they come up with new evidence on the Marsden case.
Well, that was closed weeks ago. What new evidence?
I don't know, sir. The chief's handling it himself. I'm very much on the outside.
Is the chief there?
Gone to London, sir.
London?
Yeah, I think something's happened there, and, well, Edgar Fenton is involved in some way.
Fenton?
That's the word that's going round here, sir. He's mixed up in it somewhere.
He damn well would be.
Is it the same leg you broke playing football?
No, it was the other one. Did the sister tell you anything?
She said it was a straightforward break, no complications. They were more worried about the concussion. You were out a long time.
Turned out to be very handy. Kept the law off my back.
Has Wilmot been yet?
No. No, I've had bigger brass than Wilmot.
What were they like?
Very considerate. One of them brought me some grapes.
Did they say anything about your not going to the police sooner?
They did mention it. Why should they grumble? It isn't their CID that's going to get hammered by the press. And they've got Devereux banged to rights, something they've been after for years. I dare say they'll get a lead on Francis, too.
Jack Elliott's wife rang. She says Wilmot's furious.
Good. I shall enjoy lying here thinking about all the grafting he's got to do to get himself out of this one. He'll have a hell of a job proving who killed Lynn Marsden and Vincent Crane.
What about Deborah?
Oh, he fixed it. But he'll have a dozen witnesses to say he was in London on the night it happened, and Wilmot is going to sweat over that one. Have a grape.
Thanks. Have you seen Dr. Gerard since the accident?
Yes, they let him come in for a few minutes.
How is he?
Oh, he seemed all right. He only collected a few bruises and a cut head.
What are they charging him with?
Well, the lawyers are sorting that out. He may not come out of it too badly. He can claim the aiding and abetting was under duress. And if he says he didn't know that Crane and Lynn were dead, which is possible, they'll have problems proving anything there.
What about you?
Well, I've already told him I can't remember much about the conversation with Gerard. The concussion, you see. Very convenient.
Can't they charge you with something?
Yes, they can take their pick. Withholding evidence, obstructing the course of justice, etc., etc.
And will they?
I don't know. I don't care very much.
You'll lose your license.
They can keep it.
You're finishing?
Yep. I'm turning in my dirty raincoat and my street map of Brighton.
You don't like being shot at?
I prefer to nosing around tatty hotels or sitting in the car all night trying to keep awake. No, it isn't that. It was something Dr. Gerard said.
What was that?
He asked me if I saw myself as an avenging angel of justice.
Very poetic.
It touched me on a raw spot.
Why?
Because it was near the truth, I suppose. I'd got emotionally involved.
You always did.
Yes, but it was different then. In the force, you did your bit, put in a report, left it to the other people to decide what happened next. This wasn't like that. You see, I had Gerard marked down as a clever bastard who had it coming to him. When I met him, he was just a poor devil who had got caught up in something he couldn't handle. And I had to decide what was going to happen to him.
You couldn't have kept quiet, even without the fracas in the car park.
No. Especially as you rang the police.
It's just as well I did.
Yes.
You're really finishing?
Yes. The adulterers can sleep easy, if they want to.
They'll be dancing in the streets. I wrote to Ruth.
About this?
Your name's bound to appear in the press sooner or later.
Did you say anything about us?
No. I just said she could bring Mark for Christmas.
Yeah. Well, I suppose I've got to come home, haven't I? I couldn't get up and down those stairs to the office with this.
That's what I thought. Edgar, I still have a week's holiday left. What about going away for a few days?
Why not? How do you fancy Brighton?
What?
I've always liked Brighton.
The Brighton Trade was written for radio by T.D. Webster. Edgar Fenton was played by Manning Wilson, Joan Fenton by Zan Churchman, and Jimmy Marsden by Graham Weston. Stephen Yardley played Chief Inspector Wilmot, and Terry Malloy, Detective Sergeant Thomas. Sergeant Elliot was played by Jack Holloway, P.C. Buckley by Kenneth Hadley, and P.C. Cartwright by Les Miller. George Woolley played Dr. Holbrook and Cooper, and Angela Piper Sylvia and the shop assistant. Dennis was played by Simon Carter, and Dr. Gerard by Stephen Thorne.
I'm surprised at you. Hello.
The play was produced in our Birmingham studios by...
Afternoon Theatre.
In this production of William Douglas Hume's comedy The Iron Duchess, adapted by Peggy Wells, Athene Seiler plays the Duchess of Whitadder, the part she created so delightfully in the theatre. Ronald Ward as the Duke and Terence Alexander as Freddie, their son, complete the family circle. The scene is the drawing room of Cranshaw's Castle, the Duke's seat, during a weekend political fete in summer. The time? This year? Next year? Probably never, and neither the events nor those concerned with them are to be taken too seriously. Nor is reference intended to any person, alive or dead. The Iron Duchess.
And now I state, here and now, for all to hear, not only you loyal thousands gathered this afternoon on the historic lawns of Cranshaw's Castle, by kind permission of our hosts, the Duke and Duchess of Whitadder, to all, I would say this, the traditional foreign policy of this country is the right foreign policy.
Rubbish.
We must hold fast to our tradition, and those policies which down the ages have kept us free. To the government of Gibraltar, I would say this, that what we have, we hold.
Poppycock.
Oh, don't shut the French windows, Mr. Collins. He's lovely.
Lovely? No politician's lovely, my girl. Not for long. When Garble says he's sticking to his foreign policy, he's sticking you and me and all of us inside our graves.
Oh, Mr. Collins, you mustn't talk like that.
And why not, might I ask?
Because he keeps us safe.
Oh, does he?
Yes.
All right. Garble keeps us safe. I'll give you that, Jean. He keeps us safe, just like the keepers keep his Grace's pheasants for the Christmas shoot.
The party over, Collins.
The fete is drawing to a close, Your Grace. The Secretary of State has just finished speaking.
Good. Have I time to get out of my fishing togs before tea? Is that the front door bell?
Sounds like it. Yes, Your Grace.
I expect you're right. Wouldn't be the fire brigade, not on a Saturday. Well, oughtn't me to answer it?
It is customary, Your Grace.
Well, don't worry, I'll do it if you're busy.
Not at all, Your Grace.
But be careful, it's not burglars bored with all the speech-making. Here, Jean, open the windows and let's hear what they've got to say.
Yes, Your Grace.
If we stand 4 square to all the wind...
Who is that pompous ass?
Nor is there any doubt...
My gad is
at any rate
Freddy.
in my mind, and I venture to suggest in yours, that in this crisis, Percy Garbold is the man to do the job.
What's my son talking about, Jean? Is there a crisis?
I couldn't say, Your Grace.
Oh. How's that for fish, eh, Jean? 3/4 of a pound if it weighs an ounce.
Well, I never.
Lovely grub. I got that devil with the worm. Don't you tell her so.
Oh, no, Your Grace.
Excuse me, but there is a Mr. Sass arrived, Your Grace.
What, Collins? Come again.
Mr. Sass, Your Grace.
I never heard of him, have you?
He is the Jamolton Minister, Your Grace.
The what?
The Minister for Jamolta, the trouble spot within the Commonwealth determined to achieve its independence. It is much in the news just now, Your Grace.
Is it, by Jove? Well, my wife must have asked him here.
No, I think not, Your Grace.
Oh, I bet she did. Edith never tells me who she's asked, so why should she tell you?
I understand Miss Mary Garbold and her father are the only weekend guests Her Grace has asked.
Oh, no, Freddie asked her. He's keen as mustard.
And the vicar and his wife are dining at the castle tonight, but otherwise, Your Grace...
The Twitworths?
Yes, Your Grace.
It sounds a cheerful evening, Collins.
Yes, Your Grace.
We'd better hide the vintage port. The vicar laps it up like lemonade.
Yes, very good. But Mr. Sass is here, Your Grace.
Yes, so you said. Well, bring him in, fill him up with scones.
Yes, very good, Your Grace.
Oh, Collins, by the way, young Freddie's bleating on out there on the terrace about some crisis. Jean and I are in the dark. Is there a crisis, Collins?
Yes, Your Grace.
What sort of crisis?
Most acute, Your Grace.
Well, anyone think he thought the world was coming to an end? Well, it will if my wife sees this fishing net. Here, Jean, put it in the gun room, there's a dear. I've got to go and change.
Yes, Your Grace.
This way, sir, if you please. Now, Mr. Sass, Oh, His Grace was here a moment since, sir. He must have gone upstairs.
No matter, I will wait.
His Grace expressed the hope that you would have a scone or two.
Thank you.
I shall go and get the tea.
Hello, I came back to get my trout. It's in that basket.
You are a gamekeeper?
No, wish I was. I'm Whittaker.
Oh, yes, the Duke. My name is Sass, Jamolton Minister.
That's right. Collins just told me all about you.
That is Mr. Garbold speaking outside.
No, that's my son. Goes by the name of Cranshaws. He's the local member of Parliament. Don't suppose you ever heard of him?
Oh, yes, indeed. We were at New College together. Freddie is charming.
Yeah, I think so.
Do you not?
Oh, he's all right. The trouble is he loves the sound of his own voice. Always did.
I do not like his speeches.
Nor do I. They bore me stiff.
They are the echo of his master's voice.
Oh, you don't like Garbold either?
No, he does not understand the modern world. He has discussed the crisis?
Has he? Has he really?
I am asking you.
Yeah, oh, yes, rather. Yes, at length.
What has he said?
What has he said? Oh, well, look here, I've got to go and change. I'll see you later when I come back and tell you what he said.
Christchurch, without a doubt.
The scones, sir. The tea will be ready directly.
Tell me, my friend, what has Mr. Garbold said about the crisis?
To the government of Jamolta, I would say this, that what we have, we hold.
Indeed. Your Mr. Garbold is a foolish man. You think so, do you not?
Oh, excuse me, sir. I must open the windows for Her Grace.
Now, Collins, tea, I'm parched.
Yes, Your Grace.
Oh, good afternoon. If you're looking for the bathroom, it's the door behind the stuffed dog in the hall.
This is Mr. Sass. He is the Jamolton Minister, Your Grace.
The what? Jamolta? Oh, yes, of course, Jamolta.
Yes, Your Grace.
Oh, you poor man, you poor dear persecuted little man. Why shouldn't you be free? I always say that everybody should be free. Now, let's sit down and have a cozy little chat together.
Thank you.
Where on earth the tea? It should be here. I really don't know what the world's coming to these days. The servants are so very independent. Now, what was I saying? Oh, yes, freedom. Well, I always say that freedom is man's heritage. I'm on the side of anyone who says I am the master of my soul and won't be treated like a dog. Oh, really, Collins is too slow for words. A scone.
Yes, please.
I just can't tell you what I thought of Mr. Garville's speech. I really can't. It made me seethe. Oh, the way he talked about using inferiors instead of equals, which, of course, we all are, all of us. Now, do tell me who you've come to see.
Lord Crenshaw's, and, if possible, the Secretary of State for Colonial Affairs. My government have sent me with an urgent message.
Oh, how exciting. At last, here's Collins with the tea. Thank you. Thank you, Collins.
Your Grace.
Oh, Collins, be an angel. Run and see if you can find Lord Cranshaw's on the lawn.
Well, there's 30,000 people on the lawn, Your Grace.
I know, but luckily you know his face.
Very well, Your Grace.
Poor Collins. Oh, how he does like making heavy weather. Sugar?
Please.
Now, tell me all about this message from your government. Or would it be a breach of diplomatic etiquette?
It would.
Oh, dear. I'm Freddie's mother, after all. I used to read his letters out loud to him before he learned to read. But then, of course, they weren't very interesting.
I fear we must assume that he has learned to read by now.
Hello! Oh, Alfred, there you are. Oh, Mr. Sass, you hadn't met my husband.
Oh, but indeed.
Hello. Tea still going, is it?
I didn't see you on the platform, Alfred.
Didn't you, my dear? Oh, of course not. No, of course you didn't. No, I had a chill and been in bed since lunch.
Oh, really? Were they rising well?
Huh? Not bad. Too bright. Still didn't do too badly. Do you fish, sir?
Since I have come to live in London, yes. But in Gibraltar, no. Our only river is fished privately by your commissioner.
Oh, rotten luck. Who's he?
Sir Harold Higginson.
Not Harry Higginson. Oh, remember him, my dear? He made a pass at you in 1902.
Oh, what nonsense, Alfred.
That's what I said at the time. You didn't think so then, though. No chin and rabbit teeth and spats.
Oh, yes, I think he does wear spats.
Yes, that's him. You'd like to have a go?
Excuse?
At fishing. Are you staying?
No, I come to give a message from my government and then return to London.
Oh, Rod, of course you'll stay the night.
You are too kind. But Mr. Garville and your son, Jumaltons, are not popular with them.
Oh, be hanged to that. It's Saturday. Let's go and soak a cast and get a rod put up.
Oh, but Alfred, I sent Collins out to look for Freddie.
Oh, blow Freddie. Can't he wait?
Oh, no, it is urgent, I'm afraid.
Oh, well, you'll find me in the gun room when you're finished.
His lordship's coming now, Your Grace.
Oh, well done, Collins. Oh, and Collins, please tell Mrs. Green that we'll be one more for dinner.
Yes, Your Grace.
Mother?
Come in, Freddie. Close the windows. That band's deafening. Do you two know each other?
No.
Well, this is Mr. Sass.
Sass? Oh, see now, there was a Sass at New College with me.
Oh, this is the one.
Good. So it is. By Jove, I'm awfully sorry. I never spotted you behind that beard. How are you?
Very well.
Oh, good. Did you ever get that fellowship you were after?
No. I became a diplomat instead. And now I am Gimalton Minister in London.
Oh. Indeed.
I've been telling the Gimalton Minister all about the speeches.
Really?
Yes, and I want to talk to you about yours, Freddie.
Not now, Mother. I gather Sass wants to have a word with me, and we'd better get it over.
Oh, but of course, how interesting. Don't mind me.
We'll go into the smoking room.
Ah, then you do mind me. Oh, well, I'll go upstairs and take my hat off. And you two conspirators can sit and have your tea together while you talk.
What a charming lady. I congratulate you.
Well, is there more trouble?
Yes, my government have sent a message which I am obliged to give to Garville personally.
And he can't wait till Monday morning?
Evidently not. I am instructed to deliver it today.
I see. Well, I think I'd better see this message.
It is a verbal message for the Secretary of State for Colonial Affairs.
Well, I'm Garville's PPS.
PPS?
Yes, he's a private secretary in Parliament.
Oh, well, in that case, I will let you hear it. My instructions are to say that if the independence of my country is not granted by your government, Gibraltar will take over military installations under foreign military control at 10 p.m. tonight.
Indeed.
Do you remember the bump supper?
Which?
The night we hid behind the archway in the outer quad and then debagged the Dean.
We have instructed GOC Gibraltar to resist.
He wore long woolen pants.
Who did?
The Dean. Why, I've never laughed so much in all my life.
You realise that your appeal to force can have only one answer, force?
Unless your government submit.
You evidently didn't hear old Garville's speech this afternoon.
Not at first hand. Your butler told me what he said.
Well, he meant it, too.
No doubt. It seems to have been popular with all except your mother.
No, Mother's mad.
Oh, come off it, Freddie. Any brains you've got, if you've got any brains, come straight from her.
Come on, Daddy. Oh, tea, how lovely. Father and I... Oh, I'm sorry.
Mary, this is the Jamalton minister, Miss Mary Garble.
I am honoured.
Mary's been with her father on the platform.
I'm positively parched. Tea.
This is the Jamalton minister, sir.
Oh, indeed.
Sir?
Well, what can I do for you?
I have a message from my government.
Have you?
Sir, I thought perhaps you'd like to use the smoking room, then you won't be disturbed.
I'd rather have my tea, but just in case his government has seen the light, we'd better go along and hear precisely what he's got to say. As far as I'm concerned, I've nothing more to add to what I said out there. Nothing at all.
But really, Mr.
Oh, your briefcase, Mr. Sass.
I thank you. I'm so sorry, sir, to break into your weekend like this, but the matter is urgent.
Well, let's get on with it, then.
Oh, how boorish Father is. Why couldn't he be civil to that charming little man?
Jamalta hasn't been too civil lately about your father, Mary.
Oh, don't be pompous, Freddie. Do you know Mr. Sass?
Oh, yes, he was at Oxford with me.
Oh, was he clever?
Yes, I think he got a double first.
And you just got a fourth.
Well, you know quite well I went down with mumps 5 weeks before my schools.
Well, even if you hadn't got your mumps, let's say you would have scraped a third. That's still less than a first and far less than a double first. And yet you had the face to say just now that the Jamaltons weren't fit for self-determination.
Well, you talk as if all the Jamaltons got double firsts. As precious few of them can boast a pair of trousers.
And clothes aren't everything. Anyway, it's too hot to argue. What about some tea?
Oh, well, we'd better wait for Mother.
Why? You've got a mother complex. That's another thing that's wrong with you, Freddie.
What do you mean, another thing?
Oh, nothing. I'm just trying to decide who frightens you the most, my father or your mother. There. I've poured it out and still survived.
Look, I want to ask you something. May I?
Oh, I can't stop you.
Will you marry me?
Oh, I have to think about it.
Is that yes or no?
Oh, it's neither. Has it got to be?
Well, the point is, do you love me?
Yes, I love you, Freddie, but I hate your speeches.
What?
Oh, there, no, I've hurt you.
Oh, well, I thought this afternoon's was the best I'd ever made. What did you object to? Subject matter or delivery?
Well, both. Too pompous.
As far as subject matter went, it wasn't any different from your father's.
That's the trouble.
What do you mean, so you think your father's pompous too?
Of course he is.
What, did you tell him so?
No, he's past curing. You're just beginning. Anyway, I haven't got to think of being married to him.
Well, as far as the Jamaltons are concerned, you must admit that we are right.
I don't. You're being hypocritical. Oh, really, Freddie? All that balderdash about the benefits we brought Jamalta when you know quite well we've milked them dry for the last 100 years.
Are you a socialist?
Well, I wasn't after lunch. Now, I'm not so sure. You can't keep people under just because you think it's better for them. It's like a schoolmaster refusing to let anybody leave his school.
If the school's good, the boys won't want to leave.
But Freddie, boys grow up, and if you don't allow them to, you're going against nature.
You're a sentimental claptrap. It's a balderdash.
Don't you speak to me like that.
Well, honestly, I mean, I should have thought that Percy Garble's daughter would have had more sense.
Oh, would you? Well, would you like to know what I'd have thought from what I've seen of your relations? I'd assume you were a changeling.
Oh, really?
It's beyond the bounds of possibility that two such charming and delightful people could have reared a pompous ass like you.
Well, where are you going?
Got to change.
What into?
Blue jeans.
What, with everyone still on the lawn?
I'll wear my shorts if you'd rather.
Oh.
Hello, Mary.
Hello, Duchess.
Oh, what's the matter, Freddie?
Oh, nothing, Mother. Mary seems to think I'm pompous, that's all.
Oh, well, never mind. That means she's sure to make an understanding wife. Where's everybody?
Sass is in the smoking room with Mr. Garble.
Oh, isn't he a charming little man? I do hope he can stay.
Stay, Mother?
Yes, why not?
Well, Mother, he can't stay here.
Why can't he, Freddie?
Well, Garble wouldn't stand for it.
Oh, Cranshaw's castle isn't Garble's house.
Mother, it's an insult to him.
Insult? Don't be silly, Freddie. He's not royalty. Can't expect to have a list of guests submitted to him everywhere he goes.
Well, you evidently didn't hear his speech.
I did. It was quite deafening. Even round the clicking of my secateurs. Oh, really, the roses
Look,
are
Mother,
getting
you must have gathered from his speech that we are going through a crisis with Jamalta.
Oh, Freddie, dearest, why, I've never known a weekend when we weren't going through a crisis, and I can't be bothered with them.
But it's the real thing this time, and it's very serious. Jamalta wants to leave the Commonwealth.
Quite right.
Quite right? Well, really, you're just as bad as Mary. She says we're hypocrites about Jamalta.
Well, of course you are. You can't go roaring round the world that everybody should be free and then stop the Jamaltons being free. Yes, Collins?
Cook would like to see your Grace.
Whatever for?
Well, I'm not quite sure, Your Grace, but she says it is very urgent.
Oh, what a nuisance. All right, Collins, send her in.
Yes, Your Grace.
Freddie, you better go and find your father. I can't entertain the Garbles all the time.
Oh, where is he?
In the gun room, putting up a rod for Mr. Sass.
A rod?
Oh, now, Freddie, not again. I'm not responsible for what your father does.
Oh, who is?
Mrs. Green, Your Grace.
Oh, yes.
Go on in.
Yes, Mrs. Green?
I want to give my notice in, Mum.
What?
True.
But why? Aren't you happy here?
No, Mum.
Oh, dear, I hope the television hasn't broken down.
No, Mum. The television's quite all right. It's Mr. Collins.
What has Collins done?
He ain't done nothing, Mum.
Oh, I see. Well, I'd better speak to him.
He spoke to me. He come downstairs and he says there's Garble, Mary, Vicar, Mrs. T for dinner, and now an extra little foreign bloke. So get cooking, cook. That's what he said, Mum.
Oh, did he really?
Do you know what I says back, Mum?
No.
I says to Mr. Collins, if you wants to know what's cooking, it's not me.
I see. Oh, but Mrs. Green, I told you all these people would be dining when I gave you the orders after breakfast.
Not the little foreign bloke, Mum.
Oh, no, that is one extra. I agree, but still you often had far more than that at the castle.
That's what I says to Mr. Collins. I says, don't you think it's too much for me, Mr. Collins, because it ain't.
Well, if it isn't too much for you, Mrs. Green, why do you want to give your notice in?
Because I want my freedom, Mum.
Your freedom? Oh, nonsense.
It ain't nonsense, Mum. Why shouldn't I be free? That's what I want to know. Why shouldn't I be independent? Well, why shouldn't I?
Have you been listening to Mr. Garble's speech?
I couldn't help but hear it, Mum. I didn't like it neither. Them Jim Mortons have a right to freedom if they want it, if you ask me, Mum.
Yes, well, I didn't ask you, Mrs. Green. Anyway, that's quite beside the point.
The point's my independence, Mum.
Your independence? Well, it's quite obvious that you picked up a lot of words this afternoon without exactly knowing what they mean.
I know what independence means. It means quit cooking, Mrs. Green. That's what it means.
Oh, but you've been here so long. Now, let me see. You were the kitchen maid when I was married, weren't you?
That's right.
Oh, yes, I remember. You were such a pretty girl. Oh.
You weren't so bad yourself, now come to think of it.
But what will you do when you've left here?
I'll take a little cottage on my own.
A little cottage? Oh, no, Mrs. Green, you can't do this to me. Please think of me a little.
I've been thinking of you since I was a kitchen maid.
But I can't start looking round for cooks at my age.
You'll have to, Mum, unless you want to do a turn yourself.
Oh, now, Mrs. Green, that's very rude.
I'm all right now. I'm going. Good as you, and I'm allowed to speak my mind.
Have you been drinking, Mrs. Green?
No, I have not. Not yet.
I'm sorry, but I will not accept your notice.
I'm afraid you'll have to, Mum.
I won't.
Very well, then.
Where are you going?
Off to pack my bags.
Oh, dear, what am I going to do? Oh, Mr. Sass, would you like another cup of tea?
No, thank you, Duchess.
But, Father, the Jim Mortons are on the point of rising.
Who cares what they're doing in Gibraltar, Freddie? The trout are rising here. Ah, Sass, there you are. I've set your rod up.
I'm afraid I have to go. The Secretary of State has handed me my passport.
Oh, hand it back. Come on, man. The evening rise is on. Garble will never know you haven't gone. We'll try the oak pool first, and then we'll go up to the drain.
But, sir, you don't understand.
Oh, come along, man. Come along. The fish won't wait all night.
Look, Mother, why can't he pull himself together?
Oh, dear.
Father, I can't make him see that we'll very likely be at war with Sass by tonight.
I'm sorry, Freddie, but I've more important things to think about. Mrs. Green has given notice.
Oh, really, Mother? Do be serious.
I am being serious. I've never been more serious.
Has that fellow gone? Oh, forgive me, Duchess.
Yes, sir.
Good. I lost my temper, I'm afraid. All this glib talk of independence makes my gorge rise. Damn it, people have no gratitude. We've nursed them for 100 years, and now they want to chuck us out. The fellow turned quite nasty. Said he had a right to independence. I never heard such rot. One might as well say that the servants here could pack up when they feel like it. Your mother wouldn't stand for that, Freddie. Neither will I.
How very interesting. Oh, but tell me, Mr. Garfield, what's the answer?
Obvious, dear Duchess, obvious. Be strong. If they want force, let them have it.
Yes, of course.
We needn't be ashamed of being strong. A strong man armed keepeth his house.
How fascinating. Do you really mean that, Mr. Garvin?
Certainly I do. The moment that one weakens, everything disintegrates. Minorities should keep their place. The comfort and the safety of majorities should be the chief concern of statesmen and of individuals alike. And that implies the use of force in moderation and where necessary.
Really? Mr. Garfield, would you ring the bell? It's just behind you.
Oh, please don't get fresh tea for me. I haven't time.
Oh, no, that's not what I'm ringing for.
Now, Freddie, come along. We've got work to do. I've got to telephone the Prime Minister.
Oh, I'll get through to Checkers at once, sir.
You will excuse me, won't you, Duchess?
Oh, yes, of course.
I fear that in the circumstances I must be a very boring guest.
Oh, far from it. I find you inspiring.
Elliot? Oh, it's most kind of you to say so.
Mr. Garville, do you really think that when the status quo is threatened, force is always justified?
I have no doubt of it, no doubt at all.
The PM's on the line now, sir.
Good. Excuse me, Duchess. The matter must be very urgent indeed, or he'd never ring personally.
You rang, Your Grace?
Ah, Collins. Mrs. Green has given in her notice, and I've told her that I won't accept it.
So I understand, Your Grace.
So if she tries to leave, it's up to you to stop her.
Very good, Your Grace.
Use force if necessary, Collins.
Very good, Your Grace. Hello? Yes, Cranshaw's Castle. Who is speaking? Oh, yes, sir. Who is it that you wish to speak to? I am afraid that he is still dressing for dinner. Can I take a message, sir? Lord Cranshaw's... I'm afraid his lordship is still dressing too, sir. Oh, really urgent, I see. Very good, sir, I will try.
Who is it, Collins?
Prime Minister, my lord.
Oh, who does he want to speak to, Garble?
Yes, my lord, but he says you'll do.
Yes, Cranshaw's speaking. Oh, hello, sir. No, he isn't down yet, I'm afraid, but I can take a message. What's it? General strike. Yes, I see, sir. Yes, I'll tell him. The whole place is at a standstill. Right. Oh, and if he wants to ring you back, where will you be, sir? All the evening? Yeah, I see, sir. Is that a private number, sir? The what? What club? Oh, the golf club. I see, sir. Thank you, sir.
You're looking very serious, Freddie.
Oh, the situation's very serious, Mary. I've just been talking to the PM. They've just called a strike.
Who have?
Well, Gibraltar. Everything's at a standstill. Is your father dressed yet?
How should I know?
Well, I better go and break the news. Oh, Mary, you look lovely. Could I kiss you?
No, you couldn't.
Well, why? Because I'm pompous?
No, because I'm dressed for dinner and I don't want to be messed about.
I wouldn't mess you about, Mary.
All right.
Oh, darling.
No, that's enough, Freddie. Oh, here's Daddy.
Oh, there you are, sir.
Anything the matter?
The Prime Minister's just been on the telephone, sir. There's a general strike in Gibraltar.
Oh, indeed. Everything's well under control, I hope.
Well, I hope so too, sir.
Well, the PM said so, didn't he?
Well, no, not exactly, sir. He didn't say it wasn't, sir. Then again, he didn't say it was. He said that if you'd like to speak to him when you came down...
I would.
Oh, right, sir.
Is he at home?
No, sir, no. He's playing golf, sir.
Golf? Who does he think he is? Sir Francis Drake?
No, I thought that was bowls, sir.
What?
Well done, Freddie.
Well, I'll go and do it in the smoking room, sir.
Collins. Were you able to listen to the speeches this afternoon?
I heard some of them from here, sir.
Good. Did you approve?
Of what, sir?
Well, our policy of strength towards Gibraltar.
Oh, that, sir.
He says, oh, that. Well, you know what that is, Collins. It's the policy that's made this country what it is today. Well, do you approve of it? That's what I'm asking you. Or are you one of those who advocate a policy of laissez-faire? Do nothing. Let the garden go to pot, the bindweed get a stranglehold, the roses and the lilies die. Perhaps you're a liberal.
No, sir.
Well, what are you then? Well, come, man, you must be something. Tell me what you are.
His Grace's butler, sir.
True enough. You are His Grace's butler. And an admirable man. A relic of the days when men were quite content to follow their own trade and leave the running of their country to their betters.
PM's on the line, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Freddie. I'll want you in the smoking room.
Oh, yes, of course, sir.
Cocktail, miss?
Oh, thanks, Collins. What time's dinner? 8 or 8:15?
That all depends on Mrs. Green, miss.
Oh, is she the vicar's wife?
No, she's the cook, miss.
Oh, I see.
Oh, that will be the vicar, miss. Excuse me.
Oh, dear. It isn't fair to make me entertain the vicar and his wife alone.
Yes, indeed, if you would just the vicar and Mrs. Twitworth.
Good evening. Good evening. I'm afraid that I'm the only one down so far. My name's Mary Garvold.
But of course. We saw you on the platform this afternoon, didn't we?
Oh, yes, indeed. Your father made a fighting speech, an admirable speech, quite excellent.
How nice of you to say so, Vicar. Oh, do sit down.
Thank you so much, yes, indeed. Oh, yes, it was a great afternoon. You know, we little people in the country are not often privileged to hear our leaders in the flesh.
We've got the wireless, William.
Oh, yes, my dear, I know. But these mechanical devices, although admirable in their way, entirely fail to reproduce the speaker's personality. And that, of course, is all important. All important.
Hello, Vicar.
Good evening, Frederick.
Oh, good evening, Lord Cranshaw.
Hello, Mrs. Twitworth. Now, may anybody like some sherry, Mrs. Twitworth?
Well, the merest mouthful.
Mary?
Oh, I'll have another cocktail, please.
Yeah, you, Vicar. Sherry or a cocktail?
Might I have a cocktail?
Yes, why not? Well, now, here's yours, Mrs. Twitworth.
What a big one. Still, it's Saturday.
Good evening, Mrs. Twitworth. Vicar.
Good evening, Duke. Good evening.
You both dining here?
Yes, of course they are, Father. Now, have a cocktail and relax.
Does Collins know?
Oh, yes. Collins showed us in here, didn't he, Maud?
Yes.
Oh, that's all right, then, if he knows. I get sick of Edith messing up my meals.
If you'd rather that we left.
No. You better stay now that you're here. I only hope that Edith's told cook. I had to carve a snipe up between 8 people last week.
Cheers.
Well, cheers. Down the hatch. You were giving us a sermon in the morning, Vicar?
Yes, I've just composed one.
What about?
The crisis, in relation to the Book of Revelation.
Oh, that damn thing again. Here you are, Garvold.
Mr. Garvold, the vicar and his wife, sir.
Hello.
Pleased to meet you.
All congratulations on your excellent oration, sir.
Oh, thank you.
Can I pour you a cocktail, sir?
Thank you, Freddie.
Now, some more sherry, Mrs. Twitworth.
Should I?
Oh, why not?
Water hot?
I'm sorry?
Bath water.
Oh, yes. No, I didn't have time for a bath.
Did Freddie keep you out?
I didn't have one either.
What? Well, I'd be blowed. What have you been doing? Playing snooker?
We've been working, Father.
Working on a Saturday? Well, what do you think of that, Mrs. Twitworth?
Well,
it's as bad as working on a Sunday. Only worse, because there's nothing else to do on a Sunday.
I trust your speech will have a salutary effect, Mr. Garvold.
I'm afraid it won't. I've been on to the PM, and they show no sign of backing down, no sign whatever.
Who, the government?
No, the Jim Moultons. On the contrary, they seem determined to go through with this ridiculous attempt to throw us out.
Why is it so ridiculous?
Maud.
I beg your pardon, madam.
I asked you, why do you say their attempt's ridiculous?
Well, for one thing, because it won't succeed.
But you've just said the purpose of your speech this afternoon had not succeeded. Well, according to your reasoning, that means it must have been ridiculous as well.
Maud!
Do you feel like I do, Miss Garvold?
Well,
Mary always feels like anything that irritates her father.
I am so sorry, Mr. Garvold. Maud, keep your own counsel.
Why? You don't keep yours.
But mine is not offensive.
Isn't it? It's downright hypocritical, if you ask me. You call yourself a clergyman and then go oiling up to this inflated windbag just because you think he might get you a bishopric one day.
Maud! Sir, I don't know what to say, sir. Maud, what has come over you? Are you not feeling well?
I'm feeling wonderful.
Hold everything.
Huh?
Yeah, I thought so. Collins has put the whiskey in the wrong decanter. Anybody think they've been drinking sherry?
Yes. Maud asked for sherry.
Oh, well, it's whiskey. I've just had a sniff of the decanter.
Oh, let me change it for you, Mrs. Twitworth.
It's too late. I've drunk it.
Well, that accounts for it. Her tongue was loosened by the spirit, Mr. Garvold.
More than yours has ever been, if you ask me.
I must remember that one, Mrs. Twitworth.
Come, Maud, I think we had better go.
Oh, what nonsense. It'll wear off in a minute, won't it, Mrs. Twitworth?
I'm afraid so, yes. But while it lasted, it was wonderful.
I think you should apologize to Mr. Garvold, Maud.
Yes, William. I'm so sorry, Mr. Garvold.
Oh, that's quite all right. Entirely understandable. A notable example, all the happier because it was mistaken, of the evils of indulgence.
Why not lie down for a little, Mrs. Twitworth?
May I?
May I really? On this sofa?
Of course you may. But I'd keep my eyes open if I were you, and fix them both on something on the wall up there and make 'em hold it still.
Thanks, Duke.
Freddie, where's that little fella got to? What's his name?
Sass, Father. He went back to London.
Oh, really?
Yes, I instructed him to forward to his government the text of what I said without delay.
Oh, yes, he did that from the post office.
The post office?
Yes, in the village. Saw him do it.
From the village post office? But it was vitally important.
Not half so important as the 2-pound trout on a March brown.
I'm sorry, but I don't quite follow.
Well, you see, we were fishing, and he wanted to get on with it, and so he left it with the postmistress.
The postmistress?
That's right, old Mary Grayson. Used to be my nursery maid until one of the underkeepers poached her.
Oh, really?
Oh, don't worry, she'll have sent it off. She never put a foot wrong with my bookie.
Father, you don't seem to realise how serious the situation is.
And you don't need to realise that if I go in the Soho cast for 20 minutes, I expect it to be used.
Well, anyway, he's gone now, and that's the main thing.
Oh, I do hope I'm not late. Has Collins announced dinner?
Not yet, Mother. It's not 8 yet.
Oh, good evening, Vicar. Where's your wife?
Here, Duchess. Maud, the Duchess.
What's the matter, Mrs. Twitworth? Oh, why are you lying on the sofa?
Hangover, my dear, that's all.
Poor Mrs. Twitworth drank a glass of whiskey. Neat.
Yeah, I'd asked Collins put whiskey in the wrong decanter.
Oh, really? First of all, it's Mrs. Green, and then this. I'll have some sherry, Freddie.
Has Mrs. Green been boozing?
No, she's given notice.
Gone, you mean?
Oh, of course not. What we have, we hold. Oh, thank you, Freddie. And now then, Mr. Garble, how's your crisis getting on?
Well, there's a general strike now, Duchess.
Really? When did you hear that?
The PM rang through when I was up changing, and I rang him back. I thought perhaps he might want me in London, but he's of the opinion that it would be undignified to change my weekend plans just because a cheeky little colony thinks it can twist our tail. He thinks they're bluffing and agrees with me that we must call their bluff.
How? Why?
Suppose they're not bluffing, sir.
Well, we're not bluffing either.
No, indeed we're not.
Are you feeling all right, Mother?
Yes. Why, Freddie?
I just wondered if I'd mixed up the decanters.
Oh, Freddie, don't be rude.
Duchess, I'm glad that you approve of what I'm doing.
Oh, of course I do, Mr. Garble. I always say one must be firm.
But you weren't saying that at tea time, Mother.
Well, I've changed my mind. The situation's changed, and so I've changed my mind to suit the situation.
But the situation hasn't changed at all.
Oh, pardon me, it has. At tea time, I was just a theorist, but now I'm a participant. When you're in opposition, you can think and say exactly what you like, because you haven't got responsibility. But once you're in power, the only thing you've got to do is to be responsible. And that's so restful, isn't it? Because it means you haven't got to think at all.
Mother, you talk as if you've joined the government.
Well, in a way, I have.
Who switched that damn thing in here?
Hello, Cranshaw's Castle. Cranshaw speaking. Hold on, sir.
Who is it?
The First Lord, sir.
Please excuse me.
Certainly.
Hello, yes, Percy here.
Who was it?
The First Lord, Father.
What's
Oh,
that?
Tom, well, I'll be blowed. He was my fake at school. Got sacked for keeping a book during Ascot Week. He won a packet on the Gold Cup, 19 bottles, something staggering.
Well.
Now, I hope Garbles won't go on guessing too long.
Oh, Alfred, be quiet.
Yes, I see. Yes, quite right. Yes, I agree. It's time we arrested him. Yes, I'll get on to Higgins' side. We've got to call his bluff. And what about the carrier? Yes, good idea. Where is she now? I see. Well, if she's underway at once, she should be there quite soon. Yes, that will make them think. Good. Will you fix it with the Admiral? Yes, I'll be here. I'm at your service. If I've gone to bed, I'll leave young Cranshaw standing by. All right, goodbye.
Bad news, sir.
Well, not good. Les Petros is the danger. General Les Petros. He's the leader of the Independence Party. We're going to pull him in before the battle really starts. Freddie, get Mr. Malter on the phone, the residency.
Right, sir.
Do it in the smoking room, Freddie. Then we might be allowed to speak occasionally.
Right, Father.
I'm so sorry, Duchess, to be using your house like an office.
No, not at all. Tell me, what's going to happen now?
Oh, I wouldn't like to say. It's either their last bluff or they mean business. Well, if it's business, we mean it too. We're moving in an aircraft carrier to lie off the Jamaican coast.
What good will that do?
Quite a lot, I hope.
Just make them more determined to be free, that's all.
I wonder. Aircraft carriers look most determined, too.
What's you know for if it can't deal with things like this?
It's our affair, this, Mary, an internal matter. We can deal with it ourselves. We don't want you butting in.
You ought to be ashamed sending a great big thing like that to frighten them.
Oh, Mary, grow up.
I have grown up, in spite of being looked after by you. I can't think why you didn't keep me on at Cheltenham forever.
Jim Walter's on the line, sir.
Oh, good. Excuse me, won't you?
Yes, of course. Were you at Cheltenham, Miss Garfield?
Yes, Mrs. Twitworth.
Well, did you ever? Isn't it a small world, William? I'd a sister teaching there.
Ah, Collins, there you are. Is dinner ready?
No, Your Grace.
Well, why the devil isn't it?
Cook's gone on strike, Your
On
Grace.
strike? She can't do that.
That's what I told her. But she's still on strike, Your Grace.
You mean that there isn't any dinner?
No, Your Grace. When Jean and I went down to get the dishes for the dining room, there wasn't any, so to speak.
Oh, well, we'll have to go out to the Cranshaw's Arms. Freddie, you better ring 'em up and get a table.
Good idea.
It's cold horse, peas, and custard. But it's better than starvation.
Alfred, there's no point in ringing up the Cranshaw's Arms when we're staying here.
But Mrs. Green's on strike.
She may be bluffing. Now then, Mary, you and Freddie and the vicar, and you, Mrs. Whitworth, I'm quite sure you'd all like a game of croquet.
Oh,
yes. Freddie, show them where the mallets and the balls are.
Oh, what fun. Come, William, golf or proper?
Proper takes too long.
Yes, I prefer the quicker game. There's more bite to it.
Oh, how shall we play?
Castle versus the vicarage, of course. William is extremely good. Before we were married, he was chaplain to a bishop who did nothing else.
Oh, come on. I don't think that's quite fair.
Oh, well, racing too, I know. But that was just his hobby.
Freddie?
Yes, Mother?
It's no use trying to slip off to the smoking room. Do as you're told.
Oh, very well, Mother.
Now, Collins, where is Mrs. Green?
She's in her room, Your Grace. She's locked the door.
Her room? What are you doing there?
Singing, Your Grace.
Singing?
That's right, Your Grace. The Internationale.
Well, she must be tight.
Your Grace has probably got something there.
Alfred, I do wish you wouldn't keep on interrupting.
Sorry, my dear. I'll go and take my rod down. You haven't done it yet, have you, Collins?
No, Your Grace. I haven't had the time with Mrs. Green.
No, good. I'll nip down and do it. How long is it going to be before we eat?
Well, that all depends.
A damn bad show, I called it. Never would have happened in my father's time. But what's happened to the world?
Go on, Collins. Did you talk to Mrs. Green?
I did, Your Grace.
And what did she say?
She said that if me or Jean tried cooking in her kitchen, she'd come right in and knock our blocks off.
Really?
Oh, Duchess, I'm sorry I am late.
Oh, there isn't any hurry, Mr. Sass. Dinner's going to be delayed. Collins, pour a cocktail for Mr. Sass.
Yes, Your Grace.
Thank you.
Well, that dinner jacket fits you, doesn't it?
Here and there.
It's Alfred's old one. He plays croquet in it.
It is very comfortable.
Your cocktail, sir?
Oh, thank you, Collins.
How would you like a game of croquet, Mr. Sass?
Enchanted.
Good. Then take your drink outside and take over from Freddie.
Are you sure he will not mind?
Of course not, you're a guest.
I will be charmed.
Now, Collins, there's just one thing, Fred. Go down to the gun room, get a rifle and some ammunition, and take up position in the scullery while Jean cuts sandwiches. All right?
Very good, Your Grace. Oh, am I to open fire if she turns nasty?
Not without my personal authority.
No, I quite understand, Your Grace. I'll see to it at once.
Well, really, Mother, you are the end.
Well, what's happened now?
Well, Sass playing croquet.
Oh, but I told him to, Freddie. I was quite sure you wouldn't mind.
Oh, I don't mind that. What I mind is his being here at all. Garfield won't stand for
Now,
it.
once and for all, I will not listen to your childishness. I've quite enough to think about and Mrs. Green behaving as she is.
Well, did Mrs. Green give notice, Mother?
Yes, and I refuse to let her go.
But you've got no right to. It's unethical. She's got a perfect right to give notice. If she wants to go, you've no alternative. You've got to let her go.
Yes, that's what I've always thought till this weekend. And then Mr. Garfield, bless him, taught me otherwise. Oh, I'm so glad he came to stay.
Well, what on earth has Garfield got to do with it?
But everything he's taught me to be firm. I'm keeping her.
It's utterly immoral.
Oh, I like that. Immoral. What about Jamolta?
Jamolta's vital to us.
And so is Mrs. Green to me.
Now, listen, Mother, don't you realize that the peace of Europe and the world depend on our retention of our colony?
And don't you realize that my peace depends on Mrs. Green?
Why can't you get another cook?
Well, why can't you get another colony?
There isn't one that's suitable.
Exactly. Nor is there another cook.
Help! Help!
Oh, Jean, whatever's the matter?
Oh, ma'am, save him, save him.
Oh, Collins, why have you got a saucepan on your head? Pull yourself together.
Oh, I can't, Your Grace.
Oh, well, help him, Freddie. Don't just stand there. Take that ridiculous saucepan off his head.
Hold on, Collins. Now, I'll be as gentle as I can.
Yes, my lord.
Steady. Yeah. There.
Oh, thank you, my lord.
Oh, now then, Collins, please explain yourself.
She's gone, Your Grace.
What?
Yes, Your Grace. The kitchen's empty, and there's 2 gin bottles on the kitchen table, and one of them's empty too.
The kitchen? But I told you not to let Mrs. Green get in there. Why didn't you take up position in the scullery as you were told?
Oh, but I did, Your Grace. I got the 2.2 rifle and the ammo.
What? Be quiet, Freddie.
As you said, Your Grace, and put 'em by me, and then sat down at the table in the scullery and started on me pools. Next thing I knew, I was inside this saucepan.
But what happened?
Well, Your Grace, I figure that cook, she come out of her room when I came up to tell you she'd gone on strike and lay up in the kitchen. Then, when I sat down, she stalked me from behind and snuffed me like...
How very careless of you, Collins.
Yes, Your Grace.
Where's she now?
Search me, Your Grace.
You mean to say you didn't see which way she went?
I couldn't see, Your Grace.
Oh, no, of course not, with that saucepan on your head.
All that I could do was grope around for the rifle, but I couldn't seem to get my hands on it. And then I struggled up the stairs for help and found Jean in the pantry.
You must get hold of the rifle. Nip down now.
Very good, Your Grace.
Oh, don't go, John. She'll kill you.
Oh, I shall be all right, love. Jean is not herself, Your Grace.
No, I can see that. Hurry up. Now, Jean, do you feel like cutting sandwiches for 8?
Oh, yes, Your Grace.
Then off you go to the pantry.
Yes, Your Grace.
Mrs. Green may have gone off with the rifle, Mother.
Oh, what nonsense. It's not sporting in the least. Oh, come in, Mr. Garbled. So you finished telephoning. I do hope everything is satisfactory.
Far from it, I'm afraid. Les Patros has escaped into the hills.
Oh, how annoying. I do feel for you so much.
Yes, damn bad luck. Higginson tells me they had a cordon round his house, but he slipped through it.
Really? What a strange coincidence.
Coincidence?
Yes, that he should have got away when you put a guard on him.
Yes, I see.
And you know his hideout?
No, the area's too big, like looking for a needle in a haystack.
Exactly.
Well, I've done all I can. Still, I don't like it. General Les Patros roaming round Gibraltar, armed and utterly fanatical.
Your Grace.
Yes, Collins?
Gone, Your Grace.
Gone? Thank you, Collins. Get on with the sandwiches, then, will you?
Yes, Your Grace.
Anything the matter?
I'm afraid there's been a little trouble in the kitchen, Mr. Garble, so I do hope you won't mind if we have a picnic dinner up here.
Oh, not at all. I don't feel much like eating anyway. I'm far too worried by the situation.
How I sympathize.
Oh, it's very kind of you.
I know just how you feel. Which is the sherry, Freddie?
It's in the square decanter, Mother.
I see.
You know, it's hard to imagine these surroundings, but just suppose you had a crazy, trigger-happy lunatic at large here in the park. Well, that's what's going on out there in Gibraltar.
Yes. It's a small world, isn't it?
I beg your pardon?
Granted.
Well, that's the wrong decanter, Mother.
Oh, no, it isn't, Freddie. It's the right one. Definitely.
But you're drinking neat whiskey.
I know. Cheerio.
Where would Your Grace require the sandwiches?
Oh, on that table, Collins, if you don't mind.
Here, Jean.
Yes, Mr. Collins.
Did you manage all right?
Chicken, ham, tomato, and sardine.
Oh, well done indeed. And plenty to go round, or will it be a case of family holdback?
If everyone plays fair, there's plenty there, Your Grace.
Oh, I don't know how to thank you enough, Collins.
Not at all, Your Grace.
And Eugene, too.
Thank you, Your Grace.
No sign of Mrs. Green?
No, all quiet on the kitchen front, Your Grace.
No sign of the rifle?
No, Your Grace.
That's most mysterious. I do hope she's not done herself an injury.
I think we would have heard the shot, Your Grace, by now.
How drunk do you suppose she was?
There's the one empty bottle on the kitchen table, and the other's missing. Seemingly, she come back for it when I came up here in the saucepan.
And no tonic water, I presume?
I'm afraid not, Your Grace. I'll ring the police station if Your Grace is worried.
The police? Certainly not. No, Collins. We must keep our heads at all costs. All that's happened is that Mrs. Green has gone out walking somewhere in the park. She may have got a rifle, or she may not. Well, even if she has, there's nothing very strange in that. His Grace is always doing it.
Not with a gin bottle, Your Grace.
No, naturally not. He's got a flask. Now, Collins, put the matter right out of your head, and you too, Jean, and keep the matter to yourselves as well. I don't want Mr. Garfield worried. He's got quite enough to worry him already.
Very good, Your Grace.
Now, Collins, take my glass, will you,
Yes, Your
please,
Grace.
and run along and tell Mr. Garfield that supper's ready. You'll find him in the smoking room with Freddie.
Very good, Your Grace.
Oh, and Jean, would you nip out and tell the others they're on the lawn?
Yes, Your Grace.
Ah, supper. About time, too. Where's everybody?
Playing kukri.
What's the matter with you? Lost your teeth?
No, but crockery is not an easy word to say, that's all.
You said it all right half an hour ago.
Yes, well, a lot has happened since then.
You better have a sandwich. It'll soak it up.
Oh, no, we'd better wait for the others. Alfred, do you think I'm a little tiddly? Do you think I could stand up?
Why, do you want to?
Not particularly, no.
Well, I should stay put then.
Oh, Alfred, you're so sensible.
Oh, that's quite all right, my dear. I'm used to it. Where's Garfield?
Working in the smoking room with Freddie.
Working? Restless fellow. Why can't he relax? I've always said the only decent Prime Minister we ever had was Melbourne. He was cute enough to know the less politicians did, the better. Oh, well, it's common sense, considering that 50% of them are unemployable elsewhere.
Well, that's all we can do for now.
Oh,
It's a task.
come along, Mr. Garfield. Alfred's been saying you work too hard.
Oh, I'll second that. I've just had 20 minutes for the cabinet.
Oh, poor you. Well, anyway, the sandwiches are here at last, and you shall have your pick.
They look quite excellent. Where is everybody, Mother?
They're still playing. Still playing. Now, come and sit down beside me, Mr. Garfield, just exactly where you would have been if you'd been in the dining room. That's right, here on my right. And then I'll be in the middle between you and Mr. Sass.
Sass?
Oh, yes, I think so. After all, the vicar is a local, and we both abandoned all attempts at making conversation nearly 20 years ago.
But I understood that Sass left after tea.
Oh, no, he's staying. He came back here after fishing.
What?
And then Collins lent him Alfred's second dinner jacket, and he's playing croquet with your daughter and the twin fellows.
Playing croquet?
Well, golf croquet. I don't think it's quite as bad as proper croquet, do you?
Did you know about this, Freddie?
What about him staying? No, sir.
Oh, come in, Mrs. Twitworth. Come in, Mary. Now, I long to know who won.
We did.
Oh, you and Mrs. Twitworth?
Now, me and Mr. Sass. At the last hoop.
Oh, better than that, my dear. At the last stick, at the last hoop, we were all square. You know, Mr. Sass, if I had laid my ball between yours and the stick, I really think Maud could have clinched it with her next.
All things are possible, Vicar.
Now, everybody find yourselves a seat, and Jean and Collins will hand round the plates. Our cook's been taken ill, Mr. Sassons, so we had to improvise. I do hope you won't mind.
Not at all. My mouth is watering already.
Oh, how charming everybody is. Now, Mr. Sass, come and sit here on my left.
Delighted.
Oh, Duchess,
Oh,
I really
please do
must-
not get up, Mr. Garble.
No, Duchess, I hate to have to talk like this in someone else's house, but I have no alternative. I don't know, Sass, how you have the face to stay here when your countrymen are doing what they are.
What are they doing, Freddie?
Freddie?
We were up at New College together, sir.
So Sass is your guest, is he?
Oh, no, sir, no. Father asked you, didn't he, Sass?
He did, Lord Granshaw's. You were saying, Mr. Garble, that my countrymen...
Are planning a revolt. Las Patros has escaped into the hills.
Indeed. No doubt he had no option but to do so. We had information that you planned to kidnap him the moment that the strike began.
We never kidnap people. We detain them in the interests of public safety and for their own good.
You are unselfish.
Oh, shut up, Sass. It's in your power, Sass, to stop all this.
It is in yours as well.
How, might I ask?
By giving us our freedom.
Quite impossible.
Or by allowing the United Nations to take over.
That's what I say.
Silence, Mary. The United Nations? Why the devil should we? We don't want the United Nations butting in. It's our domestic problem, and we mean to settle it ourselves.
Of course. Do have a sandwich, Mr. Sass.
Tomato, chicken, ham, sardines, sir.
One of each. Thank you.
White wine or whiskey, sir?
Some white wine, if I may.
And now, Mr. Garfield, what will you have?
Ham, please.
Whiskey or white wine, sir?
Whiskey, please.
Well, there we are. Has everybody got enough? When you want replenishing, just shout for Jean and Collins. Keep the glasses topped up.
Very good, Your Grace.
Picnics is such fun, Mr. Garfield, don't you agree? Especially indoors, when you've got all the fun without the wasps.
Collins.
Your Grace.
Nip out into the hall and get my bowler hat. Well, go on, get moving.
Very good, Your Grace.
Whatever do you want to bowl a hat hat for Alfred. You're not in a draft.
The crumbs, my dear. Damned useful things for crumbs. Plates are no good, slippery as eels. A bowler hat between your knees is just the thing. You can't go wrong.
Oh, what a good idea.
Of course, it's not easy if you wear a skirt.
Oh.
Besides, I don't suppose you've got a bowler, have you, Mrs. Twitworth?
No.
Ah, then it's best to stick to plates.
The bowler, Your Grace?
Thank you, Collins.
Your sardine sandwiches are delicious, Duchess.
Now, Collins, you and Jean had better help yourselves.
Oh, thank you, Your Grace.
Switch on the wireless, Freddie, will you? The news will just have started. Now, would you have another sandwich, Mr. Garble?
No, I've finished, thank you.
Mr. Sass?
No, thank you. I have not quite finished.
A joint communique issued by the Colonial Office and the Admiralty indicates that the government are determined to follow up strong words with strong deeds. The aircraft carrier HMS Intolerable has been ordered to Gibraltar from her present training area. Agency messages indicate that the Residency, which is the official residence of the governor, Sir Harold Higginson, has been under rebel fire for some time from the hills. It's believed that the rebel forces are led by General Las Patros, whose post-war opposition to British rule has so much changed the atmosphere of this sun-drenched holiday resort. A statement from the Residency by Sir Harold Higginson, read in 4 languages over the Gibraltar radio tonight, confirms the offer of a reward of 50,000 pezalas, or about £150, for the capture of the so-called General Las Patros, alive or dead. At the Oval today, a huge crowd saw Surrey make 5...
You're fed. Just it was getting interesting.
Your policy has reached fruition, evidently.
Yours as well?
We didn't overthrow the status quo, you did.
Because your policy did not allow for its adjustment.
Claptrap.
Let me fill your glass, sir.
I wouldn't say no to a little whiskey.
Oh, Mr. Sass, you're drinking white wine, aren't you?
Thank you.
Collins.
Very good, Your Grace.
Poor Harry Higginson.
Oh, he's all right. He's a diplomat.
Yes, but they said he was under fire.
Oh, don't worry. I bet he's going to set out from sheer force of habit. Will you evacuate the Residency, Mrs. Garble?
No question of it. Cowardly sniping will make no impression on our policy. The slightest deviation from normality will be interpreted as weakness. As I said this afternoon, at the conclusion of my peroration, what we have, we hold.
Oh, let's drink to that.
Why not?
Oh, forgive us, won't you, Mr. Sass?
Of course.
Perhaps you should stay seated like they do at city banquets. Everybody else get up, though. Now, are you ready? Raise your glasses. What we have, we hold.
Take cover, everyone.
They have.
Thought I heard a shot.
Yes, so did I. From the garden.
Ah, I'm not as deaf as people think. Who was it?
Mrs. Green, I shouldn't wonder.
Mrs. Green? I thought she'd left.
Yes, I rather hoped she had.
Well, whose rifle's she using?
Yours.
Mine?
Yes.
Damn cheek, I call it. Where'd she get it from?
She took it off the table in the scullery.
The scullery? What was she doing there? Were there mice in there or something?
Oh, Alfred, will you please be quiet? You're going on exactly like a policeman. Mrs. Green! Are you in the garden, Mrs. Green? Hello there, Mrs. Green. Now come along, Mrs. Green. Come here at once. If you don't come at once, I'll have to send a party out to get you.
Oh, Mother, for heaven's sake, get down.
What's she shooting at?
I don't know, but she hit my earring. Oh, Collins, nip upstairs and get my emerald ones.
Very good, Your Grace.
Keep round the wainscot, Collins. Hug the wall, man.
Oh, John, be careful.
That's all right. You're through. Well, there might be bats. There are lots out there in the yew tree. Sills, you ought to be more careful. Hello, Mrs. Green. Don't fire at window level.
Courage, Maud. Oh, it's all right. That was an upstairs window.
Well, there's no one upstairs this time of night, thank goodness.
Oh, there is. There's Collins.
Oh, well, he's expendable.
Don't tell me she shot my John. She's not shot Mr. Collins, has she?
Oh, no, of course she hasn't, Jean. He's only gone upstairs to get my earrings. Oh, Alfred, tell her that it's quite all right.
Of course he is. If he'd been hit, we would have heard him hollering.
You see, now, Jean, just try and relax.
Now then, everybody, keep well back from the window and you'll be all right. I'm going to have another drink, if I can get out of the line of fire. Hello, Garble. What on earth are you doing on your hands and knees? Have you lost something?
Mr. Garble, shouldn't you get up? Remember that the slightest deviation from normality will be interpreted as weakness.
That is.
Yes, Mr. Garble?
Who is Mrs. Green?
She's my cook, Mr. Garble. She gave a notice to me this afternoon. I refused to let her go. And then she got drunk and stole a rifle and some ammunition.
Drunk and with a rifle? Freddie, ring the police.
Freddie, don't touch that telephone. This is my affair, Mr. Garfield, and I intend to handle it myself.
Your Grace, the emerald earrings.
Ah, thank you, Collins.
John, I thought she'd got you, John.
I'm all right, dear.
Get through all right, Collins?
Yes, Your Grace. But I regret to say the bullet smashed the Lancia print outside the bathroom door.
Which one?
The monarch of the Glen, Your Grace.
Oh, thank God.
Look out, she's on the move. She came round the corner of the yew tree. Yeah. Oh, it's all right. She's gone back again.
That woman may attack at any minute, Duchess.
Oh, so that's what's worrying you. Oh, how very stupid of me. Freddie, run down to the gun room, and you too, Alfred. I want you to bring all the armament that you can find up here. I'm sure there's quite enough for all of us.
But, Mother...
Oh, go on, Freddie. By the time you've finished arguing, we'll all be dead.
Thanks, Mary.
Oh, all right. You better take over sentry duty, Mary.
Okay.
Coming, Father?
Yes, why not? The partridges let us down damn badly this year.
Oh, I am so sorry, Mr. Sass, about all this.
But not at all. I am enjoying it.
Duchess, I must insist you ring the police.
Would you ring the United Nations?
No.
Why not?
Because Jamalta's out of her.
And Mrs. Green is mine.
I disagree with all the vehemence at my command. The matter's gone beyond your jurisdiction. There's a woman lying out there in the grounds, a drunken woman with a lethal weapon. Who knows what devastation she may cause when alcoholic stimulation takes its toll?
Oh, I'm prepared for that. And that's why I've sent them down to get the necessary equipment.
Here we are.
Put the guns on the table, Freddie.
All right, you are.
Collins.
Yes, Your Grace.
I want you to keep guard. His Grace will give you something suitable. Alfred.
Yes, dear.
Give Collins something to keep guard with while we're issuing the weapons.
Yes, well, you better take my stalking rifle and these dum-dum bullets.
Yes, Your Grace.
Be careful, John.
I shall be quite all right, love.
See any movement?
No, Your Grace.
She's lying down, I shouldn't wonder.
Possibly, Your Grace.
Now, don't worry. She'll shift when she gets damp. Then take her just behind the shoulder.
Very good, Your Grace.
You better take your own gun, Freddie.
Oh, all right, Mother.
Not much range, but you can take her if she charges. Number 5 shot's best for cooks, I shouldn't wonder.
Now, what about you, Alfred?
Oh, I've got my own, dear.
Splendid. Now, Mr. Garfield, would you like my husband's second gun?
No, I would not.
Then Mr. Sash shall have it.
Thank you.
Duchess, you can't give him one.
Why not?
He's on the other side.
The other side of what?
He's a Jimolton.
What's that got to do with it?
Yes, what indeed? Mrs. Green is out there in the herbaceous border building up her strength. Well, Mr. Garfield, which is it to be, for us or Mrs. Green? If it's for us, then take the gun. If it's for Mrs. Green, then go and lie up in the boulder with her, and good luck to you.
Oh, all right.
Here's your ammunition. Pop a couple in for safety, if I were you.
Yes. Now, what have we got left? Oh, just the revolver. Oh, well, we'd better keep that in reserve.
Oh, Duchess, may I have it?
Really, Mrs. Whitworth, I thought you were a pacifist.
Oh, I know it's wicked of me, but then even pacifists are tempted sometimes, and I've always longed to break out just the once to see what it was like. And surely this provides a wonderful excuse.
Oh, how very sporting of you. The revolver, Alfred.
Here you are, Mrs. Whitworth. That's the lot, then. And I'll keep the hunting horn. I shot a cormorant with that revolver, Mrs. Whitworth, off Gallipoli.
Oh, isn't it attractive? Will it be too heavy for me?
No. Not if you balance it like this.
Oh, I see. Rest it on my elbow. What a thrill.
And there's your ammunition.
What charming little shells. I suppose they go in here.
That's right.
And to fire, I merely press the trigger.
Yes.
But how simple.
Steady on, Mrs. Whitworth.
Look out.
Alfred, one of Mother's vases.
Looks as if it's had it.
Alfred, the vicar. Look at him.
Good heavens. Must have been a ricochet.
Is he dead? Oh, what are we to do, Alfred?
Oh, nothing we can do, my dear, except inform the next of kin.
You do it.
Mrs. Whitworth.
Yes, Duke?
It's your husband.
What about him?
He's a goner.
William? Nonsense. Oh, don't you worry, Duke. He's all right. Get up off the floor, William.
Yes, dear.
Now, Alfred, what's the plan?
We'll have to draw her fire.
Oh, how exciting. How shall we do that?
Well, no one's going across the lawn, so we'll have to find some other way. Now, let me think. I know. Freddie, you sing that song she hates, the one you used to sing when you got back from Eton.
Well, I don't want to, Father.
Oh, go on.
Oh, all right. There's an oh. Sorry, start again. There's an old house by the stream, Mrs. Green, where we used to sit and dream, Mrs. Green, where the waters as they flow seem to whisper soft and low, you're a damn bad cook, I'll sack you, Mrs. Green.
The Gainsborough, Alfred.
Ah, never mind, my dear. The important thing is she doesn't like the singing.
But I can't say I blame her.
We've located her, what's more. So now let's plan the battle. Now, who's the CO, you or me?
Well, you were once in the army.
Oh, so was Freddie.
Oh, yes, but only in intelligence.
Right, I'll take command. Where is she, Collins?
I observed the flashes from the middle of the herbaceous border, Your Grace.
What's the plan, then?
Well, the surest method of attack would be a frontal charge out of this window, but in that event I fear we would suffer heavy casualties. So I suggest a double flanking movement, with one party coming through the back door and the other leaving by the front.
Right, that's the plan. Now, what about the troops?
Now, who's prepared to bring in Mrs. Green, alive or dead?
Oh, how I would wish to. But I must not interfere in your internal politics.
Who else, then? Come along, there's a reward, of course.
Count me in.
And me, Your Grace.
How many do you reckon we need, Collins?
You and me in the assault, Your Grace. And one more would be welcome for a feint attack across the tennis court.
Who knows the tennis court?
Well, I suppose I do.
Oh, no, Freddie, I won't let you go.
I thought you said I was pompous.
Oh, I know, but I didn't mean it. Freddie, please don't go.
Well, I must. There's no one else.
Now, come, Alfred. That makes 3 with Freddie.
Right. Now, Collins, you better take the left. You know the back door better than I do. Take Freddie with you and then lose him out across the tennis court. I'll take the front door on the summer house. Well, good luck all. I'll sound the horn when it's all over. Off we go!
Oh, but Alfred, what are we to do?
Sit tight here and draw her fire.
How?
We'll sing, there's nothing better. Try the song again, it seems to work. Right, off we go.
Very good, Your Grace.
Hang with you,
Yes.
Freddie,
What, Mary?
have you got a copy of your speech this afternoon?
Yes, in my room. Why?
I just want to keep it. Always.
Oh, Mary.
Freddie, break it up. You're messing up my time here.
Alfred.
Yes, sir?
Alfred, what shall I do if you're killed?
Get on to my insurance company on Monday morning, dear.
Mr. Collins.
What's the matter, Jean?
I love you, John. It's took this to make me realise it.
Oh, Jean.
Now, Collins, put yourself together. Let the girl go.
Pardon me, Your Grace. I may be wearing tails, but there's a heart that beats beneath them just the same.
In that case, you better see a doctor. Now, come along, for heaven's sake.
Yes.
Now,
Collins.
Yes, very good.
What about the singing? They won't be long. Vicar, will you start it? You're used to giving us the note.
Well, the tune's a little unfamiliar, I fear. Still, I'll have a try. La... No. Oh, how correct. Thank you, Duchess, indeed, yes. Oh. Now, we will all sing. There's an old house by the stream, Mrs. Green. Oh, there's an old house by the stream, Mrs. Green, where we used to sit and dream, Mrs. Green, where the waters as they flowed seem to whisper soft and low, you're a damn rotten cook, I'll sack you, Mrs. Green.
Oh, Mrs. Green.
Oh, thank you, Jean.
Well, I could have sworn there'd be a shot.
We certainly deserved one. Shall we try again?
Oh, 2 shots. Oh, dear.
Oh, dear. They've killed. Oh, dear, bother the telephone. Hello? Yes, who is that? Oh, yes, he's here, but we're very busy at the moment. Couldn't you ring back a little later? Oh, the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister, Mr. Garble.
I'll take it in the smoking room.
Oh, hold on a minute, will you, Prime Minister? He's just going into the other room. I'll wait till he picks up the receiver.
There's a body in the border.
Whose, Jean? Jean, whose body is in the border?
Cook's.
Is Cook dead? Oh, Prime Minister, I'm so sorry. I was talking to my parlour maid. We've got a small domestic crisis here. There's Mr. Gobble on the line, so I'll hang up now.
That's that.
Is Mrs. Green dead, Alfred?
No. Just passed out, that's all.
Oh, thank goodness for that. A merciful solution.
Oh, what about the shots?
Oh, that was Collins. Panicked when he saw me moving down behind the yew hedge. Thought I was Mrs. Green and let me have it. Missed by yards, I said yes.
But surely we heard 2 shots, Duke.
Oh, yes, that was me. I wasn't going to let him get away with it. Damn bad for discipline. Too dark, though. If he'd been a duck, I doubt if I'd fired.
Your Grace, could Jean come out and help me take Mrs. Green upstairs?
Oh, of course. And Jean, undress her and put her to bed.
Yes, Your Grace.
Well, what's going on? Has there been any casualties?
No, Daddy. Mrs. Green's passed out, that's all.
Oh, thank goodness for that. Well, let's hope now there'll be a truce to all this immorality.
No, but naturally, our war is over, Mr. Garland.
All's well that ends well.
Oh, you seem happy for a change.
Well, naturally I am. The PM tells me that Les Patros has been caught.
And what will happen to him?
He'll be court-martialed on the spot and, without doubt, found guilty.
And the penalty?
The penalty is death.
You mean he will be shot?
Well, of course. What else? He carried arms. When he was caught, he had a rifle in his hand. If he's found guilty, and there's no alternative that I can see, he dies tomorrow morning.
You can't do that, Mr. Garvin.
Can't we? We're going to teach you people once for all Sass rebellion doesn't pay.
Las Patros is my cousin.
Really? Why, so sorry.
Oh, that will comfort him, I'm sure.
Oh, poor Mr. Sass. You mustn't let it happen, Father.
Mary, you keep out of this.
Why should I? I'm a human being, even if you're not, and so is General Las Patros.
How I wish you wouldn't lecture me on things beyond your comprehension. What's the matter, Mary? Nothing she couldn't cure by being silent.
Oh, Freddie, take me out of here.
Well, of course. Where to?
Oh, I don't mind. I just want some fresh air.
Well, what's wrong with the garden?
Well, that depends on you, my boy.
Yeah, well, come on, Mary. Come on.
Now, listen, Sass, I sympathize with your relationship with this unhappy man, of course. But everybody has relations, and it's up to them to run their lives according to the rules. And I object to being held responsible.
You gave the order for his execution.
That's my job.
When will it be?
Tomorrow morning, 8 o'clock. Jamalton time, that is, 10:30 here.
Just before matins.
Please excuse me, Duchess, I'm very tired.
Oh, well, of course, you have a great responsibility, an overriding one. I understand exactly how you feel. What time would you like breakfast?
Any time that suits you.
10 o'clock?
Yes, admirable.
Good night, Mr. Garland, then.
Good night. Good night, all.
Oh, good night, sir. Good night. Let it to a bench.
Good night, Sass. Well.
William, it's high time we went home.
Oh, dear me, yes.
Good night, Duchess.
Oh, good night. Good night, Vicar.
Good night.
You'll come to breakfast between services.
Oh, how kind of you, but surely it will be a trouble, especially with Mrs. Green not well.
Oh, not at all. Saves you driving back and forth from the vicarage.
Well, this is most kind of you.
And thank you for a lovely evening, Duchess.
Good night.
I will say good night now, Duchess, if I may.
Oh, of course, you poor, poor man. Good night.
I lost my temper. That was unforgivable, considering I was your guest.
Oh, what nonsense. Don't give it a thought. Now run along. You must be very tired. I've got to tidy up.
Good night, then.
Good night, Mr. Sass.
Will there be any orders, Your Grace?
Collins, breakfast 10 o'clock downstairs for everybody. And the vicar and his wife are coming.
Very good, Your Grace.
I want Jean to sleep with Mrs. Green tonight, and I want you to sleep outside her door. Take one of the deck chairs and put it in the passage. And be sure she doesn't get away again, you understand?
I do, Your Grace.
It's most important, as she's being executed in the morning.
Very good, Your Grace.
Good morning, Mary.
Morning, Freddie.
Isn't it a lovely day? Let's walk across the park after breakfast and go to church. It's lovely by the river.
Is it?
Oh, what's the matter? Aren't you feeling well?
Yes, quite all right, thanks.
Coffee is what you need, my girl. Here we are now. Now, you drink that and you'll feel better.
Thank you. What's the time?
10:15.
Well?
Well?
Freddie, do you mean to say that the time means nothing to you?
Well, is something supposed to happen at 15:15?
At 15:30 in Gibraltar.
In Gibraltar? Oh, you mean the bumping off, that terrorist fella. Will you have some sausages?
You're ruthless, and I hate you.
Well, it's the only thing to be out there. And if we show any weakness, it'll ruin any standing we've got.
Oh, you're getting just like Father, pompous, overbearing, and ridiculous.
Oh, thank you.
Freddie, you just asked me if I'd walk across the park to church. I'm sorry, but I can't.
Well, if you're in this sort of mood, I shouldn't think I'd be missing much.
Well, just in case you ever thought of asking me to walk across the park to church again, to celebrate our wedding, for example, I'd better tell you now that I won't do that either.
Oh, Mary.
No, I mean it.
Morning, Mary. Did you sleep well?
Yes, thanks, Father.
Oh, what's the matter?
Mary's upset.
What about?
Well, the execution in Gibraltar.
Oh, I don't think you need shed any tears for him, my dear. The man's a traitor and a terrorist.
Like Washington?
You seem a little overwrought. Sausages. I hope you won't turn out like your mother, irresponsible and foolishly emotional, for Freddie's sake, if not your own.
It won't affect him how I turn out.
What? I thought last night.
We've quarrelled, sir. Mary says I'm ruthless, and she's broken it off altogether.
Oh, come, Mary.
No, it's no use, Father.
But just think what you're giving up.
I have, and I'm not sorry.
I don't mean only him, Mary. Think of all the other things. Position, riches, influence.
I don't want them without respect.
Coffee, sir?
Thanks.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Sass.
Good morning.
Morning, Sass.
Good morning, Freddie.
Morning.
I'm afraid the Sunday papers don't get here until 10:30.
Morning, everybody. Anyone seen Edith?
No, she's not down yet, Father.
She's not upstairs? Oh, what's the matter? Has Jean made a mess of breakfast?
No, it's very good.
Well, you're all looking like a funeral. The government come down or something?
Not that I'm aware of, wait, Ada.
Las Patros is to die at 10:30, Duke.
Oh, yes, of course, the fellow in Gibraltar. Oh, I remember now. Oh, well, no wonder you're all taking things a little steady. Ah, bangers, good.
Had it not been that I did not wish to cause the Duchess inconvenience, since your cook is ill, I would have asked for breakfast in my room. I have it here against my will. I wish to make that plain.
Well, why not take it in the smoking room?
Thank you. I will.
Good morning, everybody. Oh, isn't it a lovely day? Where are you going, Mr. Sass?
He wants to have his breakfast in the smoking room, dear.
Whatever for?
I do not find the company congenial.
Oh, please don't go. There's something I want you to do for me quite soon. Oh, please, Mr. Sass.
Very well. I have no quarrel with you, Duchess.
Thank you. What's the matter, Mary?
Oh, General Las Patros.
Oh, I know. What's the time, Freddie?
10:20, Mother.
Admirable. That'll just give me time to have my breakfast. Freddie, be an angel. Could I have a cup of coffee?
Oh, yes, of course, Mother.
Mr. Twitworth.
Good morning, all. Good morning,
morning, Vicar.
Yes. Isn't Mrs. Twitworth with you?
No, Maud's lying in. She's not herself this morning, I'm afraid. She had a restless night and woke up with a headache, probably a chill.
Oh, dear, I'm so sorry. Help yourself to sausages.
Thank
you. I
you.
do hope you won't mind if Mrs. Green comes in. I want to talk to her. You see, she's leaving us at 10:30. For good.
Of course, I understand.
Do you? I wonder.
Mrs. Green, Your Grace.
Oh, Mrs. Green, it's just occurred to me. Perhaps you'd like to write some last letters. If you would, please use my desk.
I ain't got no one to write to, Mum.
Oh, what nonsense. There's your sister in Wolverhampton.
I haven't written to her since my operation, Mum.
Well, I dare say not, but surely you should do so now. Have you got nothing to want to send her? Some little remembrance?
No, Mum. I've just got what I stands up in, and she's broader than what I am.
Vicar, please forgive me if I interrupt your breakfast, but I'm sure that you'd like to say a few words to Mrs. Green.
To Mrs. Green, yes. Oh, yes, of course. Yes, indeed. Yes. Yes. Well, Mrs. Green, so you are leaving us?
That's right.
Where are you going?
That I couldn't say, sir.
Oh, come, Mrs. Green, you must know where you're going to.
Does any of us know that, sir?
You mean to say you have no idea of your destination?
Well, I've always lived in hopes, sir.
That's right, Mrs. Green. Yes, indeed, of course. Well, may I say how much I hope that you'll get fixed up?
Thank you, sir. That's very kind, sir.
Well, we should be getting ready now.
What for? Church? No, it's too early.
No, Freddie, not for church. I've got a little duty to perform at 10:25.
What are you talking about, Mother?
Mrs. Green. She tried to overthrow the status quo like General Las Patros. And now, like him, she's going to pay the penalty.
What's that?
And that is why I mean to execute her in a moment.
Oh, good heavens, Mother, you can't do that.
Oh, but I don't propose to do it, Freddie, not in person. I hate violence, as you know. That's why I only go out shooting pheasants for the lunch. No, I propose to delegate responsibility like Mr. Garfield. Mr. Sass, would you be kind enough to do this little job for me?
Enchanted.
Oh, thank you so much. I put the gun ready. It's under the sofa cushion.
Whitadder, your wife's gone mad.
Rot, she's been mad for years.
I'm not mad, Mr. Garfield. You're no madder than you are.
But you can't contemplate this dreadful thing.
Why not? Poor General Las Patras will be leaving us quite soon.
That has nothing to do with it.
Oh, pardon me, it has. The only difference is yours is the problem of a general, and mine the problem of a cook. They're both vital problems in their way, but mine, if you'll excuse me saying so, is rather more important. Generals are six a penny anywhere, but cooks are not.
Father, you've got to stop her.
Sorry, Freddie, you've got to stop her.
But it's your duty to restrain her.
Is it where you get that idea from? Nothing in the marriage service about stopping your wife bumping off a cook? Is there, Vicar?
Well, I must admit the question's not specifically raised.
Oh, please, Alfred, we've got more important things to think about.
I'm sure she didn't mean to shoot it as Duchess. It was just the gin.
Oh, yes, she did, until she fell asleep in the herbaceous border.
Oh, let her go, dear Duchess, I beseech you. She won't give you any further trouble.
Oh, that I can endorse. Why don't you try your hand at Mr. Garfield?
Well, there's just one thing for it, Freddie. Ring the police.
All right.
Freddie, don't you pick up that telephone. Mr. Sass has got you covered.
Oh, yeah.
Well, Mrs. Green, you've been very patient, but there seems no hope of a reprieve.
Oh, well, my hangover's that terrible. It may be for the best.
Oh, well said indeed. Now, Freddie, what's the time?
10:25.
All right, then. Collins, take out Mrs. Green and put her up against the wall.
Yes, Your Grace. Come along, Gert.
Oh, Vicar, if you'd like to go as well.
Oh, it's very thoughtful of you, but thank you, no.
Oh, well, have another cup of coffee. Ready, Mr. Sass?
Yes, Duchess?
It pulls a bit left, so aim a little right.
Thank you, Duke.
Shall we go, Mr. Sass?
Duchess, I'd like a word with you.
I'm sorry, Mr. Garfield, but I'm very busy.
Freddie, get your motor. Duchess! Duchess!
Cranshaw's Castle. Get Jim Alter, please. Priority at once.
What is it, Mr. Garfield?
Freddie is calling up Jim Moulter.
Oh, is that all? I fail to understand you, Mr. Garfield. You're being very rude and selfish. I've my execution to attend to. Why don't you attend to yours?
Cook is in position now, Your Grace.
Oh, thank you, Collins. Mr. Sass, are you quite comfortable?
Yes, thank you, Duchess.
Jim Alter's on the line, sir.
All right, Mr. Sass. I'll say 1, 2, 3, go. Oh, no, I didn't mean that time.
It is all right. I missed.
Well, try a bit more right.
Now then again.
Duchess!
1, 2...
Duchess!
Oh, really, Mr. Garfield, you are being a nuisance.
Please, this call is vital. Listen to it, I beseech you. Hello, Higginson. Percy Garfield here. Les Petros, I'm in time. Good. We'll call the whole thing off. Yes, that's what I said. Free pardon. Let him go. And tell him we'll hand the whole damn problem over to you now at once. What? What about the government? Well, of course we'll fall. But I've got no alternative. The reasons are high policy, top secret. No, I can't, but they're quite unanswerable. Right, get on with it.
Collins!
Yes, Your Grace.
Tell Mrs. Green she's granted a free pardon.
Very good, Your Grace.
Oh, Daddy, you are wonderful.
I'm finished, Mary.
But I don't understand. What has happened?
General Las Patras has been granted a free pardon.
Oh, Madame. You are a great man, Garfield.
This'll mean my resignation.
Oh, don't you worry, Daddy. I'll look after you.
Oh, thank you, my dear.
What shall I do with this gun?
Oh, would you be an angel? You know where the gun room is.
Of course.
Dear, 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 I never dreamt it was so late. Oh, I'll have to go and get my surplice on. Indeed, I will. Well, thank you, Duchess, for a lovely breakfast.
Not at all. So glad you could come and give my love to Mrs. Twitworth.
Oh, I will indeed. Most joyfully.
Freddie,
Yes, Mary?
I'd like to walk down through the park to church.
Oh, Mary.
I'll just run up and get my things. I shan't be a minute.
Mother?
Yes, dear?
You haven't got a spare ring on, have you?
Ring, of course, dear. Help yourself.
Oh, well, I'd like that one off that finger.
Oh, you would. Oh, bother. Means I'll have to take off 4.
Your Grace.
Yes, Collins?
Mrs. Green, Your Grace.
Well, what about her?
When I let the vicar out, I found her on the doorstep.
On the doorstep?
Yes, Your Grace. and crying.
Crying?
Fit to bust herself, Your Grace.
Where is she now?
Jean is comforting her in the hall, Your Grace. She would like to see you.
Oh, well, you better bring her in.
Yes, Your Grace.
I wonder what she wants.
Lift to the village, I'd say.
Well, you better take her, Freddie.
Where to?
Oh, Crenshaw's Arms, I shouldn't wonder. I'll bet she's got a tongue like a hard tennis court.
They won't be open.
Knock 3 times.
What? Oh.
Mrs. Green, Your Grace.
Well, Mrs. Green, I thought we'd seen the last of you. What do you want?
Oh, I want to stay here, Mum.
You want to stay here?
Yes, Mum.
But you said you didn't.
Yes, Mum.
But that's what all the fuss has been about.
I know, Mum, and I'm sorry. It's like this, Mum. I wanted to be free. And now I am, I don't like it.
Mrs. Green, what do you want?
I want to come back, Mum. I only wanted to be free until I knew I could be, that's all. Now I've done it. And I'd like to stay, if you'll have me, Mum.
On one condition, Mrs. Green.
What's that, Mum?
That you're free to go at any time you want.
But I don't want to, Mum.
No, still, that's my one condition.
All right, Mum.
Oh, then that's settled. All right, Mrs. Green.
Thank you, Mum.
Do people really feel like that?
So it would seem.
Well, good heavens. If Les Petros thinks like that, he might well join the Commonwealth.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Oh, Daddy, wouldn't it be wonderful?
I'd say it would. It'll be the only diplomatic coup we've had this century. I'd very likely get the Foreign Office. Sess, my dear fellow, do you think Gibraltar might join up with us?
Why not, if you would have us?
Have you? Naturally we would. Well, it's common sense. We can't go on as though we were still living in the 19th century. Progress, I always say, progress. It's always been my watchword, Mary, hasn't it?
Yes, Daddy. Come on, Freddie.
All right.
Oh, Freddie, you've forgotten something.
Oh, have I? What?
The ring.
Oh, bless you, Mother. You're an angel.
Daddy?
All right, hang on, Mary. I'm just coming. Hold on.
What a charming couple.
Yes, indeed.
Are you going to church, Mr. Garble?
I rather think I will.
And what about you, Mr. Sass?
I'd like to very much.
Then, Sess, my dear friend, let us walk across the park together.
I shall be enchanted.
Charming.
Might I go off to church with Jean, Your Grace?
Of course.
Oh, thank you, Your Grace.
Oh, and Collins, from what Jean let slip last night, I think you're going to need a ring as well as Freddie. Have this one.
Oh, thank you, Your Grace. Come, John.
Oh, thank you, Your Grace.
It's all right, Collins. I got caught that way.
Now, where's my hat?
You've got it on you.
Oh, so I have. Where's yours?
Let's see. I had it last night. Now, where the devil did I put it?
Oh, under the sofa.
Oh, so I did.
I shouldn't put it on.
Why?
It's full of crumbs.
Oh, well, never mind. Do for the birds.
Come on then, Alfred, or we'll be late.
Your Grace.
Yes, Mrs. Green, what is it now?
I put the Sunday joint in and I want to go to church, Mum.
But, of course.
Come on, Mrs. Green. Take my arm.
Oh, my, Your Grace.
This was the cast of The Iron Duchess by William Douglas Hume, adapted by Peggy Wells. Duchess of Whitadder, Athene Seiler. Duke, Ronald Ward. Freddie, Terence Alexander. Mary, Barbara Barnett. Mr. Garvold, Felix Felton. Mr. Sass, Howard Gurney. Vicar, Geoffrey Lumsden. Mrs. Twitworth, Rosamond Greenwood. Mrs. Green, Hilda Barry. Jean, Jean Marlowe, and Collins, Peter Clawton. The production was by Archie Campbell.
Is this Kemp's Cafe?
We're closed.
Is this Kemp's Cafe?
I told you we're closed. It's 11:30.
I don't want to eat.
What do you come for, then?
Have you got any letters for me?
Shut that door and come in. Did you say letters?
Yes.
What are you talking about?
My name happens to be Val Girth. I was sitting on a seat on the embankment. I dozed off to sleep, and when I woke up, this envelope was lying at my feet.
Well?
It's addressed to me, care of your cafe. I've never heard of this place before, but I thought I'd better come and find out.
Let's have a look. Is that your name? Percival St. John Wicks Girth?
St. John Wicks Girth.
What a mouthful.
Well, at least there aren't likely to be two of us.
You said it. Can't see two mothers saddling a brat with that lot.
I want to know about this envelope. It's been opened. Who did you give it to?
I see you take the long road.
I don't know what you're talking about. What was in this envelope?
Wait a minute. How do I know you are, Mr. Percival St. John Wicks Girth?
At the moment, you'll have to take my tailor's word for it.
Well, why come all the way down here? Because of an envelope?
Ever heard of a drowning man clutching at a straw?
Who's drowning?
You can drown without going near water.
All right, I believe you. Some wouldn't. Name and lug, myself. Pleased to meet you. I've got another letter for you somewhere. Been here some days.
Why did you let the postman leave it?
Oh, people use this address. I never inquire. Here you are.
Hello? Couple of pound notes. That's a good start. Who on earth? I say, have you ever heard of a man called Albert Campion?
Campion? Sounds familiar somehow.
Well, I think he must be a bit mad. Listen to this. Mr. Albert Campion, at home, any evening after 12. Improving conversation, beer, light wines, and little pink cakes. 17 Bottle Street, Piccadilly.
Little pink cakes.
And there's a note at the bottom saying, it's urgent, take care. How far is Piccadilly from here?
A good 3 miles. If you're going, you better hop it.
All right, good night, and thanks a lot.
You're welcome. Taxi, sir. Taxi.
That's a stroke of luck this time of night. 17 Bottle Street, Piccadilly.
Right, sir.
Albert Campion, improving conversation, little pink cakes. I don't know. Well, I've nothing to lose, I suppose. Hi, driver, this isn't the way to the West End. Didn't you see the sign? Oh, damn it, I can't open this partition. Driver, where are you going? What did that note say? Take care. This taxi's a plant. What the hell? Driver, you drunk or something? I'll take off my shoe and smash your glass. Driver! All right, you asked for it. Look out, you're going straight to that lamppost. Look out! Driver, are you all right? Knocked out, eh? Well, I'm sorry I can't wait till you come round. You shouldn't try to Shanghai people.
Here! What do you think you're doing? Waking people up, eh? Why don't you learn to drive? Coming down here in the middle of the night, knocking down our lamppost? They ought to be alive.
Mr. Campion?
Ah, Mr. Girth, I'm sure. I was expecting you. Do come in. Dear me, that's a very nasty bump on your forehead. What's happened to you?
A taxi driver tried to kidnap me, but never mind that. What's all this about?
I shall be happy to explain. What about a drink first, though? Brandy and soda? Just the thing after a skirmish.
Thank you.
Well, sit yourself down. I'm sorry the flat's a bit untidy. We've been having an after-theatre party, hence the dinner jacket. Nice to get into one. Ah, now then, drink that. You'll feel better.
Thanks. My hat, that was a strong one.
I never believe in half measures.
So it seems. Now, Mr. Campion, Please be good enough to explain. Who are you and what is going on?
Well, to take the first question first, my name you know. I could be described as an ex-professional private detective. I used to do it for a living. And then, when an uncle of mine, who was a bishop, left me a limited but satisfactory legacy, I continued to do it, just for the fun of the thing, when any situation or anybody intrigues me.
What on earth could possibly be intriguing about me?
I see you take the long road, Mr. Girth.
That's what the man at Kemp's Cafe said. What's it mean?
I'm afraid I owe you an apology, Mr. Girth. But as you discovered on your way here, I'm not the only person interested in you. Hence this rather indirect method of approach.
You're still talking in riddles.
Well, first of all, let me ask you. Have you seen last week's edition of Society Illustrated?
No, I have not.
Then you didn't see the photograph of your aunt, Lady Pethick.
Aunt Diana? What's she been up to?
She has had a picture taken holding your famous family relic, the Girth chalice.
Photographed holding the chalice? I don't believe it.
Well, look for yourself.
This is monstrous.
I was afraid you might think it in rather bad taste.
Bad taste? This is sacrilege. Oh, you don't understand. The Girth chalice is something beyond price. It's been with our family since before the conquest. We guard it for the crown. It's the reason for our existence.
I know that.
Father must be mad letting her do this. Oh, I see why you've brought me here. You're doing this for Father. I ought to go home, you're right.
I'm not acting for your father.
Then
will you listen?
Go on.
Some years ago, certain people formed a very exclusive club, the Société Anonyme. It has only about half a dozen members, and they all have two things in common. They're among the wealthiest men in the world, and since they can buy almost anything, the only things that really interest them are the things they can't buy.
Such as?
Oh, the Venus de Milo, things that aren't for sale.
Who are these people?
Well, I know about half of them. The trouble is they're very, very important. That embarrasses the international police. And in any case, they never come out into the open. They work through an agent. And if anything goes wrong, the agent takes the blame.
Am I supposed to believe all this?
Well, I don't know whether you remember, but the Mona Lisa disappeared on one occasion and turned up again in rather odd circumstances. The same things happen several times.
And where does this agent come in?
He sets up as a fence and lets it be known in the right quarter that he's prepared to pay a fabulous sum for the article indicated. Now perhaps you see why people are interested in you.
You don't mean they're after the chalice?
Of course they are.
You're crazy.
Now listen, Val Girth. You've got to believe me. I'm not nearly so ignorant of the position that the Girth chalice holds in your family and in the country as you imagine. By warning you, I am placing myself at direct variance with one of the most powerful organizations in the world. By offering you my assistance, I'm endangering my life. But would you like me to tell you of the ceremony connected with the chalice? Of the visits of the Queen's Chamberlain every 10 years, which have taken place regularly ever since the Restoration? Or of the deed by which your entire family possessions are forfeit to the crown should the chalice be lost?
But how did you know?
There's a great deal more I could tell you. According to your family custom, you come of age on your 25th birthday, when there is a ceremony in the east wing of the tower. You'll have to go to sanctuary for that. Another brandy?
No, thanks.
Oh.
I still don't get this business of my picking up an envelope.
Well, I've had people dropping envelopes for you all over the place. You're being watched. Poor Lug spent his evenings at Kemp's for the last fortnight.
Lug?
Magersfontein Lug, my man, Borstal and Parkhurst. Oh, quite a character.
And what's all this about a long road?
A form of salutation, used by the other side to recognize each other.
Well, I'm in your hands. What do we do, call the police?
No, not yet. The first thing is for you to put things right with your father.
How did you know I was on bad terms with him?
Yours is a famous name. Is it going to be difficult?
Oh, no. I'd have had to go down soon anyway. I'm 25 on July the 2nd, and there's a family custom that on his 25th birthday, the male heir is shown the secret room and, whatever's inside it.
Well, I don't want to pry into family secrets, but, do you know what's there?
No. My father does. He's never said a word. There are all sorts of rumors, of course. All right. We've got to stop these people getting the chalice.
If we can.
What do we do?
We go down to Suffolk.
But this Société Anonyme with all the money in the world, how are we going to fight people like that?
Aha, they have one weakness, an interesting one. They obey very strict rules, one of which is that if their chosen agent meets his death in the execution of his duty, they admit defeat and leave well alone.
Do we know who this agent is?
No, but we'll find out.
And then kill him?
Oh, let's say dispose of him. Now, how soon can we start?
Anytime.
All right, I'll get Lug to pack some things in the morning, and down we go.
The last time I come past here, Mr. Girth, it was in a police van. I remember the time because I was in for 3 months.
Oh, I wish you'd shut up, Lug. We're going to a house where they have real servants. You'll have to behave. Without appearing unduly curious, Val, I should like to know if you anticipate any serious difficulty in getting all friendly with your parents. It seems to me an important point just now.
I don't think so. It's really been my own pig-headedness that has kept me from going back ever since...
If there's anything about a woman, you can tell him. He's been disappointed himself.
Shut up, Lug. How far now, Val?
Only a few miles. Do you feel like some lunch before we get there?
Oh, why not?
Well, this is quite a good pub we're just coming to.
All right, let's see what they can do while Lug samples the beer in the 4-ale bar.
Doesn't Lug eat lunch?
Not if he can help it.
More cheese?
Oh, thanks.
I wonder who this chap is we're looking for. I can't believe he's one of the natives. They don't get much beyond poaching. They're characters, all right. You wait till you meet old Peck and his son. But I can't see them mixed up in this kind of thing.
Well, the person I really want to meet is this aunt of yours.
Aunt Diana? She's a bit odd, and that's putting it mildly.
I gather from the caption to that photograph that she calls herself Maid of the Cup.
Yes. Apparently, in medieval times, when the menfolk were away fighting, the eldest daughter of the house was supposed to remain unmarried and shut herself up in Cup House. That's on the estate, and attend to the relic. Everybody had forgotten all about it until Aunt Diana raked it up from somewhere. And ever since Uncle died, she shut herself up in Cup House and treated herself like a sort of Vestal Virgin.
Has she any other eccentricities?
Oh, mysticism, modern art, and all that sort of thing. Wears funny clothes and wanders about at night communing with the stars, and disturbing game. Father hates it, but what can he do?
Val, what is this trouble with your father?
Oh, I'd rather not go into it. It started at Cambridge. I fell in love with a girl who lived there. I married her. My father cut me off. The girl died, and I haven't been home since.
Oh, wait, don't be such a fool. I always have that table.
Okay, sorry, Mrs. Stanley, but we didn't know you were coming.
Oh, we have to book now, do we?
Well, yes,
Is this pub getting too big for its boots or something?
Who's the horsey-looking woman kicking up the fuss?
Mrs. Dick Shannon. She's got a racing stable on Heron Hoe Heath. Frightful woman. Hope she doesn't see me.
Now, girl.
Oh, now we're for it.
Oh, so you're back, eh? Didn't know you'd made friends with your father again. I've just come from the tower.
Oh, yes? May I introduce...
Trying to make him sell me 2 yearlings. What does he want with the racehorses? I saw your aunt, too.
How is she?
Gets sillier every day. Well, you can tell your father from me I'm going to have those yearlings if I have to steal them. He's not capable of training them. I heard your wife died. I'm so sorry. Oh, goodbye. I'll be seeing you. Now, waiter, what about that table?
Sorry about that.
What an awful woman.
I can't stand her. Makes a nuisance of herself everywhere. Let's pay the bill and get away.
Who do you think I saw in the 4-ale bar?
Some low friend of yours, no doubt.
I should say, little Natty Johnson.
Oh, so he's around.
Who's Natty Johnson?
A race gang tough, one of the Cleaver gang. Was he with anyone?
Chap with a beard. Arty bloke. And what do you think? This arty bloke staying at the tower.
Is he indeed?
Friends of Lady Pethick.
Oh, that's interesting. And this bearded man
He was talking confidential with Natty Johnson. I know first-class dicks would arrest him for that.
So do I. Look, Val, I think it might be as well to stop in the village before you go on up to the tower and see what else we can find out.
So do I. We'll go to the 3 drummers. Mrs. Bullock will look after you like a mother. I'll wait there with you, and we'll send a note up to Penny.
Penny?
My sister. Lovely girl. I'll get her to come down, and she can give us all the news. Room all right?
Oh, yes, rather.
There's Penny, just parking her car.
Oh. Oh, who's the girl with her?
I've no idea. Albert, this isn't just some silly trick to get me back into the bosom of the family, is it?
I assure you it's nothing of the kind.
You do realize that the Cup House is burglar-proof. No ordinary thief would touch the chalice.
No ordinary thief would want to. You seem to have forgotten your fun in the taxicab.
Yes, but...
Val, you old darling.
Penny. My word, Mrs. Bullock was right. You look marvelous. Oh, it's good to see you.
Where on earth have you been?
Oh, never mind that now. This is a friend of mine, Albert Campion.
How do you do?
How do you do?
And this is Beth Carey. Glad to know you, Mr. Garrett. Mr. Campion.
Hello.
Val, you haven't heard about the Careys, have you? Beth's people have taken Ty Hall. Oh, that's a house on the edge of the estates, Mr. Campion.
Oh, yes.
It's wonderful having neighbors again. Father's not been too nice about it, though.
Oh, why not?
Well, you see, the professor, that's Beth's father, he's let the gypsies camp in Fox Hollow.
Oh.
That's Mother's fault, I'm afraid. She thinks they're picturesque. But poor Verly Gorn's vanished this morning, so she may change her mind.
Penny, is everything all right up there?
You're like an old pointer. No, things aren't all right.
What's up?
Oh, Father's in a very strange mood altogether. He's furious about that photograph of Aunt Di.
I don't wonder.
And then she's invited a lot of art students down. He's shut himself in his room, and we scarcely ever see him.
Yes?
Last night, there was a light in the east wing.
I better come up with you straight away. Albert, you don't mind if I go up to the house with Penny, do you?
No, of course not. I'll spend a few hours training Lug for polite society.
Come up to dinner when I've made my peace with Father.
Oh, thank you.
Come on, Penny. Let's go up and get it over.
See you later then, Mr. Campion. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Evening, Gov. Did I give you a good time?
Oh, yes, thank you, Lug. And thanks for waiting up. I thought you'd be safely tucked up in bed.
Not after what I've heard in the bar tonight. It's my opinion we ought to op it.
Oh? Why?
Do you know they got a blinking two-headed monster up at their place?
At the tower?
That's right. There's a secret room. And when the son of the house becomes 25, his father takes him in and shows him the horror. And he's never the same again. Like the king that hit the Winkles.
How much beer did it take you to collect that little tale?
You'll see when I put in my bill for expenses. And that wasn't all.
Really?
No, it wasn't. I went for a walk. And what do you think I saw? A bald-headed woman. Not just a bit gone on top. She was quite hairless.
Well?
I asked about her. Mrs. Munsey's her name. And she's a witch.
Oh, come now.
Well, they all believe it. And then they come out with a yarn about an haunted wood that they none of them go near after the dark. I don't like it. Let's go home.
Lug, we're doing nothing of the sort. The next time I want a bedtime story, I shan't ask you for it. Thanks to you, I look forward to a night of extremely unpleasant dreams. Good night. Yes. What is it?
Boss, what did I tell you?
What's the matter? What's happened?
They want you up at the tower.
Yes, but...
It's Lady Pethick. They brought her in early this morning, stone dead.
Have you sent for Campion, Penny?
Yes, and for Dr. Cobden. Oh, Val, did you see her? I was first down in the hall when Will and his son brought her in on hurdle. Look in her face. She saw something dreadful, Val. She died of fright.
Don't think of it. She's got a bad heart, you know that. And if she will go wandering round Pharisee's clearing at night... Oh. Come in. Oh, good morning, Dr. Cobden.
Well, my boy, I'm glad to see you. You couldn't have come at a better time. You're needed here, I can tell you. Your father, good man, isn't much assistance in an emergency.
There'll have to be an inquest, I suppose, sir.
Well, no, I don't think that will be necessary as it happens. I'm the coroner of this district, don't you know? And I've been in attendance on your poor aunt so often lately. There was always a danger, of course, that any severe shock might have aggravated her heart condition. However, I never saw any reason to frighten her.
Yes, but, Doctor, she died of fright. Her face.
Oh, my dear, death is often ugly. I'm sorry you should have had to see your aunt. Of course, she must have had a shock, don't you know? Probably she saw an owl or trod on a rabbit. I warned her about this stupid wandering at night.
How's Father taken it?
Well, that's what I wanted to see you about. It's been a great shock to him, naturally. So, I want all these friends of your aunt's out of the way as soon as possible. They're getting on his nerves.
We'll soon see to that. They're all down at the Cup House. I'll send Branch down.
Good. Now, about the funeral. I should, get it over quietly. No need to fill the house with visitors.
You darling, you're trying to hush it all up for us.
Oh, my dear child, I never heard such nonsense. There's nothing to hush up. I should fix it for Wednesday. The sooner you get these things over, the better. Now, don't bother to come down with me. I'll drop in again tomorrow. Goodbye for now.
Goodbye.
Well, he suspects something. All this quiet funeral business, it's so unlike him.
Oh, I don't know. He told us her heart was bad.
But there is something down in Pharisee's clearing, something terrible.
Come in.
Enter suspicious character.
Albert, thank heavens you've arrived.
Thank you for those few kind words. I met an irate old gentleman on the stairs who invited me to take the next train from Hadley.
Oh, Dr. Cobden. I'm afraid he mistook you for one of the arty crowd.
Oh.
We've got to send Branch down to the Cup House and turf them out, unless you want to see them first.
No, I don't think so. Oh, there's only one thing. I suppose Branch will superintend their luggage.
Yes?
Well, I'd like to send Lug along to help him.
And what's the point of that?
Oh, he's a very expert packer. He'll understand what I want him to do. You'll soon see.
Here you are, sir. All the doings just like you thought. And whose traps do you think they were in? Well, the bloke with the ginger beard I saw talking to Natty Johnson.
What's all this? What's he found?
Some drawings of your aunt in one of their suitcases. They're rather interesting.
I don't see the point.
Nor do I.
Well, the point is that in each of them there is also a sketch of the chalice. Look, he's done it from every angle. He's even jotted down measurements. Oh, very professional.
What was the idea?
To give them to a jeweler and have the chalice copied, with the aim, no doubt, of substituting the copy for the real thing at some convenient moment, so that they could get it out of the country before anything was spotted.
Beasts! Why don't we ring the station and have them all arrested?
Well, he'd only retort that we'd pinched his diagrams, and then Lug's record would come out and we'd all be in the soup.
Well, I like that.
No offence, Lug, you've done a fine job. Now, off you go and play trains.
Are you sure we oughtn't to go after this fellow?
Well, he can't do much without these. And in any case, he's only small fry. What we want is the big man.
Sir, there's a man out there snooping round that chapel place. Look, he's standing on a pile of stones looking through the window.
I thought you said they'd all gone.
Oh, so they have.
It's not one of the arty crowd, sir. Look, he's quite old. Little fellow with a white beard.
I see him. Well, who is it? Anyone you know, Penny?
Well, of course it is. That's Professor Gardner Carey.
Excuse me, sir.
Oh, yes, lad?
A party has just come visiting.
Visiting?
Tourists on horseback. Day after the funeral, get me? Not quite the article.
Albert, have you ever heard such cheek? Mrs. Dick Shannon has just arrived with two complete strangers.
What, a call of condolence?
No, she wants us to show our two beastly friends the chalice.
Well, why should you?
Well, we do open the chapel to visitors as a rule on a Thursday. It's part of the Royal Charter, but it is a bit stiff, isn't it?
Mrs. Dick Shannon. I remember, the loud-voiced lady.
Father can't stand her. He won't come down. Please come and help me do the honors.
All right. Where are they?
They're waiting outside the cup house. Val's gone down to keep them occupied.
Now, come on, Pennyworth. Are you going to show us over this museum or not? I'm afraid the horses may be getting bored.
This is Mr. Campion, a friend of Val's.
Oh, yes. Well, this is Major King, if we're going to have introductions.
How do you do, Miss Guth?
My other guest, Horace Putnam.
Very pleased, I'm sure.
Well, come on, let's see the thing. Oh, is your father coming, Val? I wanted to talk to him about those yearlings.
I'm afraid Father's not too well at the moment.
Oh? Oh, no, of course. Poor Diana. Amazing it didn't happen years ago. Cobden's such an old fool. I wouldn't let him vet me for chilblains. Well, never mind. You've got the keys. That's the main thing. Well, open up. They call this place a chapel, Horace.
How very quaint.
Have to dress it up a bit, I suppose.
I'm afraid the lock of this door's a bit stiff.
I'll do it.
No. Let me.
I say, you're strong in the wrist for a woman.
I can't be flabby in my profession, Major. Well, lead the way, Pennyworth.
After you, Mr. Campion.
Oh, thank you.
Do you know, I saw Mrs. Shannon training that horse of hers called Bitter Aloes this morning. Vicious brute. I thought he was going to kill her. She won, though. Used her whip like a ringmaster.
Really?
Here we are. We keep the chalice in this stone cavity over the altar. I just have to unlock the grill.
Another key. What a business you make of it.
Look, why do you have that black cloth over it?
Whenever a death occurs in the family, the chalice is veiled. We don't usually disturb it for 10 days.
Oh, really? Well, do you show the thing on Thursdays or don't you?
All right, then. Here you are.
Well, it's gone.
Couple of bricks. What sort of a chalice do you call that?
Well, it's not my idea of humour.
Sheer bad taste.
Well, I simply can't understand it.
Penny, what on earth?
Just a moment. I think I can explain.
Father! Oh, Colonel Girth, so you've come after all.
I thought I'd better. You see, I had so much on my mind. For the moment, I had quite forgotten.
I've forgotten what, man? Is this some stupid practical joke you're trying to play on us?
It's not a joke. I'm afraid you're all going to be disappointed.
What do you mean, sir?
The chalice is being cleaned.
But what? Cleaned?
Yes, Mrs. Shannon. The chalice is being cleaned. I'm afraid you and your friends will have to come some other time.
Well, upon my soul, we...
Well, for God's sake, get these awful people out of here. And then meet me in the library. All of you. Thank heaven that woman's gone. Only pray my explanation satisfied her.
Father, do you mean the chalice has really gone?
Of course it has. Vanished into thin air. I veiled it on Sunday morning, just after you said that busybody Carey was fooling about in the courtyard. It was perfectly safe then.
Hadn't we better send for the police?
No, not yet.
Oh, what are we to do? We can't just sit down and wait for it to turn up.
Couldn't you send for the chief constable? He's a friend of yours.
I could, but he'd only question the servants and cause a lot of fuss. No, we've got to find this thing ourselves. I'm convinced it's still in the house.
Look, Dad, if you've hidden it for some reason or other, please tell us.
Don't be a fool. Val, you come of age in a week. If your birthday were today, perhaps I should find this easier to explain. Now, please, I should like to be left alone.
Good morning, Penny.
Mr. Campion, what are you trying to do? Get run over?
No, rather not. I hoped you might be able to give me a lift.
Well, I can give you a lift as far as the village. I'm on my way to town to see my dressmaker.
Oh, splendid. I'm going to London, too. Well, this is a stroke of luck. I knew I'd never walk it.
Got a cheek, getting in before I ask you.
Well, there does seem to be room. And London is rather a long way.
Well, if you really want to know, I'm taking Beth with me.
Oh.
She's waiting for me to pick her up at the crossroads.
Oh, that's all right. I don't mind being squashed. Or perhaps you'd like me to sit in the dicky?
No. You'd better stay where you are if you must come. Beth.
Uh-huh.
Mr. Campion insists on our giving him a lift. Can you squeeze in?
Well, let me get out, and then you can sit between us.
Okay. Pardon me.
Why don't you use your own car?
I prefer other people's. Such a saving of petrol.
Why are you going to London, Mr. Campion?
To buy a ribbon for my straw hat. The thing I've got now, my aunt knitted.
Why don't you turn him out, Penny?
Oh, I shouldn't do that. I know a man who did that once, and when he got home, he found that the suitcase he'd put at the back of the car was missing. You wouldn't like that, would you?
Oh, damn. Stalled it.
Well, start it again.
Oh, the battery's down. You'll have to get out and crank her, Mr. Campion.
Oh, certainly.
Here, leave the dicky alone.
Penny, what's he doing?
Well, I'd really be much happier in the dicky.
Mr. Campion, please.
Ah, a suitcase.
Don't you open that.
Now, listen, you're both very charming ladies, but I'm going to disregard your warning.
Oh, but
Mr.
don't
Campion,
open
don't.
that case, please. Oh.
Ah, just as I thought. My dear young ladies, where exactly do you think you're taking the girth chalice?
You dirty...
No, Beth, it's no good. We're sunk. Oh, why did you have to interfere, Mr. Campion?
Well, I'm afraid I play the role of the genie of the lamp. Wherever the chalice is, I'm liable to turn up at any moment. What were you going to do with it?
Keep it safe.
Don't tell him.
But we must, Beth. We were going to put it in the Chancery Lane safe deposit.
You were going to tell your father?
Well, of course. We relied on the 10 days veiling.
But then Mrs. Shannon came along and spoilt the whole thing.
Mr. Campion, you've been spying on us.
Oh, my dear Penny. You used the phone in the hall to talk to Beth last night, and you shouted so much that one would have to have been deaf not to be a spy. And then, when you were so annoyed at my suggestion that I should sit in the dicky...
All
well...
right, you win. Now, I suppose we go back.
Oh, no, we go on. Your brother's waiting for us at a pub in Coggeshall. A pub with a very nice name. The case is altered. And if I say so, the sooner we get there, the better.
Well, have it your own way.
Hello, my dear sister.
There. Don't play fair.
On the contrary, you talk too loud.
There was no need to listen.
I couldn't help it.
Oh, stop it. Now, let's be practical. Now, what we've got to do is to get the chalice to London.
That was the whole idea.
Yes, but we've got a better plan than your safe deposit.
What's that?
I know a firm in the city who'll turn us out a first-rate copy of the chalice.
What's the point of that?
Well, simply that I'd rather be playing hide-and-seek with a copy than with a real thing. However, the immediate problem is to get it safely to London.
We're pretty certain to be followed.
Who's to know it isn't still on the chapel?
Now, what about our visitors yesterday? The unpleasant Mr. Putnam, who's making use of your retiring little friend, Mrs. Shannon, had a face vaguely familiar to me. I don't think he knew me, but he certainly knew that the chalice had disappeared. And I'm open to bet that he's not 20 miles away from here now.
Is this Putnam the big fellow you were talking about?
Oh, scarcely that. But he's certainly in the dab class. That's why I think we'd better split up. Now, I suggest you and I take the chalice, Penny, and Val and Miss Carey follow us and come to our assistance if need be.
But do you really think they're going to follow us? There's been no sign of them yet.
No, because up to this point we might have come several different ways. Now we've got to go straight to Kelvton and join the main road.
That's where they'll be patrolling, I fancy.
We could make a detour.
Well, to tell you the truth, I'm rather keen to see our friends in action.
All right, then. Let's get going. Where's your car, Val?
Round the back, getting some petrol.
Oh, we go first, Penny. Oh, how about letting me take the wheel? I've got testimonials from every magistrate in the country.
Yes, I'm sure you have. When does the fun begin?
Any time now, I should think.
What's happened to the others? There's no sign of them.
I hope they won't get too far behind.
Well, perhaps they can't keep up. You're going pretty fast, you know.
I have my reasons. This is a lonely stretch of road, and there's a large German car coming up behind us. Ah, she's going to pass. Now, whatever happens, don't try and hit anybody.
What are you talking about?
Well, just round this corner, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, there you are. They're right across the road. Ah, here they come.
3 of them? What do we do?
Well, I told you, lose your head if you like, but don't try and hit anybody.
Ah, quiet, you two. This thing's loaded. You know what we're after. Natty, you go and tinker with the bonnet.
Okay.
Charlie, you stand behind and wave things by.
Okay.
What's all this about?
Ah, shut up. Come on now, where is it?
I'm sorry, I don't wish to subscribe. I'm not a music lover.
There's a van coming.
All right, wave it by like I told you. Don't you move, either of you. You've had a breakdown, seeing we're helping you. Nice of us.
You should take glycerine for your voice and peppermint for your breath.
Ah, cut it out.
All clear.
Right, Charlie. Have a squint in the dicky.
No.
Thank you, miss. Now we know.
Oh, there's only my lunch in there.
Oh, your lunch, is it? Ah, here we are, Fingers. Oh, it weighs enough.
Let's have a look. Here, these locks have been bunged up. Give us a knife.
Oh, here, another car coming.
Well, we'll open it in the bus. Come on, boys. Scarf that.
Mr. Campion.
Well, there wasn't very much we could do, was there?
Oh.
Oh, I say, you're crying.
Well, of course I am. You don't seem to realize. I was only trying to help, and all I've done is...
Well, I never heard anyone make such a fuss over 6 bottles of bitter.
You mean...
I warned them that they were taking my lunch, but they wouldn't listen.
Then where's
The chalice is quite safe. Did you notice that trade van our friends waved on so carefully? Well, that was Val and Beth. And they've got the chalice with them.
With them?
We're meeting them at the Huguenot Arm with them. So, let's get going.
Well, this merry morning seems to have become something of a pub crawl.
I think you're all beasts.
Sorry, Penny.
Well, it's all on my head, but I did want to get a look at the boys in action.
Did you recognize any of them, Mr. Campion?
Oh, yes. The unsavory object with the revolver was Fingers Hawkins. He's an old thorn in Lug's flesh. I knew the others vaguely. All sound, reliable workmen. They're probably swinging the beard at this moment and playing Who Says the Rudest Word.
Well, what happens now?
Well, the immediate problem
We've got it all worked out. You 2 kids are going home by train.
It really is the best plan.
Yes, but what about the van?
That's been taken care of.
Belongs to a firm in Ipswich. They're fetching it.
All right, masterminds. And who's this man you're going to in the city?
Mr. Israel Melchizedek, an old friend of mine.
Can you trust him?
Absolutely. His family have been jewelers' copyists for several hundred years. He'll be as silent as the grave.
When will you be back?
Tomorrow, if all goes well. Oh, I don't think there's a chance of any trouble, but should the worst come to the worst, rely on luck. He's as good as a police force, and about as beautiful.
I still think you're beast.
Oh, leave it to us, Penny. We're doing the best thing.
Well, what shall I tell Father?
Oh, nothing. I'll have a word with him when I get back. Now, come on, Val. Let's see the girls over to the station, and then go and present ourselves to Mr. Melchizedek.
Mr. Campion. Oh, I am so very glad to see you.
How are you, Mr. Melchizedek?
Oh, well, we none of us grow any younger.
I want you to meet a friend of mine, Val Girth.
Girth? Not Mr. St. John Wyke's Girth?
Yes.
Ah.
We want your very special and very secret advice.
Will you come through to my office, please? We can speak there without being overheard or disturbed.
Oh, thank you.
You wish me to make a copy, perhaps, of a very famous chalice?
Taking the long road, Mr. Melchizedek?
Oh, no, my friend. I have too many friends to follow any road but my own.
Oh, thank heavens for that. We've brought you the Girth chalice. Unwrap it, Val.
Oh, this will be an experience for me. I know, of course, of the history of the Girth chalice, but I've never seen it. In the last 200 years, we have been privileged to handle many treasures, but even so...
Well, here it is.
Oh, a beautiful piece. Exquisite workmanship. Oh, yes. Oh, but Mr. Campion, Mr. Girth, Surely you're not suggesting that this is medieval?
Of course it is. It's been in our family
But Mr. Girth, if you will allow me to look at our records, I can tell you exactly when this copy was made.
What the devil?
Wait, Val. Oh, I'd rather you didn't take my word for it. I'm an old man, and remarkable mistakes of period do occur. And just by chance, I happen to have in the next room one of the most famous experts on this subject in the world.
Well, then.
Yes, we're fortunate. He was calling on me when you arrived and did me the honor to wait until I should be disengaged. You can rely on his discretion. What do you say?
I think we ought to have his opinion.
So do I.
I'm very glad. I'll ask him to come in.
But this is madness. Oh, no, it's not. But let them do the talking. I believe I'm beginning to get this thing straight at last.
Gentlemen, allow me to introduce the great American authority, Professor Carey.
Professor Carey? Well, what do you know, Melchizedek? I think I owe this gentleman here a bit of an apology for trespassing in his garden the other day. I don't know if you saw me.
We saw you, all right. You were looking into the chapel.
Sure I was. I'm writing a book on East Anglian church decoration, and now I'm not on speaking terms with your father. I just can't get inside that chapel of yours. So I thought I'd do a little spying, even if it meant being chased by the gardener's boy.
Everyone thought you were after the chalice.
Well, I guess I could on with that, too. But I see you've brought it with you.
There it is. We want your opinion on it.
Oh, may I? A lovely thing. Lovely. Well, just what do you want to know about it?
Whatever you like to tell us.
Well, the design is Renaissance.
What?
But the workmanship is very much later. I'd put it down as about 150 years old.
This is fantastic.
Mr. Girth, I think I could prove it to you. These jeweled bosses around the pedestal, if I'm not mistaken, one of them should unscrew. Yes. Yes, do you see? Now, this was the custom of my great-great-grandfather. He always signed his pieces so. There. Do you see? He's engraved it, I, Melchizedek, Facit, 1792.
I wasn't far.
But do you see what this means? This is what my family accepted, at least my father and I do, as the Girth chalice.
Mr. Girth, I'd like to have a word with you and your friend. Maybe there's somewhere we could go away and talk.
Well, come to my flat. That's as good as anywhere.
Well, it suits me. See you, Melchizedek.
Good day, gentlemen. Good day.
Campion, I guess we'd better confess to Mr. Girth right now.
Yes. The truth is, Val, I've had my doubts about the chalice ever since I saw that photograph in Society Illustrated. So I called on my old friend, Professor Carey, and begged him to meet us at Melchizedek's.
But how did you know the girls were going to take the chalice?
Well, I didn't. I was going to persuade you to do it. But the girls jumped the gun.
It's beyond me.
I don't want to upset any family arrangements whereby you're told certain things at a certain age, but what you got here is a mock chalice.
Mock chalice?
Probably the last of many, all different in design.
Then where's the real one?
Oh, make no mistake, it's in your family's possession. Otherwise, you would have forfeited your land.
Yes, but where?
I think that point will be made clear to you on your 25th birthday next week.
But, of course. The room.
That's it.
That room does contain something terrible. I know it does. All my life, my father's been overshadowed by something. And my grandfather was the same. I've never talked about it before. But there is something there.
The real chalice is made of red English gold. It's probably a little bigger than a man's cupped hand. But I don't think there's any doubt that it has a very terrible and effective guard.
Albert! Oh, thank heavens you're back.
Hello, Penny.
Where's Val?
Oh, I left him in London. No trouble, just part of the master plan. Why, what's the matter? You look worried.
Something terrible's happened to Lug.
You must be joking.
No, I'm not. He's had a fit.
Fit?
Yes, it happened about dawn. I heard something howling outside my window.
What was it?
Lug.
Well, I suppose he hadn't found the keys to the wine cellars by any chance.
No, nothing like that. He's been down to Pharisee's Clearing.
Hmm?
Well, you told him to go there.
Well, I was only trying to keep the old brute occupied.
He saw what Aunt Di saw.
Oh. Oh, well, in that case, we're getting somewhere. Lead me to the patient. Now then, lad, what is all this?
I've resigned.
So I should hope.
Well, that's all you got to say, is it?
By no means. I leave you in a respectable household. A couple of owls hoot at you, and you carry on like a hysterical calf elephant.
I lost me nerve.
So I gather.
And so would you if you'd seen what I seen.
What have you seen?
A monster.
Oh, really?
I tell you I did. Down in that wood last night. As filthy a sight as I ever clapped eyes on. A great thin thing with little short legs and horns on its head.
A goat?
You listen to me, Gov. This thing was walking on its hind legs.
Oh.
It had human hands and it was 9 feet high.
Really?
I tell you, I saw it. It's the thing from the secret room, that's what it is.
Stop that. Never mention that. Do you understand?
Okay, Gov.
Well, you've better get up. And whatever you do, don't say a word to Branch or any of the other servants. Pretend you've had a bilious attack.
Boy, that's not quite the article. Heart attack, if you don't mind.
All right, heart attack, but get up. And remember, not a word to anybody. Come on, Penny.
Well, where are we going?
To see Professor Carey. Let's walk through the grounds. I've got quite a lot to tell you. So you see, we've got the wrong chalice.
I just can't believe it.
It's true, all right. But the point is that the other side don't know yet. So they're still trying to get hold of it. They'd soon know if they got it. They're no fools.
Where is it now, then?
In my London flat, being guarded by Val.
Is that safe?
Couldn't be safer. The flat's directly over a police station, and the police are watching it like hawks. Meanwhile, we've got 3 days before Val's birthday to try and sort things out down here.
3 days? Where do we start? We've absolutely nothing to go on.
Oh, yes, we have. That's my other piece of news. I've got a line on our friends.
How?
By parting with a £5 in £1 notes. That's how he wanted it.
Oh, Albert, please. What have you found out?
Well, yesterday evening, I had a visit at my flat from a very uninviting gentleman called Ernie Walker.
Who's he?
He's the man who drove the large German car that held us up on the way to town.
Why on earth did he come to see you?
To make a £5.
Ah.
He thought I might like to know something he overheard his friends saying when they found all they'd got was some bottles of beer.
What?
The words were, "We'll have to answer to the Daisy for this."
Who's the Daisy?
Exactly. Who is the Daisy? I checked with my friends, the police, downstairs. A chap called the Daisy was hanged at Manchester 5 years ago. And since then, the name has become rather fashionable with a smaller fry. But our man's the boss. And I've got a hunch that if we can lay Lug's ghost, we'll get a line on him. Of course, Lug may have gone batty and imagined the whole thing.
No, I'm sure he didn't.
Oh?
If you'd been brought up among country people as I have, you wouldn't scoff.
I wasn't scoffing. If I was, I wouldn't have suggested bringing in Professor Carey. If it is a genuine local phenomenon, you can bet your boots he knows all there is to know about it.
But of course, Miss Girth, I heard this yarn about the ghost long before your poor aunt passed over. In fact, here you catch me trespassing again. I've sat up several nights in your father's woods.
Did you see anything?
I can't say I did. I tried an automatic photograph once or twice, with a tripwire.
Any luck?
Well, I did get a picture once that could have been something. Tall, with horns, but it was all too blurred. It could have been a freak plate, I suppose.
Well, we're going ghost hunting tonight. Would you like to join us?
Sir, I just can't tell you how much that idea appeals to me.
I say, why did we bring in young Peck to help us? He and his father know more about this countryside than all the rest of Sanctuary put together. He works for you, doesn't he, Professor?
Yes, I was going to suggest it myself. As a matter of fact, old Peck has been my chief source of information in this affair. He has a cottage just down there, Mr. Campion, and spends all his days sitting in the sun, when you have any. Now, I'll tell you what. You two stay and have a bit of lunch, and then we'll go down there and get the youngster on the job.
Good afternoon, Mr. Peck.
Good day, Missy.
Is your son anywhere about?
Purse! Gentry be here.
I'm now coming. Good day, Miss Penny. Good day, Professor.
I hear that were a quiet burying. Your heart was poisoned.
Now, you be quiet, Father. Don't you speak ill of the dead. Can I be helping you at all, Miss Penny?
Yes, Percy. I want you to take Mr. Campion and Professor Carey down to Pharisee's clearing tonight. They think there's an animal there that wants snaring. Do you understand?
Yes, miss.
You wouldn't be scared, would you?
No, miss.
That ain't no animal, miss. That's a spirit, like I told Master Carey.
Of course, we don't want any tales told about this, you understand?
Oh, us don't talk, sir. Was you thinking of trapping that now, or do you want to shoot it?
Oh, trap it, certainly.
Percy, do you remember when you and I were kids? Val and I helped you and young Finch to catch an old ram that had gone wild in the Happy Valley.
That was with a stack net, wasn't it? Yes, us could do that. Allowing that's real.
You don't catch nothing. That's a spirit. You'll drop a net and that'll go right through it. Like that was water. You can make fools yourselves you like. I won't hurt.
What do you think about it, Percy?
Oh, I dunno, miss. I never rightly thought on it. Still, I ain't afraid of it.
Then you'll be down at Ty Hall at about 11:30 with a stack net.
I'll be there 11:30.
I won't. If you're wise, you'll stay in your beds, same as I do. There'll be more goose on it night than us thinks on. You stay out on it, miss. That ain't no wild ship down in Pharisees, and whatever comes on it, it don't be no good.
If that owl cries again, I shall have hysterics.
I wish you two girls would go to bed and keep out of it.
Nonsense. We're going to hold the fort for you and Albert. Whether you see a ghost or not, you want something hot when you come in.
Well, I suppose you'll be all right up here. Extraordinary how these old houses do creak at night, though.
We shall hold each other's hands till you come back.
Oh, what's that?
I be here, sir.
Percy, well done.
Am I right for time, sir?
Oh, fine. We'll go out by the side door, Campion. Wait there a minute, will you? We'll come round to you.
Good luck, and do be careful.
Here we are. Now, what's that dog you've got there?
Oh, 'tis Nab, sir, my old dog. I reckon I'd bring him with me. You'll be quiet as a mice, won't you, boy?
Have you got the net?
Here it be, sir. 'Tis a piece of an old un. I reckon us couldn't manage a whole heavy un.
Well, what's the plan, then?
Well, I reckoned I'd find a good tree with a branch sticking out on it, and I'd set on that with a net. And, when the thing come beneath, then I'd drop the net over it.
Well, suppose it doesn't come under your tree.
Oh, I doubt not that will, sir. That chases people, sir.
Oh, I see. We've got to be the bait.
That's so, sir. Now, if you don't mind, us'll keep quiet. I'll go first, if you please.
All right, Percy. Lead on. We'll follow. Well, this is the place and the hour, all right. When does the performance begin, I wonder?
It's certainly the right scene for it.
Almost too good to be true. Look at the moonlight on those trees. Oh, I don't wonder they don't come here. Where's that dog?
Mm-hmm. Oh, it's guarding its master at the foot of the tree. That won't move.
Professor, what do you think we're going to see, if we see anything?
Well, I don't want to make any guesses, in case my hunch is absolutely wrong.
Yes, but you don't really believe in ghosts.
If this is what I think it is, it's worse than any ghost.
What was that?
Only a hare.
Oh, I'm beginning to look forward to that hot drink when we... Listen. What about that? Whatever it is, it's coming this way.
There it is, in the opening.
God, Lug was right. It has got horns, and it's...
Get the smell.
It's seen us. Here it comes. Lead it to the tree.
It's rushing us. Run for it.
Quiet, Nab, quiet! We got it, sir. It's in the net.
Let's have a look.
Quiet, Nab. Oh, look at that, sir.
I knew it. I'm right.
Quiet, Nab.
Oh, this is one of the most remarkable survivals I ever heard of. Do you know what we've got here, Campion?
A woman?
Yes, a witch. Now, gently now. I'm afraid she's collapsed. We must get this net off her now. Hold this torch, will you, Peck?
All right, sir.
Land's sakes, I hope the shock hasn't killed her.
This thing she's wearing's made of goat skin.
Yes, and the headdress is a goat's skull. Now, if we can get it off... here it comes. Look, how hideous. Why, she's absolutely bald.
'Tis old Mrs. Munsey.
Mrs. Munsey?
The old un said she were a witch, but I took no heed on it. Lummy, who'd have thought it?
Oh, where does she live? Alone, I suppose.
She lives with her son, sir, Sammy. And they ain't neither of 'em right.
Well, we'll have to carry her there. Is it far?
No, that ain't no distance. One thing, that's some way from any other house. Tell you what, sir, I'll go and take a hurdle from the fence by
That's a good idea.
Come on, Nab.
Well, I wouldn't have believed it if I hadn't seen it.
I suspected it all along. The goat horns and the yarns about the curious chantings all pointed to it. Oh, the woman's a lunatic, of course. But there's no doubt at all in my mind that she's descended from a regular line of practicing witches. She's a throwback. Probably she realizes what she's doing only in a dim, instinctive sort of fashion.
Yes, but why? I mean, did someone put her up to it?
Oh, that's what we've got to find out.
Here's a hurdle, sir.
Good. Put her on it.
It ain't above half a mile, sir.
Oh, all the same, I wish she'd provided herself with a broomstick.
Help me put her on the couch. God, what a filthy place. It oughtn't to be allowed. Whose land is this?
Oh, but a waste, sir, as you might call it.
Is that the sun hanging about outside?
Well, that'll be Sammy, sir. He's a natural.
Sammy? Sammy, come here.
No.
Now,
no.
Don't be frightened, Sammy. Your mother fainted in the wood.
You seen her in the wood? Don't you touch me. I ain't done nothing.
Look, sir, what's he carrying? He's been snaring hares in the wood. Two of them.
They're mine.
Oh, that's how they live. We never could make it out.
Mother, they found us out. They found us out.
Oh, leave I alone. I ain't hurt you. I won't hurt you if you go.
They found us out.
Mrs. Munsey. Mrs. Munsey, did you frighten people out of Pharisee's clearing so that your son could poach in the wood?
You won't take him away if I tell you.
No, I won't touch him.
Where be my goatskin robes?
In the wood.
Oh, we must get they. There'll be power in they. More than you know.
Soon. Lie down now. Lie down till you're stronger. Tell me, why did you set on Lady Pethick? She wouldn't have stopped your son poaching.
No, I didn't.
Oh, yes, you did.
No.
Twas Daisy. Daisy told her.
Daisy?
Don't you listen to him. You can't blame Daisy. She said for to frighten her. That's all.
Sammy.
That's all.
Sammy. Who is Daisy?
Well, that's Miss Daisy. My father worked for her one time when he was alive.
Excuse me, sir, that's Mrs. Daisy, he means. Mrs. Daisy Shannon, as keeps the horses on her and How Heath.
Now, it's your deal, Major. See if you can turn your luck.
You're holding all the cards, Daisy.
Ah, it isn't the cards, it's a question of nerve, eh, Putnam? Major here never has the courage to see a thing through. Unlike you, Putnam, you're playing all you know.
You know, Daisy, sometimes I wonder someone hasn't strangled you.
My husband tried.
You got in first, I suppose.
Quiet. Listen. Somebody's knocking at the French windows. Open them, Fingers.
Good evening, everybody. Anybody got a good tip for the Ascot Gold Cup?
Mr. Campion.
Hello, Mrs. Shannon. Oh, what nice company I see. The gallant Major and my old friend Horace Putnam, and bless my soul if it isn't Fingers Hawkins. Thanks for opening the window, Fingers. Your manners were far less polished last time we met.
He's alone.
What are you doing here?
Calling. That must be obvious to the meanest intelligence.
Has he got a gun?
Oh, no, nothing like that, I assure you. I don't like firearms.
Well, don't fool about. Mine's trained on you.
You look out for him, missus. He's as slippery as a nail.
Oh, write that down and send it to our head office.
Mr. Campion, why have you come here?
To look over your stables. I've just been round them. Oh, most interesting. All those boxes and only one horse. I suppose the pretty creature has a different home each day, like Alice at the Mad Tea Party.
Perhaps you'd better stay with us for a day or two. Take him and lock him up in one of the boxes.
What?
I'd better have a scout round outside, don't you think?
Very well.
Oh, whistle all the time?
Eh?
Well, then we'll know it's you. What shall we do meanwhile? Have a game of cards? Oh, no, I know. I'll tell your fortune, Mrs. Shannon.
Ah, shut up. He's playing
What?
for time or something.
Oh, dear me, no. Now, let's see. Oh, dear. Oh, there's a lot of knaves about you. And what's this? Oh, a whole stack of money. Don't be led astray by riches, lady. Ah, now, here comes the luck card. Ah, it's very close, but it doesn't quite touch.
There's nobody out there that I can see. Shall we take him along?
Don't interrupt. We're just coming to the exciting part.
What the hell are you...
Quiet, Major.
Ah, there's a card. There's a journey here. Yes, a far journey. I see you take the long road, Mrs. Shannon.
Oh, stop mucking about. Where shall we put him, Daisy?
Why don't we just chuck him out in his ear?
Put him in the gate loft. You won't get out of that.
What?
I'm sorry, Mr. Campion. I'm afraid you're going to be distinctly uncomfortable for the next couple of days.
Oh.
Go on, take him along. Then, for heaven's sake, let's get back to our game.
Good morning, Lug.
Good morning, Miss Penny.
Any sign of him?
He never come home.
What's he up to, I wonder?
You tell me. Headstrong, that's what he is. All he said was if he's not back by morning, we're to tell the professor. I think he's done a morin on us. That's what he's done.
What do you mean, done a moron?
There was a murderer called Moran, with a lot of thugs round him. And what did his nibs do when we couldn't get any satisfaction from Moran? But walk into his ass cool as you please.
Why?
Forcing him to kidnap him so's he could find out what they were up to. I said to him, curiosity'll kill you, my lad.
Then he knows who it is?
Of course he does. Probably known from his cradle. At least that's what he'll tell you.
No Albert and no Val, and you realize what today is. Oh, perhaps that's him.
But, Sanctuary?
Is that Sanctuary 2-0?
Yeah?
I have a personal call for Miss Girth from London.
Oh, it's for you, miss. A trunk call.
Thanks, love. Hello?
Miss Girth?
Yes?
Hold on, please. You're through London.
Penny?
Val! Well, what's happened? Where are you?
In London, of course.
Well, for heaven's sake, it's your birthday. Father's kicking up like mad in case you won't be here. Dr. Cobden's coming and the vicar.
Oh, never mind that. They've got the chalice.
What?
They've got the chalice. You know, the one I was guarding.
But
They
how?
staged a fight outside the flat and diverted the police. Then two of them slipped upstairs and clocked me.
Oh, Val, are you hurt?
Well, my head isn't made of iron. Let me talk to Albert.
He's not here.
Not there? Where is he?
We don't know.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
Well, Val, please, be practical. What are we going to do?
You stay where you are. I'll grab a car and come straight down.
Lug, they've got the mock chalice.
That's done it.
I'm going down to see the professor. You'd better wait by the telephone. Albert might ring.
While I'm waiting, I'm going to read the situation's vacant. Oh, lummy, we are in a mess.
Mrs. Shannon, I've been waiting for you all day.
Hadn't much option, had you? You didn't shave this morning.
Well, none of your friends would trust me with a razor.
I like men to be clean.
That hardly explains your choice of subordinates.
I've been hearing about you, Mr. Campion. Impudence seems to be your strong point. I know why you've come here.
Oh? Why?
It gives you an excellent excuse to explain to your employers why you've failed.
My employers?
Colonel Girth, or whoever it is. He's wasted his money.
What makes you think I have failed?
Mr. Campion, you've made us waste a lot of time making all that fuss about your spurious chalice. Yes, we've got it. We staged a nice little fight outside Bottle Street Police Station, which kept the police so busy that they failed to keep an eye on your flat. I'm afraid Val Girth must have a nasty headache.
Mrs. Shannon, why not be content with the chalice you've got, I mean, tell your employers it's been in the cup house ever since it was made.
Don't talk like a fool. I know perfectly well where the real chalice is, and I'm going to get it.
Why? For money?
Naturally. I've been through 2 fortunes in my time, and that's why I need to get hold of another one. And no little rat like you is going to stop me. Ah, did you hear that? That's Bitter Aloes. She's in the box beneath here. She's vicious with strangers.
Well, she's not too matey with the lady of the house. I saw you playing in the yard like a pair of kittens. I thought she'd get you with her forefeet. You were very good with your whip, though.
She killed a stable boy last year. I was supposed to have her shot, but I wangled out of it. I saw it happen. Wasn't a pretty death. Those forefeet of hers were like steel hammers.
You have a curious taste in pets. Fingers Hawkins and Bitter Aloes make a very fine pair. Now, suppose we get back to business. Where do you imagine the real chalice is?
In the secret room in the East Wing they make such a fuss about. I was a fool not to have thought of it before.
And how do you expect to locate the secret room?
Well, this is the night of Val Girth's coming of age, and by tradition, a light is burnt in the secret room all night.
What?
Ah, you didn't know that, did you?
Well, I must say that you, or your bosses, have thought this out very cleverly. I only see one difficulty.
Oh, what's that?
Me.
I can deal with you, all right. Take off your spectacles.
What?
I said take off your spectacles.
All right. I must confess that I don't quite see the point. It's getting dark, so I can't see much with them.
I just wanted to show you why I brought my riding whip. Ah! God, my face! Don't like it! Neither does Bitter Aloe! You hear that? She's quite excited, just in the mood to deal with you, Mr. Campion. Yes! No! Yes! Yes, Mr. Campion! Good luck, Mr. Campion!
Campion. Campion, are you all right?
Yes. Yes, more or less. This horse has been trying to kill me. I managed to get up into this iron hay basket thing. Can you give me a hand up?
Here you are. Catch hold.
Thank you.
Well, for heaven's sake, pull up that trapdoor. That horse is a killer.
Hey, what's happened to your face? Did the horse do that?
No. No, only its mistress. The horse hadn't got a whip.
Here, have some brandy.
Oh, thanks. How on earth did you know I was here?
Well, I didn't. I came along on the off chance. I've been hiding around all afternoon.
What about Val?
Well, he's back all right for the dinner. They've got the other chalice, though.
Yes, so I gathered from Mrs. Shannon. So now...
Now we've got to get out of here as fast as we can make it.
The place is watched.
Who by? A few drunks. They don't like what's going on. Most of them have cleared out already. Milady's driven off anyway. Now, how do you feel?
All right.
If only we can avoid disturbing that damned horse. I got the car just outside the gate. Let's get there. There's a point we both overlooked. The light in that room.
Yes, it burns all night.
Yes, it'll be 30 years before they get a chance like this again. Now, come on. There it is. The red light, high up in the tower.
That must be the circular window right up at the top.
I didn't think it'd be so high.
Why on earth do they have to give it away like that?
Oh, in the old days, every window would have been ablaze. Times have changed, but the old rule still stands. A light in the window from sunset to cockcrow.
Professor.
What?
Look at that window. There's something swinging in front of it, like a thread.
Thread? That's a rope.
Well, that's how they're going to do it. They're going to climb down from the roof. Come on, let's find our way up there, quick as we can.
Gosh, it's blowy up here. Don't get too near the edge.
Here's the rope. It's taut. Someone's climbing down on it.
Careful. You'll go over.
No, I won't. I'm going to crawl till I can see. Hold on to my legs.
Okay, I've got you. Now, careful, there's a loose bit of coping stone.
Right, I see it. That's it.
Who is it?
Mrs. Shannon. Mrs. Shannon, come back!
Go away! Damn you!
Come back!
I'll see you in hell first!
If you look into that room, I'll cut this rope!
You wouldn't have the guts! Get back! I'll deal with you later!
All right, then! I'm going to pull you up!
You haven't a hope! I've reached the window anyway!
Mrs. Shannon! You're not to look in that window!
You're too late! Just got to stop this thing swinging about and turn myself round. That's got it. Now we'll soon see it. No! No, keep away! Keep away from me! No!
Members of the jury, you've heard that death was instantaneous and due to contusion of the brain following a fracture of the skull caused by the fall. It seems probable that the deceased, a well-known sporting character of the district, attempted her giddy descent as the result of some wager with some third party who has not come forward. It would also seem probable that in the midst of her foolhardy escapade, she suffered from a sudden attack of vertigo, and so fell to her death. It is therefore my duty to instruct you members of the jury to bring in a verdict in accordance with the evidence. And I hope this case may be a lesson to all on the undesirability of entering into sporting contracts which may be a danger to life and limb. I regret, as must everyone in court, that such an unfortunate accident should have visited itself on Colonel Sir Percival Girth and his family, who are already suffering from a recent bereavement.
A very intelligently reasoned explanation indeed. Don't you think so, Val?
I certainly do.
Of course, had it not been for Beth's father, I should have been the subject of the inquest, with a crueler coroner than Dr. Cobden moralizing on the dangers of putting strange animals into other people's stables. How are the two papas getting on, by the way?
Like a house and fire. They're in the library talking archaeology.
I have a hunch they're both asleep.
Wonderful neighbors, aren't we?
You know, this is the first time I've felt this summer that life was worth living.
Me too.
Mr. Campion, pardon my curiosity, but when did you know about Mrs. Shannon? From the beginning?
Well, yes and no.
Huh?
I made some inquiries about her and found she was head over heels in debt. But I didn't know for certain till we got it from Mrs. Munsey.
What I still don't see is why she put Mrs. Munsey on to Aunt Di. I mean, what was the point of it?
Well, the point was that your Aunt Diana never let the chalice out of her sight. So the idea was to give that artist fellow a chance by staging a shock that would put your aunt to bed for a day or two.
But Mrs. Munsey was too much for her.
Exactly. And the whole scheme came unstuck.
Well, what I don't get is how Albert came into this in the first place.
Neither do I.
Don't you?
Hello, visitors. Say, that's quite a car.
Ah, quite a visitor, too.
Why, who is he?
That, if I'm not mistaken, is the representative of the crown.
Oh.
Let's see who gets out.
Yes, that's him. He's come to inspect the chalice. It happens every 10 years.
No top hat.
I haven't seen a good top hat since I came to
Oh,
England.
very remiss.
I can assure you he's the real thing, though.
That's why if you stay to lunch, Beth, you'll have to have it with Albert and me in the morning room.
How come?
Well, it's a family ceremony. We mustn't disturb it.
Oh.
Albert, leaving aside the honourable gentleman, can we please have an answer to the question, how did you get mixed up in this?
Oh, wait a minute. Here's Lug, looking very self-important. Hello, Lug. What's the trouble?
Here, see who's come.
Yes, we saw.
Orders is for you to nip into the house with Mr. Val and report in the library.
What, me as well?
And Professor Carey, that's the orders. And you in flannels.
Albert, what does he want to see you for?
I thought you'd have got it a long while ago. He is my employer.
Albert, you told me you were only
Yes,
doing
I
this...
know I did. It was too early to explain. Come on, Val. We mustn't keep him waiting.
Now, Colonel, there's really no need for me to read all this through.
Whatever you say, sir.
After all, we've read it through together several times before.
We have indeed.
Makes one feel old. Every reading makes another decade gone. I think this one clause will be sufficient. And the said representative of Her Gracious Majesty or her heirs shall go up into the chamber accompanied by the master and his eldest son, providing he be of sufficient age, and they shall show him that the treasure which they hold in the stead of the crown be whole and free from blemish, that it may be known to us that they have kept their loyal and sacred trust.
What about the other clause?
Yes, this is where you come in, Campion, and you, Professor.
We do.
Listen. Further, we also command that in times of trouble, or such days as the House of Girth may be in danger, that the master allow 2 witnesses to go with them, strong men and true, sworn to keep faith and all secrecy as to the treasure and the manner of its keeping, given under our hand and seal. Well, I think that covers the matter, Colonel. Of course, I understand, strictly speaking, that such days as the House of Girth may be in danger are past. But I certainly agree with the Colonel that in the circumstances we might stretch a point in the archaic formula.
Yes, it seems the only courtesy we can extend to you both. For your tremendous assistance in this distressing affair.
There's nothing I would consider a greater honor.
And you, Campion?
I feel just the same, sir.
All right. The Colonel and I feel, however, that from now on we should adhere strictly to tradition.
Oh, of course.
The entrance to the chamber is and always has been a closely guarded secret, known only to my predecessors and the Colonel's. Therefore, I feel sure I shall offend neither of you if I ask you to lend me your handkerchiefs and allow me to blindfold you until we approach the treasure.
Sure. Here you are.
Thank you. Yours, Mr. Campion.
Here, sir.
Thank you. Now, then, if you'll allow me, Now, if you'll take Mr. Campion's arm, Val, I'll look after Professor Carey. Colonel, will you lead us?
Very well.
Careful. We're just coming to some spiral steps.
Stop. Gentlemen, we are at the door of the chamber. Before I unlock it, let me say this. You are about to see the chalice and its guardian. The chalice is a small cup, simple and beautiful, of rubies and English red gold. Its guardian is a giant.
A giant?
Yes, a giant knight in black armor. He kneels at an altar with the chalice between his hands. It has rested there for centuries. Take off your bandages. We shall not disturb him.
The guardian of the chalice.
He is my ancestor and yours, Val. The first Messiah Girth. There he has knelt through the years in the full armor of the tourney, with the chalice in his safekeeping.
Campion, the chalice. Look at it. The beauty of it.
small, simple. Just as you said, that gold was washed from mountain streams before the Romans came.
Is he really there, inside the armor?
Oh, look at the wrists, Val. Those gnarled yellow knots were once human hands. I'm not sorry the visor's down. I don't know what we might see.
The colonel lowered the visor before he brought you here.
He's there, all right. You feel he might move any moment. It makes me glad I never came hunting that chalice.
But the size... Can he really have been...
Oh, yes. There were giants in those days.
If you are ready, gentlemen.
Yes, of course.
Perhaps you would like to rest in your room till lunchtime.
Will you join me, Professor?
Of course. This takes a bit of getting over.
Then, with your permission, when we're outside, we'll replace the blindfolds. Now let us leave Messire Girth to his vigil.
Here you are. Whiskey and soda for two. The colonel sent me up with this lot. They aren't half doing his nibs proud downstairs. You know that girl I took a fancy to?
Mm-hmm.
I've been helping her clean her silver all the morning. Old Branch never took his eyes off me once.
I don't blame him. Now run along, Lug. Oh, you can pack my bags after lunch. We're going back to town this evening.
Just when I'm getting along nicely, too.
Soda?
Thanks.
Here you are.
Yeah. You finished then?
Yes. They'll stick to the rules. Their agent's dead, and that's the end of it. They're connoisseurs more than criminals.
I suppose they'll switch their attention to continental museums or something like that.
Probably. You know, Professor, if only my precious boss down below had seen fit to tell me about the second chalice, he'd have saved us a great deal of trouble.
Oh, the oath of secrecy, I guess. Oh, what a lovely, lovely thing. I may sound a bit inhuman, but when I was looking at it, I thought of all the deaths it must have cost in the last 1,500 years, and I thought to myself, it's so utterly beautiful. It's worth it.
Professor?
Yes?
What do you think Mrs. Shannon saw when she looked through that window?
We know what she saw.
Yes, but what made her shout no? Who was she talking to? What made her let go? I don't understand it.
Oh, I think it's pretty clear. The light was shining directly onto the figure, and the head was raised directly to the window. You remember?
Yes, but even so,
I'm afraid it must have been a very shocking sight. Don't forget, the visor was up, and she saw his face.
But she spoke. She spoke as if she was replying to someone. She waved as if she was fending something off. And I heard something. Something moved in that room. I swear it. What was it? Do you know?
I, Father Benedict Estegon, write this chronicle of the year 1476 at the command of Matthias Corvinus, King of Hungary, and my ecclesiastical superiors, who resolve me from the evils I have witnessed. God's mercy cleanse my mind of those dark days. the mighty castle of Târgovishte. There I served as chaplain and chancellor to that prince of Wallachia and Transylvania called Vlad V, the most cruel of men, yet once the most just of rulers, known now and to the future by his more legendary names, Vlad Tepes, the Impaler, and of a darker meaning still, Lord. Why then are you reading?
It is nothing, Father.
I will be the judge of that. Let me see.
But, Father...
My son, obey.
It is a calendar, nothing more.
A list of crimes attributed to him.
Every one from a living witness.
It is your death warrant. Burn it now.
Destroy it, then. I will not forget. The record will remain. A testimony of death to our noble lord.
He paid for those crimes with 13 years of his life. The debt is settled.
Small payment before God.
King Matthias Corvinus thinks otherwise. Do you challenge his wisdom?
How can those slaughtered bodies ever be balanced? Hundreds when he sacked the town of Brasov. 5,000 at Great Shieldov. 25,000 in the Bulgarian campaign.
God rest their souls and give them peace.
Did Lord Dracula say that, as he had them all impaled on pointed stakes, alive?
And 3 years ago, I was young, and, like you, filled with pride for truth. With Emmanuel, a brother priest, I traveled the villages of this land, preaching our faith boldly. One day, word reached us to attend the Voivode Dracula at his court, here in Târgovishte. We came bravely, for we knew the horrifying reputation of the man. But he greeted us most courteously.
Monk Emmanuel, you have preached to my people. Do they respect you for it?
They respect the word of God, my lord.
And what do they say of me?
All manner of good things, my lord. All men hold you in honor and affection. There is no man but does not call you noble.
Guard, take this monk and feed him, while I question his brother. Your name, monk?
Benedict, my lord.
I suspect from your face that you fear me.
You hold me in the palm of your hand, my lord. But I fear God more. They call you tyrant, and you are renowned only for your vile cruelty. You have proved as much, for they do not call you Vlad Tepes for nothing.
No man has dared call me the Impaler to my face before.
You asked for truth. Even if it be my last words, I give it, freely.
Then you shall live, as witness to the glory of your truth.
My lord, thanks be to you and to God.
But think on this, priest. Every truth carries its own punishment as well as reward. Your reward is life. Guard, the priest who lied, impale him in front of his brother here, as witness.
No,
God have mercy.
No,
deliver us.
No, no, no.
I stayed there, hopeless to the end. It was a slow death.
Yet you have remained here at Târgovishte until now, even after Vlad Dracula's imprisonment. Why?
It was a wish granted to him by King Matthias Corvinus that I should serve Vlad Dracula as his witness before God. But that king, too, has a dark sense of justice. The price of Vlad's freedom was conversion to my faith.
It has taken 13 years.
But now his faith is deep and strong. He is the fiercest of the king's champions.
Now he has the king's sister as wife, big with their bond child. Does that wipe away the past?
My son, do not question the lives of princes unwisely. Go now, and pray for the Lady Ilonia in her hour of childbirth. Vlad's marriage to the king's sister, Ilonia, had taken place in the last months of his exile in the fortress of Buda. He had been married before, and from that union a son, Istvan, had grown to manhood. Though Vlad, like all princes, had taken concubines and mistresses, this second wedlock was of a different nature. If love ever existed in his life at all, it was for the gentle, serene Ilonia. At the end of the summer, when he brought her at last to his great castle of Tirgovishte, she was already heavy with child. Now she lay in labor, but her stepson Istvan's face was cold.
She suffers. The signs are not good.
She is a frail vessel, my Lord Istvan. Our prayers must go out for her.
Your prayers, Father, not mine.
The child she bears will be your sibling.
A half-brother only.
Perhaps a sister, but of royal blood.
I am my father's firstborn. That birthright cannot be taken from me.
No one denies that right.
At the first cry of the child she bears, I am denied everything. I will not share.
At least, like your father, be just.
I leave justice to God. Will God listen to her or to me, do you think, Father?
He makes his own judgments, my son.
And I'll be more useful inspecting the stables. You make a better listener to God than I, Father.
Father Benedict.
Yes, Catelyn, my child.
Come. Dr. Santish begs that you should come quickly.
Thank God Catelyn found your father.
When Doctor calls for priest.
It's that bad, yes.
Her first child.
And she is not young.
Pray for her, Father. And for us also.
Is there no hope at all?
The midwives know, as I do. And we're in terror for our lives. If I fail, he forgives nothing.
Dr. Sentesh, more than anything, he desires a son by her. Give him that, and you will share his triumph. Do nothing, and you lose everything.
Pray for me, Father.
I pray for us all.
Elizabeth, Catelyn, hold me lady fast. We have no choice.
Father Benedict?
My lord?
Why is your presence needed at my wife's bedside?
To give her strength and God's grace.
Is she so weak?
She fights valiantly to give you a son.
She knows my mind.
She would give everything to please you.
A son. Istvan is already a man, but this son will be supreme.
Not only your heir, but heir to the king and Hungary.
With such a bloodline, he will be greater than the hero John Hunyadi himself. He will conquer all Asia in the name of Christ, my son.
My lord, come away.
Must she suffer? Every cry tears at my flesh.
It is the glory of women to bring forth life.
But the pain...
Without it, there would be no dignity.
As in death also. Man can discover all secrets, given time. Do you hear?
Is that a child? My newborn son?
That is not a child's cry.
Well, what have they done?
Silence!
Sentesh! Show me my son!
My lord.
Show me!
My lord, it never lived.
That is not my son. Benedict, do you see this thing?
Do not dwell on it, my lord.
Blotched and twisted. It's not human. It's evil. A malignant creature.
Sentesh, cover it, man.
Hide it. Take it, Benedict. Exorcise and burn that devil's lump while I shrive its conjurer. God!
My lord, hold fast to God.
She will live now. You will see. We have torn the evil from her belly. She will live. She will live! God!
My lord!
Take these butchers from my sight. Let them take as long to die as they performed their work upon her.
My lord!
Hear me. Bird of the night. Listen to your lord.
My lord, have I pleased you?
Oh, you have pleased me. Do not fly away.
Let me rest between your hands. I'm so tired.
Oh, the blood, Benedict, the blood. Will it never cease?
My lord, do not blame our son.
I will blame no one. Only stay with me.
I must
Is it sleep, Benedict? Tell me.
She will never wake.
She sleeps, damn you. I feel her heart against my face. The warmth. Oh, God, the blood. Will nothing stop the blood?
You have killed the only man who could have saved her.
You lie.
I speak nothing but truth. I am God's witness.
Will he take her too, and my son?
He has his justice as you have yours. Accept what he gives, and you will find peace, my son.
I do not accept.
He is greater than you, than your king, than all great princes. Accept.
No!
He has taken what is his. You cannot reclaim her. Only give.
Give? Accept? If he is so great a prince, then he will give and accept. I am an honest man. I have served his cause. I have killed soulless infidels in his name, and built holy churches on battlefields once drenched with blood. I have been God's champion. If I have any right to that claim, let her live.
Your challenge is too late. She is dead.
Then all goodness and grace dies with her.
My son, for the love you once had for her, God-given.
I deny God. I am his everlasting enemy. I spit upon his mercy.
I cannot remain here. It is unholy.
You will stay.
Then will you kill me too?
You are tied to me, priest. By your own words, you are God's witness. What I shall do is to your eyes, and through you will defile him.
You told me once, for every action, consequence.
Ah, the sword of truth, double-edged, good and evil. Well, by my evil, you will know good. But until I release you from that stewardship, you will suffer my sins as you suffered Brother Emmanuel's agony to the death.
Father.
Keep your sympathy from me, Istvan.
Only this minute I've been told.
Then you know. She died. Killed by the monstrosity within her, and by an absence of God's mercy.
But don't let grief blind.
I am not a woman to be comforted. I am Vlad Dracula.
You are my father.
Then obey.
Command me.
Leave Tergovishta. Go to the king, battle for his cause with honor. But you will say nothing of what has happened here.
But it is his sin.
Every priest banished under threat of violent death. The name of God was forbidden. A terrifying silence of the soul hung over Tirgovishta. And only I remained.
Father Benedict. Jacob! My son, you must go with the others. Quickly.
Come with us.
I cannot.
There is still time.
My time is here. I am God's only link with this wretched prince. I may yet save him from himself.
You cannot save him. He is forever damned.
My son, you do not understand.
I know this. Without you, his evil will have no meaning. Leave him now. Leave him, Father.
No.
I will not be far away.
You are commanded to leave Tergovishta under pain of death.
The people need me. They will keep me safe, hidden in the town.
Now who's looking for the martyr's death?
Not me. After what I've seen, I'm a coward. You won't find me preaching and ranting at street corners.
Just skulking in cellars, celebrating Mass.
It's the least I can do. Before God.
Take care, my son.
You also, Father. I will say Masses for you in the people's name.
Give them my blessing. Go now. Quickly!
I'll hide in the vestry.
All out!
Goodbye, Father.
Priest Benedict.
Yes, my son.
We're not related, so none of that eyewash.
We are before...
Don't mention that name. It means death.
I speak that name without fear. God.
For his sake, then, Father, do not make me commit that crime. Not to you.
Do not be afraid, Captain Valence. I alone may speak that name, protected by Lord Dracula's favor.
Others aren't, though. And if I allow that name to be spoken, then it's me hanging from the highest stake, clutching my guts.
Black justice.
I'm his man, and I abide by it.
I want no man to suffer for my sake, Valence.
That won't be easy. With you protected...
Someone has to pay. I know.
Well, take care.
Was that the reason for you coming to this chapel?
It's to be walled up.
But it's my place of worship. His place?
There is no place for him in the castle of Tergovishta.
He is here, though. Isn't he?
I'm not here to talk. There's a job to be done.
Leave me time for prayer, at least.
I daren't. Lord Dracula demands your presence.
Now?
While we purge the castle of any priests who think they'll stay.
The last place they'd come would be this chapel.
That's why I'm ordered to wall up every door and window without searching it.
Give me 5 minutes, no more.
Sorry, Father.
Have you no piety?
I prefer to stay alive. Out you come, Father. Unless you want to stay in there with the spiders and the mice.
They are his creatures.
But there's none that you've a special regard for, is there? Or was the echo I heard...
What?
No more than an echo. I mean to say, if it had been a priest, hiding perhaps...
What makes you say that?
It was only a thought, but if it had been... Well, either I'd have to take him out and impale him outside the castle walls...
Dear God, not that.
Or he'll stay as quiet as a mouse as we seal him in and die in good company, without light or air or pain. Come away, Father. Either way, there's nothing you can do.
Nothing. Only witness.
No time for that, even. I must take you to Lord Dracula right away. Come along.
Hurry, priest. Mount your horse.
I am not prepared for a journey.
Soldier, give the priest your cloak. You may freeze, but my witness must be kept warm.
Sooner than he suffers, I will do without.
Take it, or he dies on his captain's sword now.
Thank you. Thank you, my son.
Remember, priest, accept.
Without question?
Or be witness to the consequence.
Where do we ride?
My spies tell me there is a village priest who calls me the accursed impaler. We ride to visit him. Forward, Captain!
Then you dare to spread your vengeance beyond the walls of Tergovishta.
Where it affects me, yes. But I will bring him back to Tergovishta and show him what he says is true. Headman, I am Lord Dracula.
I know it, my lord.
What is your name?
Pierre Gay, my lord. I speak for all the village.
Your priest also?
He is not here, my lord.
That is unfortunate.
Rather than have your anger spill over against us, he left the village.
I came to show him the truth in what he calls me. Tepesh, the impaler.
My lord, no. Spare them.
This priest knows my ways, Gergely. When your priest returns, you will present him with proof of what he claims of me.
Proof, my lord?
I am Vlad the Impaler. He will know it is I who passed this way, for the evidence will stand here, before his church. You, his congregation.
Less than 50 souls lived there. He spared none. As we left that small forest of impaled innocents, Lord Dracula turned briefly to me and smiled, coldly. I could say nothing for the grief that blinded me.
Tears, priest? Is the winter wind so bitter? There is worse yet to come.
His march of terror swept like a scythe through the villages and hamlets set about Tergovishta. His soldiers, those terrible avengers, first savored, then sickened of the bloodlust that drove their master on. At last, blood lost its obsession even for him, and he turned his proud stallion's head homeward, to the next crossroads that would carry...
What is it, Captain? Do they fate us, or do they flee in terror?
Neither, my lord. They've caught a witch. They're testing her, then putting her to death.
Without my permission?
They seem to think her death will honor you, my lord.
Let us see this witch. Let the witch stand forth.
Speak, Janos.
She's cursed my cattle and Laszlo's too. 3 calves I'd lost.
And the children, where are they?
Make her speak!
Order to the dead. Well, don't let her come close, master. She'll curse your beast.
Sign of evil is on her. Beware!
Silence! Stand close, girl. I would see your face.
Look into my eyes, if you dare.
The girl stood forward, dirty and ragged, but with all the grace of a young animal. Her hair was free, and although threatened by the villagers about her, she had a pride that made them her slaves. But it was when I saw her eyes that I knew she was evil. She was of the breed of Lucifer, and no one can look into those eyes and be called holy. I turned my face aside and prayed.
I am named Militza. Call these dogs from me.
Give me good reason.
Because you are Vlad Dracula, and you have need of me.
We have proved her guilty.
She must die. I will interrogate her.
Torture her. She'll talk then.
She must be burned. Here.
She will be questioned at Tergovishta.
No, she must be destroyed. In the ancient manner.
Laszlo! Janos! The pitchfork!
Kill those 2 men! Take the girl on your saddle, parents. We ride for Tergovishta.
I ride with no man but my Lord Dracula.
Then you will walk barefoot at my horse's flank, and if you fall, you die.
Ride on then, my lord.
Salamander! Forward! Move, you black devil!
He will move only at my command.
Those peasants were right. You have cursed the beast.
Seat me at the pommel of your saddle.
I am not to be commanded.
Lift me up.
Now, break the spell, witch.
Salamander, go!
Our return to Tergovishta was swift. We paused for nothing. Salamander, as though possessed by the very powers of darkness, set a pace that only checked when we reached the gates of the citadel. The first of the winter storms was already upon us, cursing and howling its eerie song among the palisade of stakes outside the castle walls.
Why have we stopped?
Are these your enemies set upon those stakes?
They are my people, delivered from a worse evil than death.
I have come too late, then.
Why? Would you save them?
No, my lord. They are past that.
Do they amuse you?
They are broken puppets now. But how they must have danced and bled. Salamander, go in.
Closer to the fire, priest. Warm yourself. It's going to be a long winter.
The girl, Militza.
She is being tended now, bathed and dressed. She will be a welcome pleasure. I shall enjoy her.
She owes you her life.
She will pay for it. Did you see her body, Benedict? How it moved and twisted. Mother naked beneath her rags.
I saw only the evil in her eyes.
Did it draw you? Command you? Make you lust for her?
No.
Then you turned away too quickly.
I have no part in what she can give you.
You are my witness. I command your eyes.
No.
You will see her flesh and my hand upon it, you will see my desire fulfilled.
He will see nothing.
He sees all, suffers all.
What I bring you is not for old men's eyes. See, he already suffers. Why do you think he cannot bear to look at me? Shall I set my lips upon you, priest?
He burns! See how he burns!
Get thee behind me, Satan!
I am Lilith, sweet daughter of Astarte Astaroth. Can you deny Our Lady of Babylon? Or her handmaiden?
I do deny her, and all her evil ways. I call upon God to protect me and punish...
Oh, get rid of this old fool.
Leave us, priest.
I want him killed. Impaled. Now.
No.
He would cry out. Blood spurting on the stake. As I, upon...
No. While I live, he lives.
Is his power over you so great?
Ask him.
Priest, answer.
I stand for God, whom Vlad Dracula would deny.
Is that your revenge, Tepesh? Is that all?
No, do not mock me, Gypsy.
You're a child, smashing trinkets out of spite. That is no vengeance against his feeble deity.
The people cry out at my evil.
But that is not power.
No one denies Vlad Dracula.
The screams of dying men, the shudders of an old priest. Is that all you seek?
Do not listen to her.
There is a greater vengeance. The priest knows it. Ask him.
I will not answer.
Answer, or she...
Tepesh!
He faces a moment of truth.
Two-edged.
He knows it.
Step back. You are not beyond redemption.
You are afraid. For my soul's sake, you are afraid.
Yes. If you go on, you are lost to God.
But not to you. You are still my witness.
Release me. Give me peace.
Never.
Make him leave. Our night is before us.
Now, speak first. I wish to see the terror in his eyes for what he knows awaits me.
Look into the priest's eyes.
Look at me, Benedict. Through those aged tears.
My son, for the love of God.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I see love there. Mingling with the fear. Poor old man. There is such a despair in your soul. I slip through your fingers like quicksilver. Do you feel me as I go from you?
Yes.
Oh, such a desperate sadness. Would you be happy if I gave you back my soul?
God would be happy, my son.
That's what I thought. Leave us and go to him. Tell him in your prayers that you have failed. Tell him I serve a new master. Go.
And while you pray, priest, remember, the initiation starts with me.
There was no part of that great castle in which I could escape the memory of those serenely evil eyes, gold-flecked like the great cat. The many soldiers were restless and on edge. Their serving women panicked at every shadow, while the horses in the stables around the courtyard fretted and kicked all night long. I found Captain Ference in a lonely turret.
Do you hear them, priest? The horses.
They know that something is wrong.
It's the storm. Never like a cold storm, horses don't.
Perhaps they know who raised it.
You've been listening to the serving wenches, superstitious sluts.
The soldiers too, then. They blame the gypsy.
Do you think she's a witch?
I know she is.
That won't save her from the master. If she fails to please him...
She's already her slave, bewitched body and mind. She will rule us all.
So soon?
You expected it?
He was getting sick of the blood. Something had to happen.
Something has happened. Something so evil.
Dracula bedding a gypsy girl. Nothing new in that. Where's your faith?
Riding the wind. It may not see this night out.
It will last longer than these castle walls. Why else do you reckon my Lord Dracula picked on you as his holy water jester?
Do you speak truth, Ferenc?
Common sense, at least.
Jacob was right. The Holy Church rests in the souls of the people. God save his memory.
The way you speak of him, anyone think he was dead?
What? But he cannot be alive. The chapel...
Yes, walled up. Doors and windows all.
Then how?
There's more ways in and out of this castle than you can see with your own two eyes, Father.
Passages. Tunnels.
Yes, for those who've got the guile to go looking for them.
From the vestry.
Is that a fact?
But where?
They do say that the old sewers, built by the Romans like as not, run clear down underneath the town.
Then he's safe. With the people.
The wind's so strong up here, you know. I can hardly hear a word you say.
Bless you, my son.
For a winter wind. Small blessing there.
It warms me like the fire of Christ, tempering my faith.
May it blow long and full then. For you'll need your faith with that black witch among us.
Gypsy girl, you are a witch.
A witch. But more than a witch.
Silver-bodied, like the slender moon.
She is my sign. As Draconis, serpent of the stars, is yours.
And together we rule the night sky.
But the moon is dying.
It wanes only to return.
My lord, I weaken also.
What are you saying?
I'm ruled by her. She is the mother of my spirit. As the moon dies, so I am plunged into darkness. Soon, it will be time.
You cannot leave me, I command you.
Accept what I tell you. My lord.
You are not to die.
I shall return. Only accept.
What is happening? Your face.
Look away. Leave me now.
Come back! Come back!
Believe in my power.
I believe. Only stay.
Look into my eyes.
Melitza, what have you become?
At the full moon, I will show you a great secret. Come to me. Then...
No, I will not leave your side. I will call doctors, the greatest physicians in my land.
They know nothing. The owl knows all. It is time.
The moon. Melitza. The moon.
Father Benedict! Wake, priest, wake!
What is it, my son?
Come quickly. My lord commands you.
In a moment.
Now, you dare not delay.
What is wrong?
He has gone mad. The gypsy girl is dying.
Was it you, priest? What sacred incantation have you performed?
I have done nothing, my lord.
She has left me, she too, and if it was your doing...
I had no hand in it, I swear.
You will die as no man has ever died before. You will beg, and my only mercy will be greater pain.
If that is God's will.
Admit it! You wished her destruction.
To save your soul, yes.
Ah, there I have you, priest, self-confessed. Murder by sorcery.
But God in his mercy has spared me that terrible act.
Huh?
The sorcery is hers.
What?
See, I hold this glass before her lips. She is not dead.
There is breath. There is breath.
It is a witch's trance. A catalepsy.
She said, only believe.
By this she has made you her slave.
She has true power.
She is evil.
And I believe in her.
Then you are lost.
Until the full moon. Only until then.
My lord, dismiss me.
No. You are the watchman. You will stay here by her side. Only when she is mine again will I release you.
Vlad Dracula knew I had no choice. I sat by that living corpse, waiting for the moon spell to run its length of days and nights. By candlelight I watched that face, so young, and yet in its lifeless eyes, holding a knowledge so old, so ancient. Then, as the first sleek sliver of the moon rode the night sky, that face began to change. Each night, gazing into those fathomless eyes, I entered a dream so deep, so dark, it goes beyond memory. But when I woke each dawn, there was a flush of beauty on the gypsy's skin, the merest sign of brushed color from the sunrise. Her life was flowing back. I could not even pray. I felt so crushed by this dark power. And then, at the full moon, she awoke.
You have served me well, priest. Where is my Lord Dracula?
I am here.
Welcome, my lord.
Go, priest. This is no place for you.
I am young again, Vlad Tepesh.
And beautiful as the risen moon.
As full and as fertile. Fitting for the fruit of dragon seed.
You cannot know that.
It will be a son.
My son.
And your pledge to Lucifer.
What?
It is the price of knowledge. Accept.
I accept.
There is a pact to be signed.
I will sign it.
In blood, my lord. In blood.
Do you think I'm afraid? Here is my blade.
Oh, put aside your sword. What I take with an ace.
In his great passion for the witch girl, the grim castle of Tirgovishta became the center of life for Dracula. His bands of cruel mercenaries terrorized the lands about him still, but Vlad Dracula never rode with them. His was a darker exploration.
Do not cease your prayers, priest. I only observe.
Leave me, witch!
Does my presence trouble you? Is the looseness of my perfumed hair a hindrance to proper prayer? Do these naked shoulders move you?
Begone, child of evil!
We have a bond, you and I.
No!
Those empty dreams. Do you remember? That life could be yours.
I will not remember.
That cross. Discarded. It is the last barrier between us. Then you will recall that dream and see clearly all that was promised you in every sweet detail.
I call upon all the saints and God Almighty to protect me from your evil tongue.
Oh, be silent, priest.
Save your holy curses for the poor. Or I will set a mark on you. One you will long remember.
The blessing of God protected me from knowing her meaning. But those dark dreams were like a mighty silence looming over me. I feared what it contained, for I sensed those dreams were interwoven with a choice I had to make. But the decision was too great for me alone. I needed help.
This is as far as I can take you, priest. You'll come out in the cellars of the coaching inn.
And he will be there.
If Dracula's spies haven't caught him already.
And if they have?
They'll have made him talk, won't they?
You mean they'll know of this tunnel?
And you'll be taken at the other end.
I will tell nothing.
You'll talk. They always do. I know what they get up to in the way of persuasion. It isn't pretty.
You're risking your life.
Not if we're lucky, and you come back before dawn. If you don't...
It means I never will.
Remember what I said. Get the news to Lord Istvan. He'll know what to do.
But my son...
Get on, priest. You haven't much time.
Who's there? Miklos? It's me. Look at my face. Father Benedict. Brother Jacob. Is he here?
Come out of there and shut the cover. Yes, he's here. Just finishing a baptism.
Thank God. The people still have their faith.
Not all. There's some that take his lordship silver. That's why I'm on guard. Give you a surprise, did I?
I thought it was a trap.
And so it could be, Father.
My son. Jacob. God's blessing on you.
And you also, Father. But better give thanks to God that Miklos is with us. You are too trusting.
But I know Miklos. I christened his children.
That wouldn't have saved you, Father.
Why have you come?
I can live with such evil only by knowing there is hope here. I had to come.
You are free of him now. Escape. Join us.
He would kill every soul in Tirgovishta.
I know. I am bound to him by the sword. I must remain there in that grim castle.
In spite of the degradation he thrusts upon you.
It is enough to know that faith still exists, my son. Will you pray with me?
Miklos, keep watch. I'll take Father Benedict into the chapel.
A chapel? Here?
The wine cellars of the inn are like catacombs. Where better? Come.
In the deepest wine vault, the sight of that makeshift altar, covered as it was with an unembroidered cloth, filled my heart with love. And I wept to be within the grace of Christ once more. But what monk Jacob next related to me left us both in deep despair.
It is always the young that are taken. 3 so far.
Innocent children. But why? For what vile purpose?
It is said they are used as sacrifice.
By the witch girl?
For their blood.
She is the most evil creature I have ever known.
But more than a witch, a Satanist.
God help us all.
You are in the greatest danger.
Where she leads Dracula, I cannot follow. Nor can I defy her power. I can only pray.
There are great forces against us.
Here you have the people and their faith.
But a faith that's kept well hidden. The people are like me, afraid.
There is one hope. Vlad's son, Istvan.
He finds glory skirmishing the Turks for King Matthias Corvinus.
He is not out of reach.
2 days' ride.
The people of Tirgovishta are his people. He will help us.
He is as cruel a lord as his father.
But more just.
He cannot give judgment in his father's kingdom while his father rules, when it is his.
That may never come to pass.
What?
The witch girl is with child.
Dracula's greatest wish.
Can you imagine a spawn of that corruption?
But what of Istvan's rights as son?
They mean nothing. This child of Lucifer will have everything, including all the powers of darkness that his vile mother will breed into him.
They say Vlad Dracula's bloodline stems from Genghis Khan.
Can such a monster live again?
Istvan loves his father deeply.
It has not returned.
He is a Christian, dedicated to serving King Matthias Corvinus against the infidel.
Would he stand by and see his father brought into corruption?
If his inheritance depended upon it, yes.
Then he must be persuaded.
And soon.
I am helpless. Dracula's captive.
It is not your mission. I will go to Istvan myself. Tonight.
I returned to my prison. At every step of my journey back into darkness, I considered how easy it would be for me to escape, as Jacob had pleaded, and so avoid the future that awaited me. But then, in my mind's eye, I saw the town of Târgovişte, razed to the ground, its sole monument a forest of impaled corpses. Was this the sum of all my days? Another ironic alternative offered me in the diabolic game of chess between Vlad Dracula and one poor priest. On the night of the first full moon, Vlad Dracula came to his satanic baptism. Commanded by him, I was there. But I wept as I was drawn into that corrupted house of God.
Horned Master, Lord of the Three Kingdoms, the three faces of the moon, the three rings of power, know me, your daughter, as I dance here before you.
All sacred images had been thrown down, and in their place, corrupting symbols of the flesh now stood. The altar, black-draped and gauded with occult markings, had on it the tools of their revolting practices. A single black candle flickered with unearthly light, and I fell to my knees, transfixed by the lewdness of her dance.
Melikazada, Varerishus, Raphael, I conjure you by the power of the lost tetragrammaton, Habayoth. Draw this person unto you, through me, your daughter in evil. Vlad Dracula, name your will of him to whom all creatures are obedient. Him, the wielder of the words of power by which the elements are overthrown. The sea is turned back, earth shudders, and all the host of heaven, earth, and hell tremble and are confounded.
I desire oneness with the horned god through you.
How shall that joining together be?
As the moon covers the sun.
From that dark union comes new life. So shall you be renewed by this consummation of dark power.
Oh, Sabaoth! The last image I recall was the face of the gypsy, alive with dark triumph, as she and Dracula came together in that unholy union. But I was to be spared that ultimate defilement, for God, in his mercy, struck me blind. My blindness gave me strength. I was not helpless, for I knew the castle from long past, and its darkness was my friend. But I was not free of Dracula. I could still hear. I could still feel, even sense the wickedness committed in my sightless presence. And I was aware of metamorphosis. The voice of Dracula, a man of nearly 60 years, grew younger, full of a new majesty and of darkness past my understanding.
Soon, my lord, the secrets will be yours. At the satanic baptism of our child.
You have given me knowledge, power, and great joy.
Look in this glass.
I do not need mirrors to tell me who I am.
Look hard. What do you see?
Vlad Dracula, as I was at the great battle of Nandothehevar.
20 years ago.
And you, how old are you?
Older than the mountains that hold this castle to the earth.
As old as the moon itself.
But she renews herself from death to life.
As you did also.
In a village of old women, I alone stayed young. They came to envy me the richness of my hair, the firmness of my body. Their envy turned to hate. When you found me, that hate had turned to fear. They called me witch. But only you know the secret of my death and renewal.
The ceremony of blood.
It is your secret, too. But we must beware.
No one in Tergovishta knows you for anything but young. But they know me.
The priest sees nothing now but Captain Ferenc. He fought with you at that great victory 20 years ago. He looks at you and frowns.
Then he must die. I will wipe away the past. When those all about me are gone, who will know them?
You cannot kill them all.
I have killed thousands.
There is no need. There are many ways to be reborn.
Is this some new sorcery? A spell to give me new form?
The secret of the seasons. Nothing more. What is born must die. To be reborn.
What are you asking of me?
Trust me.
Father Benedict.
Lord Istvan? My son, blessings upon you.
You are blind.
I know this place. I know your voice.
But why isn't my father here to greet me? Have I offended him? What is wrong?
My son, he is a dying man.
What? Was the monk Jacob right? Is it witchcraft?
You will see him in his chamber.
This gypsy wife.
He loves her. Do not speak against her before him.
Is her power so great?
This is not the time or place for questions, my lord.
What is your fear? If you will not answer, then my father will. Take me to him.
At his command. Otherwise, I dare not.
Old man, do not play with me. I am the son of Vlad Dracula. Stand aside.
The priest speaks truth, my lord.
Captain, put back your sword.
No man draws close to my Lord Dracula without his word. Move now, and my men will act.
I am his son.
Times have changed, my lord.
You will pay for this with your life.
Do not rebuke him, my son. If he lets you past, he dies. Impaled outside the castle wall.
Kill my father! Tell him I am here!
He knows, my Lord Istvan.
Who is this woman?
Did you expect a crone or an unwashed slut? I'm the gypsy, Militza, wife to Lord Dracula. Your stepmother.
Where is my father?
I will take you to him. Come. No need to stare at my belly so. Your sibling brother is not ready for you yet. Come, blind priest. Lead us.
He's like a fallen tree.
The once mighty Vlad Tepes.
Space. He had the majesty of eagles once. Now, he is old.
Speak to him, my son. Gently.
My Lord Dracula, your son Istvan is here.
Father?
Must you weep before me? Are you a child?
Istvan is moved that you're sick, my lord.
Why are there no doctors here?
It is too late, I know it.
No.
Let him accept death. Leave him now.
You do not command me. He has not asked or answered me as yet.
Your battles do not interest me.
I want to speak of you. What has brought you to this? Why do you refuse to fight? Where is the warrior in you?
You are talking to a dying man, Istvan. He's not interested in your questions.
What I ask is important.
Concerning what?
My inheritance.
How well-timed is your return?
How well-timed is your bastard brat?
My son,
Give your father peace.
Why aren't you praying for his life, priest? Why is he being allowed to die?
It is his wish. Now go.
I want him to live.
Obey her.
Father, it is my right to stay.
I order you to go. Your allegiance is to the king. Go to him. Serve him well. Bring honor to our name. But do not stay here.
Come, my son. He sleeps.
He looks so helpless. Why does no one help him?
Because they wish him peace. What do you wish, apart from your inheritance?
Do not challenge me. I am his blood, his heir.
Look into my eyes. Know my power.
You are evil.
You are nothing. Go.
Come inside. There is food and drink in the great hall.
Brother Jacob was right. This place is like an open tomb. The soldiers skulk like assassins. There's a stench of decay in every room.
If you had only come sooner.
Is it too late? Tell me the truth, Father.
He is beyond our help now. She has won.
You speak too soon. When I inherit...
You will have nothing here.
It is the law.
He can change it at a word from her.
He must be made to live. Father, pray for him day and night. I will summon doctors, physicians.
He will be dead before they arrive.
You are so sure. Why?
I know her power. I do not need to see her face.
And you accept it? You, who were once so close to him?
I am tired, my son. I have fought a mighty battle. And by his death, I will find release. At last.
A battle?
For his very soul.
He must die within the church.
He cannot, unshriven.
Then absolve him. It is your duty before God.
To receive God's mercy, Dracula must first confess. To confess, he must acknowledge God. He will not.
Then he will end unconsecrated.
His last gesture of defiance against Christ.
Priest, you're wanted, quickly.
What is it, Captain?
Not the end yet, my lord, but he wants the priest.
As witness?
Pray God he will recant.
Not while she's by his side.
Then remove her, Captain.
I wouldn't dare, my lord. And neither would you. Come, priest.
Do you see freedom, priest? Now that I am nearly gone?
No, my lord. I have no victory to offer God.
While I lived, you had hope.
Like God's mercy. Everlasting.
Then you will never be free.
My lord?
Did you expect a recantation?
Why else was I sent for?
As my witness.
To this, Vlad Dracula's final testament, and to his moment of death.
Sign.
Huh? I will guide your hand, old man. It is done.
What have I witnessed?
The will of Dracula. You will know its contents soon. You fear what it contains.
Nothing is yours while he still lives.
If you could see, you would know he will die tonight.
You shall not thrust him headlong into death. I shall remain and pray.
But that is his wish.
His wish?
Blind man. You cannot see the night sky. Tonight is the new moon.
I sat by my lord, waiting for him to die. I knew her meaning.
Memories of that terrifying vigil at her side pressed down upon me. The growing of the moon would bring even greater power to her. I was helpless before her, as was Captain Ferenc. Only Istvan himself could rebel, as he surely would when the contents of that dying testament were made known. Suddenly the air of the chamber grew unearthly cold. The gaunt hand I held was rigid in my grasp. There was no pulse. Vlad V, Lord of Wallachia, was dead. I bowed my head and wept for his lost soul. At the heart of the great citadel of Târgu was set the funeral vault that held the ancestors of Vlad V, including his mighty father, who found honor with John Hunyadi against the Turkish infidels. I could find no blessing fit to give, but a silent prayer, commending him to God's mercy. Then the iron gates were closed, and Vlad's testament was read.
This is the testament of Vlad, son of Vlad Dracul. In that my brother Radu is dead before me, no man is more fit to hold my power and possessions than Vlachim, my exiled brother.
What? Go on, Clark. Finish.
It is all his, to hold or share as he will judge. Witnessed, Benedict Estegom, priest.
Who is this Vlachim?
Your father's brother. Captain Ferenc rides to him now beyond the mountains. In 13 days, they will return, and this castle will have a new lord.
Captain Ferenc was never seen again. But the man he sought, Vlachim, came to the citadel of Târgu out of that terrifying storm, its towering clouds hiding the full moon. Even I, set in perpetual darkness, felt the awful power of that dark night.
Father Benedict, he is here. A black Magyar coat with a matched fore, all jet black. I saw it from the west turret.
Tell me what this Vlachim is like, my son.
I didn't see him enter. Come with me to the great hall. He must be there by now.
The storm brought you to us swiftly, my lord.
Swifter still. Alone that you greet me.
I am only your brother's widow, tolerated here, not welcome.
She leans close to him like a whore.
Their voices.
She must be stopped.
Where is Istvan and the priest?
I am here.
Where is Captain Ferenc, my lord?
He is dead.
How did he die?
In saving me from assassins on the mountain road.
He was an honest man.
Then you made your way here alone?
Târgu is not unknown to me.
When were you here last?
Why do you question me? I am your lord, not some traveling merchant. Give me the respect that is due.
Forgive him, Lord Vlachim. The death of his father makes him harsh-mannered.
I'm a soldier. I hold fast to facts.
So then remember that I, too, suffered that same loss.
After so many years?
Did he not speak of me, priest?
Never.
Your name was never spoken of as Uncle Radu's was.
You doubt me. And there is envy in your voice.
I have an inheritance.
You have nothing, other than what I grant. Step carefully with me, Istvan.
I am my father's son. I have rights.
Your father is dead.
Through her witchcraft, her sorcery destroyed him.
Priest, is there proof that this is true? Did you see with your own eyes?
I am blind, as you can well see.
Then you saw nothing.
He is old, and his mind twisted with grief. He had a great affection for my lord Vlad Tepes.
Then I shall honor you, priest, and you in turn will serve me.
And her? Will you honor her obligation to my father, her bastard conceived on Satan's altar?
Your brother?
No!
Of your blood, your father's line.
Hers alone. She is evil, and she is damned, and so is her brat. Reject her.
You spit upon your father's memory.
I honor his name.
But you reject this unborn child, his seed.
Yes.
Reject the child, reject the father. So, you in turn are rejected. Go now.
My lord, hear his case.
Priest, be silent. He has made his choice. He will leave Tergovishta at dawn.
I refuse.
Then you will never leave these walls alive.
My lord, let me speak with him. Let me persuade him.
Please, I will not.
Nephew, you have until sunrise. Listen to this priest in his wisdom, and be gone by then. Or you will inherit only death.
I tell you, Father, I will not escape. I will kill him first.
This passage does not lead to safety, my son.
Where then?
To your father's tomb. Inside these gates.
Father, explain.
My son, blindness takes away sight, but it keens the mind, bringing truth where seeing brings only confusion.
Tell me.
Your father was murdered.
By witchcraft? You have the proof?
If I am right, he will be different.
How?
There are ways, more secret and more vile, going back into ancient legend.
Her ways?
I believe she is a vampire.
God protect us.
All the evidence of her dark powers, her catalepsy at the waning of the moon, my own unspeakable nightmares as I sat in vigil beside her drained body.
What was it you saw?
Every dawn, her white body. Now, with more life, and under that pallid skin, the flush of fresh blood.
And my father?
Was her victim.
What must we do?
If he has been killed by a vampire, he is of the undead. He too must live for blood. Like her, he will change, take on that beastly form, and go out into darkness, only to return, satiated at dawn.
Even from the tomb?
Even from the grave.
But why him? Why not you, who sat at her side, helpless and unknowing?
This crucifix.
I have no such protection.
I have brought you this. Take it and wear it always. Her power is great.
And this Vlachim, what is he?
Her accomplice. Her familiar.
The devil himself. You did not see his eyes.
I have seen hers, remember. And I was in terror.
Then she and Vlachim must be destroyed. But how?
In the ritual manner. But first, your father. His redemption can only come from you. And it is a hideous act.
Tell me.
The ritual calls that he must be transfixed through the heart with iron. If he is a vampire, there will be a great fountain of blood, and he will groan in terror.
But he will be saved.
Not until you have severed his head and prayed before it at a holy shrine.
My own
if any part of the ritual fails, if it is not completed before sunrise, all will be in vain. He will escape us, only to reappear elsewhere as deadly and as evil as before.
But if we destroy him?
He is her victim. God's mercy will warm and succor him until he has atoned. And what we do will not be in vain.
Let us go in. Here is his casket.
It will be unfastened, ready for his return.
And when he comes...
You must act quickly. Here's the iron stake. Your sword must shear his head.
But guide me.
Open the casket. Do not be dismayed, my son. It is empty now, but he will return.
It is not empty.
God, what have I done?
It is filled with earth and stones. Why?
What have they done with my father's body?
Then he is not dead. There is no brother. Rakim is Vlad himself. Like her, grown young.
See, the full moon, Militza.
And the town below.
A silver toy.
Our plaything.
By dawn, Istvan will be gone.
It will be our citadel alone. Our kingdom of the undead.
They will serve us well, my people.
My lord, there is a child to be fed.
Then, let us go down.
Children taken from the village. The sorcery, the satanic mass.
All of it, the ceremony of blood.
I say we should take the castle.
No, my son. It must be the two vampires, by stealth, before dawn.
We're enough. Let's kill them swiftly.
Peace, Miklos, my son.
None for me until they're dead, father.
Miklos's daughter was the 10th to be taken.
There will be no more.
Then let's act.
There's little time before the dawn. Soon they must return.
Brother Jacob, you and Miklos know what has to be done. The ritual.
Aye.
But Vlad Dracula must be Lord Istvan's sacrifice.
To God.
It will be done. I will not draw back. Let us get to their chamber quickly.
We'll need torches.
No, my blind eyes will guide us through the shadows.
We have all else we need, then.
Swords, the iron shafts, and hammer.
To each of us, a crucifix. And I have holy water to purify that evil place.
This will not be easy. Let us pray.
Each man to himself, then. We've no more time for words.
Kill them first. We'll pray for forgiveness later.
She is there. Upon the bed, alone.
Act swiftly then, by God we will.
Who's there?
She's awake. She's sitting up.
Do not look into our eyes.
Too late, blind man.
God have mercy upon us.
They're my slaves. Would you know my power? Miklos.
Yes, my lady.
Do you see the night sky?
I do, my lady.
It is the kingdom of the owl, the nighthawk, and the moon.
No!
Go from the window, Miklos. Cast yourself down into the arms of night.
Do not command him.
Who shall be next, priest?
Spare them.
Only if you come to me.
I cannot.
Then they die. Choose.
I am blind.
Then I will come to you. Only throw down your holy cross. And I will bind you to me with a kiss.
I could only obey. But I had one small hope left. I threw the crucifix down and waited. I could smell her white body, the fragrance of her hair, the moist heat of her mouth. As face close to mine, she spoke.
So, priest, I set my mouth upon your neck, and you are mine.
In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit!
I had drenched her vile form with holy water, and the spell was broken.
Priest, what has happened? Stand back. Do not let her touch you, Father. She's changing. Father, what have you done? She's old. She's withering, crumbling into dust.
She is nothing. God give peace to her tormented soul.
Listen, that wind, he comes. Hold fast to God. Into the shadows. As he takes his human form, pinion and tie him from behind.
Dear God, destroy our enemies in evil. We have him. Mistake. Priest, you have betrayed me. I am blind to your evil.
Then your eyes shall be opened to truth. My son, do not destroy me.
In the name of God, die! Ah! Ah! Oh, God, the blood! Will nothing stop the blood? Do not stop now! His head! His head! Father, I beg your forgiveness. Use your sword! I cannot. You must! In the name of God! Now! Jesus, forgive me what I do!
God's mercy sanctifies you, my son. But our task is not finished yet.
We have shamed him enough.
Give me the head.
No! No hand shall touch it but mine.
Then wrap it in your cloak and bring it.
Where?
The cell, which is my room. There is an altar there and candles. We shall pray together for his salvation.
It is cold here, like the tomb.
It is the only sacred place in this whole castle. Bolt the door fast, my son. Set the head down between the holy candles.
I have never wept for a man before.
He was your father. Pray for him.
Istvan, my son, you are forever damned.
At the sound of that terrible voice, scales fell from my eyes, and I could see.
For what you have done, I pity you.
Standing there in the shattered doorway was my Lord Dracula, cloaked and grim, whole and commanding. He pointed at the altar, and we choked with horror and despair.
Look! See your act of justice.
God have mercy!
The head, set so piously between the candles, was not Dracula's. It was Brother Jacob.
Do you see now, priest? And you thought you had won.
Your sorcery has tricked us, but God will prevail.
You have trifled with God once too often. The sword is set against you.
You are evil, evil.
But I know God, and for that, pity me.
Pity? For you? Dracula the Impaler, the vampire. Let Satan take pity on his own.
He has no claim on me. My crime was to seek revenge against my God. Now I must suffer the irony of God's vengeance in my turn.
Pray for his everlasting mercy.
He is a cruel God, but just, and bitter in his judgment. What I am now is no triumph. I feed on evil and am sickened by it. For I have spat upon the face of God, and like the wandering Jew, I am condemned to immortality, an eternity of blood and evil. Pity me.
This petty lord, tainted with the same evil as his father, Vlad Tepes the Impaler, is condemned with ample proof for the brutal killing of an honest monk, Brother Jacob Cachuli, in this year of grace, 1476. The whole bloodline of evil rests with Istvan Dracula. The only remedy for such evil on earth is death. Let it be done.
Her eyes, Father, golden like a giant cat, yet dark, too, as the night owl's orbs. She was the queen of night. Did you have her, Father? She touched a priest once. How he must have burned, as I did, as my father did, in a hellfire of the flesh.
Fire that consumed. They say the axe blade is hot as it shears the neck. Did you warm to that melting heat her mouth? Did you beg silently for her mouth upon your neck? Did you bleed?
My son.
My lord, it's time.
There's freedom out there.
Freedom and a short walk, my lord.
I'm glad it's morning. We see so many terrors by moonlight.
In Lord Dracula by Brian Hales, the part of Dracula was played by Kenneth Haig, with Nigel Stock as Father Benedict, Leanne Orkin as Melitza, and John Rowe as Ishtvan. Gareth Armstrong played Jacob, Hedley Niklaus Elonia, and Don Henderson Captain Ferrance. Also in the cast were George Woolley, Betty Mallett, Patricia Green, Graham Rigby, and Philip Barber. The fanfares were composed by Stephen Hancock and played by a section of the Langley Band. The special effects were by the BBC Radiophonic Workshop, and the production in Birmingham was by Anthony Cornish.
By Alec Rowe, with Nicolette Mackenzie as Emma and Sean Arnold as Derek.
Brynarba was a pretty name for a dull Welsh town. In spite of early summer, the town was grey. A main street punctuated by severe pubs and severe chapels, Welsh-speaking. We felt foreigners, as we were meant to. I remember quite clearly. The coroner said, "Therefore, in view of any conflicting evidence, I can say that I have regretfully to conclude Sarah Fielding lost her life by mischance. There is some circumstantial evidence that could suggest suicide. I put that evidence aside. Supported testimony, notably that of her sister, indicates Sarah Fielding had a great zest for life. Accidental death, probably by drowning. The court's sympathy to Miss Emma Fielding."
That then is that.
In a sort of way. Is this the road to the lake?
If you can call it a road. And this is as far as it goes, seemingly.
She's not dead, Derek.
I heard a coroner say otherwise.
I know better.
So what now?
Don't know.
Well, I thought your point in bringing it before the coroner was to finish it.
Well, I hope so. I wanted to see flesh and blood tell their stories. To have a professional assessor objectively say Sarah's dead.
That's what you had.
Yes. Hasn't worked that way. What on earth was she doing here?
It's remarkably scenic.
But Sarah loves life.
Love?
Loves people. Look around.
Certainly no people. Sarah was unpredictable, like her twin.
We always know where the other one is.
So where is she?
Not far. Maybe... Oh, I don't know. Yes. Yes, very far.
Let it go, Emma.
Is that the farm down there?
Must be. It's the only one.
Oh, to live in a place like this, so remote.
Remote's a comparative word. We see enough of it in London, yet London's crowded enough.
Oh, that's philosophical coming from you.
Must be the hills.
Where would you have gone on from here?
Well, along the track ahead, I suppose. Do you want to walk up? So a good 2 miles to the lake.
Not now.
What does that mean?
Hey, isn't that a roof?
Where?
Look, follow the track up, see? Those 3 trees, then down in that bit.
Who'd live there? Holiday cottage?
So Sarah rode past the farm, and then along this road, and then past this place, and up that track to the water.
Fair ride.
She asked for a good pony.
She'd need one.
Shall we go back now?
Whatever you want.
You don't understand it at all, do you?
I'm an only child brought up by my father. The whole family thing's a mystery to me.
You develop a feeling. Oh, I don't know. If you don't understand, you don't, that's all.
A sort of sixth sense. What did you mean by not now? Emma? Traffic jam here?
Maybe he's going to the cottage.
Oh, then we're in his parking place. You've got to admire his optimism. Look at that venerable heap of a car. All right.
He was in the court.
Clergyman?
Yes.
What does he want?
Switch off.
Good afternoon.
Oh, hello.
My name is Morgan.
Yes, we saw you in court.
Oh, yes. Yes, well, I accompanied Mr. Lloyd, from the farm. One of his sons said a car had passed heading up, and I guessed it might be you. This is my parish.
Yes.
Yes. I'm very sorry about your sister, Miss Fielding.
Thank you.
Must be a relief to have the matter brought to a conclusion.
There's not a lot of fun in hearing officially your sister must be dead.
But it is a conclusion, a fact now to be accepted. You lacked a funeral to focus your grief.
Yes.
And you, mister, you're from London, too?
This is my fiancé.
Oh, how do you do?
Hello.
Was, of course, foolish of your sister to make this journey alone in October.
It was a warm October, and my sister rides very well.
And it would be wise to accept the death. I mean, the Darren is so remote and Flintful not so far off any track that any small accident is far from any assistance. Yes. Well, I'll move my car now to let you pass up a long journey home once again. My sympathies for your sister.
I shan't be going back today.
Well, stay overnight may help the shock.
It's almost 7 months since Sarah was missed. I have got used to the feeling. I want to meet the people I saw give evidence today.
Oh, to what purpose?
Now, if you'll excuse us, please.
Yes, of course, I'll move my car. Good day, Miss Fielding, Mr.
Stockdale.
Yes.
Thank you.
Goodbye.
Well, that's news to me.
As you said, we're unpredictable.
You were less than polite to the Reverend Sir.
Pompous and complacent.
I think he was only trying to be friendly and consoling.
He can keep it for his chapel.
What are your plans? You know I've got to get back.
I'm sorry, Gary.
Oh, don't be. Get it out of your system. Now, where will you stay?
I don't know.
Well, I'll leave you at Swansea. I can take one of the new intercities to Paddington as you'll need the car.
I love you.
I love you, as witness the fact that I leave the rover in your hands. You be careful.
Not a scratch.
Oh, I don't just mean the car. Are you sure you don't want me to try and cancel my meetings tomorrow instead?
I'll be all right.
Phone me tonight.
I will.
And what do you want for tomorrow?
The final convincing, I suppose.
That's honest.
Yes.
Healthy.
Don't make fun of me, Gary.
I wasn't. When do I expect you home?
Tomorrow night.
Good. Now, take the map and read me to Swansea.
I recall the hotel at Swansea. It was like any other hotel. The receptionist was Scottish. I drove back to Bryn Arbor next morning. Somewhere between the chapels and pubs, I found the police house.
Oh, good morning.
Hello. We've met at the coroner's court.
I'm sorry about your sister.
Thank you.
Well, what do you think of the town, then?
Depressing.
Only to the depressed.
Could be.
It was a real big place back in the 20s. Big market centre. When they opened a big market still at Pontvine. Then the station closed. Slow decline, the old Welsh story.
No tourism?
We're too far from anywhere. That's one blessing.
I'm surprised to find the policeman.
No, I'm not based here. My home's over at Tybach, 20 miles away. The place is empty, just a desk, a phone, place to make the tea. It's not been lived in for 5 years.
Then I'm lucky to catch you.
Either Reverend Morgan phoned to tell me you'd be calling. I came over specially.
The Reverend Morgan gets about.
How can I help you, Miss Fielding?
I need to hear it again.
Can I ask why?
Well, you can ask. I'm not sure I can answer. Something to do with laying ghosts, maybe?
Well, all right. I'll have to refer to my statement.
Yes.
And it'll be more or less exactly what you had me say yesterday in court.
Yes.
All right. Police involvement was, yes, when your sister didn't come back to the tracking centre, they made a preliminary search. She hadn't told them where she was going.
No, she wouldn't.
When time went by, they phoned the police. Headquarters phoned me at Tybach. We rang round the farms we thought could have seen her. Mr. Lloyd at Givartha said one of his boys had seen somebody answering the description, where I'd passed about the right time. Not seen her come back, though they might have missed seeing her, of course.
I understand.
Yes. Another farm had seen somebody else, though the time didn't tally. We checked them out. I drove over to Givartha, had a word with Mr. Lloyd. One of his boys came with me up the valley to Llinfanog. It was dark by then, but we found her clothes by the water. And the pony came over to the lights after a bit.
The pony was okay?
Oh, fine.
I mean, no broken girth or anything, nothing to suggest a fall or whatever?
The pony was fine. We made some sort of search, but it was too dark, really, so I reported back and we had a full search going first light. That's it, really. No sign of your sister, but it's a deep lake. Small, but very deep. They often are under the peak, like the Darren.
I know.
Dried the waters as well as we could, very irregular in depth. The rest you know. It's not uncommon to lose livestock there. You know, we assumed, you know, that...
Yes.
I'm sorry, but that's all.
Thanks. The farm, what did you call it?
Givartha. Mr. Lloyd.
It's the only one in the valley.
That's right.
Then there's some sort of cottage further up where the road ends.
Mr. Marr lives there.
Lives there full time?
Writes a bit of poetry and country pieces for magazines. Above my head the poetry and below my taste the magazines. He saw nothing at all, Miss Fielding. I interviewed him the same day. You'll go up to Mr. Lloyd now, will you?
Yes.
It's a very lonely place, Miss Fielding. The Lloyds, how do I say this? They don't take much to strangers. Mr. Lloyd said his bit yesterday.
But this is the 20th century, for God's sake.
Not around here. Not there. It's just advice.
And, of course, I'm English. I begin to admire the brave Mr. Marl.
You have to understand, Miss Fielding, the market that ruined Bryn Arbor was set up to be near the A40 so that English people could eat Welsh lamb quick and cheap.
Oh, come on.
My father worked in the mines in the Rhondda. He died at 50 of the lung trouble.
I sympathize. Should I feel guilty?
English money set up the mines. English profits gave him his lungs. Neither gave much to my mother and me after.
What do I say? Except, thank you for coming over to see me.
Goodbye, Miss Fielding. Take care at the farm.
Check your pencils when I've gone. You know what we English are like.
No offense intended, Miss Fielding.
And give the Reverend Morgan my best wishes when you report to him. Thank you again. Mr. Lloyd? Mrs. Lloyd?
What do you want? I'm Ian Lloyd.
The dogs,
They're doing their job. Not London pets.
No.
The old man said he's bit yesterday.
Did you go up to the lake with the police?
I took him up. Ian, where did he go? Yawn. He said he's bit yesterday. I got to go.
I wanted to ask you about the lake. Mr. Lloyd, I'm Emma Fielding. We saw each other in court. I know you told the coroner everything you knew about my sister. I just wondered, could you bear to just go over it again for me, please? You know, it was unreal.
I said my bit.
Well, I appreciate that.
There's nothing else.
I'm not looking for anything new. It would just help me, that's all. Was it Yayan who saw Sarah ride past? Look, could I talk to Yayan, please?
He's away working.
Oh, look, I'm sorry if I'm taking up your time. It's not much to ask.
Get him off! There's nothing else.
Mr. Lloyd!
I said my bit. Get him off!
Look, I don't want to cause any difficulties, Mrs. Lloyd, or to be any sort of nuisance, but
She's dead to you, girl. Get up to London now.
what do you mean? Mrs. Lloyd?
Oh. Damn you, damn you, damn you all.
Oh, what is wrong with these people? Thank you.
You make a lot of noise.
Thank you very much.
Not many visitors, see?
Do you live round here?
I'm Price Lloyd.
Oh, thank God for Lloyd who smiles.
Your man, he's don't like visitors.
No.
You're old-fashioned like.
You look much younger than Yayan.
Just off school.
You're all right.
You don't look good.
Betty me!
I gotta go.
Thanks for smiling.
Main road that way. Nothing up there.
Get him off!
Yeah, I gotta go.
Ringard! Ringard!
You felt a need to go to this lake. Lake Fannock.
Yes. I drove to where Derek and I met Morgan. Parked in the lay-by. I needed to wind down after this.
Yes.
Hello! Mr. Moore! Mr. Moore! Can I come down? I'd like to talk to you. Hello? Oh, Mr. Moore, please, can you...
Okay. I get the message.
Did this upset you?
I don't know. The dogs at the farm, the Lloyds, then this.
But you did go to the lake.
Well, I'd expected, I don't know, somewhere more dramatic. I stood by the waters that possibly covered Sarah and felt nothing. It was smaller than I thought. Sarah. Hide and seek. Remember, we always knew where to look for each other, even in a strange house. Remember when I was lost on Pony Club Camp? You found me. Oh. Near. And far. Is that being dead?
How long did you stay there?
About an hour. It was a disappointment. Blank water, blank air. Cold.
Did you try Marl again?
I recall the cottage, but closed and blank. I recall the car, and Derek when I told him.
They're bastards.
I couldn't believe it.
No one would do that.
Well, it probably looked worse than it was.
What? The windscreen out? Every light smashed in? Those tires were only a month old. Oh, my poor love.
Your poor car.
What did you do?
Reverted to stereotype and cried tenderness.
Was it this man Marl?
I just don't know. I thought it might have been. We must have heard it in any case.
You just can't believe it.
Anyway, I was all set to go back to the cottage. Well, I couldn't stay there.
Right.
And then I heard this car or something coming up the road.
Don't tell me. The Reverend Morgan.
And it was a breakdown truck.
What?
Land Rover, something like it. 2 mechanics.
Incredible.
Oh, more incredible still. They were really nice to them. They said they'd come as soon as they could because the gentleman said it was urgent. And we'll work that one out. And they knew what was wrong. They had a plastic windscreen, new tires.
Did you get the name of the garage?
Yes. They were almost as upset as I was about the car. One of them drove it back to the garage in Green Harbor, and I rode in the truck with the other one. I didn't feel much like driving.
I'm not surprised. What about the police?
Oh, I got that young policeman, Bryn Powell, over from his home, and I made a statement while the car was at the garage. And then I wanted to come home. And here I am. Oh, look and see it, Derek.
Tin box on wheels.
Well, what's it all about?
Oh, look, don't think about it. Sleep now. We'll talk tomorrow.
Bless you.
You comfortable? Nothing you want?
No, just sleep. Tin box on wheels.
I'll crucify someone for this.
See what the morning brings.
What did it bring?
I recall it brought a letter.
Typed, none signed. Please keep away. It's better for everybody. We can't help you again.
Well, it must be Marl.
Who else would have a typewriter? Morgan, maybe?
No. And Marl would have heard the car being smashed.
We can't help you again.
Well, no reason why he should be there on his own. I couldn't be.
Please keep away. Better for everybody.
Why better? Then Mrs. Lloyd, she is dead to you.
Yes, well, one thing's for sure. Someone wants you to stay away. We'll go to some lengths to persuade you.
And Sarah's dead. To me. Why to me?
No, too many questions.
Oh, I don't know. More coffee before I clear away.
No, thanks.
Oh, what's happening about the car?
I'll drop it into Paul. He'll do it today. Now, look, you'd better have a statement ready, by the way. I'm calling at the police station at lunchtime.
Well, we could both call in there tonight.
As you like. I'll give them a ring.
Finish with your place?
Sure.
Thanks. Derek. Derek, you won't like this.
Emma, Sarah's dead.
Well, then why the car? Why the hassle?
I don't know, but somebody's going to get done for the damage. That I do know.
I think we should see Mars.
Yes, well, let me think about it.
Well, we'll both think. Right? So, good. Ready?
Ready.
Can you drop me at the underground on your way to port?
Yes, of course.
Now, you'll agree that something's wrong, something.
Possibly.
Well, we'll talk tonight.
Listen, how did he know your address?
Well, that's the point. Phone book?
The phone up there? Oh, too many questions.
Hey, we'll be late.
How did your day go?
Difficult to concentrate. I took a long lunch hour to find some of Miles' poetry. In the third quality bookshop, I found 2 very slim volumes.
You wouldn't call this concern obsessive at this stage?
At this stage? No.
Did you also try to track down any of his magazine work?
Yes.
Please go on.
Hello.
Hello.
You have a good day?
So. You?
Okay. Drinking?
Please.
I phoned the local Nick. Somebody's coming round.
What about the car?
Good as new, almost. I'm trading in the Welsh tyres tomorrow for a set of the usual. What are you reading?
Would you believe the poetry of Timothy Marl?
Where did you find that?
It wasn't easy.
Yes. Is it good?
I don't know. Got something.
Tell you anything about him on the flyleaf?
Our volumes as slim as this don't have fly leaves. Probably printed at his own expense. You know the sort of thing.
Well, why don't you ring the publisher?
I already have. They know about as much as we do. Lives in deep mid-Wales. There, Miss So-and-so may know about his magazine work, but she's not in today.
Ah. Well, what does he write about? You are?
Thanks. Bullies, as far as I can tell.
Bullies?
And a good, simple life, etc., etc. Cheers.
Cheers.
And there is a quality to them, though. I feel there's more here than I can pick out.
What's the purpose?
But if we're going to contact Marl...
We've not decided anything.
Well, he does seem the only mildly sympathetic person. If we're going to find out anything, then I want to know how to deal with him. He must know about your car.
Yes.
Look, I just want to be told why I'm being seen off.
If he knows. Well, Edgar's your answer, then?
I never thought of Edgar. Will you phone him?
Yes. Okay, I'll do it now.
Do you think Sarah may... I don't know, be not dead?
You know my views on that. I just don't like mysteries, and I think you were very badly treated.
Well, that's a start.
Well, shall we eat, or do you want to go out?
We'll see what Edgar says. Anyway, we've got to stay in for the police. A policeman came round very late, and we told him the story. We agreed we'd call in and make an official statement the next day. Edgar couldn't make it that night. He'd have supper with us the following evening.
So you had another full day with no further progress?
Yes.
How was that?
Not good. I couldn't settle at all. It was the first bad day. I left my officer's agency early by mutual consent and relief. My mind was full of Sarah and that valley.
What of Edgar? Tell us about Edgar.
Oh, Edgar came round as he promised. I remember that clearly.
What'll it be, Edgar? Scotch, please. Right. Thanks for coming. Any excuse to see the delectable Emma?
Has Derek explained?
Explained is hardly the word.
About Sarah?
That's a line I'm strictly not following. What annoys me is what annoys Derek. You were badly treated, my dear. That's enough for me. And not to mention the car. So, let me get this straight. You want me to read this man Miles' work and see if I can find out what makes him tick?
If you can.
Well, that's my job. be an interesting change from the usual grind of packaging poets into digestible little bundles for students.
How is life at the university?
Oh, don't ask. Thank God for the weekend. You've, not met this man, Marl.
Well, I've seen him, spoken to him. He saw me and scuttled into his hermitage.
Oh. Well, leave me for an hour or so. Right, well, the scotch is here. Excellent.
Thanks for this, Edgar. You will eat with us later.
Delighted. Derek, you might cast an eye over the orders for the next weekend. Right. In my briefcase. You'll be supporting a company of the Royals. Strawberry again? Right, so.
Two little boys playing soldiers.
Oh, would it were true, two aging romantics tickling up a few fantasies. I'll leave with Mr. Marr.
Shout if you want anything.
Oh, don't worry. Can I help with the meal?
Oh, you can make a salad if you like.
Right. What are you, hoping? Exactly.
That Edgar will be able to help me understand Marl.
And then?
I wish you wouldn't keep on. I don't know.
Look, Emma, are you wanting this to close the matter once and for all, or to open it up again?
Oh, Derek, please.
Straight answer.
Well, after all the...
Straight answer.
Well, to fear it over, as well as know.
You said that before.
With Sarah gone, there's nobody left.
Oh, thanks a lot.
Well, I'm in my family.
Well, let's face it.
Look, I want to. Without what's happened, I think I could have. I do want it over, I promise you.
Good. Now, look, what precisely do you want in this salad?
Oh, Derek, look, you just sit there and read your orders or whatever. I'll see to the salad. Aging romantic.
Well, a little excitement in a grey world.
You and Edgar, it's so unlikely.
Edgar, I'll have you know, is a first-class CO.
Didn't you tell me you got a medal or something at Cyprus?
The medal, yes. Also the something. Half a shell in his backside.
My hero.
Food baggage. Leave me with my fantasies.
What's this? The company will leave map reference 276 and proceed...
Food.
Sir.
Yeah. Oh, splendid. Oh, thank you, Emma.
Coffee?
Cheers. Enough scotch. Not if you want a clear-headed assessment.
There we are.
There. Thanks.
I leave the rest at your side.
Well, interesting. Remember, Emma, you said you thought the poetry had a quality and more than you could easily pick out.
Yes.
I think that's right. It's a naive talent Marl has, not the punchy or intellectual type of person popular today. Or the eclipse satirical. In fact, there's a little silent sense of humor. Well, living in that family, it's not surprising. I think he really cares about certain attitudes, but it's hidden.
He hid from me.
Exactly. Only one of the keys. He's rather a negative person, or the country life stuff is competent enough, but I feel it's without enthusiasm. Now, that surprises me. If you'd seen the place he lives, Edgar, you'd have to be enthusiastic about the countryside, unless you were hiding out. Derek will tell you, Emma. If you're on the run in an exercise, you don't necessarily love the grimy roots of the tree you're snuggled under. Quite right. Incidentally, he makes a pretty heroic stance for himself. One man against intractable nature, etc., etc. I guess that was compensatory. Well, that's how it's a negative character that timidly peeped round the shining armour.
And no Sir Francis either.
No. So, dismiss the mock countryman stuff, which leaves you with his themes, and this is interesting. Bullies, Emma said. That's right. There we go. Comes out two ways. That the nature bred in tooth and claw bit, birds of prey, foxes.
Dogs.
Yeah, right. Did you know that Gibraltar means place of barking dogs? How on earth did you know that? Once sent on a course in Wales, we had to learn common place names as a guide to hill navigation. Anyway, Tim's point of view. Unlike, say, Ted Hughes. Tremendous poetry which can see all sides. And this contrasts strongly with the wonderful world of Disneyland. And then there's the only I am right attitude.
Defensive yet again.
Thanks, sir.
But he is a stranger in a close community.
And feels forever threatened. Why? A real justification in the verse. And, that's a big thing. There's another lack. Besides a sense of humor, something else missing is, love.
That's true.
No hint of any sort of relationship. And yet he writes we.
Well, in his letter, Edgar, we can't do any more.
Yeah, curious. You don't find any of his magazine work?
No.
Well, I'd wager it's more of the same. Of a mind of variety.
All right. So, how would I approach him?
You have to go very gently, it's obvious.
He was playing early English motets. Does that have any bearing?
Well, it confirms what we've already worked out. Emotion being strictly contained. You might pick up his taste for that.
Well, identify with it.
Yeah, reassure him. Claim it's your own taste, too. Don't be your usual warm, feminine self.
Another threat.
Yeah. You could play upon the theme of being also a stranger in a strange land. A very strange land. I never think of Wales as a strange land, Sue, and I marvelous time.
Not in this particular area.
No, I'm thinking of Brecon Beacons, Black Mountain. Yeah. Anything else?
No, that's enough to be getting on with. Thank you, Edgar. Very impressive.
It is my job. If I have any further thoughts, I'll ring. Edgar, sum him up for us. Timothy Marl is defensive, rather smug, ineffectual. He's hiding out. An apparent loner needs reassurance that the view from his place is the right, true one, which, maybe, he doubts. I'd say that's certainly one of his reasons for his writing. Was that her?
Well, do any of us?
Probably not.
Well, look at you. Vain, amusing, intelligent, warm-hearted.
Go on.
And yet a part-time soldier, a one-time licensed killer.
Well, the war. Most of us were then, very different times. We're very grateful, Edgar.
Yes, thanks, Edgar.
Pleasure. A refreshing change from the dry academy being lit debt.
Last drink?
Oh, please, yes, please. I promise not to go wild with bloodlust.
I wasn't guessing, actually.
Oh, yes, you were. Hey, I hope you find out about your car, Derek. Yeah. Emma, I hope you find whatever it is you seek. Cheers. Cheers.
And thanks again.
Did you feel any different after your evening with Edgar?
Yes. I felt good. Marl had given some sort of focus to what had been unformed.
You had an objective.
That was it. Yes. Something at last to be done. When Edgar left, Derek got out the Ordnance Survey map of the area and explained exactly how to reach Marl's cottage without passing the farm. It meant leaving the car on the main road and a stiff climb, but he made it very clear. He drew a map for me in detail. He was good at that sort of thing.
So what did you do with your new objective?
I took the day off and drove down in the morning. I got there about midday.
Other side!
I've got Menuet in the Bach Orchestra. He takes it slower.
I told you not to come.
Yes, I know. I've left the car on the road, the other side of the hill. I've walked over. One visit to Mr. Lloyd was enough. I'll take some of your logs in for you. I'd like to Take the number of that record before I go.
They didn't see you.
Nobody saw me. Got your own generator up here?
Yes?
That's good. Makes you independent.
Yes.
This door? From the outside, there was this. You belong still here by the fire? Oh, it's very comfortable. Here, give me your wood. Have you lived here long?
3 years.
All this. You just wouldn't know. Are those Kandinsky prints?
Yes.
Hello. Smiling Cynthia. Well, don't look so shocked, Pride. Is this your work? What you were drawing before I came in? Yes. You've caught the light beautifully.
Eagles.
Do you have any around here? Oh, sorry, I'm just ignorant.
From this book.
Ah.
That's another of mine. On the wall there. Another behind you.
Oh, they look tremendous frames.
It's all right. She came over the hill.
Well, Price rescued me from the dog.
Yes, he told me.
I owe you both a lot. The dog, the car.
He called the garage.
Yes, I owe you both a lot. I was having a bad day.
Nothing that happened was anything to do with him. He's not like the rest.
I knew that when he smiled. I admire your house, Mr. Moss. You're lucky to have someone like this. Bit different from home, I expect, Price.
Yes. This is his home.
Then you're both lucky.
Would you like some tea or something?
Oh, yes, I'd love some tea. I'll do it.
If they knew you'd been here.
They don't.
It's their house. I rent it. If they knew, I'd lose it.
Yes. Now, if you like, I'll wait till it's dark to go back. You've nothing to fear from me, Mr. Miles.
Why come? I told you in the letter.
I need your help.
You saw what they did to your car. They know I called the garage.
I'm grateful.
That was enough. If they knew you'd come...
You're close to Price, yes? Now, all right, I am close to my sister. I can't not know what happened to her. I don't know exactly what I'm asking, even. It began by just needing to know for sure she was dead. To hear about the accident and... But now, after the way they behaved at the farm to me and the car, now I just don't know. I need help. What did happen to the car?
I went down to the phone box the other side of the hill. Don't involve the police, please.
I'm afraid my fiancé already has. Look, is there any way you can help me? Do you know anything about Sarah? I just feel helpless and alone here. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have put you in this position.
This valley is theirs, everything in it. They're strong and they can hurt.
Then why stay?
You know why.
Then I admire your courage.
Will you wait for another letter?
Well, can't we
wait for a letter? It's complicated, more than you know. I'll have to talk it over with Price. Will you think? Maybe we can help, I don't know. But please, wait. It's complicated.
Thank you.
They're strong. I couldn't lose.
I'll wait. Oh, tea. That's just what I need after that walk. Oh, you must develop legs like goats.
Sit down.
Oh, thank you.
Sugar in the bowl. You're being honored. It's usually straight out of the bag.
Well, thanks to gentlemen. Is Sarah at the farm? And milk from the jug. I use the bottle at home. Perhaps we could have the Gabrielli again. Then, maybe Price, you could show me some more of your drawings?
Yes. You can take the eagle if you want.
Thank you, Price. You write, Mr. Miles, don't you?
That was clever of you.
Did you feel clever?
Not very. I felt like an intruder, a cheat.
But you felt you had a focus at last.
Yes.
Did the mood last?
Surprisingly not. At home, I felt fine.
Well,
Celebrations.
I could see. Music, candlelight.
And you.
And you. My sweet lady Jane. What happened down there?
I saw Miles. Derek, I know where Sarah is.
Emma.
Explanations later. Here.
What are we drinking to?
You, me, Sarah. Letter soon. But there was no letter soon. 2 days, 3 days, 4. The week wore on.
My sweet Lady Jane, when I see you again, your servant and
I'll get it.
Well,
I don't understand.
are you sure he said soon?
I've told you.
What exactly did
I've been over it a dozen times. I'm sorry, Derek. Now, he said, wait for a letter.
Well, then wait.
Well, how can I wait? I'll drive down today.
Of course you won't.
Then I'll go by train.
Oh, I didn't mean
Look,
that.
doesn't this mean anything to you at all? Sorry.
Look, you say he's a frightened man. Don't put him in a bad situation. Be patient.
Well, I'll write.
I'd advise against.
I've got to do something.
You do what you want.
Oh, please understand.
I don't.
Why shouldn't Marl and the boy move here, to town?
Because the boy is a minor.
Yes?
Emma, slow down. You're eating yourself away.
I will write.
Just be careful.
We could help them to get set up here. Maybe Edgar knows some teaching Marl could do. The boy could go to art college and...
Oh, Em.
Did a letter come?
No.
But you wrote.
Yes.
And did Ma reply?
Nothing?
No. Oh, don't, Emma. Come here. Right, pull up. Come on. Look, we'll go down on Saturday if nothing comes tomorrow, all right?
Nothing came.
So you went down?
Yes.
And?
The place was a ruin.
Marl?
Mr. Marl.
I've been round the back. The generator's smashed. What's the sledgehammer? Why?
Who's done this, Mr. Marl? Was it the lorry? What can we do, Derek?
Oh, not a lot. Tidy up. Have you been inside yet?
No. You?
No.
What's it like round the back?
Much the same. Every window's out. Rover got off lightly by comparison. Well, they've even wrenched the generator from its base.
Mr. Marl, who did this?
Go inside. Find some coffee or tea.
All right.
Are you all right, Marl? Face, how's your face? Look, we came over the hill again, so nobody at the farm saw us.
Derek!
Coming! What's wrong? A thorough job.
Oh, look at his records. The pictures.
Well, look at his records there.
When could this have happened?
God knows. But he can't have sat out there all that long. This is crazy. Mom?
Be gentle with him.
Mom!
Have you been to the police? Who's done this to you?
Who did it? When?
You wouldn't wait. This is your doing. What? That'd be ridiculous. My post, such as it is, gets delivered to the farm. It saves the postman a bad drive. Price brings it up after work. The London postmark in the circumstances was enough.
Where is Price?
Damn you both! Look what you've done to me. I can't go. I can't stay. What do you mean?
He means Price.
So, are you going to spend the rest of your life sitting out here?
No, Derek.
When did this happen? Mom. 2 days. 2 days. Have you been out here 2 full days? No, of course not. 2 days. You tried to repair the damage? Get the place straight, sweep up the glass? No, because you knew we'd come. You left things like this to show us how badly you've been treated. Yes? You want us to feel guilty, want to hand over the responsibility to us. This melodramatic pose gazing down to the farm. Who are you fooling? I bet you scuffled out here the moment you saw us coming down the hill. I bet you've been looking out for us all day.
What about Price, Mr. Marr?
No, he's not concerned about Price or anybody but himself. If you had any real feelings for the boy, you'd be down at the farm now. You don't understand. They're strong, powerful. I understand. Oh, I can see it. Your birth, this hidden refuge. You let Emma suffer at the hands of these people. Now you're doing the same for Price. There's anger in your birth, Ma. Real anger at the bully boys who think violence like this is a bargaining power. Did the Lloyds do all this? Did they? Yes! Lloyd, Guy, and William, they came up. They hit me. Look at my face. They each did this. And they took Price away. I argued and I begged. Violence is against my morality. Just bleat morality at me. Come on, Emma. Where are you going? To collect the car and drive to the farm. Where else is there to go? Or do you have a message for the boy? Such as you wish he were here, but not enough to do anything about it.
That's enough, Derek. Now, Mr. Marr, now what more can they do to you?
Why couldn't you have waited? It had to be worked out. I asked you to wait. Is Emma's sister alive? Yes. Where? Kibot. Thank you.
Get away from all this, please.
I can't go. Can't stay. Emma!
Tommy! We walked back to the car in silence.
Why silence?
There was too much to say.
About Sarah?
Yes. On the other hand, there was nothing to say. Do you understand?
Yes.
And Derek.
What about Derek?
The way he'd been with Marl. It was almost a totally new aspect of him.
But you knew Derek well, better than anyone.
Yes. That's why I was frightened.
Yes. You got to the farm.
To the gate. Derek.
What?
Maybe this needs to be a better idea.
Now look, don't worry.
The dog.
I'll have to use the whip.
Oh, be careful.
Go on, drive through.
Derek!
Don't worry.
Yes! Get back! Derek!
Okay.
What is this?
Just leave it to me.
What are you doing?
Stirring them up.
Hello, Price.
Are you Mrs. Lloyd? Is this I am?
No.
Are you Willem?
What do you come for?
You know very well. We're here to take Sarah.
She's not a child. She'll do like she wants. May we see Sarah, Mrs. Lloyd? Mrs. Lloyd, if my sister's here, I want to see her.
We can go straight to the police. We know she's here. Go to your police then. 10 minutes to the phone box. 10 minutes to get back. 30 for Brother Powell to go over from Thai Bar. A lot can happen in that time.
Who have said she's here?
We've been told. Him up the road. You think you'll see anything to the police with his Nancy boy down here?
Come.
Use the phone there. Brother Powell, you take his time when they find him. You don't like this place. Go on, boy. Use the phone. Only you won't wait in the house for it. You'll wait on the road. A lot can happen in the time he comes.
You've got no understanding, miss. Best to leave it. Best get back to London. Sarah! 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 Sarah, can you hear me? Sarah! I don't understand.
He's seeing nothing.
Derek?
Come on, love. We're leaving now.
Leave well alone. It's for the best. Why can't I see her?
Emma?
I don't understand. Derek.
Not now.
Mr. Marl.
Marl, put your case in the back.
It was a bargain, you see. I kept my mouth shut. Price stayed with me.
Get in. You'll come with us to London, Marl? Good.
It must have been a great shock. You had an objective. It disappeared.
Yes.
Did you feel any resentment towards Marl?
No. He is just so sad.
What did you decide?
That night, nothing. I was empty. We talked the next morning. None of us slept well. We were awake early.
Had the long silence brought changes?
Derek was angry. In that early morning, he was the only one who really wanted to talk about it. It was strange.
Do we accept stalemate then? Well, look, the police...
You keep on, the magic police.
We must do something.
Would anyone believe us?
No police, please. Price could suffer.
Well, whose fault would that be?
And Sarah could suffer.
It's you that amazes me, Marl.
Don't keep on at him.
You must know everything, yet you say nothing.
I tell you, you don't understand.
Copy, Emma.
You won't.
Now, what's got into you? Yesterday you were wanting action. Now look at you.
You keep on and on. The rules don't work down there. You've seen, you've heard. Do you have a solution?
Yes.
And what is it? Storm in at the head of your company like the last reel of the film, the famous rescue bit.
Yes, something like that.
I find all this very hard to believe. If it was anyone but you two...
Yes, but is it feasible?
Well, everything's feasible. It all boils down to logistics. The plan has to come off 4 elements, and as you know, Derek, 4 is no problem. 104 is about par. We have to consider timing. Exactly when.
Early morning, presumably.
I guess. And there are these dogs. They run free, you say, Mark?
Yes.
And we'll make sure they can't. Next, there's the family.
Yes, with the element of surprise, we'll cope. Once we've actually seen Sarah, they've lost in big trouble. Which leads us to the last element, finding her in the house. No problem if we can rely on the boy.
You can?
Excellent. I need an hour or two, lots of copy, and occasional information when I shout from you two gentlemen.
You're enjoying this, Edgar, aren't you?
When, Edgar? As soon as possible. Weekend.
So this was real action. You had a new, solid objective, even a solution in sight, and revenge for your experiences. How did you feel?
The same question. How did I feel? How do I feel?
Important question.
Oh, to you.
And to you.
Frightened. I felt very frightened.
Why was this? Exactly.
It was all out of hand, you know? As if we were setting a dynamo spinning, not knowing how the power would be used. Not knowing the end.
But you trusted Derek and Edgar.
But to suddenly see the Boy Scout part take over.
Is that fair?
Probably not.
That was their genuine response to the need for action.
Well, to them it was a paper plan. I was frightened too. Edgar and Derek saw timings, eventualities. I saw dogs, wrecked cars, bruised faces, the noise.
You've come this far. That's very good. Now, what happened at the weekend?
We drove down Friday and stayed in a hotel. Saturday morning it began.
Good morning. Good morning. I wonder if you can help me.
What do you want?
Your price?
Yes?
And time too. I'm waiting half an hour. Listen, I have a letter for you from Timothy Miles. Don't worry. Just listen. Tonight, we're coming to Kefauver for Sarah Fielding. You understand? No, don't be worried. It'll all be over quickly and easily. No police. What's that marking on your face?
Nothing.
I want to get you away too, Price. By the looks of that face, it's an even better idea than I thought. No trouble about it. Mr. Miles says that is what you want. Is he right?
Yes.
What time do you all go to bed?
About 10.
Get up?
5:30.
Do you have a room of your own?
No, share with Yayan.
Now, this is important. Can you wake up or stay awake so that you can leave the farm quietly at exactly 1 a.m.?
Yes.
Tell me how.
Yayan's coming.
Don't worry. The important bit's over. I'm going to give you this letter now, all right? In a moment, I'll speak louder and give you 50 pence. You'll tell him I was asking the way to the down.
Yes.
Right?
What do I do when I come out?
You join me by that barn in the corner of that field.
Yes. What about the dogs?
Everything's been arranged. Don't worry.
Denver! I gotta go.
Yes. One last thing. If you wake Jan, wait another full half hour. Is there anything you need to bring with you?
No.
Good. I guess that depends. And thank you very much. You've been most helpful. Good day.
Hi, good morning.
Tres hoy de show.
Aber Gunter is Darren.
Royce, here, you see?
Now, there you are, Marco.
Did you see him?
Yep. No one saw you come back to the cottage?
No.
Good.
Come on. Look, it's hard. I've settled in here.
2 years. You have a long time ahead.
Price will be all right.
He's taking it better than you are. Hands are shaky. Get a grip. Check the wood pile?
Yes. The diesel fuel's in the shed.
All right, back down to the car, and I'll join you at the hotel about tea time. Better if I go up to the Darren, just in case.
Don't hang about, Marl. The car.
Probably a pleasant ride.
So much to go wrong.
No reason why I should. And you'll have Sarah with you in 10 hours' time.
I've almost forgotten Sarah.
Steaks, Derek? In our room, 6 of them. Packed with enough potassium bromide to knock out the whole of crop.
Oh, don't joke.
Cool and calm, Emma. What's your alternative? Then, I think I shall away for a snooze before dinner. You'll excuse me. You might show Edgar some civility.
Might I?
I'll see you upstairs.
It's suddenly become like a game for them.
Yes. Oh, for God's sake, let's order some more tea. Fill in the time.
The difference is they have no one to lose.
Over 30 hours. Yes, not bad. Good navigation on the first leg. Yes. You all right, Marl?
Yes.
Get the diesel oil. That is past virtually over. Emma should have got to the phone box. Wood piles over there. It's good and dry. When Marl comes back, we'll leave for the barn. All right. I'll be with you as soon as I can. Remember, gate with a broken bar. Yes. The next gate is diagonally right, 200 yards. Then you'll see the barn easily. Yes. Let's hope this wind keeps up. Doesn't change direction. Here's Marl. Good luck.
At the first stroke, it will be 12, 38, and 10 seconds.
Britain Harbour, 557. 557.
Correct. Now, dog whistle. Let's see if it's as effective as it assures me.
Giant. Giant.
Six doggies, fast asleep. Now I watch out for the boy.
No lights at the house.
Then if he's awake, he's made it.
Yes.
There, the back door. Where? Left-hand corner. Ah, good for him. Look out. Keep quiet, will you? Derek? Yes, coming. Good. We're okay here. Cool him over, Marl. Quietly. Fries! I made it. Good boy. Are you all right? Have they done anything? Save it. There's going to be a good blaze, thanks to the wind. Been admiring it for some time. What you done to the dogs? They're fine. Just fast asleep. Now, Price, this is your part. We have to know exactly where we find Sarah. And where all the exits are. Coolly. Calmly.
Minutes 10. 15. 20. Britain Harbour, 557.
I leave you here. Right. Meanwhile, we round to the front. All right, Edgar. Good luck. Yes.
What's that? We did. We stayed up in front of the house. What do we do?
And your name?
God, what do we do?
58. 59. 5 past. 5. 5.
What you doing here? Lloyd, get your dog off. Keep back. Look, somebody's hurt. Don't be a fool. Out, out.
There's Giant at the back door. He's moving around. Oh, God, what do we do? They'll kill me. All right. Hey, come back.
What do you want here? Can you stand, Edgar? Take the check out of him. Beat the stitch. What do you want?
There's fire at the cottage.
Fire? You did that? Up there, look. Not the cottage, just a wood pile.
Don't go round there. That. I said don't.
I'll bloody break you in half, man.
You.
Dad! Dad! Look!
Stop them there.
Dad! Please stop them!
Yad! Stop now! Let him be!
Jill, we've done our best.
That must be Emma.
How is the leg now?
Much better, thank you.
The wound is clean and tight. You must leave it a week.
Oh, are you dying?
All right. Is there more tea for anybody? Please. Sarah. Then you must listen. You're seeing my boy, Graham. He's a good boy, but simple. No harm in him. Simple. Gwilym was up cleaning Bonnock for strays and your sister come by. She didn't see Gwilym. She looks round your Sarah and can't see nobody. She gets down from the pony into the water, takes her clothes off. Gwilym, he don't know what to do. He stays where he is in the fern.
Who told you all this?
Gwilym, too simple for lying. Sarah now, she gets the feeling of somebody watching, and Gwilym gets up to tell her nothing to fear. But you heard Gwilym. He don't speak right, and he don't look right. And Sarah, she takes fear and comes straight for the pony. Only she panics it. Down hard on the stone she goes, very hard on her head on the stone. The pony runs off.
The boy carried your sister down home from the Darren. You see what it's like? He brought her home across the hills, 5 miles.
And gentle, too.
5 miles with her.
Well, why not the road?
Begin see.
What do you mean? The boy's been in trouble before. He don't look right. Don't sometimes know what he's at. There was a girl in Blenarba. Gwilym, he got excited.
The little cow led him on for a joke.
Police and magistrates said next time he'd go away. Treatment.
If he touched Sarah...
No. Gwilym don't lie.
He carried her down safe, man. 5 miles. Bad miles.
He was bad as her when he come in. Half dead with fear and tired. He could have left her. He knew what people would think.
People round here, they want Gwilym put away. We couldn't send to the ambulance for the quick kill. What was wrong with Sarah? 2 weeks. She was unconscious.
Oh, that's criminal. Could have been brain damage.
Healing is in my family. She came back to us. But you had her here ever since. Knowing what I was going through, it was best. Best for who? For everybody. I rang for Reverend Morgan to explain. Seek him in Christ.
Well, Miss Fielding. Good evening. What the hell have you got to do with all this?
Christ. Your mum and dad have been worried over you today. Were you leaving the valley?
Yes.
No, you will not.
No. Price.
You must go away, Mr. Marr. This is not your home. This valley. It's not your world.
I just told them how it happened, Mr. Morgan.
Do they know?
No. No what?
This will be hard to bear for you, Miss Fielding. You must summon all your sympathy and understanding. Mrs. Lloyd called me in when it was clear Sarah would not recover.
Not recover?
Not in your terms. There was damage to the brain. She still has no memory of her life before her accident, before waking here, save for bad dreams of her journey from the Darwin.
But she must be in hospital.
Is that what you want for her, Miss Fielding? For her to be shut up the rest of her life? Her brain is damaged. There is no normal life for your sister anymore in the terms that you would see it. She's happy and contented here. And you'll see. It would be cruel to take her away. You said, did we know? Well, this is the strange and wonderful part. She finds her comfort in Willem, and he's devoted to her.
What are you saying?
I have seen love before.
Love?
Now, this will be a great shock. This valley has need of new lifeblood. The land is tired, and we of the land are tired with it. And this farm has great need of Sarah. She's healthy in her body.
You must tell me what you mean.
Your sister and Willem Lloyd were married in my chapel 6 weeks ago, long before we knew of coroner's courts or you.
I must go to her.
I'll come with you.
No. I must see Sarah alone. Please, to come upstairs. I followed this tiny woman up the staircase. I followed her to the second door. I followed her into the room.
Go on, Emma.
I can't.
Go on.
No. She was sitting up in bed, frightened. It was Sarah. Her face was pale. There was a scar. Her hair was long, but it was Sarah, sitting on the bed, frightened too, and whimpering with William. And I said, Sarah? And she didn't know me. Oh, God, she didn't know me, know anything. And the woman said, "Can somebody come to see you?" And she looked at me, and I said, Sarah, it's Emma. And she looked frightened. Sarah, it's Emma. To the woman and said something that sounded like, "Ma'am." And then she started talking, but it wasn't like talking. Then she began screaming, and I was screaming. And the whimpering thing of her side didn't calm down, and she flattened and stopped screaming, and then smiled. Child, after a tantrum, and she didn't know me, didn't look like Sarah, and then Derek was there, and I was screaming, and
All right, Emma. It's all right. You're safe, Emma. It's all right. It's all right. Everything's all right. Yes. Yes. We'll be in my office first. Well, I don't know. Long job. Tall story. Spoken to the fiancé. He confirms most details. Thank you for seeing her. We'll talk tomorrow. I'll need to consider possibilities for treatment. No, of course.
Do you have anyone else for me to see?
Mr. Webham. You've got his case history.
Ah. I'll glance over it at tea.
My sweet Lady Jane, when I see you again.
That was The Valley by Alec Rowe, with Nicolette Mackenzie as Emma and Sean Arnold as Derek. Edgar Webben was played by William Ethel, Lloyd, Edward Kelsey, Mrs. Lloyd, Joan Matheson, Ian Lloyd, Willem Lloyd, and first voice, Brian Hewlett, Price Lloyd, Alec Cotter, Timothy Marl, Kenneth Shanley, Reverend Morgan, Hayden Jones, second voice, David Graham, Police Constable, Paul Meyer, Sarah Fielding, Nicolette Mackenzie. The play was directed by Richard Wortley. The outdoor scenes were recorded on location.
For promise I am.
We present the BBC Drama Repertory Company in The U-Boat That Lost Its Nerve, a play for radio by James Follett, with Nigel Lambert as Bernard Bent. The U-Boat That Lost Its Nerve.
U-boat First Officer, Lieutenant Bernard Barrett, you will please stand. This Council of Honour has been convened under powers delegated to us by the Naval High Command with the approval of the Führer. We have been instructed to hear all evidence and to recommend sentence should you be found guilty. Have you appointed an officer to conduct your defence?
Yes, sir. Major Shulker.
Have you agreed to this, Major Shulker?
Yes, sir.
Lieutenant Bent, the charge against you is that you displayed cowardice in the face of the enemy, and as a consequence of your treacherous behavior, the submarine U-570, entrusted to you by our Führer and the German people, was allowed to pass intact into the enemy's hands. How do you plead? How do you plead? Guilty or not guilty?
The accused wishes to enter a plea.
I want to hear him say it.
Not guilty.
Should the charges against you be proved, this council will have no alternative but to recommend that you be sentenced to death by hanging. I say this because I want everyone here to realize that our present circumstances in no way detract from the authority of this council or the seriousness of the crimes for which you stand accused. Captain Lehman, will you please proceed?
Thank you, Mr. President. On the 27th of August, 1941, the submarine U-570, under the command of the accused...
Mr. President, it has not been established that Lieutenant Bent was in command of the U-boat at the time of her surrender.
He was in command at the time of its capture. It amounts to the same thing. Please continue, Captain Lehman.
On the 27th of August, 1941, U-570 was some 200 kilometers south of Iceland and proceeding on the surface to a rendezvous in the North Atlantic where she was to join other boats in her flotilla in night actions against enemy convoys. You will hear how she failed to maintain a proper lookout, but at this point we should consider the attitude of the accused to his responsibilities and to the war in general. Now, this list details certain unauthorized stores which the accused had placed aboard 570 before she sailed. 40 kilos of Dutch Edam cheese, 20 kilos of camembert, several hundred kilos of ham, 100 kilos of Normandy butter, Riesling, brandy, whiskey sherry, and an unspecified quantity of beer. Lieutenant Bernard Berndt saw no reason to change his way of life merely because of his responsibilities as an officer. The war for him was going to be one glorious non-stop party.
Gentlemen, I give a toast. The U-570. May this patrol be the most successful of any U-boat. Berndt has made a stencil of a sinking ship.
Oh, yes.
As we have 15 torpedoes, let's hope we sail into Lorient with 15 sinking ships painted on our bridge.
Here we are, sir.
Show them, Berndt.
There.
Only one thing wrong.
What's that, Chief?
Well, that stencil looks like a 2,000-tonner. If we want to beat Kretschmer's best patrol, every ship we sink will have to be at least 4,000 tons.
It's only meant to be a symbol.
Make a bigger one, Berndt. We must be precise.
This one took me 2 hours, sir.
Maybe for every 4,000-tonner we sink, we could put up 2 of Lieutenant Bernst's 2,000 tons.
Well, that wouldn't be honest.
The trouble with you, Berndt, is that you take everything too seriously.
Someone has to.
I aim to sink 100,000 tons, Berndt. Is that serious enough for you?
If you say so, sir.
I say we have another drink. Back to business. This is superb brandy you scrounge, Berndt. We'll drink to you. To Lieutenant Berndt. May he have the strength to bear the Knight's Cross Admiral Dönitz will be hanging around his neck.
Lieutenant Berndt.
Hey, where's our torpedo officer? I specifically asked him to be present.
Well, Lieutenant Stein is examining the torpedo, sir. He's been at it since we left port.
Oh, has he? Doesn't he know that messing about with the torpedoes is forbidden? Pass the word for him. Yes, sir. Who do we drink to now?
The Führer.
Ah, yes. The Führer?
The Führer.
What's the matter, Berndt?
I'm sorry, but I've already had rather a lot to drink, sir.
Oh, give him some coffee, someone. There you are, Stein, you wretched fella. I hear you've been messing about with our torpedoes. If you can make them go off with a bigger bang, I won't enter it into the log.
Can I have a word with you, please, sir?
Have as many as you like, but first a drink.
No, I must speak to you first, please, sir. In private.
Oh, weren't you warned about those French girls? Torpedoing enemy personnel should only be done at sea. I won't be any use to you. You need the sick berth attendant. You know, you're getting as bad as Berndt. No sense of humour. Oh, all right. We'll go up on the bridge to relieve the lookouts. Excuse us, gentlemen. Nothing like the sea for clearing one's head. Now, what's all this about?
I've been looking at the torpedoes.
You've dismantled them?
Yep, and I've also dismantled the depth control chambers.
You know that's forbidden. How can we sink ships if you've taken the torpedoes to bits?
We won't be sinking any ships, not with those torpedoes.
Of course we won't if you've taken the things apart.
I'll reassemble them, and in any case, I've only looked at 8.
Why look at them in the first place? What do you mean about us not sinking ships? Of course we'll sink ships. This first patrol of U-570 is going to make naval history.
Not after this patrol. All our torpedoes are useless.
Don't be absurd.
They're old G7As. There was a whole batch of them which have been sorted out for sending back to the torpedo research establishment at Kiel. They've been kicking around some time waiting for shipment, and somehow or other, we've ended up with them.
You're responsible for striking down torpedoes. You should have supervised their loading.
There's no good blaming me. I was only transferred to this boat at the last minute. Yesterday was the first chance I've had to examine.
What do you know about torpedoes? All you have to do is load and fire them.
Now come below and look at them if you don't believe me.
You'll have to repair them.
They need new firing pistols.
I don't want your excuses, Stein. You fix those torpedoes.
They have to go back to Kiel. And we might as well return to base.
We can't go back. Not without... My family have moved to Lorient. I've promised them so much.
Well, you'll never achieve great successes in this boat.
You will go below and repair those torpedoes. After that, you can consider yourself under arrest.
Well, why can't you face up to reality? Those torpedoes are useless. Might as well radio base and request permission to return.
I'll be damned if I'm going to let a miserable, jumped-up, working-class tyke with a chip on his shoulder dictate to me.
Aircraft! It went into that cloud!
This far out, it must be a Fokker Wolf 200.
Diving stations, aircraft!
How dare you give orders? You're under arrest. Bernd, cancel that order. It's an FW200.
Oh, for God's sake, dive, Bert, into 2 engines.
What the hell am I supposed to do?
It's coming in for a bomb run. Get down, get down. Bert, gun crew, on the double.
No, they'll kill us. Stop engines.
But we must die.
Bernd, what damage?
Not. We still got control. I'm sending up a gun.
No, Bernd, no. Look, help me off with my jacket. Come on, hurry.
You're mad.
Before it turns back. Please. Now my shirt. Pull.
I'm coming up.
Stay there, Bernd. Pull. That's it. Help me hold it out so they can see it.
No, you're not going to... You can't. Stop it.
Thank God. Thank God.
You bastard. You traitorous bastard.
What's happening? I thought there was...
Ramlo surrendered.
I had to. I have to think of my crew.
Gun crew standing by, sir.
Tell them to stand down.
You're not taking orders from him,
Get
are
below,
you?
Stein. Bernd. Help me turn the shirt. Sir, you hold the sleeves up so they can see it. That's it. They'll destroy us.
I think they got your message, sir.
I ordered you below.
Thank you, sir. I have no wish to be involved.
It's now here, Hudson. The Coastal Command.
They nearly killed us. The bomb came within 10 meters.
What do we do now?
It's up to them, isn't it?
May I use your glasses, sir?
Yeah.
Must be a reconnaissance aircraft. Some ship in the ocean in the turret. Probably Brownings.
And bombs.
Was it a bomb or a depth charge?
I don't know. What does it matter?
I don't think the RAF have an airborne depth charge yet. They're signaling. It's in English. Have you surrendered?
Tell them yes.
Have you considered that we might still have a chance of shooting it down, sir? Our anti-aircraft
They could be on
guns...
top of us with another bomb before we could bring the guns to bear. What's she saying now?
Aircraft to U-boat remain on surface or we will bomb you. Do you understand?
Tell them we do, Bernd.
Control room bridge. I'm ordering the destruction of all charts, code books, identification books, and the logs.
Stein, they may not like it.
They'll be ejected through a tube.
But if they see the capture open...
We're flooding the forward tanks to put the valves down slightly. They won't see anything.
Bernd, go below and place Stein under arrest.
He's right about getting rid of the boat's
Go
papers,
below
sir.
and arrest him. If anything goes wrong, the whole crew will be lost.
I'm resisting arrest, Bernd, and there's nothing you can do about it. The entire company's with me. Also, as first officer, it's your duty to arrest Ramlo and countermand the surrender.
I can't do that.
You'd have the full support of the crew.
Yes, but it would amount to, well, mutiny.
So?
But I don't have the authority.
You do, if he's no longer fit to command.
Why isn't he? He's only thinking of the crew. There's an aircraft circling, threatening to drop another bomb.
Another bomb? Were you in the Narvik campaign?
No.
I was. Shall I tell you the armament of that Hudson? 1 anti-submarine bomb. 1. And even that's useless unless it scores a direct hit, as we've just seen.
Narvik was over a year ago. The RAF may have improved their armament since then. But Ramlo may know more than us.
He doesn't.
But you don't know. You're only going on your experiences of over a year ago.
Even if it has got another bomb, we could still shoot it down before it has a chance to drop it.
But how?
Haven't you got any imagination? We could sting up some washing or something and load a belt into the 20-centimetre while the Hudson is unsighted. We could even crowd men around the gun. We could load it, bring it to bear and open fire before the Hudson realised that anything was wrong.
If I was in that aircraft, I'd be watching us like hawks, the first sign of anything suspicious.
Oh, you're worse than Ramlo.
I don't suppose it's occurred to you that he might be acting in the interests of us all.
Our interests are irrelevant. All that matters is that this U-boat must not be cravenly handed over to the enemy without a shot being fired.
I shouldn't have thought you'd be worried about honour.
I'm not talking about honour. I'm talking about the cowardly behaviour of this submarine in allowing itself to fall into enemy hands who could then use it against our fellow sailors. And if you can't see the difference between that and your blasted sacred honour, then you're as bad as Ramlo. Chief?
Yes, sir?
Everyone signed?
Everyone, sir, without exception. Here.
Thanks. Here's my Luger, then. Take it. Take it. That's it. It's loaded. Now, Chief, read that paper.
We, the undersigned crew members of U-570, deplore the action of Lieutenant Commander Ramlo in surrendering our U-boat, and we fully support Lieutenant Bernard Bernd in doing whatever is necessary to relieve Lieutenant Commander Ramlo of command. We also swear to obey Lieutenant Bernd and pledge him our complete loyalty, and it's followed by the signatures of every member of the company.
Thank you. You have a choice, Bernd. You can either go up on the bridge, arrest Ramlo, and take over command, or you can side with Ramlow by placing me under arrest. But if you do, I shall see to it that after the war, you and Ramlow hang.
Bernd.
Sir?
Have you arrested Stein? Well?
No, sir.
Suppose he talked you out of it. Eh? Odd sort of fella. Got a chip on his shoulder about his background. Bit of the red in his makeup.
I don't know, sir.
I'm going to break one of the first rules in dueling. Real dueling, I mean. Not all this modern stuff with face masks.
What's that, sir?
Never turn your back on an armed man. Wonder how much longer his fuel will hold out. Can't be much left. 200 kilometers south of Iceland. He'll need some to get back. Do you agree with Stein? Do you think I'm a coward?
I don't know.
I always thought cowardice was something so definite, like murder, that there would be no doubt in my mind when I was actually committing it. And yet when I waved my shirt at that Hudson, it never occurred to me that it was a cowardly act. Wherever we're in harbour and the crew are lined up on deck, it always frightens me to see how many men's lives depend on me. The horrible thing is, I don't know if I surrendered to save my own skin or the lives of the crew. I suppose if I said I wanted to save their lives, it would sound very grand and noble, but the truth is, I don't know. What would you have done? No, don't answer. You don't know. Nobody knows how they will react to a given situation, but it's always possible to guess how others might behave. People like Stein are predictable. They're the ones who die and get covered in glory. There are a lot of Steins in Germany. They never die alone and always take a lot of poor bastards with them as insurance, so they'll be remembered. What are you going to do?
I don't know.
That's all you've been able to say, I don't know. It's about time you started making a few decisions for yourself instead of letting other people push you around all the time.
I was sent up to arrest you, sir.
You were sent up here to do your duty according to what you think is right. Stein is not your senior officer. If you think I should be arrested, go ahead, but don't try to cover up your conscience by pretending that you're acting out of duty instilled into you by Stein. I don't even care if you shoot me, but I do care if you shoot me out of a sense of fear. I'd rather die as a victim of your principles than Stein's.
Sir, I don't understand.
I'll do it myself. Give me the gun. I'll shoot myself so you can say you did it. They'll listen to you then. Here, give it to me.
No.
Come. No! Set up your fool, sir! You bloody fool. You could have been killed.
The destroyer's arrived. Look, look.
And tell him you've done it. Don't speak to me with a voice cap.
Yes?
You've killed him?
Say yes. Yes.
Good. I'm coming up.
Tell him to stay.
Stay where you are, Stein.
My dear Bernd, I have a gun crew ready for action.
You can come up when I give the order and not before.
Good for you, Bernd.
Light signals from the destroyer, sir. In English. Stand by to receive armed boarding party.
They'll be lucky in this weather. There goes the Hudson. Wonder how they feel having to hand their prize over to the Navy.
Sir, now the aircraft is gone. If we were to set up torpedo to run at the shallowest setting, maybe we could...
never sink a destroyer, Bernd. Not with their shallow draft. You should know that.
Well, it would be worth a try, sir.
Well, what are we going to do now?
Wait for the boarding party, I suppose.
They won't try that in this sea.
Would take us in tow?
Not with us on board. Here, what are they saying now?
Do you have a dinghy? Captain, to join me immediately. Allow no one else on bridge. Do you understand?
Why should they risk their necks with a boarding party when they can get me to risk mine? Signal message understood.
Why won't they allow anyone else on the bridge?
So you won't be tempted to scuttle.
Do you want help with the dinghy, sir?
No, I'll manage.
Bernd, I saw the Hudson leave on the sky periscope. I insist you allow me on the bridge.
What can you see on the attack periscope?
It's jammed.
Now we have company. A destroyer and an armed trawler. Our orders are no one else on the bridge.
We have to allow everyone up if we're to scuttle.
We are not scuttling, Stein, and that's an order.
We are not handing this boat over to the enemy.
Chief,
Sir?
will you ask Lieutenant Stein to stay away from the voice pipe?
Sir?
Are you managing, sir?
Blasted thing. The wind keeps catching it. Here, you'd better have this back. Stein's gun, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
I'm ready now.
Look, I'm sorry, sir.
Just be sorry there's a war and thankful you're now out of it. Will you scuttle?
I don't see how I can.
No. Well, goodbye, Bent. Look after the crew.
Goodbye, sir. And good luck.
See you in prison.
Oh, God.
I'm Schulke, Conrad Schulke, Major, Army Reconnaissance. U-boat?
Yes.
Never catch me going down in one of those things. Death traps. I'm sorry, just trying to make conversation. You can tell me to shut up if you wish.
No, I'm sorry. Lieutenant Bernard Bent.
What happened to you? Oh, it's all right. These gun-billers don't speak German.
Oh, we were bombed by an aircraft.
Bad luck. Any casualties?
Every member of the crew was saved.
How long were you interrogated for?
2 days.
Oh, I had a week.
In London?
Yes, Kensington Palace Gardens. I used to work in London in the 20s. Didn't tell them, of course, but they soon found out. I didn't even tell them I could speak English. I gave myself away when this officer walked in and said, "We've decided to shoot you, Major." And he laughed at my expression.
Where are they taking us?
Euston Station? Well, must be somewhere in the north. Euston's being moved at night.
Why?
Plenty of useful information to be picked up just by looking out of the window. The state the crops are in, how many people working on the land. It's all very useful when you're trying to build up an overall picture. Still, of course, you have to escape first.
Well, is it worth the risk with the war supposed to last only a few more months?
It's always worth the risk. It's your duty to do so.
Major Schulke, wake up. It's daylight.
I'm stiff. Still on the move. Taking us further north than I thought. The train keep going all through the night?
Apart from 2 stations.
How long did we stop for?
About 15 minutes at the first one and 10 minutes at the other.
What was it called?
Bovril, I think. What's so funny?
You'll learn that. You'll learn.
Beautiful countryside. We keep crossing rivers and streams. Do you suppose we're in Scotland?
It's now 8 hours. Average speed, what, about 70 kilometres an hour? No, not in Scotland. I'd say we're in Cumberland, somewhere near the Lake District. Now, that's either another station coming up, or Journey's End. Uh-oh. Journey's End. Let's hope they feed us soon. I'm starving.
Welcome to Grisdale Hall, gentlemen. Right in the heart of the British Lake District. I'm afraid the British won't allow us to go sailing. My name is Lieutenant Commander Otto Kruger. My job is to make you feel at home. I'm the senior officer.
It's a great honour to meet you, sir.
It's good to have another U-boat officer. Or perhaps I should say not good. I was beginning to think this camp was being taken over by the Luftwaffe. How is the Admiral?
I'm afraid I've never met him.
And you're Major Conrad Schulke.
Yes, sir. Number 1 Reconnaissance Unit, Bremen.
I hope you didn't tell the British that.
No, sir. They told me.
I take it the British CO has already interviewed you?
Yes, sir.
You will find Major Veach firm but fair. All matters for his attention are channeled through this office. He and I have an understanding, and most difficulties can usually be smoothed out between us.
Is there an escape organization?
I was coming to that. As you must have seen from the truck which brought you from the station, the surrounding countryside is wild and desolate. It looks very beautiful now, but in the winter it is deadly. That is why we have an escape committee under my chairmanship. which carefully vets all escape proposals. We don't wish to deter initiative or daring. Our job is to prevent officers getting themselves killed because of some harebrained scheme that hasn't a hope in hell of succeeding.
Has anyone ever escaped?
Several times, but no one has ever got home. The first to try was Baron von Vera.
The fighter pilot?
Yes. He remained free for several days, but only because he knew the district from camping trips before the war and could speak English without a trace of accent.
This place looks as if it was once a country mansion.
It was, but you won't find any suits of armor now. What you will find is plenty of barbed wire around the grounds and watchtowers. Now, that's all for now. I'll expect it will take you a couple of days to find your feet and get used to the routine. If you report to Paul Falk, third door on the left down the corridor, he'll arrange for you to have a medical and tell you what dormitory you're in.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Lieutenant Bent.
Sir?
I'd like a word with you before you go. Third door on the left, Shulker.
Thank you, sir.
Take seat.
Thank you, sir.
Lieutenant Bernard Bent, First Officer U-570. Bombed by RAF Coastal Command, 27th of August, 90 miles south of Iceland. No casualties. The British don't tell us more than they can help. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
No casualties?
Yes.
You were extremely lucky. What became of your commanding officer? Ramlow, wasn't it?
He was taken on board a different ship. I don't know what happened to him.
I knew him slightly at Lorient. Is he a party member?
I don't know.
Well, he won't come here if he is. This is what the British call a white camp, for non-national socialists. The borderline cases go to the grey camps, and the dedicated ones are sent to the black camps. That's why none of our guards are Poles. They're all at the black camps, knocking hell out of the inmates. So they're not supposed to know that.
I see. I read about your capture in the papers. They said you were sunk by overwhelming forces after you'd fired all your torpedoes.
Propaganda. I was rammed at night by a destroyer. I've been here since March, 5 months.
The loss of your boat was a sad blow.
Do you know the latest tonnage sunk figures?
Well, May and June was around 600,000 tons. July was very low, only 100,000 tons.
What about your boat? Well?
Nothing.
Nothing?
It was our first patrol.
We'll never win the war at this rate.
The papers were saying that the British won't be able to hold out for more than 6 or 7 months at the most.
Maybe. Here's your form. You better report to Lieutenant Falk.
There is one thing, sir.
Yes?
Is there a Lieutenant Richard Stein here?
Stein. Richard. Several Steins, but no Richard. Friend of yours?
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Well, that's all I've been able to pick up from the guards.
With luck, they might come with us. Otto, over here.
Good evening, you two.
Good evening. Do you suppose the British are celebrating something? This stew actually looks and smells edible.
At least 3 extra grams of meat. We've decided that your U-boat comrades aren't sinking so many ships these days.
According to Bernd, one of the new arrivals, they're not. Did you give them a medical?
Well, Schulker's okay. Bernd seems to be suffering from depression. He's also got a weak heart. You know, it beats me why you let these cripples into the Navy. In the Luftwaffe,
which this place is crawling with,
they have to be A1.
Anything for tonight's bulletin?
Well, it looks as if we'll have to reopen the escape program.
Aren't we going to Canada?
It's still only a rumour, but if we are being sent there, it doesn't look as if we'll be able to rely on American neutrality for much longer. An American destroyer has deliberately attacked a U-boat.
One incident doesn't necessarily lead to war.
It did in 1914. Oh, God, if only we could get hold of some British newspapers. When does Parsons come back from leave?
Saturday.
Was there any mention of U-570?
No.
So what do? Do we reopen the escape program, or do we continue squashing every scheme put forth?
I think we'd better carry on vetoing all plans for the time being and review the situation when we've had a chance to look at the papers.
Shulker.
What's the matter?
I can't sleep.
What? Well, I can if I'm left alone. 4 hours.
Conrad. May I call you Conrad?
Did you wake me up just to ask me that?
Do you suppose the others will find out about how you were shot down?
What are you talking about? What others?
Well, Kruger, Falk, the whole camp.
I don't understand. I've told them everything.
No, I mean the exact details. Your position, the time, that sort of thing. Do you think they could ever find out?
Well, I suppose so. Does it matter? Is something wrong? Bernard?
Yes?
Do you want to tell me?
No, it's all right. Sorry I woke you. Good night.
Good night.
Come in. Good morning, Paul.
Papers.
Excellent.
Express, Times, Sketch, the lot. Even John Bullen picked a post. Poor bastard's terrified about that copper wire.
Don't put any more pressure on him for a bit. He's the sort to suddenly decide the confession might be good for his soul.
Anything about that Greer business?
Last night, in a broadcast to the American people, President Roosevelt, referring to U.S. attacks on German U-boats, said, "When you see a rattlesnake poised, you don't wait until it strikes before you crush it." The man's a warmonger of the worst.
Listen to this. Squadron leader J.H. Thompson of 269 Squadron, the pilot of the Hudson which captured U-570, said the white surrender flag waving from the conning tower was the biggest surprise of his life.
What? An Admiralty spokesman refused to comment on U-570's future, but said the capture of an intact what? U-boat was of major importance, and the possibility of it being commissioned as one of His Majesty's submarines could not be ruled out. Get him in here. What was the exact damage caused by the bomb?
I don't know.
How close did it fall?
Well, I wasn't on the bridge.
You don't have to be on the bridge to know how close a bomb was.
I'm sorry, I don't know. It wasn't me who surrendered. It was Lieutenant Commander Ramlow.
Where were you when it fell?
In the control room. Look, I didn't surrender.
Did you make any water after the explosion?
I don't know.
Why didn't you dive?
Well, the hydroplane wheels were jammed.
All of them?
No, just one.
Which one? Come on.
Look, I don't know. The stern, I think.
If the bomb exploded forward, how come the stern wheel was jammed?
I'm not sure where it exploded.
First you say forward, now you're not certain.
I wasn't certain at the time.
Can you read English?
A little.
Read that. Go on. Read it.
An Admiralty spokesman refused to comment on U-570's future, but said the capture of an
intact U-boat. Do you know what the word means?
Yes.
The Telegraph, the Times, the Mirror, they all refer to an intact U-boat. And it's probably in every American newspaper. You sniveling little coward. You know what you've done? You've made the German U-boat on the laughing stock of the entire world.
It was damaged. There was nothing I could do. We were helpless. Well, I wanted to scuttle. I pleaded with the captain to scuttle. But it wasn't my fault. I said we must destroy the boat, but he refused. It was damaged. I know it was damaged.
He could be right, Otto. I wouldn't put it past the British to issue a false statement deliberately. It's up to you. I'd rather take the word of a German officer than the British press.
It was damaged. I know it was damaged.
We'll take the word of this. I suppose so. Bernd.
Sir.
Pull yourself together.
Yes, sir.
We're giving you the benefit of the doubt.
Thank you, sir.
We'll tell the camp that the British salvaged your boat. I dare say that'll be nearer the truth than these papers.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
We'll say no more about it. All right, you may go. Just one thing. If these newspaper reports do turn out to be telling the truth, you will most likely be hanged for cowardice. Where on earth is Paul? We're missing it all.
You know, Byrne fits my theory about people who have mastered a social musical instrument.
What the hell is a social musical instrument?
Harmonicas, concertinas, flutes, anything portable like that. Have you heard my theory?
No, but I have a feeling I'm going to. Is it anything like that theory you advanced 3 months ago, which explained why the war couldn't last another 2 months?
Byrne interests me. He's had a lonely childhood, comes from a well-off family, and was sent to a boarding school from the age of 7. Consequently, he's been starved of affection. He's emotionally insecure, finds it difficult to make friends, and yet he needs friendship. That's why he's mastered the harmonica. It ensures he's always in demand for parties and so forth. That way, his introvert personality is no barrier to his popularity.
Is he married?
Yes, it was arranged by his parents.
Have you been talking to him?
Schulke has. The army major who arrived with him. Apparently he's worried about Bernd. Says he's been sleeping badly, having nightmares.
Maybe you should have a look at him.
After what Schulke said, I did. On the pretext it was a routine check after 4 weeks in prison. He's lost weight.
So have we all.
Not as much as him. He was 77 kilos when he came. Now he's down to 61. That's a lot to lose in 4 weeks.
Well, whatever his problems are, he's a useful addition to the camp.
That's what's so odd about him. He enjoys being popular, and yet...
People are too complex to fit your simple theories. Ah, here's Paul.
Ah.
Come on, you're late.
We've got a new arrival.
Huh?
Oh, the British do choose sometimes to wheel them in. Who is it? Not another Luftwaffe type. I don't think I could stand anymore.
Hey, one of your lot, U-boats. Made himself unpopular at his last camp and nearly got himself lynched. Stein. Lieutenant Richard Stein.
Right, Paul, let's have him in.
There?
Stein. Hello, Bernd. I'm surprised you're not in British uniform.
I
Didn't expect to see me so soon, of course not. Well, I didn't expect to see you so soon either. I've been busy making a nuisance of myself at every camp so they'd keep transferring me. Third time lucky.
You better shut the door, Paul. Lieutenant Stein has made some serious allegations, Ben, regarding your part in the loss of U-570.
She wasn't lost. She was handed over by this traitorous coward.
We're not interested in personal comments at the moment. We just want to find out if what you say is true.
Oh, it's true, all right. Look at him. He's terrified.
I was not U-570's commanding officer, and therefore not responsible for her surrender.
According to Lieutenant Stein, you were a party to it.
I wasn't even on the bridge when the Hudson dropped its bomb, but Stein was.
Is that true?
I left the bridge because I wanted to have nothing to do with the surrender. I went below and circulated a petition in which every member of the crew pledged support for Bernd if he were to arrest Ramlow and countermand the surrender.
It was a license for mutiny.
It was a license to prevent a U-boat falling into enemy hands. It was our opinion that Ramlow was no longer fit to command.
Our opinion?
My opinion. It's quite clearly stated in battle orders that if a commander...
Yes, I know what's in the battle orders. After you shot Ramlow, did you...
I never shot Ramlow.
He's lying.
He paddled across to the destroyer in the inflatable dinghy. Well, you know that. I told you at the time.
So Ramlow left you in command?
No, sir. No. Ramlow transferred command to the captain of the destroyer, and I carried out the orders the destroyer signaled to me.
He's twisting the facts to save his own miserable skin. Bernd was a senior officer. When Ramlow was shot, he would automatically...
Ramlow was not shot.
All right. Bernd, after Ramlow left the U-boat, did Lieutenant Stein request permission to scuttle the boat?
Yes, but it was not up to me to grant such permission.
You refused?
Yes.
Because you no longer had the authority?
Yes.
If you felt that you did not have the authority to allow Stein to scuttle the boat, how is it you felt you had the authority to order him not to?
Well, I don't know. But it wasn't me that surrendered. It wasn't me.
All right, you two. You may go.
Thank you, sir.
Looks as if Stein was telling the truth.
And the British newspapers. It puts me in a difficult position. From what I've seen of Stein, the story will be all over the camp in a matter of hours. If I do nothing, the Luftwaffe and army types will accuse me of favoritism to a fellow U-boat officer.
Yeah.
They might even take the law into their own hands.
Requests Bern's transfer to another camp.
Then they'd say I was trying to protect him from justice. Besides, what do you suppose would happen to him if he ended up at a grey or black camp? when the prisoners learned about his part in U-570's surrender?
I don't see that they would. Bent's hardly likely to tell them.
A U-boat has a crew of 48. After screening, they'd be sufficiently scattered for there to be a good chance of one or two being in any camp that Bent was sent to.
Supposing we get rid of him when they do find out. It won't be our problem, will it?
You do realize what would happen to him?
I've got a pretty good idea. It'll be no more than he deserves.
He deserves a fair trial. If we were to get rid of Bent, we'd be shirking our responsibilities, just as Bent did on the U-boat. More so, in fact. At least Bent was probably trying to save lives.
His own skin, more like.
Possibly. But as long as I'm senior officer here, it's up to me to see that civilized standards are maintained. Under these conditions, it's all too easy for men to forget them.
Do you think that won't happen? You saw how bitter Stein is. He'll be shooting his mouth off to everyone and urging them on to deal with Bent in their own way. If he were to team up with people like Schumann and Kirk and a few of the others...
I know that. We'll have to forestall them until I think of something.
How? Why not ask Beach to put Bent in solitary?
Well, what reason do we give?
Tell him Bent's in danger.
And admit I can't control the man under me? Anyway, you know what a highly developed sense of justice Beach has. It's one of the more worthwhile British traits. I believe the British may have the answer. An old custom of theirs. It's rather nasty, but it might suit our purpose.
What's that, then?
Tell Kurt that before he reads the after-dinner news bulletin, I wish to make a statement to the entire camp. Gentlemen, before Kurt reads the evening news, I have a brief statement to make. Bernd, will you stand up, please? As you know, Lieutenant Bernd is here because his submarine was captured by the RAF after it had been bombed. We have just learned that the newspaper reports about the capture, which we disregarded at the time, are in fact true. In view of this, it has been decided that from now until further notice, no prisoner will speak to, communicate, or attempt to communicate with Lieutenant Bernd in any way whatsoever. A serious view will be taken if anyone breaks this rule. The British have an expression for Bernd's punishment. He is being sent to Coventry.
Oh, hello, Paul.
Order. Bent seems to have disappeared.
Really? I saw him at roll call.
Well, he turns up for morning and evening roll call and lights out, but vanishes for the rest of the day.
I never did pretend it was anything but an interim solution. The idea was for us to act before anyone else did.
Yes, it seems he sent us to Coventry. We'll have to think of something else.
I already have. I want to send a message to U-boat command. Can you arrange it?
But I thought you U-boat types already had a system.
It may have been revealed by Ramlow by now. He handed over a U-boat, so I don't suppose he had any qualms about our letter code.
Who's it to be sent to?
Dieter Frank. He's a staff officer, cipher expert.
Mm-hmm.
That's his private address, and that's the message.
Dear Dieter, British press reports about U-570 are correct. First officer? No. You're not serious.
I'm perfectly serious. But don't you think it's better than what we're doing now?
It violates the Geneva Convention. We can't...
We can if we call it something else. Think you can bury that message in a letter?
I think so. I'll try a date code. It may work. It won't have to be anything elaborate to slip past Jenkins. A date code will do.
I want it to go today.
Right. I'll get to work on a draft letter for you to copy out.
Oh. Someone tell that worm to shut up. I'm going to get some sleep.
You say one more word, Stein, and I'll smash your oily face down your throat.
Ooh, brave words, Major. Not the sort that Burnt would understand.
Just leave him alone. You've done enough damage.
That is a matter of opinion, Major.
Stop, Lehman, before we kill him.
Look, I'm as worried as you, Major, but what can I do? Kruger won't take any notice of me.
Well, you could at least examine Bent.
If he is ill, I'd have to say it's because he refuses to eat, not because he's being sent to Coventry.
If you do nothing, I'll place the matter in the hands of the British by reporting the whole affair to Major Veitch.
Where is he?
In the attic above the laundry. He spends every day alone there, reading and playing the harmonica.
I'll tell you what I'll do. Give Bernd another 2 days. If he hasn't come down and had some food by Sunday, then I'll examine him. His condition is serious. I'll urge Kruger to call off this Coventry business.
Hello? Is someone there? Oh. Who's that? Oh, hello. I didn't know it was... What do you want? No, no, please, no, 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 stop, stop it, stop it, stop it, no, no,
I want you to come and look at Bernd now.
We agreed this morning that I wait until
Evening
Sunday.
roll calls in 5 minutes. Now, he's usually down 10 minutes before it starts so that he can have his name cleared by the guards and disappear before the others arrive.
Well, maybe he's decided to...
I want you to come now, please.
Very well.
Bernard, roll call in 3 minutes.
Bernard? Good God!
Help me turn him over.
What's the matter with... Oh, look at his face.
No, please, no more.
It's all right, Bernard.
No more.
It's all right, old man. Who did it?
Bernd, can you hear me?
Don't hit me anymore.
Listen, Bernd, it's only a few minutes to roll call. We've got to get you down to the laundry to clean you up.
What the hell does it matter about roll call? I'm going to tell Veach.
No. No, we'll keep the British out of this. If you want to help Bernd, you'll keep quiet.
I haven't kept quiet before. This wouldn't have happened.
Help me up with him. That's it. We'll have to hold him between us during roll call.
Dear Otto, your recent letter was eagerly read by everyone. Jan has at long last proposed to Alice. Our youngest has seen a great deal of action in our new swimming pool this summer. She has even learned to swim underwater. Paul can't swim yet, but enjoys playing with a toy boat we managed to buy. Only 570 marks. The thing goes on about people I've never heard of. Here, you better decode it.
It's so simple it hardly deserves to be called a code. First word is your, 3, 4, 5, 6, propose, 7, 8, 9, action. Well, the other word's obvious, underwater boat, 570. The last sentence doesn't seem to fit. Your old friend in UB-68 sends his regards.
UB-68 was the Admiral's boat when he was a commander during the last war.
Yes. Well, the complete message reads, Dear Otto, your proposed action of U-570 is approved.
You will hear all the evidence while it is still fresh in everyone's mind and recommend suitable sentence to be carried out after war. Preserve transcript if possible, Admiral Dönitz.
May I see it, please?
That's the original letter, and that's the transcribed message. The date and time on the letter indicate...
Yes, I know how the date code works. Thank you. Well, I presume there'll also be an inquiry to find out who assaulted Bernd.
That was a most unfortunate incident which we all deplore.
With respect, Lieutenant Commander, that was not the answer to my question.
If Bernd cares to reveal who it was, then we shall see that whoever it was is punished.
You know damn well he's too scared to say anything.
It's not our fault if he chooses to remain silent, Major. It could have been any one of several men.
We all know who it was.
No, we do not know. If you have evidence, then we'll be glad to hear it. Now, on the question of this Council of Honor, Falk, you will be the Council's president.
I know nothing about court procedure.
Captain Lehman does. He'll brief us.
My experience is limited to giving evidence on medical matters for the police.
Nevertheless, you know more about it than any of us.
I wondered why you were asking me all those questions last week.
I've written out 4 copies of the charges against Bernd. One for me, one for you, Paul, as Council President.
Thanks.
Captain Lehman, you will be prosecuting.
Thank you.
And a copy for you, Schalke. You will be defending.
And where shall we hold this charade?
We'll use the stage in the main hall and organize a proper lookout system. If the British walk in, we're merely rehearsing a reenactment of a famous German trial for the concert. I shall want a large German flag to go on the wall behind the President's chair.
And what will you be doing?
I shall be an expert witness. for the prosecution.
Lieutenant Stein, you said that the RAF do not possess an airborne depth charge, but their coastal command aircraft are fitted with one anti-submarine bomb, which, and I quote from your evidence, is useless unless it scores a direct hit.
Yes. If Ramlow had died, there would have been little danger.
Did you see this bomb fall?
No.
Really? Why not?
I ducked. It's customary when a bomb falls. It helps you live longer.
Did Ramlow duck?
No.
So you don't know if the Hudson dropped a small bomb or a more lethal depth charge?
I've already told you, the RAF do not have an airborne depth charge.
Well, I shall be producing a witness who will testify that they do. A new arrival. His U-boat was depth charged by a Sunderland. So, you ducked while Ramlow bravely watched the Hudson all the time?
He did not watch it out of bravery. He was hypnotized with fear.
How did he surrender?
He waved his shirt.
Did he have a jacket on?
Yes.
Which he had to remove first before he could take his shirt off?
Yes.
Now, did he wave the shirt after the Hudson released the depth charge?
Yes.
Immediately after? Before the Hudson had time to turn?
Yes.
He was quick.
He tore his jacket and shirt off in panic.
But just now you said he was hypnotized with fear. Did you help him off with his jacket? Well?
You must answer the question.
Yes. Well, he asked me to. But I didn't know why he wanted it off at the time.
Did you also help him remove his shirt?
Yes. But I didn't know why he wanted it off.
No, of course not. It was late summer, and I suppose the Hudson was making it rather hot for you.
Major Schulke is including a great deal of unnecessary comment, Mr. President.
No more than we've had from Captain Lehman.
That is not for you to
I
decide
have
with.
no more questions.
Thank you. Do you wish to re-examine Captain Lehman?
Sir. When you went below after the surrender, Lieutenant Stein, you said you posted a signalman on the sky periscope to watch the Hudson.
Yes.
Can you remember the exact wording of the Hudson signals?
Yes. The first one said, "Have you surrendered?" And the second one was, "Remain on surface or we will bomb you."
It definitely said bomb, not depth charge.
Yes. It was bluffing, of course. It only carried the one bomb.
There is no doubt about the action I would have taken. As soon as the aircraft appeared, I would have given the order to dive, and continued diving despite the air attack. My chance of escaping would be very good if there were no anti-submarine ships less than 12 hours steaming away. If the bomb had damaged me, I would have surfaced and fought it out with the aircraft. My anti-aircraft gun crews were well trained, and there would be a good chance of destroying the Hudson.
Were you ever attacked by aircraft when you were in command of a U-boat?
Mr. President, I fail to see what Lieutenant Commander Kruger's experiences have got to do with this case.
I merely wish to establish that his experience qualifies him to speak with authority on the correct course of action U-570 should have taken when it was attacked. Would the first officer of a U-boat be justified in assuming command if his commanding officer had surrendered when still capable of fighting and possibly escaping?
Yes.
Excuse my ignorance of court procedure, but is the prosecution allowed to put leading questions to his own witness?
That is true,
Major
Captain.
Schulke is quite correct, unless the questions deal with a complex matter. I'm sure he would be the first to agree that this is indeed a complex matter.
Continue, Captain Lehman.
And if the commander is faced with overwhelming odds...
Then he must scuttle his boat.
Thank you, Lieutenant Commander.
Major Schulke.
Commander Kruger, before you would scuttle your boat, you would give the order to abandon ship.
Of course.
Now, supposing you were under the guns of an armed trawler and a destroyer which had ordered you to allow no one from below, would you still scuttle your boat?
I would never allow myself to get into such a situation in the first place.
You've never been unfortunate enough to find yourself in such a situation.
It's not a question of being unfortunate. It's a question of skill and courage.
But you've never been in such a situation.
No, when I was...
Mr. President, Lieutenant Commander Kruger has been allowed to give evidence for the prosecution because of his experience in U-boat matters. We now learn, on his own admission, that he has no experience of the circumstances under examination. Therefore, it is my submission that his evidence is invalid.
Are you familiar with Lieutenant Commander Kruger's record? 260,000 tons of enemy shipping sunk. He holds numerous decorations, including the Knight's Cross with oak leaves. I suggest you apologize.
Why should I apologize for making what I consider to be a valid point?
In that case, the Council will apologize on your behalf. You should remember, Major Schulke, that none of us has experience of surrendering to the enemy without a fight. Only Bernard Barrett can speak with authority on that subject.
Why didn't you relieve Ramlow of command?
It would be mutiny.
You went to training college?
Yes.
Weren't you taught the difference between mutiny and the justified relieving of command?
Yes.
Tell the council those differences.
I don't remember the exact wording. Mutiny is the refusal by an individual or group to obey the lawful commands of their senior officers.
Justified relieving of command is when the senior officer has demonstrated, either by his action or inaction, that he is no longer mentally or physically capable of issuing lawful orders. Is that right?
Yes.
Immediately after the attack by the Hudson, you joined Ramlow on the bridge. You said in your statement, and I quote, Ramlow appeared to be in a state of shock. He said, they'll kill us, they'll kill us. Is that correct?
Yes.
Your own words, a state of shock. Why didn't you take command there and then?
I don't know.
Didn't Lieutenant Stein suggest you take command?
Well, yes, but I didn't trust him.
Didn't he promise you his full support and that of the crew if you did?
Yes.
Didn't he assure you of his complete loyalty to you?
Yes.
And still you refused to act. Why didn't you do so after Ramlow abandoned the U-boat? Surely you realized there was no question of mutiny then.
Well, I thought the commanding officer of the British destroyer was technically in command of the U-boat, as we had already surrendered.
You worried about legal niceties when there was a danger of your boat falling into enemy hands?
Yes.
Why didn't you tell the crew to abandon ship so you could follow battle orders?
Well, I was concerned for their safety. And the destroyer had threatened to open fire if anybody appeared from below.
Did it occur to you that the British wanted to stop you scuttling?
Well, I thought perhaps they were worried in case we tried to use the gun. In the heat of the moment, I felt that the lives of the crew were more important than the capture of the boat.
Surely you realized that the secrets revealed to the enemy through the capture of your boat could well lead to the deaths of countless sailors in the future?
I didn't think...
You didn't think? You didn't think that the presenting the enemy with a complete U-boat, with its equipment and weapons intact, could endanger the entire U-boat offensive? You valued your life and the lives of your crew above the lives of crews yet to sail?
Yes.
Speak up!
Yes.
Thomas, quiet everyone. Yes, that's fine, Willie. But I want you to put more pressure on. Remember, this is the bit where you've reached the main part of your cross-examination. You must be much harder. Surely you realize, do you admit? Bernard, you're just right. You're looking frightened because you know you're guilty. We'll just do that bit again. Take it from... All right, Willie, carry on.
Lieutenant Bent, do you understand what your last reply means?
Yes.
Would you like to reconsider your answer?
I don't care what happens to me. I just want all this finished.
Do you admit to being a coward?
Yes, yes. It's always been the same. At school I was frightened of the wall bars. I can't help myself. Everybody said it didn't matter if you were scared, it would all disappear, they said. You'd be too busy to be scared, and I believed them. I believed my father. Fight for the fatherland, he said. And, well, I had nothing to go on. I had no means of judging myself. I was scared the first time I was on a boat when it dived, and I've been scared ever since. I didn't want to die. Now I don't want to live.
My own definition of a coward is someone who has the courage to show he's not a hero.
Lieutenant Bernard Barrett, you will please stand. You have been found guilty of failing to scuttle your U-boat to prevent its falling into enemy hands, and guilty of displaying cowardice in the face of the enemy. Lieutenant Stein, who through no fault of his own will have to live with the stigma of being associated with the most cowardly act in the history of the German Navy, has expressed a desire to read out the recommended sentence of this council. Lieutenant Stein.
Thank you, Mr. President. Bernard Belt, the recommended sentence of the council is that you be executed.
Supposing he wants to appeal?
That's a matter for the Naval High Command. Our instructions were to hear the evidence and recommend sentence.
Do you think we went too far?
No.
Do you think our sentence will be upheld?
I don't see why not. Look, is something worrying you?
I can't help thinking that what we did was wrong. I mean, to sit in judgment on a man is bad enough, but to destroy him as well in front of him...
Listen, I'm a submariner. Just one of thousands. It's a filthy, dirty job. You're stuck in a tiny, almost defenseless craft for days, weeks, months at a time. You learn to live with a permanent smell of urine and vomit. You sleep in soaking wet clothes, not just when the weather's bad, but all the time, because everything you touch is dripping with condensation. When you're on the surface, you can't allow more than a few men at a time into the fresh air, because you've less than 3 minutes to dive if an aircraft is spotted. I had nearly 50 submariners under me, and not one of them ever complained. They're the men, and the hundreds of youngsters training in the Baltic, whose lives have been threatened by one cowardly officer who cared so much for his own skin he preferred to hand the British an intact U-boat. Baird may have forgotten them, but I never shall.
We know how you feel, Otto, but what will the British learn from U-570? Its exact length, how quickly it can dive, how long it can remain submerged. Will it tell them anything they don't know already?
The Type 7C is the most advanced U-boat in the world. It can dive to over 200 meters.
Yes, that's what you told the council, but is it?
Yes, of course.
I've learnt one or two surprising things about British submarines from some of your fellow U-boat officers here. What is the maximum surface speed of the 7C?
18 knots, but I don't see...
In the last war, the British K-class submarines could do 24 knots.
Well, they were steam-driven freaks.
But nearly all the evidence you gave to the council was based on the superiority of the German U-boat.
Do you think I would list its faults in front of the Army and the Luftwaffe? In any case, Schulke could have found out what you found out.
He made the mistake of attacking you. Bern's defense was a shambles.
Maybe it was, but that makes no difference to what Bern did.
It might make a difference when the High Command review the evidence. They might decide that Bern's case was mishandled. I think we should reconsider the sentence.
Are you siding with Bern?
Of course not. I don't want to see him get away with what he did. I'm just saying we should reconsider...
Yes?
May I?
Oh, come in, Lehman.
Do you believe in Providence?
Not since I've been here. Why?
The guard, Parsons, has been boasting again. On his last 24-hour leave, he took his girlfriend to Barrow for the day. They went on a boat trip to view the captured German submarine.
U-570?
The same. She's just been brought back from Iceland by Lieutenant George Colvin. She's been renamed Graf. Now, I've managed to scrounge a map. She's lying at the submarine works in this narrow channel here. She's to be refitted.
How far is Barrow from here?
Less than 30 kilometers. Now do you see why I asked if you believed in Providence?
Gentlemen, I think it's time we reconvene the escape committee. The plan is for someone to break out and sabotage U-570 at her moorings. The exact details have yet to be worked out, but are we all agreed in principle that it should be done?
Yes.
Indeed.
Good. I've considered the various methods which could be used to destroy a submarine. The easiest would be to open the main vents and sea valves.
How much damage would a hand grenade do if it exploded inside a U-boat?
One hand grenade wouldn't do much structural harm.
How about 4 exploding simultaneously?
If the watertight doors were shut, they could possibly blow it in half.
Good.
You have an idea?
Oh, yes. And I have some hand grenades. 5 of them. Unfortunately, I don't have an alarm clock.
Lehman, what are you talking about?
Hand grenades. These things. They're British, of course. No throwing handle, which means they'd make a smaller packet, but just as big a bang.
Where on earth did you get these?
From the armory. A prisoner the British trust has been stealing from it regularly. Another prisoner they don't trust then returns whatever has been taken in exchange for tobacco. They keep replacing the locks, but he's sawn through the hinge pins. All he has to do is lift the door, and it drops off. Doesn't matter how many locks they fit.
How long has he been doing this?
Some weeks now. He's kept quiet about it because he thought he was onto a good thing. I didn't know about it until he came to me with these. He feels he's bitten off a little too much. He wasn't sure whether to return them or use them as a lever.
Well, you're responsible for the men in your section. It's up to you to know what they're doing.
You must admit it does have its funny side.
All we need is an alarm clock.
Why?
As you can see, they're nothing like our stick grenades. They don't have a friction igniter. This lever is spring-loaded and it's held against the grenade body by this pin. Now, to use the grenade, the pin is pulled out and the lever is held in place by the hand. Once the grenade is thrown, the lever flies up and starts an 8-second fuse. So, we take 4 of the grenades, remove the pins and pack them into a small box crammed with plenty of clay to hold the levers in place. Now, the 5th grenade is also packed into the box, but with its pin in place, which is attached by a piece of string to the alarm key on the back of the clock. When the alarm goes off, the key turns, winds the string around its spindle and pulls the pin out of the 5th grenade. It explodes, shatters the clay around the other grenades, which all explode together 8 seconds later.
Well, it seems we have a bomb. All we need is a volunteer to plant it and a method of getting him out.
There is one person who ought to be given the chance to volunteer first.
You've got to do it. Kruger hasn't made any promises, but I'm certain he'll allow an appeal if you agree.
I couldn't do it, Conrad. I'd do something wrong. I know I would.
Are you scared?
No. Yes. I'd be terrified.
Do you want to be hanged for cowardice?
No, but supposing something went wrong. Or supposing I was caught. The British would shoot me anyway.
Listen, I'm reaching the point where I don't care what happens to you. I've done my best for you, and I'm damned if I'll do any more. I never did think of you as a coward, but I will if you refuse to do this.
I'm sorry, Conrad. I've caused you a lot of trouble.
There's nothing to the trouble I'll cause you if you don't agree to this. Well?
Yes. I'll do it.
Looks as though Shulker is having trouble with Bent.
Would you consider an appeal if he agrees?
We'll have to see if he agrees first. The immediate problem is how we're going to get whoever does it out of here.
Hoffman's made some excellent wire cutters out of 2 leaf springs.
Something seems to be interesting Layman.
Where?
Over there, by that watchtower. Layman! If we do reopen the official escape program, I'm taking Layman's name off the list. He's much too useful to us in here. That bomb is a brilliant piece of improvisation.
I think I have it.
Have what?
The answer to the escape problem. I'll show you. Let's stroll casually over to the West Tower. Of course, it will only work on a fine afternoon like this.
Of course.
Now, watch the guards in the East Tower as we near the West Tower. No, don't do it too obviously. Watch them out of the corner of your eye.
Yes, one of them is shading his eyes with his hand. Now the other one's doing the same.
Now, if we stand in the shadow of this tower, like this, you see?
I believe you've got something.
The men in the tower above can't see us because we're virtually underneath them, and the guards over there can't see us because they're looking straight into the sun. They know we are here, but only because they saw us walk over.
Yes, but you're not suggesting a daylight break, surely. The escaper will be seen long before he reached the trees.
Of course not. What's always been against cutting the wire at night? That 30-second interval between each searchlight sweep is too short to cut the wire and make for the trees. But if the wire is already cut...
Yes, of course. 30 seconds should be plenty of time.
How long will it be before all the papers are ready?
Another 2 weeks.
Well then, if we have choir practice out here every fine afternoon to get the British used to the idea, we'd be able to cut the wire on the first sunny afternoon when everything is ready, and the escaper could make his break that night. The British are not likely to notice a few cut strands of barbed wire right under the watchtower, especially as there'll only be a few hours of daylight between cutting the wire and the breakout.
It's a 30-kilometre walk to Barrow, which you should do easily in 6 hours. The first few kilometres across country will be the worst, but if you stick to the compass route, you'll reach the road after 1 hour. Your papers are nearly ready. You're a Dutch seaman returning to Barrow after some shore leave. You'll have a paybook, identity card, travel warrants, used Liverpool bus tickets, and some letters from an English girlfriend. And this is the bomb. We'll be sealing it in a piece of inner tube, but before we do, I want you to go over the priming procedure.
Once aboard the U-boat, I cut open the rubber and remove the box. I open the lid and wind up the mainspring. This key here.
That's it. The one without the string attached. 5 turns should be sufficient. The alarm key, which will pull the pin out of the hand grenade, is already wound, but it won't operate until the main spring is wound.
Yes.
The clock hands are set at 3 minutes to 4, and it will go off at 4 o'clock. We've removed the bell. If you jump into the water immediately you've placed the bomb in position, you should be all right.
I make sure the clock is ticking, and then I replace the lid and position the box in the forward battery compartment against the pressure hull.
Excellent.
Supposing someone's aboard the boat.
Then you place the box under a grating on the outside. It won't do so much damage, so try and place it below if possible. You'd better have this just in case of trouble. It looks quite realistic at a glance. Don't pull the trigger. It's liable to break off.
Right.
Unfortunately, we know nothing about the security and layout of the submarine works. All we've got is this rough sketch map. The boat is moored in this narrow channel here. We suggest you enter the water at this quay here alongside the road. That means you'll have a 400-meter swim. Think you can manage that?
Yes.
We're making your kit bag fairly buoyant, so you'll be able to rest now and then. These are the wire cutters. You'll be cutting the wire in daylight, so...
In daylight?
Don't worry. We've worked everything out. Try a practice cut on this piece of wire.
Right.
Good. Any questions?
Will there be a moon on the night?
We're not even certain what night it will be. We hope it will be early next week, in which case there won't. You'll be cutting the wire on the first sunny afternoon and breaking out the same evening.
Okay, Bent. Now.
It must be Parsons on that searchlight. It always sweeps slower than anyone else.
Yeah, rub this boot polish on your face, Bernard. It smells a bit, but you can wipe it off once you're through the wire.
Thank you.
Last foot patrol just finishing their circuit round the wire.
Remember, when you reach the ground, hold on to the sheets until you feel 2 hard pulls.
Yes.
You then run behind the searchlight beam, keeping it a few meters in front of you. Don't get too close in case it stops.
I understand.
Got everything?
Yes.
All right, onto the windowsill. Hold it.
Yes.
Right. Down you go. We might as well turn in now. He's had 2 hours, so he should be well clear of the camp by now.
I forgot to wish him good luck.
Yes, we all forgot.
You know, something I wanted to ask, but Bernard stopped me. What happens to him after he blows up the U-boat?
He's got £25 and a merchant seaman's paybook. If he can get to Liverpool, he should be able to make it to Ireland.
He'll be missed at morning roll call. Do you really think he stands a chance?
No, but he does stand a chance of blowing up the U-boat, and that's all that matters. What the hell's going on?
Major Veach is calling one of his snap searches tonight, all night.
What are they doing, a bed count?
The works. The guards are turning out every dormitory.
You'll have to get someone into Ben's room to double up.
Not a chance. They're sealing all corridors.
What the?
Well, it was the best I could do. I ordered the men to fight among themselves if there should be a check. It may delay them a bit.
Oh, well, there's nothing we can do. We'd better go to bed.
That's all we need. Roll call in this weather, too.
You're not taking orders from him, are you? Help me tie the shirt to the periscope.
I would never allow myself to get into such a position in the first place.
Why didn't you relieve Ramlow of command?
He's twisting the facts to save his own miserable skin.
You value the lives of your crew above the lives of crews yet to sail?
Yes.
No!
Do you admit to being a coward?
No, no, no!
The recommended sentence of the council is that you be executed.
Captain, stop a minute.
What's the matter, lad?
Look, down there in that field, old Jim's sheep. Whenever there's bad weather, they always crowd round that old shepherd's shelter. Well, look at them. It's as if they're keeping clear of it. Oh, someone's frightened them, I reckon.
Thunder scared them, stupid creatures, sheep.
Oh, no, they aren't. It's only people that thinks them stupid.
Better take a look, then.
Okay.
Getting soaked just to look at sheep. You best bring that rifle.
Hey, supposing it's the Nazi in there.
He wouldn't come this way. He'd head out to Windermere to get the train. Especially on a night like this. It's a tramp, more like.
Well, what do we do?
I'll go round the back and you go in through the door. I'll catch him if he tries to escape.
Oh, but Captain...
Cover him with the rifle.
Well, you know about their eyes. My uncle says they can hypnotise you.
Rubbish. All right. We know you're in there. Come on out with your hands up.
Maybe you don't understand English.
Well, fire a shot in the air. He'll understand that.
It'll frighten the sheep.
I'll frighten you in a minute. Do as I say.
Yes, there, Captain. Shall I go and get help?
Come out with your hands above your head. Don't try anything.
Please, don't shoot.
Come on, out you come. Well. What have we here?
Hey, he doesn't look like a Nazi.
That's near enough. Turn round. Shoot him if he tries anything, Corporal.
I'm not armed.
Oh, just making sure. Now, who are you?
I'm a Dutch seaman. I was on my way to Barrow when the storm started, so I hid in the hut.
Hid?
I hid from the storm. My English is not good.
Have you got any papers?
Yes. Here, my pay book and my identity card. There.
Okay. They look all right. Hey, we can't be too careful. You better put them away before they get soaked.
Thank you.
I thought you merchant seamen always carried a kit bag.
It's in the hut. I did not want to get it wet.
It's a filthy night to be out. Would you like a lift?
No, thank you. You are very kind, but I must get to Barrow.
Got a ship waiting for you?
Yes.
You won't make it tonight. Last bus is gone. But why don't you come with us? We've got to report to Grisdale Hall. You could telephone from there. They'd probably fix you up for the night.
No, thank you. I'll be all right here. I'm used to being out in rough weather.
Don't be silly. You come along with us. Nobody's going to say we didn't look after a seaman. Besides, hear those dogs? They're out looking for an escaped prisoner. It could be dangerous.
I'll be all right.
Well, our truck's just over here. Hey, come back! He must be that Jerry after all. Halt! Always shoot! Put one over his head, Corporal.
He's not stopping, Captain.
One in the legs. Wing him.
He's dead.
It could be someone poaching.
No, it was a rifle, not a shotgun. That means home guard.
Well, you know what they are.
No. No, I don't know what they are. Why don't you tell me, Perhaps they're like Lehman here. Now, he's a medical man. Did you take the oath, Lehman? Did it allow you to sit back and say nothing while a man was being destroyed? And Stein, with all his fine talk of courage and duty. How much courage did he need to burst in on a lonely man and to beat him senseless? And you, they all listen to you because you hold the Knight's Cross and oak leaves. When it comes to defining courage or the authority, you and your comrades in the U-boat service, brave men, all of them. Not a bit like Bernd. After all, it wasn't Bernd who crept up on the Athenia and all those children.
All right, Schulke, you've said enough. We know how you feel about Bernd, but we don't know if he's come to any harm, and there's nothing any of us can do now. We'll know what's happened in the morning.
Where is Otto? He'll be too late for breakfast. It's most inconsiderate of him to disappear like this when the whole camp's buzzing with rumours.
All I know is that the Commandant sent for him at 7 this morning.
Any news of Bernd? Oh, it's no good asking me. I know as much as you. someone even asked me if it was true that Bernd had blown up the Queen Mary.
I don't think he's come to any harm. Bernd's not the type to resist.
We'll just have to wait and see.
Good morning.
About time.
As you must all know by now, one of our comrades escaped last night. What you may not know is that he escaped so that he could destroy our submarine U-570, which has fallen into enemy hands. I have a statement issued to me this morning by Major Veach. It is with deep regret that I have to inform you that your comrade and fellow officer, Lieutenant Bernard Berndt, was killed last night whilst evading arrest. Lieutenant Berndt broke away after being detained by a Home Guard unit. He was ordered to halt several times but took no notice. A shot was fired over his head, but he kept running. The Home Guard were forced to shoot with the intention of wounding him. Unfortunately, the shot went high and hit Berndt between the shoulders. He died before the doctor arrived. The commandant said the escape was a gallant attempt by a brave officer. He deeply regrets that it should end so tragically, and he has agreed that Berndt should have a funeral with full military honors. He has also agreed that we may provide a guard of honor and pallbearers. The funeral will take place at the village of Hawkshead. Those of you who wish to attend will be placed on parole and issued with British Navy greatcoats. It is most important that the villagers do not suspect that the funeral is that of a German naval officer. For that reason, the coffin will be covered with the British flag, but under that will be the German Navy battle ensign.
O God, through whose mercy the souls of the faithful find rest, bless your servant Bernard Berndt, and place this grave under the care of thy holy angels, and loose from the bonds of sin the souls.
What are you going to say?
I don't know.
That united with thy
Surely you've prepared
may
something.
rejoice forever
Look,
in
Veach is pulling the Union Jack off the coffin.
Amen.
Of the captured German submarine made by the BBC during the war. The reconvening of the Council of Honour never in fact took place because British intelligence informed the authorities of what was afoot, and all the German officers concerned were transferred to Canada, where they were split up until the end of the war.
We present John Westbrook as Charles Bassett and Valerie Kirkbright as Amanda Twyford, with Barbara Cooper and David March in The Georgian Rake, adapted for radio by Cynthia Pugh from the novel by Alice Chetwynd Lay. The Georgian Rake.
Lord Bassett stood before the fire in the drawing room of his house in St. James's Square. He was gazing up at the portrait which dominated the room, a painting of his wife, who had died some 29 years earlier. His grim look softened for a moment as he looked upon those beautiful features. Then it hardened once more as he heard footsteps outside. He turned to face the door as it opened, and his son entered the room.
Ah, come in, Charles.
I believe you wish to see me, sir?
Aye, sit down. And take a glass of canary?
Thank you. My aunt is well, I trust?
All right, Fanny's well enough.
And my esteemed cousin?
Damn it, Charles, I never can understand why you must mention your cousin Roger in that damned offensive tone. He's been a good enough friend to you, Begod, and if only you had half his virtues, I'd be happy tomorrow.
Well, then let us be thankful that I have not. I drink to your continued health, Father.
Much you care.
Now, I wonder just what it is you want of me. Forgive me, my dear sir, but you're not much in the habit of seeking my company.
And you, may I point out, are not much in the habit of giving me the opportunity. I hear of you being seen everywhere, gambling dens and prize fights, but you're not often to be met with in St. James's Square.
I'm aware that you're well informed of my movements, particularly of the more spectacular variety. But I do take part in quite a number of respectable activities, my dear sir, little though you may be disposed to believe it. Why, only yesterday evening I was at a ball, a most tediously respectable ball in the house of an unexceptionable hostess. No less a person than my Lady Twyford.
Lady Twyford? Oh, that reminds me. I thought we might have a little talk, my boy. I'm made uneasy by these constant rumors concerning you that run round the town.
So?
That fellow Sir Francis Dashwood, such a crony of yours. Tell me the things one hears about him. It's even said that he goes in for devil worship at that place of his on the Thames.
Oh, there's no harm in mad Francis. He's but a jester. His antics amuse me.
Amuse you? Egad, I can't imagine whom you take after. Not myself, I fancy, and certainly not your mother.
Ah, my mother. That is the real reason for our quarrel, is it not? You have never forgiven me for being the cause of her death.
When they brought you to me, I told them to take you away. I never wanted to set eyes on you. You were bought at too dear a price. No matter. The point is, Charles, don't you think it high time you were wed? You're close on 29.
So?
Well, we must have an heir. At your age, I'd already taken care of the succession. What have you to say?
Why, sir, I say that I think perhaps I will partake of another glass of this excellent canary. Is there much more of this in your cellar?
Demi, don't try to change the subject. First, tell me when you mean to marry and whom.
When? Oh, that I cannot say at present. Whom? Well, now, whom do you suggest?
Well, what think you of Isabella Twyford?
Isabella Twyford. Now, let me think. Is she the red-headed one?
Oh, damn it, you were at a ball in the house yesterday. You surely must remember the chit.
Not the pudding-faced female who's been dogging my footsteps this past 2 months.
I don't know what you're talking about. There's nothing wrong with this girl's looks. Far from it. She's a good match, you know. Old name, a fortune in her own right, and you'll have her father's goodwill. I'll engage for that.
Young ladies have been known to have a mind of their own in these affairs.
When it comes to marriage, no dutiful daughter has a mind of her own.
Oh, I don't know that I'm altogether enchanted by the notion of taking a dutiful daughter to wife.
You're a bigger fool than I took you for. May I ask what kind of female would have the power to enchant you, as you put it?
Oh, believe me, sir, it would take too long for me to answer that. Very well, then. I consent to try my luck with the beautiful and talented Miss Twyford. But now, sir, I must ask you to excuse me. My respects to my Aunt Fanny, and, of course, to my revered cousin. Your servant, sir.
I declare it is.
Is, madam? Oh.
Mr. Charles Bassett, and on foot. Can I have the pleasure of driving you anywhere, sir? I'm out solely to take the air, you know, and am not in the least hurry in the world. Indeed, I shan't take no for an answer, and so I warn you.
I believe I need not put you to so much trouble, Miss...
Naughty man. I do declare you've forgotten my name. Oh, but never mind. I am very forgiving, as you shall find. I am Georgina Dunster, and don't you dare forget again. Do please step in.
I protest, Miss Dunster. I'm vastly obliged to you, but I positively must walk. Doctor's orders, you know.
Doctor's orders?
My rheumatics, alas, must keep on the move. Anno Domini, my dear young lady, it catches us all in time.
But surely you cannot be
Forgive me, ma'am, but a good day to you.
Good day, sir. Drive on, James.
Let us hope that will discourage our pudding-faced female. Oh, Lord. I wonder if the fair Isabella will be any better.
Well, Jem, what news about poor carriage?
'Tis a linchpin's broke, Miss Mandy.
How tiresome, is it not, Brownie?
Tiresome? I should imagine that to be an understatement, Amanda. When we're already delayed upon our journey by some 2 hours or more. We ought not to have allowed Mrs. Matchett to persuade us to stay to a meal.
But I was hungry.
A young lady of quality is never hungry, Amanda. Or if she is, she should endeavour to conceal the fact.
What we want, miss, is some tools. Better still a blacksmith.
And where are we to find one? There'll be nothing but a cottage or two until we reach the village of Maidenhead, if that should be within our power.
Tom could maybe ride ahead and bring back out.
Look, there are some buildings at the bottom of that lane down by the river. It will most likely be a farm, but we could try there for help.
A good notion, Miss Mandy. Young Tom can see to the horses while I step down there.
I'll come with you.
And in all that mud, I positively forbid it.
Dear Brownie, pray don't do that. I should like a short walk of all things at this moment, but I should so dislike to disobey you, especially since you are leaving us so soon.
Oh, very well, then. Have a care to her, Jem, and do not let her out of your sight.
Thank you, Brownie. Come along, Jem. Let's see how quickly we can get there.
Blacksmith, you say? There be one over at Mednam across the river. You can get there by way of the ford.
And where be that?
Along that path by the river. The smithy's at the top of the lane when you're across. Excuse me now, I'm going to get on with the milking.
Thank you very much. Come on, Jem.
You'd better go back now, miss, like I said. Really you have.
No, see? The ferry boat's just coming. Besides, look over there through the trees to the right of the jetty.
Ah. Some kind of old ruin, ain't it, miss?
Suppose it should be some ruined abbey where monks used to dwell.
Popery, Miss Mandy. Don't hold with it. We must get on if we're to be on the London Road tonight.
I would like a closer look at it, Jem. I could just take a peep while you go up to the blacksmith.
Oh, no. Your governor said most particular I wanted to let you out my sight.
Dear Jem, I can come to no harm. You will not be long away. And only think what fun it would be to explore a ruin that one never knew existed.
Oh, very well, then. But not a word to young governor's mind, or my life won't be worth a moment's purchase.
I won't say a word, I promise. Tell the ferryman to drop me by those willow trees. It isn't far from there.
Good evening, ferryman.
Evening.
'Tis the blacksmith I'm seeking.
Aye.
And will you put the young lady here off at the willows yonder?
Best not.
Yeah, what he says, miss. Best stay along of me.
No. Very likely he's a natural, poor fellow. Take no account of what he says. Be sure and pay him well, Jem.
As you say, Miss Mandy. We'll be obliged if they'll lose these bid fella.
Oh,
I was wrong. It's not entirely in ruins. But it was an abbey. There are the cloisters below that old tower. And that grey building beside the house might have been the chapel. The house is certainly empty. No smoke from the chimneys, shuttered windows.
What are you doing here?
Oh, I beg your pardon, sir. Of course I had no right, but seeing the ruined tower from the opposite bank, I thought...
Indeed, you had no right. Perhaps you will oblige me by removing yourself instantly.
Of course, but if you would let me explain...
This is no place for curious schoolgirls. If I find you here again, I shall be obliged to take sterner measures. Now go!
Very well. But I think you are vastly uncivil, sir. And I'm not a schoolgirl.
That is apparent.
Oh! Good day, sir.
And did yon place please you, miss?
Well enough, Jem.
Big Joe, the blacksmith here, was uncommon put out to learn I'd left my mistress there.
'Tis no place for maids, that.
What is it called?
Mednam Abbey, ma'am.
And it is an abbey. Or perhaps I should say it was. Who owns it now?
A gentleman from Londonware. Don't know the name for sure, ma'am.
You don't seem to care to talk about it.
Well, ma'am, there'll be queer tales in the village.
Ah, that there be.
No servants live in the house. Only an old man and his missus keep themselves to themselves. Well, there'll be poachers come sometimes with crests on the panels. They never stays long. No one ever sees their owners in the village. And there'll be some who say they've seen ghosts a-flitting up and down the lawn from t'other side of the river. And if you stand beneath the wall of a night, you may hear shrieks and laughing. Where curdles your blood it do.
Oh, give over, Joe. Here's the landing stage. Do help me put her in.
Best if you run up to the road, Miss Mandy, and tell Miss Brown we be coming. I'll help Joe to bring his gear.
I'll tell her you won't be long.
You are uncommon silent, Miss Amanda.
Am I, Bronnie? I was thinking.
Oh, this is a change indeed. May I ask the subject of these deep deliberations?
I was wondering how I shall find life in London. Bella talks endlessly of the diversions to be met with, but I'm not altogether certain that I shall feel as she does. Lately, it seems our notions are not always alike.
That is not surprising. Miss Isabella has shown signs of arriving at discretion this last 12 months. But you, I fear, are still a sad hoyden.
Yes, oh yes, I know. But dearest Brownie, pray do not moralize. You must realize by now that I'm quite beyond hope of reform.
We would not have you changed, my child. You are possessed of that most human of all virtues, a warm heart.
Why, Brownie, you've never spoken like that to me before.
Beg pardon, miss, but the coach be ready to start now. I've paid the blacksmith and sent him off happy.
Good, then let us be on our way.
Let me give you a hand, Brownie.
Drive on, Jem. We have many miles to go before we reach London, and there's Hounslow Heath yet to cross. They say it is a notorious haunt of highwaymen.
I would dearly like to see the highwayman who would hold you up, Brownie. He would indeed be a bold man.
You are a minx, and I do beg of you to put a guard upon your tongue and your actions while you're in town. Try to behave more like your sister, Miss Isabella.
I think her fine manners are really play-acting. She's still the same Bella who used to get up to such mad starts.
No doubt we shall soon see her wed.
Wed? Bella?
Well, yes. You must surely realize that your mamma had that in mind when she took your sister to town.
But Bella means to marry John Webster. He quite dotes on her, and I know she is fond of him.
Nevertheless, I fancy that your mamma looks higher than a country squire for a son-in-law.
Then she is a great goose.
Child, remember you speak of your mother.
Even the best of mothers can be a goose sometimes. But Bella will have her own way in the end.
Well, we'll not argue about it, child. How dark it is getting, and not a light to be seen. I could wish we were considerably nearer to our destination. What's that? Jem, why have you stopped? Oh, try not to be frightened, my dear.
Head down the window.
Better do as he says. What do you want with us?
Your valuables, ladies.
Oh.
No harm will come to you if you do as I says. That's right, pass them through.
Jem!
No use calling him. He's been took care of. Come on, give me that ring of yours, or it'll be the worst. Hey!
Look out, Dick! Someone's coming! Hey!
I trust no one is hurt. I saw that you were waylaid and made what speed I could.
Thank you, sir. We are unharmed, my charge and I. But our groom and coachman...
I'm all right, miss, except for a few bruises, and Tom got a crack on the head from another fella.
Oh, poor Tom. He fought most bravely, I could see. I'm glad I bit that man.
You what?
I bit his hand.
I must say, Miss Amanda, that I never thought to be congratulating a charge of mine on such behavior.
Perhaps you will permit me to present myself. I am Roger Thurlston, nephew to my Lord Bassett.
I am Amanda Twyford, and this is my governess, Miss Brown.
Twyford? Are you by any chance related to my Lord Twyford, who is a great friend of my uncle?
Why, yes, I am his younger daughter.
Ah.
Oh, it is raining. Will you not ride inside with us, Mr. Thurlston?
Pray do, sir, otherwise you'll be quite drenched.
You are very kind, lady.
Jem will tie your horse to the back of the coach. Will you not, Jem?
Aye, Miss Mandy, that'll be a pleasure. Come up then, my beauty.
Mr. Thurlston.
Yes, Miss Twyford.
Miss Brown is asleep, and there is something I want to ask you. Are you acquainted at all with the village of Medmenham?
A little.
Then have you managed to come at a solution of the mystery of the Abbey?
The Abbey? What do you know of that?
I was there quite by chance this afternoon and was warned off by a horrid person. And then the blacksmith told a tale of hobgoblins that intrigued me vastly. Oh, do please tell me more if you know anything more to the purpose.
I fear I am unable to satisfy your interest. But you spoke of a horrid person.
I believe he was very likely the owner. He was cold and forbidding, and vastly insulting into the bargain.
Can you describe his looks?
He was of about your age, I should say. Tall, with a stern face and a sneering mouth.
It was not the owner, that much I may tell you. I fancy I know who it may have been. But, Miss Twyford, I feel I ought to warn you that Medmenham Abbey is not considered a suitable subject for conversation in town. If you will take my advice, you will not mention it to anyone at all.
Will you take a cup of chocolate, my dear?
No, thank you, Margaret.
You seem a trifle low-spirited this morning. Is anything amiss?
It's this business concerning Isabella.
Charles Bassett has spoken to you.
He has. I encountered him at the cocoa tree yesterday evening. He's a demmed queer customer, Margaret. Believe you and my father desire a marriage between your daughter and myself, he said. May I have the honor of waiting upon you tomorrow? Well, I stammered out, I know not what. Then the demmed fellow turned away with a bow for all the world as though he were buying a horse from my stable, instead of asking my daughter's hand in marriage.
So long as he offers, it is no matter as to the manner of it. Upon rep, we may congratulate ourselves, my lord. It will be a match that will set the town by the ears.
I trust we're making the right decision. His reputation...
I hope you do not expect me to censure a man of this day and age for being somewhat of a rake.
It is not only that. He keeps company with that odd fish, Francis Dashwood. There are rumors running round the clubs concerning a society which Dashwood has founded and which meets somewhere along the Thames.
And pray, what is supposed to be so dreadful about this society?
No one really knows, but all kinds of conjectures are made. Orgies, say some. Others, black magic.
Oh, black magic, indeed.
You may laugh, Margaret, but do you care to think of our daughter tied for life to a man who indulges in such pleasures? Better a wholesome country lad, say I.
By whom, no doubt, you mean John Webster.
Well, he's a fine young man, and known to us from the cradle. Moreover, I'll lay any odds Bella is fond of him.
You must be aware, my lord, that I went to the trouble of bringing Isabella to town in order to avoid such a match. A country squire, forsooth, when she may have the pick of the town's beau and a handsome fortune into the bargain. Not to speak of the title some day.
The Websters are an old family, and young John has an adequate competence. Well, besides, Bella has more than enough for both. Let the girl be happy, and to the devil with your ambitions.
I fear you must reckon with Isabella's ambitions, too. She thinks better of her claims than to become a mere Mrs. Webster. Oh, there was perhaps some boy and girl nonsense between them. But that is quite over, I assure you.
It is a lovely day, is it not, John?
Indeed it is, Bella.
Of course. It cannot be expected that the weather should be settled at this time of the year.
Bella, this is too ridiculous. All the years we have known each other, and the first time we encounter one another in a fortnight, you must speak to me of the weather.
Well, you do not help me overmuch.
I was nerving myself to speak my errand.
Your errand?
Yes, Bella, and I think you know what it is. You must realize, my dearest, in what esteem I have held you these past 3 years. Will you do me the honor to become my wife?
John, what are you saying?
Bella, surely you're not going to be missish. My feelings must have been plain, and I have always thought I could count on a return of my regard.
Indeed.
You cannot have forgotten the hunt ball last year.
Oh, to be sure, that is an occasion in the country. But I have attended at so many vastly superior ones here in town.
Isabella, I will not believe that you meant nothing by what passed between us on that occasion.
It is very ungentlemanlike of you to remind me of a foolish indiscretion.
Indiscretion? Is that what you call it?
After all, what was it but one little kiss?
I thought of it as our betrothal.
Then you took too much upon yourself. If you must know, I'm about to become affianced to Lord Barsett's son.
Charles Bassett? You will wed a man of his reputation?
I do not know what you mean. Lord Bassett is a friend of Papa's. It is all arranged.
I see. Then it only remains for me to wish you happy and to relieve you of my presence.
I hope we may still be friends.
No. There can never be so little as friendship between us, Bella. Since you are to wed another, there must be an end to our association. I will bid you good day.
Oh, John, I didn't mean... I never thought to hurt you. Bella. Bella, my love.
Oh, Mandy.
There, my love. Here, take my handkerchief. Dry your eyes. That's better.
Thank you, Mandy.
What does it all mean? Oh, I passed John on his way out just now, and he went by with scarce a greeting. And here I find you in tears. Have you quarreled?
Yes. Oh, that is to say, no, not precisely. If you must know, John has just made me an offer.
Oh, is that all? You goose. Then why do you cry? Because he says we may no longer be friends. No longer? Isabella, you surely cannot mean that you have refused him. Well, you have. But in heaven's name, why, Bella? Oh, there's not been time to tell you since you arrived last night. The fact is, Papa has arranged a marriage for me with the son of an old friend of his. Papa has? It's not so surprising as all that. You must have realized that Mamma intended to make a match for me in town if she could. Mamma, yes. But Papa would never force you against your will. Who said that he does? You cannot mean that you are willing for this match. Why should I not be? He is heir to my Lord Barset, and quite the most eligible beau in town. That is no good reason for marrying anyone. Well, perhaps when you see him for yourself, you may better understand his attraction for me. And when will that be? He is to call upon Papa to make a formal offer for my hand this afternoon. Then I shall conceal myself somewhere in the hall and take a look at this paragon. I can be arranging the flowers. Mamma always says that is a ladylike occupation.
Thank you, Mr. Barset. That all seems very satisfactory. And we are dining with your father tomorrow.
That is to be our pleasure, sir.
I know that voice.
Ah, Amanda, my dear, come here. This is my younger daughter, Amanda. This is Mr. Barset, Mandy. He has this moment become affianced to your sister.
I must wish you joy, sir.
Then I must thank you, little sister to be.
Let me see you to your carriage, Mr. Barset. Who will that be, I wonder?
Why, 'tis my cousin Roger. Give you good day, cousin.
Charles, I did not look to find you here. Miss Twyford, I but called to see how you did after your recent ordeal.
It is very kind of you, sir. Papa, I would make known to you the gentleman who rescued us from the highwaymen on our journey here, Mr. Roger Thurston.
My dear sir, I should like to express my...
I arrived the other night. The horrid creature whom I encountered at the mysterious abbey is none other than your Mr. Barset. How can you be sure? Encountered at the mysterious abbey is none other than your Mr. Barset. How can you be sure? I could never forget that sneering face. Moreover, the voice is the same. Pleasant today than on that occasion. I can't see that it signifies. Not signifies. You are to wed a man who has some connection with somewhat of a rake. Mamma has such things, she says, usually right themselves. Such things, she says, usually right themselves after marriage. That I perfectly comprehend. But that is not what I mean. There is something more in this. Something evil. Rumor and imagination, my love. Of that I feel convinced. Let us leave the tedious subject and decide what I am to wear at dinner tomorrow.
My dear Lord Twyford, it is indeed a pleasure to see you and your family here in St. James's Square. Allow me to... Thurston.
Yes.
I hope Charles will do his best to deserve his good fortune.
I could never deserve it, Aunt Fanny.
Amanda, child, come and be presented to Mrs. Thurston.
How do you do, Ma'am?
I believe my son Roger had the pleasure of rendering you some small service a few days ago.
Yes, indeed. Mr. Thurston was more than kind.
Please say no more about it, Miss Amanda.
What a very beautiful drawing room you have, my dear.
Oh, it is indeed. It is tolerable, I suppose.
And that magnificent portrait over the mantel. Might I ask?
My wife. She did not survive Charles's birth.
Oh, how very sad for you. You are like your mother, Charles.
Do you think so, Mamma? The lady in the picture has a sweet face.
And I?
Saying so. Saying so.
Miss Amanda has your...
Oh, Gad, I hope not.
Indeed, judge Mr. Barset to be a deep character who is not to be known on a short acquaintance.
You do me too much honor, madam.
She is a sad rattle-pate, I fear. Amanda, dearest, you are not in the schoolroom now, recollect.
Dinner is served, my lord.
Then let us go in. Fanny, dear, do you lead the way with Lord Twyford, and I will escort Lady Twyford.
We now have an opportunity, Isabella, of becoming better acquainted.
Yes, indeed.
You would perhaps prefer that I do not call you by your Christian name? You find it a trifle, intimate?
Well, of course you must. It's just that it seems so strange.
Many things will seem strange from now.
I suppose so, yes. Look at Isabella, Mr. Thurston. I wonder what your odious cousin has said to make her blush like that. Upon represumption. Oh, I beg your pardon.
Do not put yourself about, Miss Amanda. The truth to tell, I feel a little as you do.